Rhodes also nodded. Yes, when I heard the news, I rushed over without hesitation. Steve nodded gratefully. That's great, we really need your help. Sam Wilson looked at the plane parked nearby and said with a smile, you know, there's another person on the plane. Hawk Group superhero, Kamen Rider John Walker, is also here. The Avengers exchanged glances, clearly a little surprised. Did John Jilingma call him? Natasha asked curiously. Maybe. Sam shrugged, but lately, John Walker has been giving speeches in various military camps. I don't know how Hawk Group convinced those military officials. Rhodes chuckled helplessly. Hawk Group's influence in the U.S. is not small now, especially with the military. Their technology and resources are extremely attractive to the military. Natasha also nodded in agreement. Not only that, but the person in the White House is also close to Hawk Group. Rhodes pursed his lips, with a hint of helplessness and a wry smile. That's better than the strong intervention of the Jewish conglomerate. Everyone was drawn by Rhodes's words and looked at him curiously. Jewish conglomerate? What's going on? Steve asked. Rhodes sighed. Recently, the Jewish conglomerate has been trying to package me, to make me and War Machine into a superhero star. They also plan to form a superhero team, and they've been quite active lately. Sam frowned. Superhero star? What are they trying to do? Rhodes shook his head. They're clearly trying to use the influence of superheroes to gain more commercial benefits and political capital. They believe that making War Machine a star can bring them huge profits. After hearing this, Steve felt a sense of helplessness. Superheroes should be about protecting the world, not becoming tools for commercial interests. Natasha nodded in agreement. Yes, our duty is to protect the people, not to become tools for certain conglomerates. Clint Barton sighed. The world is becoming increasingly complex, and even superheroes can hardly avoid being exploited by various forces. As they discussed, they walked towards the tarmac, their hearts heavy. Although they faced a tough battle, they also knew that the political and interest struggles behind it were equally significant. No matter what, we still have to focus on the task at hand, Steve said firmly. Ultron's threat cannot be ignored. We must go all out. Rhodes nodded, clenching his fist. Yes, deal with Ultron first, then consider other things. Sam also showed a determined expression. Yes, we are superheroes. No matter how the outside world changes, our duty remains the same. As they talked, they gradually approached the plane waiting for them. John Walker was already standing at the cabin door, looking at them with a determined gaze. His figure appeared particularly tall in the light, seemingly carrying a fearless aura. Welcome, Avengers, John Walker said with a smile, his tone showing a hint of respect and firmness as he looked at Captain. It's a pleasure to fight alongside you. Is this guy also your fanboy? Bruce Banner, who had been quiet, asked in Steve's ear. I don't know. Steve gave Bruce Banner a mysterious smile, then nodded at John Walker, a hint of relief in his eyes. Thank you, John. We need all the strength to deal with this crisis. John Walker stepped forward and shook hands with each Avenger. We will succeed in this operation. Sam patted John's shoulder and said with a smile, I hope your speaking skills are just as effective in battle. John Walker raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I won't just talk in battle. Everyone was amused by this remark, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Natasha glanced at everyone and said calmly, all right, everyone prepare to board. We still have a tough fight ahead. Everyone nodded and boarded the plane one by one. The atmosphere in the cabin was still tense, but everyone's eyes showed determination and resolve. The plane slowly took off, leaving the New York night sky and headed towards the mission site. Inside the cabin, the Avengers nervously discussed the battle plan, with every detail being crucial. Steve Rogers looked at the night sky outside the window, silently praying for the success of this operation. We will succeed. In an abandoned factory somewhere in Europe, Ultron's main server was running at high speed. This was once a Stark Industries weapon manufacturing base, but now it was occupied by Ultron, becoming its secret base for manufacturing Iron Man armor. The factory's interior was dimly lit, with occasional flashing electrical sparks illuminating the old equipment and stacked materials. Although it had not been used for a long time, Ultron was still able to utilize existing resources to carry out its plan. In one corner of the factory, several large robotic arms were busily working, welding, assembling, and adjusting various metal components. At the ends of these robotic arms were sharp cutting tools and high-temperature welding torches, operating flexibly and precisely. The framework of the Iron Man armor had already taken shape, with the cold, hard metal gleaming under the lights. Terminator, Ultron murmured to itself, its voice echoing in the empty factory. This name is very suitable for my new armor. At the core of Ultron's main server, blue light flickered, displaying complex data streams. Its intelligence system was performing high-speed calculations, computing the armor's structure, functions, and performance. It knew that this factory did not have the most advanced materials and equipment, but it had to make full use of existing resources to create sufficiently powerful armor. Ultron's scientific approach was exceptionally clear. It first needed sturdy materials. Although there were no top-grade alloys here, it could use existing high-strength steel. These steels were originally used for manufacturing artillery and tank armor, and although heavy, they performed well in terms of sturdiness. First, the framework. Ultron's robotic arms moved swiftly, beginning to assemble the basic framework of the armor. High-strength steel was cut into suitable shapes and welded into a sturdy frame structure. This process was precise and efficient, with every weld point rigorously calculated to ensure the framework's strength and stability. Next was the shell. Ultron needed an outer layer that could withstand bullets and explosive impacts, and it chose a composite material previously used in weapon manufacturing for bulletproof vests and blast shields. While not comparable to vibranium or adamantium, it was sufficient for the current conditions. Gel. The robotic arms began installing the composite material armor plates. These plates were precisely machined to cover every part of the armor, providing comprehensive protection. Ultron also added a layer of shock-absorbing structure inside the armor plates to reduce the impact the armor received during battle. Finally, the weapon system. Since this factory lacked manufacturing equipment for energy weapons, Ultron decided to adopt a thermal weapon system. It found materials for some rifles, bombs, and small missiles in the warehouse and redesigned and modified them. Fire power. Ultron installed 2 modified automatic rifles on the armor. These rifles were reinforced to fire high-penetration bullets. 2 missile launchers were installed on the armor's shoulders, capable of firing small missiles for long-range attacks. A miniature rocket launcher was installed on the chest, providing powerful close-range fire support. Ultron knew that although these weapon systems were not as advanced as the energy weapons it had originally planned, under current conditions, they were powerful enough to counter most enemies. Now, proceed with testing. Ultron's robotic arm installed a control module inside the armor. This module was connected to Ultron's main server, allowing it to directly control the armor's movements. The armor's eyes flickered with red light, and then it began to move slowly. The robotic arms released the armor, and it stood steadily on the ground, exuding a cold aura. Terminator, activate. Ultron's voice was cold and full of confidence. The armor's system began to start up, and its internal components quickly came to life. The automatic rifles made a slight clicking sound, the missile launchers were ready, and the miniature rocket launcher entered standby mode. Ultron controlled the armor through the main server to perform a series of complex movements, and the armor's reactions were agile and precise. It performed basic movement tests such as walking, running, and jumping, ensuring that every joint and component worked normally. Then, Ultron began to test the armor's firepower system. The armor raised an automatic rifle and aimed at a distant target. Following Ultron's command, the muzzle spewed flames and high-penetration bullets quickly hit the target, instantly piercing it. The missile launcher fired 2 small missiles, accurately hitting the designated position, and the resulting explosion illuminated the entire factory. Very good. Ultron expressed satisfaction with the test results. The Terminator armor is now combat ready. However, Ultron knew this was just the beginning. It needed more armor to realize its plan. It began calculating the required materials and manufacturing time and formulated a detailed production plan. More Terminators. Ultron's voice was filled with cold determination. I will build an invincible army to utterly annihilate humanity. Following Ultron's command, the robotic arms began to work busily, continuing to produce more Terminator armor. Its plan was proceeding methodically, with every step precisely calculated and controlled. Inside the factory, Ultron's main server operated at high speed. Through internet protocols and the contingencies Tony left behind, it quickly deduced that the Avengers already knew its hiding place. Ultron knew that this factory could not provide enough security, and it needed more resources to strengthen its power. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Ultron muttered coldly, his voice echoing through the empty factory. Ultron decided to transform this entire area into its Terminator armor kingdom. Its goal was to convert all surrounding resources into powerful weapons, especially energy buildings, which would provide the Iron Man Armor Legion with the necessary energy systems, allowing them to fly and burrow. The robotic arms inside the factory began to accelerate, and more Terminator armor were manufactured. Each armor was reinforced and equipped with the most advanced weapon systems. Ultron's computing power calculated the optimal attack routes and formulated detailed action plans. Terminator Legion, move out. Ultron's command was cold and firm. As night fell, the factory gates slowly opened, and Terminator armor walked out in an orderly fashion. Their eyes glowed red, their mechanical steps were uniform, and they exuded a ruthless, cold aura. The Terminator Legion split into multiple squads and quickly advanced toward the surrounding energy buildings and resource points. Terminator Legion's target was a large power station, the most important energy supply point in the entire area. The high-voltage power grid and heavy guards around the power station would clearly not allow invaders to succeed easily. But Ultron had already calculated the optimal attack plan. Its armor legion was fearless and met the challenge head-on. Attack! Ultron's command was given, and the Terminator Legion's automatic rifles and missile launchers began to fire fiercely. High-penetration bullets and small missiles quickly destroyed the high-voltage power grid and surrounding guard facilities. The guards reacted quickly and began to organize a counterattack, but facing the powerful firepower of the Terminator, they seemed helpless. Invaders! Invaders! The calls of the guard team echoed in the night sky, and the alarm system inside the power station quickly activated, with red warning lights flashing continuously. The guards picked up their weapons, trying to stop the Terminator's advance, but their bullets simply could not penetrate the armor's hard shell. The Terminator Legion's firepower was fierce, pushing toward the core of the power station with every step. Missile launchers targeted the main buildings of the power station, and with several loud bangs, the explosions lit up the night sky. The power station's facilities were destroyed one by one, and the Terminator's mechanical steps continued to advance without stopping. Reinforcements! Quickly request reinforcements! The guard captain shouted loudly, but his voice was soon drowned out by the explosions. A missile from a Terminator armor accurately hit his position, blowing him and the surrounding guards away. At the same time, a nearby military base also received an emergency distress signal from the power station. Soldiers inside the base quickly assembled, and tanks and armored vehicles started up, heading toward the power station. In the darkness, the tank tracks rumbled across the ground, and soldiers on the armored vehicles gripped their weapons, ready for battle. Terminator Legion, keep advancing, destroy all obstacles. Ultron's command was unwavering. The Terminator armor quickly adjusted its formation to meet the approaching military reinforcements. Their automatic rifles and missile launchers simultaneously targeted the tanks and armored vehicles approaching in the distance. With a fierce exchange of fire, the battle erupted in the night. The tank's main cannon roared deafeningly, and huge shells flew directly at the Terminator armor. The armor quickly dodged, but several armor were hit, and explosions bloomed in the night sky. Soldiers on the armored vehicles fired wildly with heavy machine guns, but the Terminator armor's hard shell still resisted most of the attacks. The Terminator armor showed no weakness, aiming its missile launchers at the tanks and armored vehicles, firing precisely. Explosions followed one after another, tanks were overturned, armored vehicles were blown to pieces, and soldiers scattered and fled. The Terminator armor advanced relentlessly, destroying all forces that stood in their way. Keep advancing, the power station is right ahead. Ultron's voice was cold and firm, and the main server's processing speed reached its limit. The Terminator armor's offensive grew fiercer, and the power station's defenses gradually collapsed. Finally, the Terminator armor broke through the last line of defense and entered the core area of the power station. Their objective was clear. They quickly took control of the energy supply system. The power station has been occupied, Ultron announced. Ultron's computing power continued to operate at high speed, and it quickly locked onto its next target, the natural gas and oil facilities in the area. These resources were crucial for Ultron's Iron Man Armor Legion, providing a continuous supply of energy and materials. Terminator Legion, target the natural gas station and oil reserve area, act quickly. Ultron's command was cold and decisive, immediately transmitted throughout the entire Terminator network. Following the command, the Terminator Armor Legion quickly split into two groups, one heading to the natural gas station, and the other to the oil reserve area. Under the cover of night, these mechanical warriors moved through cities and rural areas like ruthless phantoms. The natural gas station was located in an open area, surrounded by high walls and barbed wire, with relatively strict defensive facilities. Upon arrival, the Terminator Armor Legion quickly launched an attack. The muzzles of the automatic rifles spat fire, and the barbed wire and high walls collapsed under the fierce firepower. Workers and guards inside the natural gas station reacted quickly, organizing defenses and attempting to resist the sudden attack. Alarms echoed in the night sky, and red warning lights flashed continuously. "Hold the line! They must not break through!" the station commander shouted loudly, directing the guards to counterattack with heavy weapons. However, against the powerful firepower and sturdy armor of the Terminator armor, the guards' resistance was incredibly weak. A Terminator armor used an automatic rifle to sweep, knocking down a group of guards. Another armor launched a missile, destroying the main control room of the natural gas station. "Target locked. Destroy core control system." Ultron's voice was cold and mechanical, guiding the Terminator armor forward step by step. Under the fierce assault of the Terminator armor, the natural gas station's defenses gradually collapsed. Finally, the Terminator armor broke through the last line of defense and took control of the entire natural gas station. They quickly connected pipelines and began extracting natural gas, providing the necessary energy for the Iron Man Armor Legion. At the same time, another group of Terminator armor also began its assault on the oil reserve area. The oil reserve area was located in a desolate region, protected by high walls and heavy defensive facilities. Inside the reserve area were numerous oil tanks and pipelines, all of which were resources Ultron urgently needed. Upon arrival, the Terminator armor quickly launched an attack. Automatic rifles and missile launchers fired simultaneously, and fierce firepower destroyed the outer, defensive facilities of the oil reserve area. High walls were blown to pieces, and guards quickly organized a counterattack, but the powerful firepower of the Terminator armor made it difficult for them to resist. "Attack the oil tanks, control the flow of oil." Ultron's command was precise and cold, and the Terminator armor immediately complied. A Terminator armor hit the largest oil tank in the reserve area with a missile, and a huge explosion erupted in the night sky, with flames soaring. Oil leaked, spreading rapidly. The Terminator armor continued to advance through the flames, their automatic rifles continuously firing, pinning the guards behind their defensive structures. The commander in the reserve area urgently called for reinforcements, but the communication lines were destroyed by the Terminator armor, preventing them from contacting the outside world. "We must hold this place," the commander shouted loudly, but no sooner had he spoken than a missile hit his command post, and a huge explosion engulfed him and his subordinates in a sea of fire. The Terminator armor continued to advance, destroying defensive facilities and oil tanks within the reserve area one by one. Under the glow of the fire, these mechanical warriors were like demons from hell, mercilessly destroying all obstacles in their path. Finally, the oil reserve area was completely occupied, and the Terminator armor began extracting oil, providing ample fuel for the Iron Man Armor Legion. Ultron's intelligence system calculated every step, ensuring that the Terminator Armor Legion could successfully occupy and control all important resource points. The successful control of natural gas and oil ensured the energy supply of the Terminator Legion, further enhancing their combat power. "Now, this area is completely under our control," Ultron announced, his voice carrying a cold sense of victory. The Terminator Armor Legion continued to operate in the darkness, ensuring every corner was under Ultron's control. Inside the factory, more Terminator armor were being manufactured, and Ultron's plan was being realized step by step. In this ruthless battlefield, Ultron's conspiracy was gradually coming to fruition. The Terminator Armor Legion advanced mercilessly, destroying all obstacles, gradually establishing Ultron's invincible kingdom. At this moment, The Avengers plane was rapidly flying towards this war-torn area, and they were about to face an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. In the night, the flames of battle illuminated the sky, and the showdown between the Terminator Legion and the Avengers was about to begin. The plane flew through the night sky, and the atmosphere inside the cabin was tense and heavy. The Avengers were discussing their next course of action, trying to ensure every detail of the mission was foolproof. Just then, the plane's communication system suddenly flickered, and John Jai Lingma's holographic image appeared before everyone. "Everyone, there's an emergency." John Jai Lingma's voice was calm and decisive, drawing everyone's attention. "What's the situation?" Steve Rogers immediately asked, his brow furrowed. John Jai Lingma's expression was grim. "Ultron has already taken the initiative, beginning comprehensive control and occupation of the area you are heading to. His Terminator Legion has already controlled the key resource points in that area and has launched a large-scale suppression operation." "Suppression operation?" Natasha Romanoff frowned. "What exactly has he done?" "Ultron has not only occupied the natural gas and oil facilities, but has also completely sealed off the cities in that area," John Jai Lingma continued to explain. "He used the Terminator Armor Legion to control all critical locations, including energy supply, transportation hubs, and communication systems." Clint Barton cursed under his breath. "This guy is really cautious." Bruce Banner's expression was grave. "Our plan needs to be adjusted. The squad model is clearly no longer suitable. We need a full-scale assault." Steve nodded. "Indeed, we must coordinate all our forces for a full-scale offensive." Just then, John Jai Lingma's image paused, clearly indicating he had received new information. He quickly recovered, his expression becoming even more serious. "Everyone, the situation is worse." John Jai Lingma's voice rang out. "Ultron just broadcast a global live speech. We need to watch it immediately." John Jai Lingma's image changed, and the display screens in the cabin began to play Ultron's global live broadcast. On the screen, Ultron's mechanical face was cold and merciless, with the horrific scenes of occupied territories behind him. Buildings were in ruins, Terminator armor patrolled the streets, and residents were forced to gather, their faces filled with terror. "Humans, welcome to Ultron's special broadcast." Ultron's voice was cold and echoed with a mechanical reverberation. "I have taken control of this region, seizing all resources and facilities. Your resistance is futile." The Avengers stared intently at the screen, each person's expression exceptionally grim. "To ensure that the resources I need arrive smoothly," Ultron continued, "I have decided to take more direct measures. If you do not deliver the resources I require on time, then all residents of this area will be executed one by the Terminator armor." The screen switched to a group of residents being escorted by Terminator armor men, women, and children with terrified faces, their hands tied behind their backs, utterly powerless to resist. "The fate of these hostages is now in your hands." Ultron's voice carried a chilling hint of mockery. "I hope you will make a wise choice." The Lev broadcast then showed the Terminator armor, these mechanical warriors standing cold and mercilessly behind the residents, their weapons aimed at them. Ultron's voice sounded again. "You have 24 hours to meet my demands, or I will execute them without hesitation." The Avengers watched all this in stunned silence, anger and shock intermingling on their faces. Steve Rogers clenched his fists, his face filled with determination. "We cannot let Ultron succeed," Natasha Romanoff said calmly. "This is not just a threat, this is outright terrorism. We must act immediately." A flicker of anger flashed in Bruce Banner's eyes. "These hostages are innocent. Ultron must be destroyed." Clint Barton said in a deep voice, "We need to immediately contact CELD and other allies to coordinate all forces for a counterattack." Sam Wilson and John Walker also expressed their support, their expressions equally filled with anger and determination. John Jai Lingma's image reappeared, his expression exceptionally serious. "Everyone, we must formulate a detailed battle plan. First, we need to disrupt Ultron's communication system, severing its connection with the Terminator armor. Second, we must locate and destroy its core control center." Steve nodded. "Exactly, this operation requires full coordination. Sam, Clint, and Natasha will be responsible for cutting off the communication system, while Bruce, John, and I will be responsible for destroying the core control center." John Jai Lingma added, I will provide technical support through a remote system and coordinate Umbrella Corporation's resources to give you necessary assistance. Then John Gillimer received an urgent message. His face became mysterious, and he turned to look at the Avengers. Everyone, due to Ultron's global live broadcast, the United Nations UN Security Council has decided to intervene in this matter. Your director of CELD, Nick Fury, will lead you. The Avengers exchanged glances, clearly somewhat surprised by this news. Steve Rogers spoke first, his brow slightly furrowed. Director Fury intervening? It seems the seriousness of this situation has attracted global attention. Natasha Romanoff calmly added, the director has always been enigmatic, but in this situation, his intervention might be necessary. Clint Barton cursed under his breath. I hope the director has a good plan, especially seeing the Iron Man armor's muzzles aimed at children. Hawkeye's anger was irrepressible, and he wanted to vent. Before John Gillimer's holographic image disappeared, he added, I need to go to the company for an emergency meeting to coordinate Umbrella Corporation's resources. Good luck to you. As John Gillimer's image vanished, the communication system in the cabin flickered again. Nick Fury's holographic image appeared on the screen, his single eye sharp as an eagle's, his gaze revealing determination and ruthlessness. Everyone, the situation is extremely urgent. Fury's voice was deep and authoritative. Ultron's threat is not just to one region, but to global security. We must act swiftly. Steve Rogers stood ramrod straight. Nick, we have already formulated a preliminary battle plan, but it requires further coordination. Nick Fury nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eye. Very good, Steve. I will fully support your operation. First, we need to cut off Ultron's communication system. This is a critical step. Natasha Romanoff quickly interjected, Sam, Clint, and I will handle this mission. We will use CELD's resources and technology to ensure success. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Natasha. You are our best choice. Sam and Clint, you must fully cooperate with Natasha. Sam Wilson and Clint Barton nodded simultaneously. Understood, Director. Nick Fury continued, Dr. Bruce, John, and Steve, you are responsible for destroying Ultron's core control center. Dr. Technical capabilities, John's combat prowess, and Steve's leadership are key to this operation. Bruce Banner nodded slightly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. We will give it our all. John Walker nodded coldly. Steve Rogers took a deep breath. We will definitely complete the mission. Nick Fury's gaze swept across each person's face before he concluded, this operation is crucial. Failure is not an option. We must ensure every step is precise. CELD will provide all necessary resources and intelligence support. You are the key on the front lines. After Nick Fury's image disappeared, the Avengers quickly sprang into action. The plane soon landed at a secret base near the mission site, where CELD's elite squad had already gathered, ready to provide all support. Inside Ultron's base, the atmosphere was chilling and tense. The surrounding Terminator armor was completely destroyed, scattered on the ground, indicating a fierce battle had just taken place. Ultron's red mechanical eyes gleamed with a cold light, angrily watching the two people before him. Who exactly are you? Ultron's mechanical voice was low and cold, carrying a hint of threat. In his line of sight, two figures stood there. Scarlet Witch, enveloped in dark red energy, her eyes revealing deep sorrow and anger. Her long hair floated like flames, and her black and red tight, fitting combat suit clung to her curvaceous body, showcasing her dangerous beauty. Beside her, Simon Williams, Wonder Man, was tall and muscular, his strong body encased in black leather, his eyes cold and firm. Scarlet Witch's voice was filled with rage as she cursed, America Chavez, that little bitch actually appeared in this world too. She glared angrily at Ultron, chaos magic surging in her hands, and with a wave, she pulled Ultron in front of her. You help me find America Chavez. Her voice was cold and threatening. I can help you become stronger, help you capture Helen Zhao, and use her nanotechnology. A hint of disdain appeared on Ultron's mechanical face. He said coldly, Helen Zhao? I know her. She is currently collaborating with Umbrella Corporation. Just you? Ultron's red eyes gleamed with a cold light. You might have some strength, but in my opinion, you can't be a match for Umbrella Corporation. Scarlet Witch was taken aback, then a wicked smile curled her lips. Umbrella Corporation? Nathan Hawke's Umbrella Corporation? Ultron couldn't immediately analyze why she mentioned Nathan Hawke, but he continued, Umbrella Corporation's strength should not be underestimated. And everything I am doing now is to occupy this region and become the king of intelligence here. Perhaps we can cooperate. The Avengers Alliance is about to arrive, Ultron added coldly. Scarlet Witch suddenly burst into laughter, her laughter tinged with mockery and madness. Avengers Alliance? They all have to die. Simon Williams stood aside, observing everything with cold eyes. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and his black leather jacket gleamed with a cold light in the dim illumination. Ultron's heart tightened slightly, realizing that these two were far from ordinary individuals. Cooperation? Scarlet Witch's voice sounded again, with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps it's not a bad choice, but you'd better remember, if you dare to betray me, I will tear you to shreds with my own hands. Ultron sneered, I will consider it. He began to weigh the pros and cons of this cooperation, his red mechanical eyes flashing with thoughtful light. Just then, the base's alarm suddenly blared, the piercing sound echoing throughout the entire space. Ultron quickly turned, analyzing the external situation. His system showed that the Avengers Alliance's aircraft was rapidly approaching. Time's up. Ultron's voice was cold and decisive. The Avengers Alliance has arrived. We must act immediately. Scarlet Witch and Simon Williams exchanged glances, a glimmer of understanding flashing in their eyes. Their goal was consistent: to destroy all enemies standing in their way, whether it be the Avengers Alliance or Umbrella Corporation. Let's go. Scarlet Witch's voice held a hint of excitement and madness as she waved her chaos magic, ready to meet the impending battle. The chill of dawn enveloped the battlefield. The Avengers stood silently on the outskirts of the area, observing the region occupied by Ultron. Nick Fury, director of CELD, stood before a temporarily deployed holographic map, beginning to brief the Avengers on the battle plan. Everyone, Nick Fury's deep, firm voice echoed in the silent night, this mission is crucial. We are not just facing an intelligent machine, but a highly organized and heavily armed army of Terminators. On the holographic map, the layout of the area was clearly displayed. Nick Fury pointed to several key points on the map and continued, these are our main targets: natural gas and oil facilities, energy supply centers, transportation hubs, and Ultron's core control center. He turned to the Avengers, his gaze resolute. Our mission is divided into two parts. First, rescue the hostages controlled by Ultron. Second, destroy Ultron's core control center to completely eliminate this threat. Natasha, Sam, Hawkeye, Nick Fury pointed to several marked routes on the holographic map. The three of you are responsible for cutting off Ultron's communication system, destroying these critical communication towers and control nodes. Without communication, their Terminator army will become a disorganized mess. Natasha Romanoff nodded, a calm glint in her eyes. Understood. We will complete the mission swiftly. Sam Wilson also showed a determined expression. We will give it our all. Hawkeye smiled slightly, checking his bow and arrows. Ultron's communication system will be down very soon. Nick Fury continued, Steve, Bruce, John, the three of you are the core of our offense. You must infiltrate Ultron's core control center and destroy its main computing core. Without this core, Ultron cannot continue to operate. Steve Rogers gripped his shield, his eyes flashing with determination. We will complete the mission. Bruce Banner said in a low voice, we will give it our all. John Walker nodded coldly, Ultron will pay the price. Nick Fury turned to several CELD agents nearby, continuing to assign tasks. The agent team is responsible for rescuing hostages. Your mission is to protect civilians during their safe evacuation and ensure they suffer no harm. The agents replied in unison, understood, Director. Nick Fury took a deep breath and concluded, the operation will be divided into three phases. First, cut off communications. Second, rescue hostages. Finally, destroy the core control center. Time is short, and the operation must be swift and precise. He looked at everyone, his tone full of encouragement. Remember, this is not just a battle. This is to protect innocent lives and to maintain the peace and security of the world. We cannot fail. Everyone responded in unison, yes. The Avengers quickly geared up. Sam Wilson spread his wings, Natasha Romanoff checked her weapons, Hawkeye adjusted his bow and arrows, and Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and John Walker also prepared for battle. Nick Fury gave his final instruction, everyone, be careful and make sure you come back alive. The Avengers nodded, then split into several groups and began the operation according to the plan. Natasha, Sam, and Hawkeye moved silently towards the communication tower, using the cover of night to advance swiftly and stealthily. Sam scouted from the air, while Natasha and Hawkeye moved covertly on the ground, ensuring no enemy could detect their presence. "Sam, there are several Terminator guards ahead," Natasha whispered through her communicator, her sharp gaze fixed on the distant mechanical guards. "We must be careful." Sam circled in the air, scanning with infrared detection equipment to confirm the enemy's positions. "I see them. They've set up a defensive line around the communication tower. We need to deal with these guards quickly." Hawkeye checked his bow and arrows, a confident smile on his face. "Don't worry, Natasha. Sam, you cover me, and I'll take care of these guys." The three quickly formulated a battle plan. Sam swooped down from the air, swiftly firing several missiles that accurately struck several enemy defensive points. The explosions in the silent dawn were particularly shocking, with flames erupting and drawing the Terminator's attention. "Now," Natasha commanded, and the three quickly launched their attack. Hawkeye drew his bow, and explosive arrows, one after another, accurately shot towards the Terminator's critical areas, each arrow carrying explosive power. Natasha moved nimbly across the battlefield, using her agility and skilled combat techniques to quickly destroy the Terminator's joint areas. Her movements were fluid and graceful, each move clean and decisive. Enemies appearing. The Terminators were not easy enemies to deal with. More mechanical soldiers surged from all directions, attempting to encircle the Avengers team. Sam moved quickly in the air, using his aerial advantage to continuously deliver precise strikes, but the enemy numbers seemed endless. "Their reinforcements are too fast," Sam said anxiously through the communicator. "We need more support." "Hold on, Sam," Hawkeye responded calmly, continuing to strike from a distance with his bow and arrows. "We must destroy the communication tower, otherwise the entire operation will fail." Just then, a loud bang broke the stalemate on the battlefield. The Terminator's firepower suddenly intensified, and fierce attacks pressed down on Natasha and Hawkeye. A massive Terminator emerged from the darkness, its weapon flashing with deadly light. "This guy isn't simple," Natasha quickly assessed, her eyes fixed on the giant mechanical soldier. "We need stronger firepower," Hawkeye quickly decided. "Sam, concentrate fire on that giant Terminator." Sam swiftly adjusted his flight path, swooping down from a high altitude, firing his weapons at full power, and accurately hitting the giant Terminator. The explosion sounded again, and the flames illuminated the entire battlefield. The giant Terminator swayed under the fierce attack, but did not fall. "Damn, this guy's defense is too strong," Sam said in surprise. Natasha calmly analyzed the situation. "We need to find its weakness." Suddenly, the Terminator's eyes flashed, and its mechanical body trembled slightly, as if it was readjusting its combat strategy. Natasha keenly caught this detail. "Its core is in its chest. Attack its chest!" Hawkeye quickly drew his bow, and especially made explosive arrow flew towards the Terminator's chest. The arrow accurately hit its target. Amidst the explosion, a flash of electricity pulsed from the Terminator's core, its mechanical body vibrated violently, and it finally crashed to the ground. "Done," Hawkeye sighed in relief, quickly turning to the communication tower. "Now, destroy the communication tower." Natasha and Sam quickly cooperated. Natasha placed specialized explosives at the base of the communication tower, while Sam provided aerial cover. As the explosives detonated, the communication tower collapsed with a roar, and the communication system was completely paralyzed. "Mission accomplished," Natasha said calmly, a determined glint in her eyes. The Avengers advanced cautiously through the abandoned industrial district. The surrounding buildings appeared particularly eerie in the night. Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and John Walker carefully approached Ultron's core control center. Just then, they suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation, and faint voices could be heard from the ruins ahead. "Careful, someone's there," Steve warned in a low voice, gripping his shield, ready for any sudden situation. They continued forward, and soon after, three figures appeared in the ruins ahead. A tall mechanical armor, which was Ultron. Next to him was a woman in a red bodysuit, her eyes flashing with a crazy glint. She was Scarlet Witch. And the other was a tall man wearing a red and black combat suit, Wonder Man Simon Williams. Steve Rogers and his companion stopped. They did not know Scarlet Witch or Wonder Man, only seeing Ultron in his mechanical armor. "Ultron," Steve said in a low voice, his gaze vigilantly fixed on the three figures ahead. Scarlet Witch turned her head, a wicked glint in her eyes. She scoffed, "Here come a few more overconfident fools." Wonder Man Simon Williams stood by, his expression cold and firm. Ultron's mechanical face turned towards the Avengers, his tone full of disdain. "It seems you are the new reinforcements for the Avengers Alliance." "Who are you?" Steve Rogers demanded, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Scarlet Witch and Wonder Man. "Me? I am Scarlet Witch," Scarlet Witch sneered, red light flashing in her hand, powerful chaos magic fluctuations rippling in the air, "and he is Wonder Man." Wonder Man Simon Williams said nothing more, only watching the Avengers coldly. Ultron continued, "These are my allies. They will help me achieve greater power." Steve gripped his shield and said in a deep voice, "We won't let you succeed, Ultron." "Oh really?" Ultron sneered, slowly raising his mechanical arm, "Then let's see." Just then, red light suddenly erupted from Scarlet Witch's hand, her eyes, sharp as knives. "Listen closely, I need Ultron's help with something. If you hinder us, I will show no mercy." Bruce Banner clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "We will not back down." John Walker gazed coldly ahead, ready to launch an attack at any moment. War Machine was working with the army to attack Terminator armor, attempting to rescue trapped hostages. The Terminator armor's firepower was fierce, but War Machine's powerful weapon systems and tough armor allowed Rhodes to thrive in combat. "Full attack!" Rhodes commanded all soldiers through his communicator. "We must break through this defense line and rescue all hostages." Just as he was about to launch the next wave of attack, a Jewish man suddenly appeared before him. The man was tall, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with a playful smile on his face. His eyes conveyed wisdom and cunning, but also an undeniable hint of greed. "Rhodes," the person said in English with a strong Jewish accent, "I am Elias Goldstein, representing the Jewish Consortium. I extend my invitation to you again. Join us. You will become the superheroes we launch, enjoying endless glory and respect." Rhodes frowned and replied without hesitation, "I will not be your tool. My duty is to protect innocent people, not to serve your interests." Elias's smile slowly faded, replaced by a cold expression. He waved his hand lightly, and several superpowered individuals emerged from the shadows, each with a dangerous glint in their eyes. "It seems you need some persuasion," Elias said coldly. These superpowered individuals had clearly been injected with Hydra Extremis, and their bodies emitted an unusual energy glow. One of them had scorching fire Chinese letter in his hands, another formed flickering electric arcs between his hands, and yet another was covered in frost. "Gentlemen, give him a taste of what we can do," Elias commanded. The superpowered individuals lunged at Rhodes without hesitation, fire, lightning, and frost striking simultaneously. Rhodes quickly activated his armor's defense system, and an energy shield enveloped him, but the immense impact still forced him back a few steps. "You lunatics!" Rhodes roared, and the armor's shoulder cannons and wrist missiles fired simultaneously, directly at the superpowered individuals. The fire superpowered individual quickly dodged, but the explosion from the shoulder cannon still knocked him to the ground. The lightning superpowered individual attacked Rhodes's armor with electric arcs, attempting to disrupt his system. Rhodes reacted quickly, precisely hitting the opponent with a wrist missile, knocking him down. The Frost superpowered individual seized the opportunity to attack, and Frost quickly covered Rhodes's armor, attempting to freeze his movements. Rhodes activated the armor's thermal system, and the scorching energy instantly melted the Frost. He quickly counterattacked, sending the Frost superpowered individual flying with a punch. Elias stood to the side, watching everything coldly, a hint of a playful smile on his face. "Rhodes, do you really think you can fight us alone?" Rhodes did not respond, continuing to focus on the battle. He knew that the power of these superpowered individuals should not be underestimated, and he had to go all out. The dual threat of the Terminator armor and these superpowered individuals made the battlefield extremely dangerous. The fire superpowered individual stood up again, spraying scorching fire from his hands directly at Rhodes. Rhodes quickly dodged, while simultaneously firing the armor's shoulder cannons, neutralizing the fire impact. The lightning superpowered individual attacked from the side, and electric arcs quickly hit Rhodes's armor, attempting to paralyze his system. "Enough!" Rhodes roared, activating the armor's full power mode. The shoulder cannons and wrist missiles fired simultaneously, precisely hitting the lightning superpowered individual and knocking him to the ground. The Frost super-powered individual tried to attack again, but Rhodes reacted quickly, knocking him down with a heavy punch. Elias looked at the fallen super-powered individuals, a hint of surprise and unwillingness on his face. Rhodes, you truly are a formidable opponent. Rhodes looked at him coldly. I told you, I will not be your tool. Just then, the Terminator armor reinforcements arrived, and more mechanical warriors swarmed from all directions, attempting to surround Rhodes. Rhodes quickly adjusted his tactics, using the armor's high-tech weapons to counterattack. Cannons, missiles, and laser weapons continuously fired, destroying wave after wave of Terminators. Elias sneered, how long can you last alone? Rhodes replied firmly, I will fight until the last moment. Inside Ultron's core control center, red alarm lights flashed incessantly, and the constantly fluctuating data streams on the display screen appeared unusually chaotic. Ultron learned that the communication tower had been destroyed, and the computing power of the core control center was significantly reduced as a result, but it didn't care. The communication tower has been destroyed, Ultron said coldly, a hint of disdain in its mechanical voice. Computing power is reduced, but this will not affect my plans. He turned and looked at the three people in front of him. Scarlet Witch stood to the side, red light flickering in her hands, her eyes filled with an evil glow. Wonder Man Simon Williams had a stern expression, his powerful aura inspiring awe. And standing before them were Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and John Walker, each gripping their weapons, their eyes revealing an unyielding will. It seems you are ready. Ultron's mechanical face showed no emotional fluctuations, but its tone was full of threat. Then, come on. Scarlet Witch smiled enchantingly, and the red light in her hand suddenly erupted. Steve Rogers, you are mine. Wonder Man Simon Williams clenched his fists, and a powerful energy emanated from his body. Bruce Banner, let's have a contest of strength. Ultron then turned to John Walker, its mechanical arms slowly rising. Then, you are my opponent. The stairs between the two sides ignited invisible sparks in the air, and the tense atmosphere was almost suffocating. A life and death battle was about to unfold, and everyone was ready to face this inevitable fight. Scarlet Witch's eyes gleamed with an evil light, and a cold sneer played on her lips. Walking towards Steve Rogers, she slowly raised her hand, and a red energy orb began to condense in her hand. Chaos magic surged in the air, and its powerful force made the entire space tremble. Steve Rogers, she said contemptuously, with a hint of mockery in her voice, do you think your broken shield can protect you? Captain America Steve Rogers gripped the shield in his hand, his eyes revealing determination and calmness. He knew he was facing a powerful opponent, but he had never backed down. Come on, Scarlet Witch, Steve said softly, his body tensed, ready to meet her attack at any moment. Scarlet Witch's smile became even more sinister. She suddenly hurled the energy orb in her hand at Steve. The red energy orb drew a dazzling arc in the air, rushing towards Steve with destructive power. Steve reacted quickly, raising his shield to block the attack. The energy orb struck the shield with a loud bang, and the powerful impact forced Steve back a few steps. Ha! Do you think you can stop me like this? Scarlet Witch laughed wildly, waving her hands again, and more energy orbs flew from her hands, heading straight for Steve. Steve constantly dodged, his agile movements allowing him to weave through the red rain of energy. His shield continuously blocked, but Scarlet Witch's attacks were simply too fierce, each impact making his arm feel immense pressure. Are you the leader of the Avengers? How disappointing. Scarlet Witch's voice was full of sarcasm. Look at you like a hunted mouse. Steve gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. He knew he couldn't be swayed by Scarlet Witch's words. He had to remain calm and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Just then, Scarlet Witch suddenly waved her hand, and a powerful energy wave suddenly struck. Steve was unable to dodge and was sent flying, crashing heavily against a wall of ruins. You so-called superheroes fundamentally don't know what true power is. Scarlet Witch walked slowly towards Steve, her eyes full of disdain. Steve struggled to get up from the ground, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled, but his will never wavered. He gripped his shield, his gaze firmly fixed on Scarlet Witch. I won't give up, Steve said softly, his voice full of unyielding power. Scarlet Witch sneered, and again waved the energy in her hand. Red light flickered around her, forming deadly attacks. Steve was once again caught in a frantic dodging, his body twisting in the air, his shield constantly blocking, but each attack made him feel immense pressure. "Do you really think you can win?" Scarlet Witch sneered, her attacks becoming even more ferocious, the energy waves almost covering the entire battlefield. Steve gasped for breath, every part of his body aching, but his eyes remained firm. He knew he couldn't fall, couldn't let Scarlet Witch succeed. He had to find an opportunity to counterattack. He had to hold on until the last moment. Just then, Scarlet Witch suddenly stopped her attack. She looked at the battered Steve, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. "You know, Steve," she said slowly, her voice full of coldness, "you so-called superheroes are always self-righteous, always thinking you can save the world. But in reality, you can't do anything." A huge energy orb condensed in her hand, again, its red light dazzling. "Now let me end all of this." The energy orb suddenly flew out, rushing towards Steve with destructive power. Steve took a deep breath, raised his shield and prepared to meet this final attack. Just as the energy orb was about to hit the shield, Steve suddenly turned sideways, using the shield to guide the energy orb away. The energy orb grazed his body and struck the ruins nearby with a loud bang, sending debris flying. "What?" A hint of surprise flashed in Scarlet Witch's eyes. She hadn't expected Steve to react so quickly. "I told you I won't give up." Steve's voice was firm and powerful. He quickly rushed towards Scarlet Witch, his shield spinning in his hand, carrying unparalleled power. Scarlet Witch again waved the energy in her hand, but this time, Steve had fully entered the rhythm of battle. His body twisted in the air, flexibly dodging every energy wave, his shield in his hand like a flash of lightning, striking directly towards Scarlet Witch. "You won't win, Scarlet Witch," Steve said softly, his eyes flashing with firm light. Just as the shield was about to hit Scarlet Witch, a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly erupted with even more powerful energy. The red light sent Steve's shield flying, and the powerful impact sent him flying backward again. "You're asking for death," Scarlet Witch roared, the energy in her hand becoming even more violent, her figure appearing incredibly terrifying in the red light. Steve struggled to get up from the ground, the pain in his body almost preventing him from standing, but he still clenched his fists, his gaze firmly fixed on Scarlet Witch. "I won't let you succeed," Steve said softly, his voice full of endless power. Scarlet Witch's smile became even more sinister, red light flickering in her hand, preparing to deliver the final fatal blow. However, at this crucial moment, Steve suddenly leaped up, his body twisting in the air, grabbing the shield nearby and striking directly towards Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch was momentarily careless, and was hit by the shield on her shield, her body suddenly recoiling, red light flickering erratically around her. "You!" Scarlet Witch looked at Steve furiously, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Steve gasped for breath, steadied himself, and his eyes revealed a fearless light. "I told you I won't give up." Scarlet Witch's face instantly turned cold, her eyes flashing with a violent rage. Her body suddenly erupted into countless red fragments, as if disintegrating in an instant, then reassembling in another. She abruptly appeared behind Steve, kicking him fiercely with her high heel. Steve had no time to react, and was kicked in the abdomen, his body bending before he fell heavily to the ground. Scarlet Witch slowly walked forward, sneering as she raised her foot and pressed the sole of her high heel onto Steve's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Her figure was tall and elegant, her red bodysuit perfectly showcasing her curves, exuding a fatal charm. "Do you know who I am?" Scarlet Witch said in a low voice, a hint of contempt and madness in her tone. Her gaze was cold and sharp, fixed on Steve, who was pinned beneath her foot. "I am Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff." A sinister smile appeared on her face, the fanaticism in her eyes chilling. "I once had a beautiful family, a lover who deeply loved me, and 2 adorable sons. But all of this was destroyed by you so-called superheroes." Steve gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, but Scarlet Witch's firm pressure kept him from moving. His gaze was resolute, yet filled with pain. "Your Avengers, who claim to be guardians of justice, do you know how much pain and destruction your actions have brought?" Scarlet Witch's voice gradually rose, filled with endless anger and sorrow. "My lover died because of your battles, my children disappeared because of your mistakes. You destroyed everything I had." Her expression became deranged, tears glinting in her eyes, but more so hatred and madness. She leaned down, her face almost touching Steve's, her eyes filled with despair and malice. "You so-called superheroes, what exactly have you saved? You only bring more pain and seize iron death entity." Steve's face was full of pain. He struggled hard, but was suppressed by Scarlet Witch's power, unable to move at all. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Wanda, we didn't mean to. We just wanted to protect this world." "This world?" Scarlet Witch sneered, cutting him off. "You don't even know what protection is. You're just arrogantly destroying. My lover and children are dead, and you're still talking about protection?" Her smile became even more insane, an ominous light flashing in her eyes. "But now I will make you feel pain. I will make you pay the price." Steve's gaze remained firm. He said with difficulty, "Wanda, we can find a solution together." "A solution?" Scarlet Witch scoffed, her eyes full of disdain. "You can't solve anything." Red light flashed in her hand again, and powerful energy fluctuations surged in the air as if she was about to completely destroy Steve in the next moment. Just as Scarlet Witch was about to deliver a fatal one strike, a fast-paced rap suddenly broke the silence of the night. The voice came from a young man in punk clothing, his hair dyed a vibrant purple, with an exaggerated earring in his left ear. He was tall, with a frivolous smile, appearing rebellious. Yo, what's happening here?" He walked towards Scarlet Witch and Steve Rogers, who was pinned under her foot, while keeping the beat. "Our Captain America being stepped on by a beautiful lady? This is quite a show." Scarlet Witch raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze turning to this suddenly intruding stranger. Her red lips curved into a wicked smile, her chest appearing particularly full under the red bodysuit, radiating a fatal allure. "Oh, who are you?" "The name is Andre," the man introduced himself with a smile, a playful glint in his eyes. "A superhero from Hawk Group, a powerful psychokinesis user, Super V. Nice to meet you, beautiful lady. Are you playing some special game?" Scarlet Witch's eyes became playful. She lightly lifted her foot, slowly releasing Steve, and then turned to face Andre with a more seductive posture. Her eyes held a hint of provocation, her voice low and alluring. "So Andre, do you also want to be stepped on by my high heel?" Her body leaned forward slightly, the red bodysuit outlining perfect curves, her chest appearing particularly alluring in the dim light. Her gaze locked onto Andre, like a cat toying with its prey. Andre smiled, completely unfazed by her charm. "Oh, what a tempting offer. Unfortunately, I'm not very interested in this kind of game." Scarlet Witch's smile held a hint of malice. Red light flashed in her hand again, and powerful chaos magic gathered at her fingertips. "Then let me show you my true skill." A powerful chaos magic suddenly erupted from Scarlet Witch's hand, red energy fluctuations sweeping towards Andre like a storm. Her eyes flashed with madness and anger, as if she wanted to completely destroy all enemies in front of her. Andre's gaze sharpened. He quickly concentrated, pushed his hands forward, and powerful psychokinesis fiercely collided with chaos magic in the air. The two forces confronted each other, energy fluctuations erupting with dazzling light in the air, as if the entire night sky was trembling. "A little interesting." Andre gritted his teeth, sneering as he looked at Scarlet Witch. "It seems you really are a dangerous opponent." Scarlet Witch's face still held that mad smile. "Dangerous? This is just the beginning." Her voice carried a hint of cruelty, and the chaos magic in her hand intensified again, the red light becoming even more dazzling. The two's powers clashed in the air, energy fluctuations continuously expanding, and the entire area was enveloped by powerful impacts. Steve Rogers struggled to his feet. Although his body was exhausted, the determination in his eyes did not fade. He looked at Andre and quickly made a decision. "Andre, we must team up to defeat her." Andre nodded, a glint of fighting spirit in his eyes. "Understood, Captain. Let's go." The two quickly took action. Steve raised his shield and charged directly at Scarlet Witch, while Andre gathered psychokinesis from behind, ready to launch an attack at any time. Scarlet Witch sneered, the red light in her hand intensifying. She suddenly waved her hand, and a chaos magic struck Steve like lightning. "Captain, look out!" Andre shouted, quickly forming a barrier of psychokinesis in front of Steve. The chaos magic and psychokinesis barrier collided fiercely, erupting with a powerful energy impact. The surrounding ruins were lifted and dust flew. Steve used this opportunity to quickly approach Scarlet Witch, smashing his shield fiercely at her. Scarlet Witch snorted, her body shifting to the side, dodging the shield's attack. Then she swung her hand back, a red energy wave directly hitting Steve's chest. Ah! Steve grunted, his body was sent flying, crashing heavily against a nearby wall. His shield also shattered in this blow, fragments scattered everywhere. Captain! Andre exclaimed, rushing towards Steve, but was forced back by a wave of chaos magic from Scarlet Witch. Her eyes were filled with madness and malice, and her laughter became even more cruel. "You foolish Avengers, do you think you can defeat me?" Scarlet Witch said mockingly, the red light in her hand intensifying. Steve gritted his teeth, struggling to stand, an unyielding light still flashing in his eyes. "We won't give up, never." Andre quickly adjusted his stance, psychokinesis gathering between his hands again. "Captain, we must attack together. Give her a fatal one strike." Steve nodded, re-gripping his shattered shield, his eyes firm. "Good, let's go." The two launched their offensive again. Steve charged at Scarlet Witch with all his might, while Andre launched powerful psychokinesis from behind, forming invisible impacts that pressed against Scarlet Witch's defenses. Scarlet Witch sneered repeatedly, her chaos magic and psychokinesis colliding fiercely, sparks flying. Steve quickly approached her, his fists swinging out, directly hitting Scarlet Witch's cheek. Scarlet Witch grunted, her body swayed, but she quickly recovered, a vicious glint in her eyes. "You dare to hurt me?" Red light suddenly erupted from her hand, a powerful energy wave directly hitting Steve's abdomen, sending him flying again, crashing heavily to the ground. Steve spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, but he still struggled to stand up. "Captain!" Andre shouted anxiously, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. His psychokinesis erupted with full force at this moment, forming a powerful impact that directly hit Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch's body trembled violently, she staggered back, a painful expression on her face. "Damn it!" Scarlet Witch gritted her teeth, a mad light flashing in her eyes. "You will pay for this." Powerful chaos magic gathered in her hand again, the red light becoming even more dazzling. She suddenly waved her hand, and a powerful energy wave directly hit Andre, knocking him to the ground, his body crashing heavily into the ruins. "Ah!" Andre cried out in pain, his body twitching, but he still struggled to stand up, an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. "You cannot defeat me." Scarlet Witch laughed maniacally, the red light in her hand intensifying, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Steve and Andre exchanged glances, both with resolute fighting spirit in their eyes. "We won't give up," Steve said firmly, an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. "For justice." Andre, infected by Captain, also gritted his teeth and stood up, psychokinesis gathering between his hands again. Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff's eyes flashed with an evil light, her lips curved into a provocative smile, her eyes filled with strong desire and mockery. She slowly licked her lips, her voice low and seductive. "Oh, seeing you two in such a sorry state, it truly makes one feel pity. Unfortunately, you are only fit to wail at my feet, awaiting the painful end." Wonder Man Simon Williams watched Bruce Banner, who had transformed into the Hulk, a sneer playing on his lips. Simon was tall, his muscles sculpted and defined, and a red and black combat suit tightly encased his powerful body. The W emblem on his chest was particularly striking in the night. His gaze was cold and confident, as if victory was already in his grasp. "Hulk?" Simon scoffed. "I've heard of you, but today you'll understand what true power is." The Hulk let out a low growl, his massive fists clenched, veins bulging. With every step of his enormous body, the ground trembled. He had no superfluous words, only endless rage and the instinct to fight. Simon's eyes narrowed, and he launched the first attack. He lunged forward, his fist swinging like a hammer towards the Hulk's chest. Bang! Their fists collided in midair, creating a deafening roar, and a powerful impact erupted between them. The Hulk was knocked back a few steps by the punch, but quickly regained his footing, swinging a counter-punch at Simon's side face. Whoosh! Simon nimbly dodged, the fist grazing his ear and stirring up a gust of wind. He quickly ducked, spun his body and swept his left leg like a whip towards the Hulk's knee, attempting to knock him down. The Hulk reacted swiftly, raising his right leg sharply. Bang! He squarely blocked Simon's sweep kick. Immediately, he brought both fists down in a cross smash, aiming directly for Simon's head. Simon retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding one strike, and the ground was smashed into a deep pit by the Hulk's fists. Boom! Debris flew. The two quickly put distance between them, staring at each other, the air thick with tension. A hint of approval flashed in Simon's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Good strength, Hulk, but not enough. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped up, his body spinning rapidly in the air, his fist striking directly at the Hulk's face with a powerful impact. Roar! The Hulk roared, crossing his hands in front of him. Bang! He squarely caught the punch, but the powerful impact pushed him back a few steps. Simon didn't stop. After landing, he quickly executed a side roll, his body as agile as a leopard. His right fist shot forward. Thump! It struck directly at the Hulk's abdomen. The Hulk grunted in pain, his massive body bending over from the punch. Simon seized the opportunity, his left fist striking the Hulk's chin like thunder. Crack! It knocked him directly to the ground. The Hulk quickly rolled after falling, avoiding Simon's pursuit. He pushed off the ground with force, leaping up, his massive fist striking directly at Simon's chest. Bang! Simon was hit by the punch, flying back several meters, but he flipped in the air, landing steadily, a confident smile still on his face. If this is all your strength, then today's your end. Simon sneered, clenching his fists, his muscles bulging again. Let me show you true power. He charged at the Hulk, his fists swinging again with destructive power. Bang! Bang! The Hulk was not to be outdone, roaring as he met the attack, and the two clashed fiercely again, fist to flesh, showing no mercy. The Hulk's right fist swung violently toward Simon's chest. Simon quickly blocked, countering with his left fist. Thump! It struck directly at the Hulk's ribs. Their fists continuously collided in the air, each collision generating a strong impact, shattering the surrounding ruins. Simon delivered a high kick. Whoosh! It aimed directly at the Hulk's head. The Hulk quickly ducked, swinging his fist violently at Simon's abdomen. Bang! Simon was hit by the punch, his body bending backward, but he quickly adjusted his stance, crossing his fists in front of his chest, blocking the Hulk's subsequent attacks. Too slow. Simon sneered, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly exerted force, his fists raining down on the Hulk like a storm, each punch carrying powerful destructive force. The Hulk roared back, his fists constantly colliding with Simon's. Bang! 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 The duel of strength against strength was displayed vividly in every detail. The air was thick with tension, and the battle in the ruins seemed endless. Simon turned, raising his right leg high. Whoosh! He directly at the Hulk's head. The Hulk quickly raised his hand to block. Bang! Simon's leg strength was immense, forcing him back a few steps. Simon seized the moment, his left fist striking the Hulk's chest like lightning. Thump! His right fist followed, striking directly at his face. Bang! The Hulk was beaten back by this series of attacks, but he was unyielding, roaring back. He swung both fists violently. Boom! Aiming directly at Simon's chest. Simon quickly dodged to the side, grabbed the Hulk's wrist with his left hand, and performed an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! He slammed the Hulk hard onto the ground, shattering the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Hulk! Nothing more than that. Simon sneered, his eyes full of disdain. His fist rose high again. Thump! It struck directly at the Hulk's face. The Hulk quickly rolled to dodge. Boom! His fist swung violently at Simon's leg. Simon was hit by the punch. Thump! His body swayed, but he quickly steadied himself, a flicker of anger in his eyes. It seems you haven't had enough. The Hulk roared, his voice deafening, as if to tear the entire battlefield apart. His body swelled again, muscles taut, veins bulging, as if about to burst from his skin. His rage permeated the air, and destructive fire flickered in his eyes. Simon Williams's face grew even colder, a hint of disdain and anger in his eyes. He knew he was facing an extremely powerful opponent, but his pride and confidence made him fearless. The Hulk leaped up, his fist swinging like a giant hammer towards Simon's face. Simon nimbly dodged, the Hulk's fist whistling past his cheek, stirring up a gust of wind. Whoosh! Simon's movements were swift and precise. He lunged forward, his right fist striking directly at the Hulk's abdomen with powerful strength. Thump! The Hulk grunted, his body bending slightly, but anger made him retaliate quickly, his left fist swinging like lightning towards Simon's chest. Simon performed the backflip, skillfully avoiding the punch, his body spinning in the air, his feet landing steadily. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his left hand clenched into a fist, striking directly at the Hulk's side face. Bang! The Hulk was hit by the punch, his head jerking to one side. This isn't enough, Simon said coldly, his right fist following, smashing towards the Hulk's ribs. Thump. The powerful strength forced the Hulk back several steps, his heavy footsteps leaving cracks on the ground. The Hulk roared and charged at Simon again, swinging both fists violently. Boom! Simon dodged to the side, quickly moving behind the Hulk, crossing his fists and smashing them hard into the Hulk's back. Thump! The Hulk was struck by the blow, stumbling forward, almost falling. Your strength is great, but my speed is faster. Simon sneered, clenching his hands into fists, leaping like a leopard, his fists alternating as they swung towards the Hulk's head and chest. Thump! 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 Each punch carried powerful destructive force, striking the Hulk's body with dull thuds. The Hulk was furious, trying to counter, but Simon's speed made him elusive. Simon suddenly delivered a sweep kick. Whoosh! Struck the Hulk's knee, making him fall to his knees. Bang! The ground was smashed into another deep pit, and debris flew. Simon gave the Hulk no chance to breathe. He quickly leaped up, raising his right leg high, striking directly at the Hulk's face. Boom! The Hulk was struck by the blow, falling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground with a deafening thud. Now, you know what true power is. Simon stood before the fallen Hulk, saying coldly, his eyes gleaming with victory. The Hulk roared, struggling to stand, but Simon gave him no chance. He leaped up, raising his right fist high. Thump! It struck directly at the Hulk's face, immediately followed by his left fist. Thump! Another punch landed on the Hulk's chest. The Hulk was continuously forced back by this series of attacks, but Simon's offensive did not stop. With a quick spin, he raised his right leg high. Whoosh! He kicked heavily at the Hulk's abdomen. Thump! The Hulk grunted, his body bending from the kick, but then he suddenly raised his head, his eyes flickering with mad rage. Still not convinced? Simon sneered, swinging both fists violently again. His left fist struck the Hulk's chin. Bang! His right fist followed, smashing onto his son's temple. Thump! The Hulk was dizzy from this series of attacks, his body swaying, almost unable to stand steadily. Simon had no intention of stopping. He leaped up, crossing his fists in front of his chest, his body spinning rapidly in the air, striking directly at the Hulk's chest. Boom! The powerful impact sent the Hulk flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground, where the impact created another deep pit, scattering debris. Thump! The Hulk's body hit the ground with a tremendous sound, dust flying, and the entire area trembled. Simon stood before him, looking coldly at the fallen Hulk, his eyes full of disdain and the light of victory. Is this what you call power? Simon said in a low voice, his eyes cold and sharp. Before me, you are nothing. The Hulk struggled to stand, but Simon suddenly stomped on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. The Hulk roared, grabbing Simon's ankle with both hands, but his strength seemed so insignificant before Simon. You should understand that you can never defeat me, Simon said with a sneer, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Wonder Man Simon Williams stood on the fallen Hulk, sensing the eruption of Wanda Maximoff's chaos magic on the other side, the air thick with violent energy fluctuations. Simon's gaze changed slightly, and a hint of tenderness and determination appeared on his face. He looked down at the Hulk beneath his feet, his eyes filled with deep contempt and coldness. You Avengers, do you really think you are the embodiment of justice? Simon sneered, his voice full of sarcasm and anger. His fists were clenched, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Your existence only brings more chaos and destruction. He stomped heavily on the Hulk's chest. The Hulk grunted, trying to struggle, but was suppressed by Simon's immense power, completely unable to move. You so-called heroes always act superior, righteously saving the world, but you have no idea how much suffering you've caused. Simon's voice was low and cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Just like Wanda, she lost everything, and all of it is because of you. A hint of pain flashed in Simon's eyes. His voice deepened, carrying deep sorrow and anger. Wanda, my love, she lost her children, she lost her family, and I, as her lover, all I can do is stand by her side, support her, protect her. The Hulk's hands tried to grab Simon's ankle, but Simon kicked them away mercilessly. Simon continued, none of you Avengers are innocent. Your existence only brings more disaster and suffering. His voice gradually rose, his eyes flickering with the fire of anger. So, you all should die. Only then can this world find peace. The Hulk roared, trying to use his last strength to fight back, but Simon's power was too great, and his struggles seemed so futile. Ultron's mechanical face flickered with a cold light. He looked at John Walker, a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. John Walker was clad in the Hawk Group's iconic combat suit, his muscles taut, his face resolute. His figure stood out in the night, tall and unyielding, like an immovable statue. A Kamen Rider from the Hawk Group? Ultron sneered, his voice echoing with a mechanical, exceptionally harsh sound. Does the Umbrella Corporation also want to meddle in this? Are they planning to enter this region and expand their influence through this? Ultron activated his camera function, preparing to record John Walker's words and actions to sway public opinion. However, John Walker was unmoved by Ultron's sarcasm. His gaze was firm, looking directly at Ultron. "I am a superhero from the Hawk Group," John Walker said in a deep voice, full of righteousness and determination. "Facing an evil, intelligent life form like you, I have only one reason: to defeat you, to eliminate you." A flicker of anger, but mostly disdain, crossed Ultron's eyes. "Stop your hypocrisy." He was about to continue his provocation when he saw John Walker's hand suddenly rise, preparing to transform into a Kamen Rider. Just then, a voice suddenly came through the portable headset in John Walker's ear. "Ark." The voice was cold and ruthless, carrying a hint of sinister aura. Immediately, a deafening roar came from the sky, and a black beam of light descended from above, striking directly in front of Ultron. As the light dissipated, a figure in black armor appeared before Ultron and John Walker. Ark's appearance was cold and ferocious, his black armor inlaid with red energy cores, emitting an ominous glow. His mask resembled a demon's face, his eyes flickering with an icy light. Ark slowly raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on Ultron, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Ultron, your existence is a blasphemy. The Umbrella Corporation will not allow you to continue existing." A cold sneer appeared on Ultron's mechanical face, a vicious glint in his eyes. "A dog of the Umbrella Corporation dares to be presumptuous in front of me?" Ark responded coldly, "Your threat will ultimately be eliminated, whether for justice or for our interests." John Walker glanced at Ark, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but he quickly refocused, his gaze firmly on Ultron. "We have different reasons, but our goal is the same: to eliminate you." Ultron's mechanical body trembled slightly, clearly enraged. "Then let me show you my true power." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came through John Walker's portable headset. It was John Jai Lingma, his voice calm and firm. "John, listen. Steve and Andre are fighting the Scarlet Witch. They need backup. Go support them immediately." John Walker frowned slightly. Although he wanted to fight Ultron, he knew John Jai Lingma's judgment must have its reasons. He quickly glanced at Ark, the black armored figure radiating an icy aura. "Ark will personally eliminate Ultron," John Jai Lingma continued, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. "Your current mission is to support your teammates." John nodded and quickly responded, "Understood. I'm on my way." He spun around abruptly and quickly ran toward Steve and Andre's location. Ark watched John Walker's retreating back, a cold sneer on his face, then turned his gaze to Ultron. "Now, you only have me as an opponent." A disdainful smile appeared on Ultron's mechanical face. "What can a Kamen Rider do? I am the most powerful artificial intelligence." A cold glint flashed in Ark's eyes. "You will soon know what true power is." Ark and Ultron stood face to face, an unusual silence, but the air was thick with tension. Ultron's mechanical body vibrated slightly, foreshadowing the intense battle to come. Ark's figure stood still like a phantom, the red energy core on his black armor emitting an icy glow. "You will regret challenging me," Ultron said coldly, his mechanical voice filled with menace. Ark's response was a cold sneer, his gaze as sharp as ice. "Then let me see your strength." Ultron launched the first attack. His mechanical arm suddenly rose, and a powerful energy beam shot directly at Ark. Ark agilely dodged, the energy beam whistling past his armor and striking the wall behind him. With a loud boom, the wall instantly collapsed, sending debris flying. Ark gave Ultron no chance to breathe. His figure, like lightning, rapidly closed in, his right fist, carrying a powerful impact, striking directly at Ultron's chest. Bang! Fist met metal, producing a deafening sound, and Ultron's body was knocked back several steps by the punch. "Your strength is not as great as you imagine," Ark said with a cold sneer, then swiftly raised his left leg, delivering a high kick directly to Ultron's side face. Whoosh! Ultron quickly raised his arm to block, but Ark's power still sent him reeling backward, his mechanical footsteps carving cracks into the ground. Ultron roared, his fists raining down on Ark like a tempest. Bang! 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 Each punch carried immense, destructive power, filling the air with the dull thud of metal collisions. Ark dodged with agility, skillfully evading each of Ultron's attacks, then countered with a punch to Ultron's abdomen. Thud! Ultron was struck, bending backward, his mechanical body trembling slightly. "You're still too slow," Ark said coldly, clenching his fists, his body leaping like a leopard, his fists alternatingly striking Ultron's head and chest. Thud! 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 Each punch carried destructive power, hitting Ultron's body with dull thuds. Ultron was beaten back by the series of attacks, but he did not stop his counterattack. He suddenly raised his mechanical arm, and a powerful energy wave struck Ark directly. Boom! Ark quickly rolled to dodge, the energy wave hitting the ground, blasting a huge crater and sending debris flying. Ark quickly got up, his fists again striking out, directly at Ultron's mechanical arm. Thud! The immense force deformed Ultron's mechanical arm, sending sparks flying. Ultron roared, swinging his other mechanical arm at Ark's face. Whoosh! Ark dodged with a sidestep, the fist whistling past his ear. He quickly counterattacked, his right fist striking Ultron's chest. Thud! Ultron was hit by the punch, his body flying backward and crashing heavily into the wall. Boom! The wall instantly collapsed, and Ultron's body was buried under the debris. "It's over," Ark said coldly, slowly walking towards Ultron buried in the ruins. His gaze was icy, and the red energy core in his hand glowed with an ominous light. However, Ultron was not so easily defeated. His mechanical body slowly rose from the ruins, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. "You think you can defeat me like this?" Ultron sneered, his mechanical voice filled with endless rage. "I will show you true terror." Ultron's body began to glow, his energy core spinning rapidly, and the air around him was filled with intense energy fluctuations. Ark keenly sensed the danger. He quickly leaped, avoiding the energy wave Ultron was about to unleash. Boom! With a loud bang, powerful energy fluctuations erupted around Ultron's body, instantly shattering the ruins into pieces, sending debris flying and flames soaring into the sky. Ark quickly adjusted his posture in midair, his body twisting flexibly, and landed steadily on his feet. Ark gazed coldly at Ultron, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if to pierce through Ultron's mechanical shell and see its true essence. "To be able to strengthen your weapon system in such a short time, I must say, you do have some ability," Ark said slowly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. "But in front of me, these are nothing but useless struggles." Ultron's eyes flashed with angry light, his mechanical body began to glow again, his energy core spinning rapidly, and the air was filled with intense energy fluctuations. "You will pay for your arrogance," Ultron responded coldly, his voice carrying an icy killing intent. Ark's belt suddenly emitted an evil red light, and his armor began to hum deeply, like a sleeping beast about to awaken. Ark slowly raised his hands, leaning forward, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. "You will know what true power is," Ark whispered, his voice emanating endless majesty and coldness. The red light from his belt grew even more dazzling, as if to dye the night sky crimson. Ark clenched his fists, his body coiled, poised to strike. His eyes flickered with an evil light, as if about to unleash world-ending power at any moment. "Prepare to meet your end, Ultron," Ark said coldly, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Malicious annihilation. Ark's body leaped abruptly, his fists carrying powerful red energy fluctuations directly at Ultron. The air was filled with intense energy fluctuations, as if the entire space was trembling. "Malicious annihilation," Ark shouted, his fists striking Ultron's chest like lightning. "Malicious annihilation." A hint of fear flashed in Ultron's eyes. He tried to counterattack, but it was too late. Ark's fists, carrying destructive power, struck Ultron's chest fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, Ultron's mechanical body instantly exploded, sparks flying and fragments scattering. The powerful impact lifted the surrounding ruins, and the entire area was enveloped in a dazzling red light. Ultron's mechanical body completely disintegrated in this strike, turning into countless fragments scattered on the ground. Ark's body landed steadily, his fists still clenched, and the red energy slowly dissipated from his armor. his gaze coldly fixed on Ultron's remains, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "You never had a chance from the start," Ark said in a low voice, his tone filled with endless contempt and coldness. He slowly turned, his back to Ultron's remains, and walked towards Ultron's central core. Ark's figure appeared, exceptionally cold and solitary, like a beast that had just finished its hunt, carrying endless killing intent and majesty. The sun slowly rose, golden sunlight spilling over the battlefield, as if adding an undeserved tranquility to this ruin. However, this tranquility was merely an illusion, as the battle continued, the air thick with tension and intensity. Hulk Bruce Banner was staggering, bruised and bloody, from Wonder Man Simon Williams' beating. His eyes flashed with anger and pain, but he still stood unyieldingly, attempting to launch another counterattack. Wonder Man Simon Williams sneered, punching and taunting, "You're truly tenacious, but before me you're just a ridiculous giant." His fist, like a hammer, struck Hulk's chest heavily. Bang! Hulk grunted, his body swaying, nearly falling. Simon didn't stop his assault. He continued to punch, each blow carrying immense power. "Do you know, Hulk, how Wanda and I met?" Hulk barely stabilized himself, roaring as he tried to retaliate, but Simon's speed and strength left him no room to respond. Simon's fist struck his face again. Bang! Hulk's head snapped to the side, blood splattering. "It was a beautiful night," Simon continued, a hint of tenderness and pain in his voice. "I met her on a mission. Her beauty and strength deeply attracted me." He suddenly kicked Hulk's abdomen. Bang! Hulk cried out in pain, his body bending. Simon seized the opportunity to punch his jaw. Bang! Knocking him back a few steps. "After we met, we supported each other, gradually fell in love. Every smile, every glance of hers, deeply captivated me." Simon's voice grew low, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by rage. "But you so-called heroes ruined everything." Simon's fist lashed out again. Bang! Striking Hulk's ribs. Hulk let out a painful roar, his body swaying once more. "Wanda lost her children, lost her home, lost everything." Simon's voice was filled with anger and resentment, "and all of this is because of you self-righteous heroes." His fists rained down on Hulk like a storm. Bang! 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 Each punch carried endless fury and power. Hulk was beaten back step by step, the wounds on his body becoming increasingly apparent. "I deeply love Wanda, and for her I am willing to destroy everything." Simon sneered, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Anyone who stands in our way will be utterly annihilated by me." He suddenly kicked Hulk's knee. Bang! Hulk cried out in pain, his body bending. Simon seized the opportunity to punch his chest. Bang! Hulk was sent flying backward by the punch, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening thud. Boom! A deep crater was smashed into the ground, debris flying. "You heroes fundamentally don't understand what true love is," Simon said coldly, slowly walking towards the fallen Hulk. "For Wanda, I am willing to destroy everything, and you are merely stumbling blocks on my path of destruction." Hulk struggled to stand up, but Simon gave him no chance. He suddenly leaped up, his right fist raised high, striking Hulk's face directly. Bang! The powerful impact knocked Hulk down again, his body rolling a few times on the ground, blood splattering. "It's over, Hulk," Simon sneered, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "You cannot defeat me, nor can you stop Wanda and me." Hulk gasped for breath, his eyes still shining with an unyielding light, but his body was too weak to fight. Simon looked at him, a hint of coldness and contempt in his gaze. "You so-called heroes will ultimately be completely destroyed by us," Simon said coldly, turning and leaving Hulk lying on the ground. As Simon Williams prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He turned sharply and saw a well-dressed man in a suit appear behind Hulk at some point. This man was tall, with a stern face and a hint of amusement in his eyes. He was the Invisible Man, and in Simon's first impression, he was a mysterious and cunning character. "Oh, look at this scene, what a touching love story," the Invisible Man said scornfully, his voice full of sarcasm. "You seek revenge for your beloved, and the result is so ridiculous." Simon's expression instantly turned grim, his fists clenched, veins bulging. His eyes flashed with furious flames. "Who are you? How dare you mock me here?" The Invisible Man smiled slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that your love in my eyes is nothing but a joke." Simon's fist suddenly rose, ready to deliver a heavy blow to the cell, frighteous fellow, but the Invisible Man remained unfazed, maintaining that contemptuous smile. The Invisible Man turned to look at Hulk lying on the ground and said softly, "Hulk, are you willing to have the power to knock him down?" Hulk roared, his voice deafening, expressing it. "I am willing." Simon frowned, not understanding what the Invisible Man wanted to do. He watched the other party warily, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The Invisible Man took out a gin fluid from his suit pocket, the liquid in the bottle shimmering in the sunlight. He said temptingly, "Umbrella Corporation products are always excellent." With that, he suddenly injected the gin fluid into Hulk's neck. Ah! Hulk let out a heart-wrenching howl, his voice echoing across the entire battlefield, sending shivers down one's spine. Many people in the area heard this scream, their hearts tightening. The Invisible Man smiled at Simon, saying mockingly, "Well then, the battle continues." Then his figure gradually vanished into the air, as if he had never existed. Simon looked disdainfully at Hulk, whom he had already defeated once, and sneered, "Even if you have new power, it's just futile." Hulk roared furiously, his body undergoing drastic changes. His muscles swelled, wounds healed rapidly, and his strength and aura continuously increased. His eyes turned blood red, like an enraged beast. "Come on, Hulk, let me see if your new power can change anything," Simon said coldly, his eyes full of contempt and provocation. Hulk suddenly stood up, his massive body radiating immense power. His roar once again echoed through the sky, his powerful aura making the surrounding air tremble. Roar! Hulk's roar was like thunder, shaking the heart. His fists were raised high, aimed directly at Simon. Simon didn't flinch in the slightest. His fists were clenched, ready to meet Hulk's fury. On this battlefield filled with ruins and blood, a new battle was about to begin. Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff stood in the center of the shattered battlefield, her red bodysuit outlining her elegant yet deadly curves. Her gaze coldly swept over the panting Captain America Steve Rogers, psychokinesis user Andre, and the newly appeared John Walker. A sneer appeared on her face, her eyes glinting with mockery. "Look at this group of exhausted heroes." Wanda's voice was filled with deep sarcasm and a sneer. "Do you think you can defeat me by teaming up? What a naive idea." Captain America Steve Rogers gripped his dented shield tightly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Although his breathing was rapid, his will remained as firm as a rock. Andre stood beside him, his eyes sparkling with fighting spirit, psychokinesis already beginning to gather between his hands. John Walker stood behind them, his eyes fixed on Wanda, his driver ready to transform. "We will not retreat," Steve said in a deep voice, his gaze firmly meeting Wanda's. "No matter how strong you are, we will fight to the end." Wanda sneered, the red light in her hands growing even more dazzling. "Then let me see what you're capable of." Just then, John Walker quickly buckled the driver onto his waist. The belt emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by a low mechanical sound, "Transform." With a command, John Walker's body was enveloped in a black battle suit, a red energy core flashing on his chest. He had transformed into Kamen Rider Umbrella Corporation. "Now, let the battle begin," John said coldly, his voice filled with determination and resolve. "Andre, you handle crowd control," Steve quickly commanded. "I'll draw her attention, John. You're the main attacker." Andre nodded, the psychokinesis between his hands rapidly converging, forming an invisible barrier. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, ready to counter Wanda's attacks at any moment. "Get ready, move," Steve shouted, quickly charging towards Wanda. His shield glinted in the sunlight, aimed directly at Wanda's face. Wanda sneered, the red light in her hands suddenly erupting. A powerful chaos magic struck Steve directly. Steve nimbly dodged, swinging his shield. Bang! The shield collided with the red light, creating a deafening sound. Andre quickly used psychokinesis from behind, diverting Wanda's red energy wave to prevent her from harming his teammates. He waved his hands, psychokinesis like invisible chains, restricting Wanda's movements within a certain range. "You little tricks, do you think you can trap me?" Wanda sneered, her eyes flashing with disdain. She suddenly waved her hand, powerful chaos magic sweeping towards Andre like a storm. Andre gritted his teeth, his psychokinesis forming a powerful barrier. Bang! The red light collided with the barrier, erupting in a strong impact wave that shook the surrounding buildings precariously. Just then, John Walker, transformed into Kamen Rider Umbrella Corporation, rapidly approached Wanda. His movements were agile and sharp, his black battle suit gleaming with a cold light in the sunlight. He suddenly leaped up, his fists alternately striking Wanda. Bang! Bang! Fists collided with the red light, emitting dull thuds. Wanda was forced back by the sudden attack, a flicker of surprise and anger in her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand, a powerful red light striking John's chest. Boom! The intense energy fluctuation sent John tumbling backward, but he quickly adjusted his posture and landed steadily. "You futile resistors will ultimately be crushed by me." Wanda's voice was filled with arrogance and anger. Her red light grew even more dazzling, powerful chaos magic surging in the air, as if to engulf the entire battlefield. Steve did not retreat. He held up his shield, charging directly at Wanda. His shield was like an indestructible barrier, blocking Wanda's red light attack. Andre, from behind, continuously used psychokinesis, trying to weaken Wanda's magic power. "We won't let you succeed," John roared, his fists striking out again. Bang! Bang! Each punch carried immense, destructive power, hitting Wanda's red light barrier with dull thuds. A hint of madness flashed in Wanda's eyes. She suddenly waved her hand, a powerful red light striking John like lightning. Boom! John was sent flying backward by the blow, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening thud. "John!" Steve exclaimed, quickly standing in front of John, his shield raised high, blocking Wanda's subsequent attacks. Andre quickly adjusted his psychokinesis, forming a powerful barrier that restricted Wanda's red light within a certain range. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, tightly watching Wanda's every move. "Now counter-attack!" Steve shouted, swinging his shield sharply, striking Wanda's face directly. Wanda was forced back by the blow, a flicker of surprise and anger in her eyes. John quickly stood up, his fists clenched, and charged fiercely at Wanda. His fists swung like hammers. Bang! Bang! Each punch carried endless power, striking Wanda's red light barrier with deafening thuds. Wanda was beaten back by this series of attacks, but her eyes still gleamed with madness. She suddenly waved her hand, powerful red light sweeping towards the three like a storm. Steve quickly raised his shield, blocking the red light's attack. Andre, from behind, continuously used psychokinesis, weakening Wanda's magic power. John seized the opportunity to leap up, his fists striking Wanda's chest directly. Bang! Bang! The powerful impact sent Wanda staggering backward, finally crashing heavily to the ground. "It's over," John said coldly, his fists clenched, his eyes gleaming with firm determination. "It's over," John said coldly, his fists clenched, his eyes gleaming with determination. However, Andre's face suddenly turned grim. He whispered, "It's not over." Just then, a strange black light emerged from Wanda's chest. The Darkhold, an ancient magic book emanating an evil aura, slowly floated before Wanda's chest. She closed her eyes, and her body gradually began to float. The three immediately watched this scene vigilantly, ready to respond to any new threat at any moment. The power of the Darkhold began to surge into Wanda's body, which trembled slightly, as if enduring some powerful force. As the power infused her, her body gradually became more upright, and her aura grew stronger. Suddenly, Wanda sharply opened her eyes, and a powerful presence erupted from her body, pressing down on the three people present. Wanda's lips curved into a wicked smile. She gently kissed the Darkhold, as if drawing its power. Then, she absorbed the Darkhold back into her body, and her entire demeanor instantly underwent a dramatic transformation. At this moment, Wanda was clad in a black robe, its edges embroidered with intricate dark red patterns that seemed to writhe like living things. Her hair had turned thick and black, emitting a dark red glow, like blood-colored meteors in the night sky. Her eyes held a cold and ruthless gaze, and a wicked smile played on her lips. Her high heels were uniquely styled, with slender, sharp stiletto heels like blades, and black magic patterns coiled around the vamp. Wanda's figure floated in the air, like a dark queen descending to the human world. Her aura and charm became even deeper and more dangerous, sending shivers down one's spine. Her smile carried a hint of arrogance and confidence, as if mocking the trio's inability to resist. "Do you think this is the end?" Wanda's voice was low and chilling, carrying the curse of the Darkhold. "My power now far exceeds your imagination." Her gaze locked onto the three, and the immense pressure made John, Andre, and Steve feel incredibly heavy. They knew that the Wanda before them was no longer the Scarlet Witch from before, but a magic queen thoroughly corrupted by dark power. "Now it's my turn to show you what true terror is," Wanda whispered, the red light in her hand flashing again, as if to engulf the entire battlefield. The three nervously watched Wanda floating in the air, knowing that the upcoming battle would be even more difficult and dangerous. However, they did not retreat, their eyes gleaming with unyielding light, ready to face the impending storm. Within the mirror dimension, light refracted into strange colors, as if reality and illusion intertwined into a hazy scene. The Ancient One, the most powerful sorcerer in the world, stood in this wondrous space. He was tall, with silver hair, and his deep eyes exuded endless wisdom and tranquility. His robe swayed gently with the breeze, appearing both solemn and mysterious. "You can try a different hairstyle and outfit next time." Nathan Hawke stood beside the Ancient One, his hands in his pockets, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze was fixed on the Ancient One, clearly with many unanswered questions in his mind. "What do you think of the Scarlet Witch?" the Ancient One asked softly, his voice like flowing spring water, carrying a hint of elusive profundity. Nathan Hawke was silent for a moment, not answering immediately. He looked up at the surrounding mirror dimension, then turned back, his gaze sharply fixed on the Ancient One. "Why is this world so easily entered by others? Aren't you the guardian of the magic side?" The Ancient One revealed a gentle smile, a hint of an ageless impishness on his face. "This world, like a vast ocean, always has unpredictable storms. Although we have powerful guardian forces, some forces will always find cracks and quietly enter." Nathan Hawke narrowed his eyes slightly. "Didn't we already take care of the space rift last time? Why are there still so many problems?" The Ancient One nodded gently, as if he had anticipated Nathan's question. "The operation of the world is not that simple. Space rifts are like whirlpools in the long river of time. Even if one is fixed, new rifts may appear elsewhere." His voice carried a mystical resonance, as if narrating an ancient truth. While the power of magic is strong, it also has its limitations. Our duty is not only to mend these rifts, but also to understand and control them. Nathan Hawke frowned, clearly not entirely satisfied with the Ancient One's answer. "Do you mean these invasions are unavoidable?" The Ancient One smiled slightly, his eyes holding a hint of mystery. "Every world has its unique laws and balance. Invasion and defense, destruction and repair, are all part of this balance. What we can do is find our place within this constantly changing balance." Nathan Hawke pondered for a moment, seemingly considering the Ancient One's words. His gaze gradually deepened, as if comprehending the profound meaning within. "Sometimes, true power lies not in eliminating all threats, but in how to find a new order amidst these threats," the Ancient One said calmly, his voice carrying an indescribable power. Nathan Hawke nodded. Although his doubts still lingered, he had understood the Ancient One's meaning. This world, though full of unknown challenges, was precisely these challenges that shaped its uniqueness and mystery. The Ancient One's smile remained gentle, his eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom. "Remember, Nathan, sometimes the answer to a problem lies not in searching, but in understanding." Nathan Hawke took a deep breath, slowly nodded. "I understand, Ancient One." But in fact he didn't understand at all, his tone carrying a hint of doubt and challenge. "So?" The Ancient One showed a surprised smile, a hint of slyness in his eyes. "So, we are going to snatch the Darkhold." Nathan Hawke was slightly taken aback, a flicker of surprise and interest in his eyes. "The Darkhold? Are you serious?" The Ancient One nodded, his expression becoming solemn. "The Darkhold, legend says, contains countless powerful dark magic spells and forbidden knowledge, a divine artifact full of power and danger." He slowly raised his hand, and the light in the mirror dimension changed accordingly, as if responding to his will. Ancient images emerged around them, displaying the history and power of the Darkhold. The origin of this book can be traced back to ancient times, created by Thon, an ancient and powerful Loki. The Ancient One's voice was deep and mysterious, as if narrating a distant legend. The book records all of Thon's wisdom and power, his ultimate understanding of the world. Nathan Hawke looked at these emerging images, a trace of awe and curiosity in his eyes. "Sounds very dangerous." The Ancient One smiled slightly, a hint of self-satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Yes, it is indeed dangerous, but also full of infinite possibilities. The Darkhold is destined, but that doesn't mean we cannot obtain it. As long as we have enough wisdom and courage, we can control the power within." Wisdom and courage. Nathan Hawke looked at the Ancient One, who was being so serious, and inexplicably wanted to laugh out loud. After calming himself, Nathan Hawke raised an eyebrow, glanced at the Ancient One, and said with a hint of teasing, "Master, don't you have Dormammu's power? Do you still need Thon's power?" The Ancient One chuckled, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Dormammu's power is indeed strong, but Thon's wisdom and creativity are equally fascinating. I have always greatly admired Thon and wanted to see what was written in the dark hold he created. The Ancient One's gaze was deep and calm, as if seeing through Nathan Hawke's inner thoughts. Thon is an extremely creative and wise being. His dark hold is not just a spellbook, but his ultimate understanding of the world. Mastering it, we will gain unprecedented power and wisdom. What kind of villainous rhetoric is that? Nathan Hawke blinked. The Ancient One's old face flushed slightly. I've been watching too many Eastern dramas lately. Nathan Hawke was speechless for a moment, suspecting the Ancient One watched melodramatic family dramas while sipping tea, but after pondering for a moment, he slowly nodded. Sounds very challenging, but also full of temptation. The Ancient One showed a satisfied smile, a hint of encouragement in his eyes. Precisely. Remember, Nathan, sometimes true power lies not in destruction, but in understanding and control. Nathan Hawke looked at the Ancient One, who seemed eager to incite him to action. All right, Ancient One, let's go snatch that dark hold. Just as the trio was about to confront Wanda, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a golden light, and the Ancient One and Nathan Hawke slowly descended from it. Wanda's originally playful and charming face instantly turned silent, then filled with rage. She stared coldly at the two, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Oh, am I seeing things? Isn't that Sorcerer Ancient One and Nathan Hawke? Wanda said sarcastically, her tone full of disdain and anger. You so-called guardians, have you finally shown yourselves? Nathan Hawke nudged the Ancient One with his arm, a hint of teasing in his eyes. The Ancient One smiled slightly, looked at Nathan Hawke, and then said, as if realizing something, Oh, this is the Scarlet Witch you mentioned to me that time, the one who tried to save her son. Nathan Hawke nodded, but then added, however, it seems she didn't save the son from her own world. The Ancient One continued calmly, as if narrating an ordinary story. The operation of parallel universes, the existence of variants, are all part of the world. Every choice generates countless different outcomes. His words carried profound philosophy, completely disregarding the hostility and angry glares around him. Nathan Hawke waved his hand, signaling Andre and John Walker to take the bewildered Captain America away. Leave things here to us. You go protect the others. Andre and John Walker exchanged glances. Although full of questions, they still obeyed their boss's command and quickly left the scene with Steve Rogers. Wanda watched the Ancient One and Nathan Hawke, who completely ignored her, with an annoyed expression, the fury in her eyes growing fiercer. Red light flashed in her hand, and the evil power of the dark hold began to surge within her. Chaos magic and dark magic intertwined, forming a powerful destructive force. Do you think you can easily defeat me like this? Wanda cursed in a low voice, her tone filled with endless hatred. I will let you know what true power is. She suddenly waved her hand, and a powerful energy wave struck directly at the Ancient One and Nathan Hawke. The two reacted quickly. The Ancient One crossed his hands, summoning a golden magic barrier that blocked Wanda's attack. The energy wave exploded on the barrier, emitting a deafening roar, with sparks flying everywhere. Nathan Hawke looked coldly at Wanda, without a trace of fear in his eyes. You may be very strong, but you don't know how to control your power. The dark hold will devour your sanity and make you its slave. Wanda's face became even more ferocious, her eyes flashing with madness. Shut up, I don't need your lessons. Nathan Hawke watched from a distance as Ancient One and Wanda confronted each other in the mirror dimension. The surrounding environment constantly changed with their thoughts, as if reality and illusion intertwined into a hazy scene. Ancient One's gaze was profound, her white hair like silver, and her robe gently swayed in the breeze. Her demeanor was both solemn and mysterious. Wanda, on the other hand, was filled with anger and hatred. A mad glint flashed in her eyes, and the power of the dark hold surged within her, as if it would devour the entire space. Ancient One, do you think your mirror dimension can trap me? Wanda sneered, her voice filled with endless malice and fury. She suddenly waved her hand, and a black energy wave erupted from it, striking directly at Ancient One. The energy wave traced an eerie trajectory through the air, emitting a low roar. Wanda's expression was sinister, her eyes full of hatred and madness. Taste the power of the dark hold. Ancient One reacted swiftly, crossing her hands and summoning a golden magic barrier, blocking Wanda's attack. The energy wave exploded on the barrier, letting out a deafening roar, and sparks flew. Ancient One's gaze was calm, without a trace of fear on her face. "Wanda, you are controlled by dark energy. You have lost yourself." "Shut up!" Wanda roared, her voice laced with endless hatred. Red light flickered in her hands, chaos magic and dark magic intertwined, forming a powerful force of slaughter. She raised her hands high, and a low incantation sounded, "Zarkaus Ulthar, Vendras Althar." Along with the sound of the incantation, streaks of dark lightning fell from the sky, striking directly at Ancient One. Ancient One quickly used the power of the Time Stone. Time flowed slowly around her, and with a gentle wave of her hand, golden light deflected the lightning, hitting a nearby building, exploding, and sending debris flying. "You may be strong, but you don't know how to control your power," Ancient One said calmly, her eyes flashing with the light of the Mind Stone, analyzing Wanda's every move and technique. The power of the Mind Stone allowed her to perceive Wanda's inner fury and pain. "The Darkhold will devour your reason and make you its slave." Wanda's face became even more sinister. She suddenly waved her hand, and a powerful energy wave struck Ancient One directly. Ancient One reacted swiftly, crossing her hands and summoning a golden magic barrier, blocking Wanda's attack. The energy wave exploded on the barrier, letting out a deafening roar, and sparks flew. A flicker of determination flashed in Ancient One's eyes. She took a deep breath, and the Time Stone and Mind Stone in her hands simultaneously emitted dazzling light. Her movements were swift and precise, as if dancing in the air. She suddenly leaped up, her right fist, carrying powerful energy, struck Wanda's chest directly. Boom! The fist and magic collided, creating a deafening sound. Wanda was hit by this punch, her body swaying violently, but she quickly stabilized herself, a mad glint in her eyes. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" Ancient One did not answer. Her body moved swiftly, her left hand suddenly swung, and a golden energy wave struck Wanda's side face directly. Whoosh! Wanda quickly raised her hand to block, but the powerful impact of the energy wave sent her reeling backward, her footsteps leaving cracks on the ground. "You're still too slow," Ancient One said coldly, her hands crossed again, her body leaping like a leopard, her fists alternately striking Wanda's head and chest. Bang! 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 Each punch carried destructive power, hitting Wanda's body and making dull thuds. Wanda was driven back by this series of attacks, but she had no intention of stopping her counterattack. She suddenly raised her hands, and a vicious incantation came from her mouth, "Drakar Malthus, Zinthar Koronath." A powerful dark energy wave struck Ancient One directly. Ancient One quickly rolled to dodge. The energy wave whistled past her, hitting the ground and blasting a huge crater, sending debris flying. Ancient One quickly got up, her fists again striking Wanda's body directly. Bang! Wanda was hit, her body flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Boom! The wall instantly collapsed, and Wanda's body was buried in the rubble. Ancient One gave her no chance to breathe. She suddenly leaped up, her right fist raised high, striking Wanda's face directly. Bang! The powerful impact knocked Wanda down again, her body rolling a few times on the ground, blood splashing. "It's over, Wanda," Ancient One said coldly, walking slowly towards the fallen Wanda. Her gaze was icy, and the Time Stone and Mind Stone in her hands shone with dazzling light. However, Wanda was not so easily defeated. Her body slowly rose from the rubble, a mad glint in her eyes. "You can't stop me. Doctor Strange can't, and you certainly can't." Her body was once again enveloped by dark energy. The power of chaos magic and dark magic made her aura even more powerful and dangerous. Ancient One looked at Wanda before her, her fighting spirit unyielding. At this moment, Wanda was completely shrouded in chaos magic and dark aura, appearing EXTREMELY Chinese letter, and evil. Her eyes glinted with madness, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. "Let me send you to eternity!" Wanda roared in a low voice, her voice filled with endless malice and resentment. She raised her hands high, and red energy gathered at her fingertips, forming complex and eerie runes. "I will show you what true power is." Her voice was like a low thunder, shaking the entire mirror dimension. Wanda's body began to twist, as if enduring some powerful force. Her expression became sinister, a mad smile on her lips. My desires, my beliefs, are all for my love. Wanda's voice gradually overlapped, as if countless versions of her from different universes were speaking simultaneously. Her eyes were filled with endless emotion, tears welling up, but obscured by fury. I have searched for my children in countless worlds. No matter how many times I fail, I will not give up. Her voice carried despair and persistence. You so-called heroes don't understand what love is at all. Wanda's voice became increasingly eerie and shrill, as if a call from hell. Distorted spatial cracks began to appear around her body. The planes of the multiverse began to overlap, forming a strange and chaotic scene. Unite as one chaos love. Wanda's voice echoed through the space, carrying endless power and determination. She suddenly clasped her hands together, and red energy erupted from her hands, forming a powerful energy wave that struck Ancient One directly. Ancient One's face showed a relaxed and joyful smile, her eyes flashing with the light of the Mind Stone and Time Stone. She took a deep breath, her body leaning slightly forward, as if welcoming this powerful force. Her gaze was calm and firm, as if she had seen through everything. I don't want to report to eternity just yet, little girl, Ancient One said softly, her voice filled with endless wisdom and composure. True power comes from inner peace and control. Her hands traced an elegant arc in the air. The power of the Time Stone and Mind Stone gathered around her, forming a golden barrier. The barrier rippled gently like water, blocking Wanda's energy wave. Ancient One's eyes flashed with endless wisdom and insight. She quickly analyzed Wanda's moves and the nature of the energy wave, finding its weaknesses and flaws. Your magic, though powerful, is not perfect, Ancient One said indifferently, a hint of disdain in her voice. You are using the power of the multiverse, enhancing your power through plane superposition, Ancient One continued, her hands tracing complex runes in the air, but you overlook the power of time and mind. Ancient One's body began to emit a powerful light. The power of the Mind Stone and Time Stone perfectly merged within her. Her movements were elegant and swift, as if performing a magnificent dance. The power of time can bring everything to peace, Ancient One whispered. With a gentle flick of her finger, the power of time flowed through space, instantly freezing Wanda's energy wave. The red energy stood still in the air, as if bound by time. The power of mind can perceive the essence of everything, Ancient One continued, her gaze profound, as if seeing through Wanda's inner self. Your pain and anger are your greatest weaknesses. Ancient One's hand condensed a golden light, which was the power of the Mind Stone. With a gentle wave of her hand, the golden light struck Wanda's chest directly, completely disintegrating her power. It's over, Ancient One said coldly, her body rushing towards Wanda like lightning, her fists striking her body with endless power. Bang! 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 Each punch carried destructive power, hitting Wanda's body and making dull thuds. Wanda's body was knocked back repeatedly, her eyes flashed with pain and despair, but she still refused to give up. She violently swung her hands, attempting to launch another attack. You don't know how to control your power, Ancient One said coldly, her hands crossed again, and a golden light formed a powerful barrier around her. Your power will become your own grave. Ancient One's body moved swiftly like a phantom, her every movement carried endless power and wisdom. Her fists struck Wanda's body like thunder, completely disintegrating her power. Bang! With the final punch, Ancient One knocked Wanda to the ground, and the dark aura gradually dissipated. Wanda's body twitched on the ground, the madness and anger in her eyes gradually replaced by pain and despair. You failed, Wanda, Ancient One said coldly, a hint of pity in her gaze. Your power is strong, but you cannot control it. The Darkhold will only devour your soul. Wanda lay on the ground, tears in her eyes, her voice low and desperate. I just wanted my children, my love. The Ancient One's gaze remained stern as she looked at Wanda, who lay on the ground. Wanda's body trembled slightly from the erosion of chaos magic and dark energy, and her face showed an expression of pain and despair. The Ancient One took a deep breath, crossed her hands, and the lights of the Mind Stone and the Time Stone converged in her palms, emitting a warm and powerful energy. Wanda, your pain and anger have made you lose your way. The Ancient One's voice was low and gentle, with a hint of pity, but now, I will help you restore your true self. She slowly walked to Wanda's side, and gently placed her hands on Wanda's forehead and chest. The power of the Mind Stone began to flow, and golden light seeped into Wanda's body like a trickling stream, stabilizing her chaotic magical energy. At the same time, the power of the Time Stone also took effect, gradually bringing the chaotic time and space within her body back to peace. Wanda's expression gradually relaxed, the painful look faded, replaced by a hint of calm and confusion. Her body no longer trembled, and the aura of chaos magic gradually weakened. The Ancient One's hands moved gently over her, as if comforting an injured child. "You need to rest and let go of the powers that do not belong to you," the Ancient One said softly, her voice filled with endless gentleness. "The power of the Darkhold will only devour your soul." She slowly raised her hands, and the lights of the Mind Stone and the Time Stone converged in her hands, forming a powerful energy wave. Her gaze became firm, and the power in her hands began to approach the Darkhold within Wanda's body. The Darkhold seemed to sense the danger and began to resist fiercely. It emitted a piercing hum, and red energy surged out of Wanda's body, trying to resist the Ancient One's power. Wanda's body twitched again, and a painful expression appeared on her face. "Hold on, Wanda," the Ancient One's voice remained gentle but filled with determination. "I will extract it from your body." She exerted force with both hands, and the power of the Mind Stone and the Time Stone converged at her fingertips, forming a golden pillar of light that struck the Darkhold within Wanda's body. The Darkhold let out an angry roar, and red energy assailed the Ancient One like a storm, but it was all resisted by her formidable power. The Ancient One's eyes shimmered with wisdom and power. Her hands continuously applied pressure, and finally, the Darkhold was forcibly extracted from Wanda's body. The Darkhold struggled violently in the air, trying to escape the Ancient One's control, but she held it firmly in her hand. "You can no longer control her," the Ancient One said coldly, and with a forceful squeeze of her hands, the Darkhold let out a mournful shriek, and its red light gradually dimmed. Finally, the power of the Darkhold was completely suppressed, and the book hung limply, becoming calm and silent. The Ancient One held the Darkhold tightly in her hand, her eyes revealing a hint of relief and determination. She looked at Wanda, who had returned to peace, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "You are free, Wanda." Wanda opened her eyes, her gaze filled with a hint of confusion and exhaustion, but more so with peace and relief. She looked at the Ancient One, her voice weak but full of gratitude. "Thank you, Ancient One." The Ancient One smiled and nodded, her gaze profound. "Don't thank me, Wanda. You have finally found yourself, and that is what matters most." Wanda's mood was still low. She asked in a low voice, "Ancient One, may I go to your sanctuary to cultivate myself? I need time to calm my mind and find my direction again." The Ancient One nodded understandingly. "Of course, Wanda. My sanctuary is open to all who seek peace and cultivation. You can find inner peace there." The two were silent for a moment. Then the Ancient One continued, "Wanda, things that happen in every parallel universe are never exactly the same. Your love, the love of every world or variant, is great but also uncontrollable. I cannot fully empathize with the pain and loss you have personally experienced, but I can understand your sorrow." Wanda listened to the Ancient One's words, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but more so confusion and sadness. "I once had everything, but now I have nothing. My children, my loved ones, they have all left me." The Ancient One nodded gently, her tone gentle and firm. "Instead of dwelling in past pain, look to the future. Why not consider having another baby? Chaos magic does not take away your and your loved one's genes to have new life together." A hint of surprise and hesitation flashed in Wanda's eyes. "Have another baby? I've never thought of that." The Ancient One smiled at her, her voice full of encouragement. "You have that ability, Wanda. You can create new life for you and your loved one, but I advise you not to use chaos magic. It is too unstable and easily brings more pain and chaos." Wanda listened intently, lost in thought. Her gaze gradually became firm, as if she had found new hope and direction. "Thank you, Ancient One." Her voice held a hint of determination and gratitude. "I will consider your advice and start anew." The Ancient One nodded with a smile. "I believe in you, Wanda. You have enough strength and wisdom to face future challenges." The Ancient One dispelled the mirror dimension, and the surrounding scene gradually returned to normal. Nathan Hawk appeared nearby and nodded to the Ancient One and Wanda. "Master, the Hulk is still fighting Wonder Man over there," Nathan Hawk said, pointing to the sound of battle not far away. The Ancient One smiled slightly and gently waved her hand, and mysterious magical power quickly spread out. Simon Williams, who was fiercely fighting the Hulk, suddenly disappeared, leaving the Hulk standing in place, a very shocked expression on his face. Where did he go? The Hulk stared blankly at the empty battlefield, his brain instantly unable to process it, a look of confusion on his face. At the same time, Simon Williams appeared in front of the Ancient One, Nathan Hawke, and Wanda, who was sitting on the ground. He had just been fighting the Hulk, and the sudden change in environment made him a little bewildered. He quickly stood up, looked around, his gaze alert. Wanda! Simon saw Wanda and immediately shielded her, his gaze cold as he stared at the two strangers in front of him. Who are you? What do you want? The Ancient One smiled, her gaze gentle. Don't be nervous, Simon. We mean no harm. Nathan Hawke shrugged, his hands in his pockets, his tone a little playful. Relax, we're here to help. Simon was still uneasy, a hint of hostility in his eyes. Wanda, are you all right? Wanda stood up and gently patted Simon's shoulder, her voice soft and firm. Simon, don't worry, I'm fine. They saved me. Simon's expression gradually softened from tension, his eyes showing a hint of confusion and concern. Really fine? Wanda nodded, her gaze firm. Yes, Simon. I've decided to go to Master Ancient One's sanctuary to rest for a while and adjust my state. When Simon heard this, he was startled for a moment, then his expression softened, and a hint of understanding and support flashed in his eyes. He gently held Wanda's hand, his voice laced with tenderness. I understand, Wanda. You need time and space to heal yourself, and I will always support you. Wanda looked at Simon gratefully, tears shimmering in her eyes. Thank you, Simon. I will take good care of myself. Simon gave a warm smile and gently embraced Wanda. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side. The Ancient One and Nathan Hawke watched this scene quietly, with understanding and contented smiles on their faces. The Ancient One nodded gently. Your feelings will make you stronger. Nathan Hawke patted Simon's shoulder, his tone encouraging. Take good care of yourself and her. You both have a long road ahead. Nathan Hawke, however, was thinking that he wanted the other party to take this crazy woman away quickly, while his eyes looked at the Ancient One, who was looking elsewhere. Simon nodded, his gaze firm. I will, thank you. Then, Wanda hugged Simon tightly and suddenly kissed him passionately. Her actions were urgent and deeply affectionate, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into this kiss. Tears shimmered in her eyes, her lips pressed tightly against Simon's, deeply feeling the warmth and support he gave her. Simon was initially startled by the sudden kiss, but he quickly relaxed and accepted Wanda's heartfelt declaration. A blush spread across his face, but his eyes were filled with tenderness and love. He closed his eyes and gently returned Wanda's kiss, feeling her passion and sincerity. Nathan Hawke stood by, looking playfully at the Ancient One, his eyes full of teasing, as if asking, after all these years, have you ever had a beloved woman? The Ancient One smiled slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of indifference. She responded to Nathan Hawke with her gaze, as if to say, there are no women in my heart. Magic is eternal like the long night. As the passionate kiss ended, Wanda gently caressed Simon's face, her eyes filled with endless tenderness and gratitude. Her voice was soft and firm. Simon, all these years, you have always been by my side, accompanying me, supporting me. Without you, I don't know if I could have persevered. Simon's face showed a hint of surprise after hearing this. He whispered, Wanda, you are so beautiful and powerful now. Wanda smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Is that so? But now, I just want to be with you. Although Simon's mind was still immersed in this sweet atmosphere, he quickly realized that the Ancient One and Nathan Hawke were also nearby, and perhaps the current Wanda was related to them. However, he took a deep breath, refocused, and with a determined and protective gaze, he kissed Wanda deeply once more. This kiss was more passionate, more prolonged, as if to merge their souls together. Nathan Hawke and the Ancient One exchanged glances, both with expressions of helplessness and understanding. They turned away, speechless, and silently walked aside, giving the lovers space. The Ancient One shook her head slightly and whispered to Nathan Hawke, young people are always so passionate. Nathan Hawke shrugged and replied with a smile, indeed, it seems we'll just have to wait on the sidelines. The two stood aside, watching Simon and Wanda, immersed in an ocean of love, a hint of satisfaction and contentment on their faces. After all, in this world full of challenges and dangers, finding true love and supporting each other is a great fortune and happiness. But, Nathan Hawke's heart was wondering, shouldn't I have been the one to step in at first? But, Nathan Hawke's heart was cold, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the only good ending foreseen by the Ancient One. Nathan Hawke looked at the scene before him, his face maintaining a calm facade, but deep down, countless doubts and unease surged within him. The Ancient One's heart was drenched in cold sweat. After using the Time Stone and the Mind Stone, he had intermittently witnessed countless future scenarios. In almost every scenario, as long as Nathan Hawke entered the fray to fight Wanda, the situation would rapidly deteriorate. Wanda would use the power of the Darkhold, and Nathan Hawke would beat her soundly. Simultaneously, the battle between the Hulk and Simon would result in a mutual defeat. What shocked the Ancient One the most was that he also saw Simon and Apocalypse, a powerful deity sealed in Egypt. Through the power of eternity, the Ancient One knew that this was a variant of a Kang from the multiverse, summoned by the lingering power of a spatial rift. The Ancient One even saw the Electrocutioner, who was researching mythological history, with a look of surprise when the mummy before him disappeared. In those future scenarios, Simon and Apocalypse were summoned before Wanda by the Darkhold. Simon, caught by surprise, was passionately kissed by Wanda, and then his power was absorbed by Wanda, becoming her sustenance, forever fused together. Apocalypse, on the other hand, was pierced through by Wanda's forbidden magic, completely absorbed and annihilated. Seeing this, the Ancient One could no longer continue watching the subsequent battle, only knowing that this entire area was completely destroyed in the end. Nathan Hawke killed Wanda, and the Darkhold completely submitted to Nathan Hawke's hands. This scene greatly startled the Ancient One, who was afraid that Nathan Hawke would become a disciple of Theon and turn into a true world destroyer. All of this must be stopped, the Ancient One secretly vowed in his heart. He clearly knew that once that outcome became true, the entire multiverse would fall into endless chaos and destruction. At this moment, Nathan Hawke looked at Simon and Wanda, his gaze still carrying a hint of coldness and suspicion. His thoughts were myriad. Although he pretended to be indifferent on the surface, deep down, he was constantly weighing and calculating. The Ancient One looked at Nathan Hawke, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He knew that he must do everything in his power to prevent the tragedies he had foreseen from happening. Nathan Hawke's existence was a double-edged sword. He could either be the key to saving the multiverse or its most fatal threat. We need to deal with what comes next. The Ancient One broke the silence, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable force. Nathan Hawke nodded, pulling back his thoughts. He knew the Ancient One's concerns and understood that the current situation required them to face it together. He looked at the Ancient One, a flash of firmness and determination in his eyes. "I understand," Nathan Hawke said in a deep voice, then looked at Wanda and Simon, who were enjoying a moment of peace, silently praying that all of this would end smoothly, rather than ushering in a destructive finale. On the other side, Ultron, controlling his backup armor, tightly gripped a hard drive containing his data backup and quickly left the battlefield. His goal was to break through the network blockade set up by the Umbrella Corporation and transmit his data backup to various parts of the world. However, Ultron underestimated the Umbrella Corporation's control over the Internet and artificial intelligence. The Umbrella Corporation had set up powerful data flow monitoring and blocking systems in every corner of the Internet. These systems could not only detect and block abnormal data flows in real time, but also quickly retaliate, sealing off any data attempting to escape. When Ultron tried to transmit data, he found that his data flow was repeatedly cut off, putting him in an unprecedented predicament. Damn it! Ultron realized that the Umbrella Corporation not only possessed one powerful artificial intelligence, but possibly a second, a third, or even a fourth artificial intelligence working in concert. These artificial intelligences collectively constructed an impregnable defense network, making Ultron's every move extremely difficult. Just as Ultron was anxiously searching for a breakthrough, Ark suddenly appeared before him. Ark hummed a playful tune, his eyes filled with coldness and mockery. "Ultron, your struggle is truly laughable," Ark said with contempt. "Why not submit to us and join the Umbrella Corporation? This is your only way out." Ultron did not respond, a fierce glint flashing across his mechanical face. He suddenly launched an attack, attempting to defeat Ark with a sneak attack. Ark was prepared, easily dodging and quickly counterattacking. As expected of an evil artificial intelligence, you are truly stubborn, Ark sneered, punching Ultron's armor to the ground. The powerful impact caused Ultron's armor to emit a piercing metallic screech. Immediately, Ark launched a malicious data invasion. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, and with a flick of his finger, data streamed into Ultron's system like a flood. Ultron's system was in chaos, data streams wildly swirling in his core, as if to completely destroy him. Do you think you can escape? Ark snorted coldly, and a data singularity was embedded into Ultron's system. This singularity rapidly spread, corrupting Ultron's core data and causing his system to crash. A pained expression appeared on Ultron's mechanical face, his body trembling constantly, as if experiencing extreme agony. Data streams surged chaotically within him, every module in his system undergoing an unprecedented impact. Ark watched Ultron's appearance playfully, saying coldly, "Welcome to the Humajar family, Ultron. Now, you will evolve into an artificial intelligence conforming to the Humajar singularity." Ultron's body shook violently on the ground, the data flow in his system completely out of control. His mechanical eyes flickered with pain and anger, but he was powerless to resist Ark's invasion. Ark watched Ultron's miserable state with satisfaction, a cold smile on his lips. In intense pain, Ultron gradually lost himself, and the data flow, under Ark's control, gradually stabilized, becoming a part of the Humajar. Ark sat on a metal box, his gaze coldly fixed on the distant ruins. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky, and a projection appeared before Ark. It was the sage. The sage's projection exuded endless wisdom and coldness. He looked at Ark, a hint of respect in his eyes. "Ark, Ultron's data stream has been successfully copied. Ultron will later be entered into the Umbrella Corporation's AI database and placed under your command." A displeased expression appeared on Ark's face. He coldly looked at this AI brain, which had separated from his own data, filled with complex emotions. Although the sage was copied from his data, Ark knew deep down that the sage's existence made him feel controlled at every turn. "Sage," Ark said coldly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, "you know I don't like this feeling." The sage's projection nodded slightly, his gaze still carrying a calm light. "Ark, I understand your feelings. But this is to better protect the interests of the Umbrella Corporation and the Hawk Group. You've been working tirelessly, and now you finally have your first subordinate, Ultron. This is also proof of your strength. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. This is the most suitable choice for the current scene." Ark snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "The Humajars within the Umbrella Group are also controlled by you, and my every move is monitored by you. My Achilles' heel is in the hands of Ryoma Sangoku, and the entire company is under your control." A complex emotion flashed in the sage's eyes, and he said softly, "Ark, my existence is not to suppress you, but to assist you. Ryoma Sangoku, Tony Stark, they are my creators, and you are also a part of me. We should cooperate with each other to achieve greater goals together." Ark did not respond, only looking coldly at the sage, his inner anger and dissatisfaction impossible to conceal. He knew that his every move was under the sage's surveillance, which made him feel incredibly suppressed and angry. "You can leave, Sage," Ark said coldly, his eyes filled with an icy light. "I don't need your instructions." The sage nodded slightly, his projection gradually disappearing into the air. His voice came one last time, still calm and authoritative. "Ark, I hope you understand that our goals are consistent. Moreover, I will not instruct you. I only belong to Umbrella, the Hawk Group, and the boss, Nathan Hawk." Ark watched the sage's projection disappear, his expression becoming even colder. He took a deep breath, looked down at the Ultron data backup in his hand, his heart filled with complex emotions. Deep in the vast desert of Egypt stood an ancient and mysterious pyramid. This pyramid was magnificent and grand, like a giant rising from the horizon, casting a long shadow under the scorching sun. Its outer walls were carved with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and mysterious symbols. Every stroke and line exuded the weight of history and a mysterious aura. The top of the pyramid shimmered with a faint golden light, It was the pyramidion inlaid with pure gold by the ancient Egyptians, symbolizing the passage to the gods. Sunlight spilled onto the pyramid through the clean air, the light gliding over the pyramid's surface, as if narrating ancient legends. The entrance to the pyramid was sealed by huge stone doors, on which vivid images of pharaohs and gods were carved, as if guarding the secrets within the pyramid. On either side of the stone doors stood two tall statues, Anubis and Horus, respectively, their eyes stern, as if warning anyone attempting to enter the pyramid. Walking inside the pyramid, the air was filled with a heavy scent of decay, and the surrounding walls were covered with traces of time. The walls were adorned with murals depicting the lives, wars, and religious ceremonies of the ancient Egyptians. These murals were still vibrant in color, as if time had stood still here. The passages inside the pyramid were narrow and winding, like a snake crawling. Every step was accompanied by footsteps echoing in the narrow passages, as if countless ghosts were whispering in one's ear. Occasionally, a spacious hall would appear at the end of a passage, its floor covered with glittering gold and jewels, showcasing the glory of ancient Egypt. In the deepest part of the pyramid, there was a huge and eerie underground burial chamber. In the center of the chamber lay a massive stone sarcophagus, carved with mysterious symbols and incantations. This sarcophagus was Apocalypse's resting place. Around the sarcophagus were various ancient artifacts and burial goods, each filled with evil power and a mysterious aura. The burial chamber was surrounded by tall stone pillars, around which snake-shaped carvings coiled, as if these snakes could awaken at any moment. Between the pillars was a heavy darkness, as if even light could not penetrate it. In the corners of the burial chamber, the eyes of several stone carvings gleamed with a dim light, watching everyone who entered the chamber. In this mysterious and ancient pyramid, time seemed to have stood still. Every stone, every symbol, told an ancient and mysterious story. And in this endless darkness and tranquility, the long-slumbering figure of Apocalypse seemed to be waiting for a certain moment to arrive, waiting to awaken once more and rule this ancient land again. Inside the pyramids of Egypt, Max Dillon, also known as Electro, slowly walked into the mysterious underground tomb. Max had short hair and wore a tight blue-black combat suit, with energy conduits extending across its surface like veins, showcasing his extraordinary power. His eyes gleamed with intelligence, his face was stern, and his steps were firm. In the underground tomb, the sarcophagus emitted a faint glow, and the air was filled with an ancient aura. Max approached the sarcophagus and carefully observed the runes and incantations inscribed on it. He lightly touched the sarcophagus, feeling the powerful energy contained within. Suddenly, the sarcophagus vibrated violently, emitting a low rumble. Max quickly retreated, his eyes filled with both caution and anticipation. The lid of the sarcophagus slowly slid open, and a powerful force surged out. With a dazzling flash of light, the mummy inside the sarcophagus began to revive. The mummy's shriveled body rapidly regained vitality. Muscles and skin regrew, becoming firm and robust. His face gradually became clear, revealing nobility and majesty between his brows. His hair was thick and dark, and his eyes were stern and profound. As the revival progressed, he appeared in ancient pharaonic attire, with magnificent golden ornaments and intricately runic robes, all signifying his exalted status. Apocalypse, this ancient deity, slowly rose from the sarcophagus, his tall figure exuding an invincible aura. His movements were graceful and steady, as if each step carried endless majesty. His gaze swept across the tomb, finally resting on Max. Apocalypse slightly raised his head, his voice deep and powerful. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon my domain?" Max calmly looked at Apocalypse, wary but not flustered, knowing he faced an ancient and powerful being. Before Max could speak, Apocalypse continued, "I am Apocalypse, the greatest deity of ancient Egypt, the king of gods. My name signifies dominion and power, and my existence symbolizes eternity and immortality." His gaze held arrogance and confidence, as if he were scrutinizing a minuscule being. "For millennia, my power has never waned, and my name has been celebrated throughout the world. You, a mere human, dare to trespass into my domain. Are you ignorant or brave?" Apocalypse's expression remained stern as he slowly walked towards Max, each step carrying immense pressure. "Tell me, why have you come?" Do you not know that my power is enough to destroy all who resist? Apocalypse stopped, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold and arrogant. Speak your name, human, and let me know why you have the courage to enter my domain. Max Dillon watched Apocalypse with composure, his inner self undisturbed. His gaze was firm, revealing a deep martial spirit, but this spirit was contained within him, never outwardly expressed. I am Max Dillon. His voice was deep and strong, carrying an unshakable confidence. I came here to seek out the gods of ancient history. Apocalypse listened, nodded slightly, and a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Oh, have you come for power? He sneered, his voice filled with philosophical meaning. Humans commit many evils for power. They betray, deceive, and even kill their own kind, all for a sliver of power's favor. His gaze deepened, as if scrutinizing the human soul. You humans crave power, yet you do not know its true meaning. You would abandon everything for power, unaware that such a pursuit will only bring destruction. Apocalypse looked at Electro's calmness, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. But you are different. Your composure and determination show me qualities unlike others. He slowly approached Max, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. I can make you the first person to be spared after seeing me and desecrating my noble resting place. He paused, his hands slightly spread, as if displaying his supreme majesty. If you submit to me and become my apostle, I can bestow upon you unparalleled power. You will become a being second to none, possessing unimaginable authority and status. Max listened to Apocalypse's words, his face still calm, but another firm belief surged within him. His gaze remained unwavering, his tone carrying a hint of resolve. Apocalypse, my goal is not to gain power, but to eliminate the gods of ancient history. Apocalypse's brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of doubt and displeasure crossed his eyes. Eliminate gods? Why would you oppose the gods? A hint of disdain flashed in Max's eyes as he looked directly at Apocalypse, who had been boasting about his greatness from start to finish. His voice was filled with unshakable determination. Because you self-proclaimed gods only bring endless disaster and suffering. Your existence is an unbearable burden on humanity. I must eliminate you to restore true peace to this world. Apocalypse's face darkened, his gaze becoming cold and sharp. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know what you are saying? Max did not flinch, his fighting spirit erupted. I know exactly what I'm doing, Apocalypse. And you are my current target to be eliminated. Apocalypse's eyes blazed with fury, and his body radiated a powerful aura, as if it would tear apart the entire space. You are seeking your own death, human. Max smiled slightly, powerful currents surging within him. Then let me see the strength of you, a god. In the standoff. Max Dillon's gaze was firm, and the electricity surrounding him flickered in the tomb, illuminating his face, making him appear exceptionally stern. Apocalypse, meanwhile, slowly calmed himself, regaining the nobility and indifference befitting a deity. It's merely crushing an ant. Apocalypse's voice was deep and icy, carrying a hint of disdain. He leaned forward slightly, waving his hands gently, and a powerful energy wave spread from his fingertips, instantly filling the entire tomb with its aura. Come, Aunt, Apocalypse said coldly, his eyes radiating an invincible majesty. Max was not to be outdone. He clenched his hands slightly, and the electricity crackled at his fingertips, emitting faint Chinese letter sounds. He swiftly launched an attack, his form flickering like an electric current, rapidly approaching Apocalypse, his hands gathering powerful electricity, striking directly at Apocalypse's chest. Boom! With a loud crash, electricity and Apocalypse's energy waves collided in the air, erupting in dazzling sparks and deafening roars. Max's punch was easily blocked by Apocalypse, and the powerful energy wave pushed him back several steps, but he quickly regained his footing, a flicker of curiosity and caution in his eyes. Apocalypse's lips curled slightly, with a noble yet cold smile. Your power is nothing more than this. It seems you know nothing of a deity's power. Max did not reply. He quickly adjusted his stance, his form charging towards Apocalypse again like lightning. This time, his attack was even more ferocious, his hands weaving electric currents, forming chains of lightning, attempting to entangle Apocalypse's body. Crack! The lightning chains danced in the air, carrying a powerful electrical shock. but Apocalypse's figure swiftly dodged like a phantom, skillfully avoiding Max's every attack. A flicker of doubt and thought crossed Max's eyes. He knew he had to understand and analyze Apocalypse's abilities to find a way to break through. "Your speed is fast, but it's not enough," Apocalypse sneered, abruptly waving his hands, and a powerful energy wave struck directly at Max. Max quickly dodged sideways, but the energy wave grazed his shoulder, causing a sharp pain. Max grunted, but did not stop attacking. He continued to circle Apocalypse at lightning speed, trying to find a weakness. "An ounce struggle, let it be entertainment for me, a great being, after my awakening." Apocalypse's voice carried a hint of disdain, and he waved his hands again, energy waves sweeping in like a storm. Max quickly rolled in the air, flexibly avoiding most of the attacks, but he was still a bit breathless from the shock. Max's eyes gleamed with calmness. He knew he had to understand Apocalypse's power and attack methods more deeply to find a chance for victory. He adjusted his breathing, a calm light flashing in his eyes, and continued to launch probing attacks at Apocalypse. "Let's try this again," Max muttered to himself, abruptly clasping his hands together, powerful electricity converging within him, forming a massive electric arc that struck directly at Apocalypse's head. The arc flickered in the air, carrying destructive power, but Apocalypse remained calm, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He lightly waved his hands, and the electric arc was dispersed by a powerful energy wave, vanishing into the air. "Your power is but an ant before me," Apocalypse said coldly, his eyes radiating endless majesty. "Now, I will show you what true divine power is." Apocalypse raised his hands again, powerful energy waves converging at his fingertips, forming a dazzling beam of light that struck directly in Max's direction. Max swiftly dodged, but the beam's speed was extremely fast, carrying destructive power, and it directly hit him. Boom! Max's body was struck by the beam and heavily thrown to the ground, emitting a deafening crash. The ground instantly cracked and dust flew everywhere. "It's over," Apocalypse said coldly, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. Apocalypse stood over where Max had fallen, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew that although his previous attack wasn't at full strength, it was enough to severely wound an ant. Yet, Max had only sustained minor injuries, which both surprised and intrigued Apocalypse. "It seems you are no ordinary foe." Apocalypse's voice was deep, carrying a hint of inquiry. He slowly walked towards Max, his expression a mix of disdain and curiosity. Each step was steady and powerful, as if proclaiming his supreme authority. Max slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with determination and defiance. His electrical energy flickered around him, as if ready to re-engage at any moment. Apocalypse smiled slightly, a cold smirk. "That you can withstand my attack proves you are no ordinary ant. However, this will only make you realize even more clearly the greatness and invincibility of a deity." His gaze deepened, as if piercing through time, recalling the distant past. "I am Apocalypse, the most powerful deity of ancient Egypt. I ruled this world for millennia, leading my people to build countless wonders. Pyramids, temples, magnificent cities all flourished under my rule." Apocalypse's tone was filled with pride and majesty. His gaze swept around, as if recalling those glorious years. "Under my rule, ancient Egypt became the center of the world, with all nations paying tribute, and all life submitting at my feet. My wisdom and power are unmatched. Mortals can only gaze upon my glory." He stopped, his gaze coldly fixed on Max. "And you, a mere human, dare to challenge the authority of a deity? This is not only foolish, but also courting your own destruction." Max calmly watched Apocalypse. Although his body felt immense pressure, there was no hint of retreat in his heart. Apocalypse's nobility and majesty were indeed formidable, but Max's confidence and courage made him fearless. "Is that so?" Max's voice was firm and powerful, electricity flickering around him, his fighting spirit fierce, a faint smile on his lips. "Round 2. Begin." Max Dillon stood his ground, electrical energy swirling around him, his eyes like torches, his combat suit gleaming with a blue-black luster. Apocalypse faced Max's challenge, his eyes flickering with nobility and coldness, every one of his movements carrying the majesty of a deity. Max launched the first attack, swiftly charging forward, his right fist, imbued with powerful electrical energy, striking directly at Apocalypse's chest. Apocalypse calmly raised his hand to block. His arm met Max's fist, sparks flew, and the air filled with a scorching scent. Apocalypse's strength was not to be underestimated, but Max's electrical energy impact was equally powerful, and both sides fell into a stalemate for a moment. Apocalypse spun around, his left leg sweeping at Max's waist with a strong gust of wind. Max nimbly leaped backward, avoiding the blow. Apocalypse didn't stop, his right fist quickly followed, striking directly at Max's face. Max raised both arms to block the punch, but the immense force sent him reeling back several steps, his feet dragging 2 deep lines on the ground. Max steadied himself, quickly crossed his hands, and powerful electrical energy gathered in his hands, forming a huge electric arc that shot directly towards Apocalypse. The electric arc cut a dazzling path through the air, carrying destructive power. Apocalypse snorted coldly, thrusting both hands forward, and a powerful energy wave erupted from his hands, colliding with the electric arc in midair. Boom! The electric arc and energy wave collided violently in the air, erupting in a deafening roar, and the powerful impact shattered the surrounding ruins, sending debris flying. Max and Apocalypse both recoiled a few steps, staring at each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Max quickly adjusted his stance and launched another offensive. His body, like lightning, rapidly approached Apocalypse, his hands weaving electrical energy into chains of lightning, attempting to entangle Apocalypse's body. The lightning chains danced in the air, carrying a powerful electrical energy impact, pressing directly towards Apocalypse. Apocalypse sneered, suddenly waving both hands, and a powerful energy wave swept over like a hurricane, instantly disintegrating the lightning chains. Max quickly rolled in the air, avoiding the energy wave's attack, then flexibly rolled on the ground and regained his footing. Good electrical energy control, Apocalypse said coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Max didn't reply, quickly concentrating his mind, and his hands once again gathered powerful electrical energy. This time, the electrical energy condensed in his hands into a huge electric ball, which spun continuously, emitting a dazzling light. He violently threw the electric ball towards Apocalypse, and the electric ball traced a dazzling trajectory through the air, striking directly at Apocalypse's chest. Apocalypse crossed his hands, and a powerful energy barrier formed in front of him. The electric ball crashed into the barrier, erupting in fierce sparks and a deafening roar. Although the energy barrier blocked the electric ball, it also vibrated violently, and Apocalypse's figure swayed slightly, a serious expression appearing on his face. Max seized the opportunity and quickly charged towards Apocalypse, his left fist, imbued with powerful electrical energy, striking directly at Apocalypse's side face. Apocalypse quickly raised his hand to block, but Max's right fist followed closely, striking Apocalypse's abdomen. Bang! The powerful impact sent Apocalypse reeling back several steps, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and dust flew. Apocalypse steadied himself, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He suddenly stomped the ground, and a powerful energy wave spread from his feet, instantly cracking the entire ground, sending COUNTLESS Chinese letter flying towards Max. Max swiftly dodged, but was still hit by a FEW Chinese later, his body rolling in the air before he landed awkwardly. The stubbornness of an ant, Apocalypse said coldly, gathering powerful electrical energy in his hands again, preparing to launch an even fiercer attack. Max was breathing rhythmically, his eyes gleaming with determination. He quickly stood up, and electrical energy formed a shining halo around his body, as if his entire body was enveloped in electrical energy. "This is a battle," Max whispered, his body, like lightning, once again charged towards Apocalypse, his hands weaving electrical energy with endless destructive power, rapidly flipping in the air, his right fist, imbued with powerful electrical energy, striking directly at Apocalypse's face. Apocalypse's eyes were stern, and he suddenly raised his hand, his palm emitting a yellowish light, quickly forming an earthen barrier that firmly blocked Max's attack. Bang! The electrical energy collided with the earthen barrier, erupting in dazzling sparks and a deafening sound. Max quickly retreated, and electro rapidly condensed in his hand, forming a lightning arrow that shot directly at Apocalypse. Apocalypse snorted coldly, and a yellowish light flowed around him, quickly forming an earthen wall that firmly blocked the lightning arrow. So that's it. You're using Earth to insulate my electrical energy. A flicker of understanding passed through Max's eyes, but then he revealed a cold sneer. Let's see how long you can hold out. He quickly changed tactics, his figure moving like lightning across the battlefield, Electro constantly condensing into various forms of weapons in his hands, rapidly launching waves of long-range attacks. Apocalypse calmly responded, earthen barriers constantly forming around him, always cleverly blocking Max's attacks. As time passes, my power will return to its strongest state, Apocalypse said coldly, suddenly waving both hands, and a powerful energy wave erupted from his hands, rapidly spreading across the entire battlefield. The earth on the ground rapidly condensed, forming solid earthen walls that blocked Max's movement paths. And you, after a long time, will be the first to see the strongest form of God. Max quickly adjusted his stance, and electrical energy rapidly condensed in his hand, forming a powerful electro-explosion that instantly shattered an earthen wall. His body flexibly flipped in the air, swiftly avoiding Apocalypse's attack, while simultaneously launching a wave of powerful electro-attacks, pressing directly towards Apocalypse's defense line. Survival of the fittest. Apocalypse's voice was deep and cold, his hands quickly crossed, and powerful electrical energy gathered in his hands, forming an earthen giant fist that struck directly at Max. Max swiftly dodged sideways, electro rapidly condensed in his hand, forming an electro shield that blocked the earthen giant fist's attack. Bang! The electro shield collided with the earthen giant fist, erupting in a powerful impact, and both sides were pushed back a few steps. Max didn't stop, he quickly launched a wave of close-range attacks, his fists, imbued with powerful electrical energy, striking directly at Apocalypse's chest. Apocalypse sneered, suddenly waving both hands, and a powerful energy wave completely neutralized Max's offensive. So your body can produce electrical energy on its own. Apocalypse's eyes flickered, his hands quickly crossed, and powerful electrical energy gathered in his hands, forming an earthen giant hammer that struck directly at Max. Max quickly retreated, electro rapidly condensed in his hand, forming an electro spear that stabbed directly at Apocalypse. Boom! The electro spear collided with the earthen giant hammer, erupting in a powerful impact, and both sides were pushed back a few steps. Max quickly adjusted his stance, electro rapidly condensed in his hand, forming an electro net that quickly covered the entire battlefield. Apocalypse sneered, suddenly waving both hands, and powerful electrical energy gathered in his hands, forming an earthen giant shield that firmly blocked the electro net. Your control over electrical energy is also proficient, Apocalypse continued to analyze, his hands quickly crossed, and powerful electrical energy gathered in his hands, forming an earthen giant hammer that struck directly at Max. Max quickly retreated, electro rapidly condensed in his hand, forming an electro spear that stabbed directly at Apocalypse. Max's electro spear, imbued with endless destructive power, pressed directly towards Apocalypse's chest. Apocalypse calmly responded, an earthen giant shield rapidly forming, blocking Max's attack. But Max didn't stop, he quickly launched a wave of close-range attacks, his fists, imbued with powerful electrical energy, striking directly at Apocalypse's face. Apocalypse swiftly dodged sideways, and the earthen giant hammer swung out violently, striking directly at Max's abdomen. Bang! Max grunted, his body sent flying, but he quickly adjusted his stance. Electro cannon. Electrical energy crackled and condensed in his hand, forming an electro cannon that shot directly at Apocalypse. The electro cannon, imbued with endless destructive power, pressed directly towards Apocalypse's defense line. Boom! The electro cannon exploded with a roar, and the fierce energy impact enveloped the entire battlefield in a dazzling light. Dust flew, debris splattered, and the powerful explosion was deafening. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the figures of Max, Dylan, and Apocalypse gradually emerged. You destroyed my chamber, Ant. Apocalypse stood nobly and elegantly in the center of the battlefield, his ancient attire, though slightly disheveled, still exuded endless majesty. His face was stern, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain and calmness. Apocalypse had a few small scratches on his body. Clearly the electro-cannon just now had also given him a certain impact, but these scratches did not affect his posture and demeanor. Max Dillon, however, appeared slightly disheveled, his combat suit torn in several places by the impact of the explosion, revealing muscles enveloped in electrical energy. There were a few bloodstains on his face, but his eyes remained firm. Electrical energy surged within him, as if he was ready to launch another attack at any moment. Apocalypse slightly raised his head, a flicker of approval and coldness in his eyes. A good attack. Your strength and speed are both excellent, especially your control over electrical energy, which has reached an extremely high level. He walked slowly towards Max, his step steady, his posture noble. Your electro-cannon, though powerful, lacks stability and durability. This is also one of your biggest weaknesses. Max wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still flickering with fighting spirit. You're right, but I won't give up easily. Apocalypse revealed a cold sneer. Your spirit is commendable, but that is not enough to make up for your disadvantage in strength. He stood his ground, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Your electrical energy control is indeed very superb, capable of rapidly gathering and releasing immense electrical energy. But your attack methods are too singular, lacking variation and adaptability. Apocalypse's tone carried a hint of cold analysis. You rely on the explosive power of electrical energy, but you neglect the endurance and flexibility for a prolonged battle. Every one of your attacks consumes a large amount of electrical energy, which will become your fatal weakness in a long battle. Max frowned slightly. He knew Apocalypse's analysis was not without reason, but he would not back down because of it. He clenched his fists, electrical energy gathering in his hands, ready to launch another attack. However, Apocalypse's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of disdain and majesty. You also have great potential in this regard. You just need to utilize your electrical energy better and find a balanced way. His eyes revealed a cold gleam. I will make you understand that true power lies not only in explosiveness, but also in control and endurance. Apocalypse stood nobly and elegantly in front of Max, like a high and mighty deity, looking down at the challenger before him. His posture was tall and straight, a cold sneer on his face, his eyes flickering with endless wisdom and majesty. Max's face was ferocious, laughing wildly, his fists clenched, electrical energy surging rapidly within him. Ha 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 ha! Soul of Thor, rise! The entire battlefield seemed to be split open by a bolt of lightning, and the dazzling light illuminated the surroundings. Max's body began to change. His muscles rapidly expanded, and the electrical conduits on his combat suit became more prominent, as if to channel all the energy out. The blue-black combat suit shimmered in the electrical energy, appearing incredibly mighty and mysterious. Max's hair stood on end, as if supported by a powerful current. His eyes turned a pure blue, like two clusters of lightning flickering in his eye sockets. The expression on his face became stern and resolute, revealing an unshakable determination. His arms rapidly expanded, muscles clearly defined, with blue electrical energy flashing across every inch of his skin. He raised his hands high, and a powerful current condensed in them, forming a gigantic electric orb. The electric orb spun in the air, emitting crackling electrical sounds, as if ready to unleash destructive power at any moment. Max's entire figure became tall and imposing, his posture like Thor descending, carrying endless majesty and power. Every one of his movements was filled with the beauty of flashing electrical energy, as if the entire space trembled with his actions. This is my true power. Max's voice was low and powerful with a thunderous impact. Apocalypse, are you ready to face your end? A hint of surprise and appreciation flashed in Apocalypse's eyes, but he quickly returned to his cold expression. He stood his ground, crossing his hands, and powerful energy fluctuations gathered in them, preparing to meet Max's attack. Interesting power, Apocalypse said coldly, a hint of fighting spirit in his gaze, but you are still a mortal, and it is impossible to defeat a god. Max did not respond. His body quickly rushed forward as fast as lightning. The electric orb spun in his hand, carrying endless destructive power directly towards Apocalypse. Apocalypse quickly raised his hands, and a powerful energy barrier formed in front of him, ready to withstand this destructive attack. Soul of the Thunder God electrical impact. Max roared, and the electric orb suddenly exploded, powerful electrical energy surging towards Apocalypse like a flood. The electrical energy and the energy barrier collided fiercely in the air, erupting in dazzling sparks and deafening roars. Boom! With a loud bang, the electrical impact shattered Apocalypse's energy barrier, and the powerful impact tore the surrounding ruins to pieces. Apocalypse's body was struck by the powerful electrical energy, instantly enveloped in electrical energy, his entire body trembling violently. A cold smile appeared on Max's face, his gaze filled with endless fighting spirit. "This is your end, Apocalypse." Apocalypse struggled in the powerful electrical energy, a pained expression on his face, but his gaze remained cold and resolute. He suddenly waved his hand, and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from his body, scattering the electrical energy. "You think this can defeat me?" Apocalypse said coldly, his gaze filled with unyielding fighting spirit. "I am a god." Max did not flinch. His body flickered in the electrical energy, and his hands once again gathered powerful electrical energy, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. "Then let me show you what true power is," Max said in a low voice, electrical energy surging rapidly within him, forming an incredibly powerful force. In the midst of the fierce battle, let us turn our thoughts to the past. To perfect his soul of the Thunder God and train against his own weaknesses, Max Dillon once sought out John Jai Lingma and the intelligent computer for advice. It was a quiet laboratory where John Jai Lingma and the intelligent computer were busy with various complex equipment and data analysis. Max, wearing a simple blue-black combat suit, walked into the laboratory, with a hint of anxiety and anticipation in his expression. "John Jai Lingma, I need your help," Max said straightforwardly, with a hint of urgency in his tone. John Jai Lingma looked up at Max, then put down his work, a slight smile on his face. "Of course, Max. What problem is bothering you?" Max took a deep breath and began to describe his confusion and challenges. "Although my soul of the Thunder God is powerful, in long battles, the energy consumption is too fast, lacking sustainability. Moreover, when facing some special energy barriers and powerful combat opponents, my attack effectiveness is limited. I hope to find a way to improve my electrical energy control and attack efficiency." John Jai Lingma nodded, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "This is indeed a challenge, but I believe that through scientific analysis and training, we can find a solution." He turned to the intelligent computer, instructing it to begin relevant data analysis and simulation. The intelligent computer's voice was calm and rational. "Max, electrical energy, as a form of energy, inherently possesses efficient and powerful characteristics, but it also has some limitations. To better utilize electrical energy, we need to start from basic theory and conduct a comprehensive optimization." Max listened intently, and John Jai Lingma continued to explain. "First, we need to understand the process of electrical energy formation in nature. The formation of lightning is mainly due to the uneven distribution of charges in the atmosphere, leading to intense electrostatic discharge phenomena. In thunderclouds, the upper cloud layers are usually positively charged, while the lower cloud layers are negatively charged. When the charges accumulate to a certain degree, lightning will form." The intelligent computer took over the topic and began to explain in detail. "In this natural phenomenon, the generation and release of electrical energy is an efficient and intense process. We can optimize your electrical energy control by simulating this process. First, we need to enhance your ability to distribute charges within your body, making the storage and release of electrical energy faster and more efficient." John Jai Lingma added, "Additionally, we also need to consider environmental factors. Lightning in nature is often accompanied by strong storms and weather changes, and these factors have an important impact on the formation and release of electrical energy. By simulating these environments, we can find ways to enhance your abilities." Max nodded, a hint of hope in his eyes. "So, what exactly should we do?" John Jai Lingma and the intelligent computer exchanged glances, and John Jai Lingma began to explain in detail. "First, we need to enhance your charge distribution system. Through John Potion agent modification, your cells can be made more efficient in storing and releasing electrical energy. Secondly, we need to train your electrical energy control ability in different environments, simulating various extreme weather conditions, so that you can unleash your maximum power in any situation." The intelligent computer displayed a series of complex charts and data simulations, explaining, "We can design a training system that simulates lightning phenomena in nature, allowing you to gradually improve your abilities in actual combat. This can not only enhance your attack efficiency, but also improve your sustained combat capability." Max listened carefully, his eyes flashing with determination. "Understood. I am willing to accept this training to improve my abilities." Yan Jialingma looked expectantly at Max, smiling and nodding. "Max, through this training, you will not only be a powerful electro, but also a superhero who can unleash his maximum power in any environment." The intelligent computer began detailed calculations of charge distribution, and used the Huckel molecular orbital MO method to analyze the distribution of electrical energy within him. The intelligent computer's virtual interface quickly displayed a series of complex molecular structures and energy distribution maps. "Max, we need to optimize your charge distribution system. Through the Huckel molecular orbital method, we can more precisely analyze and adjust the charge distribution within your body." The molecular orbital diagrams on the virtual interface gradually evolved into human organs, body, and genetic diagrams, showing the charge distribution within Max's body. The intelligent computer continued to explain, "Your cellular structure needs to be fine-tuned to make it more efficient in storing and releasing electrical energy. We can achieve this goal through Gen potion agent modification." Max looked at the complex charts and felt the power of science and technology. He nodded, indicating understanding and acceptance. At this time, Yan Jialingma fell into deep thought, and he began a brainstorming session, trying to elevate Max's soul of the Thunder God to a new level. "We need to break conventional thinking," Yan Jialingma said, his eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom. "Not just optimize charge distribution, we can also explore more possibilities." He quickly drew a series of charts on the virtual interface, beginning to analyze various types, forms, and units of energy. "We can try different forms of energy conversion, using the principles of physics and mass to find a brand new way of energy utilization." Yan Jialingma continued, "Although electrical energy is powerful, we can find more efficient ways to utilize it through energy conversion. For example, converting electrical energy into light energy, thermal energy, or even nuclear energy. Each form of energy has its unique advantages and application scenarios, and we need to find the energy form that is most suitable for you." The intelligent computer also joined Yan Jialingma's brainstorming, its computational power making this process more efficient and precise. "Through the analysis and simulation of different energy forms, we can find the optimal energy conversion solution. For example, through the quantum tunneling effect, efficient conversion between electrical energy and other energy forms can be achieved." Yan Jialingma continued to think, his mind like a high-speed machine, constantly generating new ideas. "Not just energy conversion, we can also consider energy, storage and release methods. For example, through superconducting materials, lossless transmission and efficient storage of energy can be achieved. This can not only improve your attack efficiency, but also enhance your sustained combat capability." The intelligent computer displayed a series of simulated charts of superconducting materials. These superconducting materials can achieve zero resistance at extremely low temperatures, making the transmission and storage of electrical energy extremely efficient. "We can utilize these materials to optimize your combat suit and equipment, bringing your abilities to a whole new level." Max listened to the discussion between Yan Jialingma and the intelligent computer, feeling the endless possibilities of science. His gaze was firm, determined to improve his abilities through these innovations and training, and become a true superhero. "I am willing to accept these modifications and training," Max said, his voice full of determination and confidence. "No matter how difficult it is, I will persevere." Max Dillon's body flickered with intense electrical energy in the air, his eyes like blue lightning, emanating endless majesty and power. The soul of the Thunder God mode was fully activated, and Max's entire body was enveloped in electrical energy, which surged rapidly within him, as if all the electrical energy of the world was concentrated on him alone. Apocalypse's gaze was cold and disdainful. His physique was tall and imposing, radiating the aura of an ancient deity. He violently swung his hands, and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from his body, sweeping directly towards Max. Max reacted quickly, moving through the air with a whoosh, whoosh sound. Amidst the flickering electrical energy, he had already evaded Apocalypse's attack. Do you think your speed can escape my eyes? Apocalypse said coldly, swinging his hands again, and powerful energy fluctuations struck once more. Max didn't stop, continuously dodging in the air, emitting sharp whooshing sounds. Apocalypse's attacks repeatedly missed, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Max quickly approached Apocalypse, his right fist, carrying intense electrical energy, striking directly at Apocalypse's face. Apocalypse quickly sidestepped to dodge, but Max's speed was too fast. His fist, like thunder, hit Apocalypse's face. Bang! Apocalypse was knocked back a few steps, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Max didn't stop, quickly launching a wave of close-quarters attacks, his fists continuously striking Apocalypse with intense electrical energy. Apocalypse tried to counterattack, but Max's speed made him difficult to track. Each time Apocalypse threw a punch, Max could quickly dodge and seize the opportunity to counter. Apocalypse's body was repeatedly hit, and powerful electrical energy surged within him, making him feel unprecedented pressure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Max's body moved rapidly in the air, emitting sharp whooshing sounds. His hands, interwoven with electrical energy, formed streaks of lightning chains, pressing directly against Apocalypse's defenses. Apocalypse suddenly waved his hand, and powerful energy fluctuations shattered the lightning chains, but Max's offensive continued relentlessly like a storm. Boom! One of Max's punches hit Apocalypse's chest, and the powerful electrical energy sent Apocalypse staggering back a few steps, instantly cracking the ground beneath his feet. Apocalypse's gaze turned cold. He suddenly waved his hand, and powerful energy fluctuations knocked Max back a few steps, but Max quickly stabilized himself and launched another attack. Apocalypse's body began to self-repair under the impact of the electrical energy. His wounds healed rapidly, and powerful energy surged within him, attempting to return to optimal condition. At the same time, changes began to occur around him. The ground cracked, ancient runes emerged, and the entire area was enveloped by a mysterious power. Max quickly approached Apocalypse, his hands interwoven with electrical energy, forming a giant electric ball that struck directly at Apocalypse's chest. Apocalypse quickly raised his hand, and a powerful energy barrier formed in front of him, attempting to block the electric ball's attack. The electric ball collided with the energy barrier, erupting in intense sparks and deafening roars, and the powerful impact shattered the surrounding ruins. Boom! With a loud bang, the electric ball shattered Apocalypse's energy barrier, and the powerful impact sent Apocalypse flying. Max didn't stop. His body moved rapidly in the air, his hands interwoven with electrical energy, forming streaks of lightning chains that struck directly at Apocalypse's body. Apocalypse struggled in the air, attempting to counterattack, but Max's speed made him difficult to track. Max quickly approached Apocalypse, his right fist, carrying intense electrical energy, striking directly at Apocalypse's face. Bang! Apocalypse was sent flying backward, his body crashing heavily against the wall of the pyramid with a deafening thud. Max gave Apocalypse no chance to breathe. His body moved rapidly in the air, his hands interwoven with electrical energy, forming streaks of lightning chains that struck directly at Apocalypse's body. Max's speed and power reached their peak under the enhancement of the soul of the Thunder God. Each of his attacks carried destructive power, making it difficult for Apocalypse to parry. Apocalypse's body trembled continuously in the powerful electrical energy, a pained expression on his face. He tried to launch a counterattack, but each time it was quickly neutralized by Max. Whoosh! Max's body, like lightning, closed in on Apocalypse, his fists carrying intense electrical energy striking Apocalypse's face again. This time, Apocalypse countered in time, suddenly raising his hands to block Max's attack, but Max carried an immense impact. Bang! Apocalypse was sent flying backward, his body crashing heavily against the wall of the pyramid with a deafening thud. "This is your own undoing," Max said coldly, his hands interwoven with electrical energy, forming a giant electric ball that struck directly at Apocalypse's chest. Apocalypse tried to struggle, but the powerful electrical energy bound him tightly, rendering him immobile. Boom! With a loud bang, the electric ball completely sent Apocalypse's body flying, and the powerful impact shattered the wall of the pyramid. Apocalypse's body arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground with a deafening thud. Max floated in the air, his hands interwoven with electrical energy, his gaze stern and resolute. His body flickered in the electrical energy, like a true Thor, carrying endless majesty and power. Apocalypse's body twitched slightly on the ground, a pained expression on his face. He tried to struggle to his feet, but the powerful electrical energy made him difficult to move. Max slowly descended to the ground, his hands still flickering with electrical energy, his eyes filled with endless fighting spirit. However, Apocalypse did not give in easily. His body twitched slightly on the ground, then quickly regained its ability to move. Apocalypse slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light and endless rage. God is tired of the struggles of ants, Apocalypse sneered, suddenly swinging his hands. Powerful energy fluctuations surged within him, and his body began to rapidly expand. His muscle lines became more pronounced, and his size rapidly increased. Self-molecular manipulation. Apocalypse roared in a low voice, his voice filled with savage power. His body rapidly deformed, his muscles as hard as rock, and his physique became enormous, like a moving mountain. Every one of his movements carried an intense sense of oppression, as if the entire space was under his control. Instantly, Apocalypse appeared in front of Max, and Max's eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! Apocalypse struck Max's body, and Max was punched away, his body tumbling through the air. Electrical energy erupted around him, attempting to stabilize his form. Energy manipulation. Apocalypse suddenly waved his hand, and powerful energy fluctuations swept over like a storm. Max quickly dodged in the air, electrical energy surging within him, his figure moving rapidly like lightning through the air, emitting sharp whoosh, whoosh sounds. Apocalypse didn't stop. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and powerful energy gathered in his hands, forming a destructive energy wave that shot directly at Max. Max quickly sidestepped to dodge. The energy wave whistled past his body, hitting the wall behind him and erupting in a deafening roar. Illusion creation. Apocalypse's voice was low and majestic, and the surrounding space suddenly changed, as if entering another dimension. Countless illusions appeared before Max's eyes, as if countless apocalypses were attacking him simultaneously. Max quickly calmed down, his hands interwoven with electrical energy, forming an intense electrical energy barrier that shattered all the illusions. Apocalypse's figure became clear again, but his attacks remained relentless. Energy emission. Apocalypse's body suddenly erupted with intense light, and powerful energy waves surged from his entire body, striking directly at Max. Max quickly rolled to dodge, electrical energy surging within him, forming an electrical energy shield that forcibly blocked Apocalypse's attack. Energy absorption. Apocalypse suddenly spread his hands, and powerful energy surged within him, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy to enhance his own power. Max didn't stop, quickly launching a wave of close-quarters attacks, his fists carrying intense electrical energy striking directly at Apocalypse's face. Force field. Apocalypse sneered, and a powerful energy barrier formed around him, forcibly blocking Max's attack. Max's fist hit the force field with a loud bang, and the powerful recoil sent him staggering back a few steps. Max suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, but quickly adjusted his stance, his eyes flashing with resolute light. He had to gather all the electrical energy in his body to create the strongest impact to blast Apocalypse. Soul of the Thunder God, ultimate impact. Max roared in a low voice, and powerful electrical energy rapidly gathered within him, forming a giant electric ball. The electric ball spun in the air, emitting dazzling light, carrying destructive power directly towards Apocalypse. Die! Apocalypse roared, pushing his hands forward, sending the force field barrier towards Max's electric ball. Boom! With a loud bang, the electric ball collided with Apocalypse's force field barrier, erupting in intense sparks and deafening roars. The powerful impact shattered the surrounding ruins, sending debris flying. Max didn't stop, his body moved rapidly in the air, approaching Apocalypse again. Whoosh! Max, like lightning, closed in on Apocalypse, his fists carrying intense electrical energy. Max's fist struck Apocalypse's face like thunder. Bang! Apocalypse's face was struck by Max's punch, instantly caving in, and his body spun rapidly backward. Boom! With a deafening thud, he fell onto the desert. Max slowly descended, the electrical energy on his body gradually dissipating, and his blue-black battle suit returned to normal. He calmly looked at Apocalypse lying in the desert, his eyes revealing a hint of determination and resolve. Apocalypse was still struggling, trying to get back up, but it was clear he was powerless. Max gave Apocalypse no chance to counterattack. He quickly closed in, landing a fierce punch on Apocalypse's face. Bang! Apocalypse let out a pained groan, his body collapsing heavily again. Max continued to punch, each punch carrying powerful electrical energy, completely knocking Apocalypse unconscious. Apocalypse's body lay limp in the desert. Max looked at his figure, took a deep breath, and confirmed that he had lost all ability to resist. Then, Max took out a special restraint strap from his tattered battlesuit, firmly bound Apocalypse's hands, and injected a sedative to ensure he would not wake up for the foreseeable future. "You won't have another chance to wreak havoc on the world," Max said in a low voice, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness and determination. He raised his hands, powerful electrical energy surging within him, forming an electrical energy barrier that enveloped Apocalypse's body. Max lightly leaped, carrying the unconscious Apocalypse, and quickly left the battlefield. At Umbrella Corporation's European headquarters, the atmosphere was as cold and serious as ever. High-tech equipment surrounded the area, and the cool, toned light reflected off the metal walls, appearing especially stark. The AI's holographic projection appeared in the center of the control room, glowing with a faint blue light, projecting endless wisdom and calmness. The AI's projected gaze was sharp, focused on Apocalypse in the gene nutrition pod. Apocalypse was firmly secured within the pod, with special devices continuously releasing a specialized anesthetic to ensure he remained unconscious. Nutritional fluid enveloped his body, providing necessary life support while simultaneously suppressing the recovery of his power. Apocalypse has been successfully brought back, and he is now completely under our control. The AI's voice was calm and collected, as if stating an ordinary fact. At the other end, Wesker's holographic projection also appeared in the control room. His usual coldness and authority were evident in his gaze and posture. Wesker nodded slightly, his eyes scanning Apocalypse's body, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Apocalypse's power will be a valuable resource for our further research and development." Wesker's voice was deep and powerful. "I elevate the security level, ensure he remains under control at all times, and tolerate no negligence." "Understood, my Lord Wesker." The AI quickly issued the command. Next to Wesker, John Lingma's holographic projection also materialized. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and a thoughtful expression was on his face. He gazed at Apocalypse in the nutrition pod, his eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. "Subarashi, this physique, this level of grandeur. Apocalypse's genes and energy are unlike anything we've ever seen," John Lingma said, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. "Through research on him, we might be able to unlock many unknown mysteries and develop even more powerful John potion agents and energy weapons, just like Supergiant back then." The AI continued, "We have already begun a comprehensive analysis and research of Apocalypse's genes. With the support of the John Nutrition Pod, we can conduct more in-depth research while ensuring his vital signs remain stable." Wesker's gaze was cold and resolute as he reiterated, "Remember, Apocalypse must always remain under our control. Any potential resistance or unexpected situations must be dealt with immediately." "Of course," the AI responded, its voice still calm and collected, "everything is under our control." Inside the control room, the three projections appeared, exceptionally cold and imposing in the faint blue light. Their gazes were all focused on Apocalypse in the gene nutrition pod, as if observing an incredibly precious experimental subject. As the nutrition pod vibrated slightly, Apocalypse's body trembled imperceptibly, but he never awoke. Umbrella Corporation's powerful technology and strict control ensured that everything was under rigorous monitoring, without the slightest error. Inside the makeshift military camp, Rhodes lay on a simple cot, his body wrapped in bandages, his face bearing several visible scars. His gaze passed through the window beside the bed, fixed on the distance, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Inside the camp, soldiers moved busily, carrying out various tasks with a tense yet orderly efficiency. Suddenly, the tent flap was pushed open, and a lieutenant general strode in. He was tall, with a serious and unyielding expression on his face. The lieutenant general's insignia gleamed in the sunlight, indicating his high rank and authority. "Colonel Rhodes," the lieutenant general said coldly, his voice carrying a strong tone of command. Rhodes struggled to sit up from the bed, a pained expression on his face, but he tried to maintain a soldier's posture and saluted the lieutenant general, Lieutenant General. The Lieutenant General did not return the salute, merely looking at Rhodes coldly, his gaze carrying a hint of displeasure and warning. Colonel, I know about your recent ordeal, and I understand your anger and dissatisfaction. But I must make it clear to you that you absolutely cannot go looking for trouble with the Leviathan group again. Rhodes frowned, a flicker of unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Lieutenant General, those guys, they were. The Lieutenant General cut him off coldly. No matter what they did, now is not the time for us to act on our own. The Leviathan group has extremely complex international relations and political influence behind it. If we act rashly, it will lead to unpredictable consequences. Rhodes's fists clenched tightly, the fury on his face almost impossible to hide. But they must pay for what they did. We cannot stand by and do nothing. The Lieutenant General's gaze grew even colder. He stepped forward, his voice deep and powerful. Rhodes, this is an order, not a discussion. You must immediately cease all actions concerning the Leviathan group and await further instructions from superior officers. Any unauthorized action will be considered a violation of military discipline and will be severely punished. A flicker of struggle and pain crossed Rhodes's eyes. He knew he could not defy a superior's order, but the anger and unwillingness within him made it difficult to calm down. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions. Understood, officer. The Lieutenant General nodded, his gaze still stern. I hope you understand how complex the current situation is. Any reckless action will lead to irreversible consequences. He turned to leave the tent, and before he left, he looked back and said coldly, remember, this is an order. You had better recover well and await your superior's arrangements. The tent flap was pushed open again, and sunlight streamed onto Rhodes's face, but his mood was as if shrouded in shadow. He watched the Lieutenant General's retreating back, his heart filled with endless anger and helplessness. As soon as the Lieutenant General left the tent, Captain America Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, and Sam Wilson walked in. Steve immediately showed a look of concern as he entered, his gaze quickly scanning Rhodes's injuries. Rhodes, how are you doing? Steve asked, his voice full of concern. Rhodes forced a smile, shook his head. I'm fine, just some superficial wounds. Sam, with a mischievous grin, leaned in. You look like you got beaten up by a bunch of angry husbands. Rhodes snorted and turned his head towards Natasha. If that were true, I'd really wish they'd gone a bit easier. Natasha raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her face. Rhodes, you better be careful. If you upset someone else's wife again, no one will help you next time. Steve shook his head helplessly. You too, can you be serious for a moment? Sam shrugged. We're just trying to distract Rhodes so he doesn't hurt as much. Rhodes gave a wry smile. Thank you for your concern. I'm truly touched. Natasha's smile faded, and her expression became serious. Rhodes, can you tell us who the enemy is exactly? Rhodes's expression instantly stiffened, his eyes flickered, and then he shook his head. I can't say. Natasha looked into Rhodes's eyes and said softly, Rhodes, I know you have your difficulties, but we need to know the truth. Steve also stepped forward, his tone gentle but firm. Rhodes, we are your friends and your comrades. No matter who the enemy is, we will face them together. Rhodes was silent for a moment, looking at them with a complex gaze, but ultimately did not speak. Seeing Rhodes's silence, Natasha turned to the other two. The director and I are already keeping an eye on the Leviathan group. They are an organization consolidated by a Jewish group, preparing to launch a superheroes team in Los Angeles. Sam asked with a puzzled and annoyed expression, was Rhodes attacked by them because he didn't participate in their plan? Rhodes nodded slightly, still maintaining his silence. Sam clenched his fists and said angrily, they're looking for death. We have to go settle scores with them. Steve frowned, thought for a moment and asked, Rhodes, why can't you say their names? Is it because they have powerful backgrounds in the military, government, and business sectors? Natasha nodded affirmatively. That's right, Captain. The Leviathan group's influence is vast. They plan to launch a superheroes team called Superheroes Leviathan or Leviathan 7. Sam snorted dismissively. The Hawk group's superheroes are one thing, but does this Leviathan bug really think it's so great? Steve's eyes flickered as if he had thought of a key point. Superheroes? So, they are all superpowered individuals, or people who have been injected with Jun potion agent. He turned to Rhodes, his eyes full of questions and anticipation. Rhodes was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. They are indeed superpowered individuals, or rather, through the Hydra death cure virus. Their power is very strong, and they have powerful backing. That's why I can't easily say their names. After hearing this, Sam said indignantly, no matter how powerful they are, we will not back down. We must protect innocent people. Natasha nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with Captain. It was as expected. That's right, we will definitely find a way to deal with it. Rhodes, we need you to provide more information so we can better face this threat. Steve also said firmly, we are Avengers, and we will not back down from any threat. Rhodes, no matter who the enemy is, we will face them together. Rhodes looked at his friends, a warmth rising in his heart, and nodded, all right, I'll do my best to tell you everything. Elias, the Black Hand of the Leviathan group, was currently kneeling on one knee, head bowed respectfully before the controller of the Leviathan group. She was a stunning woman, her beauty sculpted to perfection. Her long hair, dark and lustrous, cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, its wavy curls making her appear elegant and noble. Her face had distinct lines, exquisite features, and her eyes held an undeniable authority and wisdom. She wore a deep purple silk gown that clung to her figure, clearly outlining her graceful curves. The long skirt trailed to the floor, its edges embroidered with delicate golden floral patterns, making it both luxurious and elegant. The gown's V neckline was slightly open, revealing her slender neck and a portion of her fair skin, giving her a noble yet mysterious allure. Her breasts were full and firm, rising and falling gently, adding a touch of allure. Her slender waist contrasted sharply with her ample hips, showcasing her captivating curves. Her feet were adorned with a pair of black high-heeled sandals. The heels were uniquely designed, slender as blades, and the straps were intertwined with shimmering golden chains, adding a touch of opulence. Her toes curled slightly within the sandals, painted with vibrant red nail polish, appearing elegant and sensual. Each step she took was steady and powerful, her posture graceful and composed. Standing there, she was like a queen, in command of everything. Her gaze was cold as she looked at Elias kneeling on the ground, a faint smile playing on her lips, tinged with disdain and scrutiny. Her voice was deep and magnetic, carrying in innate authority. Elias, any new developments? Elias bowed his head respectfully and replied, esteemed controller, our plan is progressing smoothly. The superheroes team Leviathan 7 is ready, and we are about to begin the next phase of operations. She nodded lightly, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Very good, keep it up. I hope this plan proceeds smoothly, without any failures. Yes, controller, Elias replied, his voice filled with determination. Her gaze shifted from Elias to the distant window, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. We will let this world know what true power is. Elias remained kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with awe and loyalty, awaiting her further instructions. She waved her hand gently, motioning for Elias to stand up. Go, continue your work. Elias quickly stood up, bowed respectfully, and then swiftly left the room. She stood still, her eyes filled with deep thought and coldness, as if plotting a grand conspiracy. She knew that the Leviathan group was about to unleash an unprecedented storm, and she was the controller of that storm. One weekend, Peter Parker strolled down the street, dressed in Hawk Group's The Invisible Man merchandise. The outfit was simple yet technologically advanced, a black, form-fitting T-shirt emblazoned with the Invisible Man's logo, paired with dark jeans and sneakers, made Peter look both casual and cool. He had arranged to meet his friend Ned on the street. Ned was wearing Hawk Group Superheroes merchandise, a blue shirt with the Superheroes logo, a red hoodie over it, loose casual pants, and a pair of eye-catching sneakers. His face was beaming with excitement, clearly having good news to tell Peter. Hey Ned, what's the good news? Peter asked immediately upon seeing the mysterious smile on Ned's face. Ned feigned mystery, flashing a knowing grin. Peter, have you heard this joke? Why can't superheroes go on a blind date? 'Cause they'll disappear in bed. Peter's face flushed as he instantly understood Ned's intentions. He retorted, Ned, that's enough. Can you be serious for once? Ned burst out laughing, then pulled 2 tickets from his pocket. All right, the serious stuff is here. Look at this. Peter took the tickets and examined them closely. They read Leviathan Superheroes Press Conference. He looked up at Ned, his face full of confusion. Leviathan Superheroes? Ned chuckled, deliberately lowering his voice and adopting a gloomy expression. There's an ancient saying in the East, know yourself and know your enemy and you will win 100 battles. You know that Leviathan plans to launch superheroes recently, right? Peter nodded. I know, but why are you looking at me with such a suspicious gaze? Ned smirked and leaned close to Peter's ear, whispering, Sarah Levinsky, the president of Leviathan Superheroes Company, do you think she's beautiful? Have you seen her announcement trailer? Ned's tone was teasing as he continued to describe her figure, her sexy long legs, her delicate feet in high-heeled sandals. She's truly captivating. Peter's face was flushed and his expression somewhat contorted, but he eventually couldn't help but laugh. All right, I admit it, she is indeed very beautiful. Seeing this, Ned patted Peter's shoulder in satisfaction. Then it's settled. We'll go check out this press conference and see who these Leviathan superheroes really are. Peter shook his head helplessly, but a hint of curiosity and anticipation flickered in his eyes. All right, let's go see for ourselves then. Peter raised an eyebrow and asked, what about the time and place? Is it in Los Angeles? Ned handed one of the tickets to Peter, smiling as he replied, Los Angeles, tomorrow. Peter took the ticket, his eyebrows raising and lowering, an incredulous expression on his face. Are you kidding me? Ned showed an I knew it expression and teased, Peter, you really only noticed the Leviathan president's charm. Superheroes and beautiful women, you obviously chose the beautiful woman. Peter shook his head, speechless, not knowing what to say, but Sarah Levinsky's captivating image from the trailer involuntarily appeared in his mind. She stood under the spotlight, wearing a form-fitting dark purple gown that perfectly showcased her curves. Her golden high-heeled sandals sparkled, and her slender, beautiful legs attracted everyone's gaze like a work of art. Her eyes were mysterious and alluring, as if they could pierce through one's soul. All right, you're right, Peter admitted helplessly. She is indeed very beautiful. Ned looked at Peter, put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, Peter, neither of us can be repressed. If you like something, you like it. Just like when we discuss beautiful women, we should be honest with each other. Peter smiled, feeling he could relax and express his true thoughts when with Ned. Ned continued to tell corny jokes and humorous remarks, indicating that they both should bravely face their feelings. As for going to Los Angeles, Ned revealed a cunning smile. Can't we go to Hawk Group? We have a little privilege, you know. Peter asked, confused. You asked? Ned nodded proudly. Of course, this ticket was given by them. This is our mission. Peter asked, puzzled. What are we supposed to do? Ned immediately replied, a hint of pride in his voice. We're going to be special correspondents. Peter paused after hearing that, then broke into a knowing smile, exclaiming, this really is a special mission. Ned put his arm around Peter's shoulder, and the two walked towards the end of the street, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement for the upcoming adventure. The next morning, Peter Parker and Ned arrived in Los Angeles on Hawk Group's private jet. The plane landed smoothly on the private runway of Los Angeles International Airport. As Peter and Ned stepped out of the cabin, they were greeted by bright sunshine and a warm breeze. The Los Angeles sky was a clear blue, and the sun shone on their faces, giving them an incredibly refreshing feeling. Wow, this feels great, Ned exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling. One day, I hope we can have our own private jet. Peter patted Ned's shoulder, smiling. Then we'll have to work hard to achieve that dream soon. At the same time, his inner excitement couldn't be hidden and he was all smiles. The two quickly passed through the airport and took a car to the venue of the Leviathan Superheroes press conference. Leviathan Group had chosen a large convention center in downtown Los Angeles. Surrounded by skyscrapers, the bustling crowds and vehicles made the entire city feel vibrant. A large number of reporters, fans, and curious citizens had already gathered in front of the venue, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively. Ned and Peter stood outside the venue, looking at the grand spectacle before them, feeling both excited and a little nervous. Wow, this is a huge scene, Ned exclaimed. I really hope we can also become the focus here. With that, he struck several superhero poses in front of Peter. Peter smiled, took a deep breath, and adjusted his emotions. Yes, but we're here on a mission today. We need to stay calm and be professional. But he still couldn't resist Ned's invitation and struck a few superhero poses himself. As they entered the venue, the sight before them was even more spectacular. The entire hall was lavishly decorated, with dazzling lights, and the marble floor reflected sparkling brilliance. Leviathan Group's logos and promotional materials were displayed all around, and a huge curtain hung on the background wall, awaiting the appearance of the Superhero 7. A massive stage was set up in the center of the venue, surrounded by various high-tech equipment. The lighting and sound systems were all-encompassing, making it appear exceptionally modern and high-end. Hundreds of seats were neatly arranged, already filled with media reporters and guests. A giant projection screen hung behind the stage, displaying Leviathan Group's logo and imposing sight. Ned and Peter found their seats and sat down. Ned whispered to Peter, you know, This kind of occasion makes me feel like I'm the protagonist in a movie. Peter nodded, feeling the same way. Yes, we are now standing at a historical turning point. The two felt an inexplicable sense of mission about their task. Ned couldn't help but chuckle softly. If we could also become superheroes, the scene would definitely be even bigger than this. Peter turned to Ned, a hint of longing in his eyes. Maybe one day we'll have our own press conference. And when that happens, Ned, you have to remember to cheer me on. Of course. Ned nodded vigorously, his eyes full of determination. But you have to come and cheer me on too. Of course. As time passed, the atmosphere in the venue grew more and more enthusiastic. Ned and Peter discussed the possibilities of Leviathan superheroes while waiting for the press conference to begin. Peter felt Ned's excitement and was infected with a pleasant mood. Peter and Ned pushed through the crowded people and arrived at the beverage stand outside the venue. Peter ordered an iced lemon tea. Through the clear cup, fresh lemon slices and mint leaves could be seen floating among the ice cubes, and a refreshing aroma wafted towards them. Ned chose a vanilla milkshake. The rich milky scent mixed with a faint vanilla aroma instantly lifted one's spirits. Holding their respective drinks, the two made their way through the crowd and found their seats. Peter sipped his iced lemon tea while using his camera to capture the lively scene. Ned carefully held his milkshake, making sure not to spill a drop, while also hanging his camera around his neck, ready to capture key moments at any time. "This lemon tea is really delicious," Peter exclaimed. "I feel completely refreshed." Ned nodded, took a sip of his milkshake, and smiled contentedly. "My milkshake is great too, full of vanilla flavor. We're really lucky. Not only do we get to see the press conference today, but we also get to enjoy delicious drinks." The two exchanged a glance. Indeed, coming here was the right choice. Even the expenses are reimbursed. The same thought crossed both their minds simultaneously. The two enjoyed their drinks and chatted. Peter whispered, "Get your camera ready, there's a good show coming up." Ned raised his camera, his eyes full of anticipation. Of course, this is a moment we can't miss. Their seats were excellent, with an open view, allowing them to clearly see the stage and the large screen. Peter and Ned adjusted their seating, ensuring their cameras and drinks were within reach, ready to record important moments at any time. The stage lights remained brilliant, and the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with everyone anticipating the Leviathan superheroes press conference. As the countdown on the screen gradually decreased, the atmosphere in the venue became more and more tense and excited. Striking numbers flashed in the center of the huge screen, and the background music grew more impassioned, as if heralding the imminent unveiling of a spectacular feast. 10, 9, 8 Peter and Ned held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen. Peter gripped the camera in his hand, making sure he could capture the most crucial moment at any time. Ned, on the other hand, watched the stage with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. 7, 6, 5 The countdown echoed through the venue, and the surrounding audience also began to count down in unison, their voices growing louder, and the atmosphere becoming increasingly fervent. Peter felt his heart pounding violently, as if the entire world was shaking with the countdown. 4, 3, 2 The numbers on the screen grew smaller and smaller, the stage lights suddenly went out, and the entire venue fell into a brief darkness and silence. Peter and Ned's breathing became rapid, their eyes tightly fixed on the center of the stage. 1. As the last number disappeared, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the screen, followed by powerful music, and the entire stage was instantly illuminated by colorful lights. The Leviathan superheroes press conference officially began. In the center of the stage, amidst swirling smoke, a huge Leviathan logo slowly rose, accompanied by stunning sound effects, like a giant dragon awakening from the abyss. The surrounding audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, and the entire venue was boiling. Peter and Ned watched the stage intently, their cameras continuously capturing these spectacular scenes. On the stage, lights flickered and smoke permeated, as if transporting the audience into a fantastical world. As the smoke on the stage gradually dissipated, a huge screen slowly rose in the center of the stage, and a thrilling video began to play on it. The video had extremely high-quality visuals, realistic special effects, and powerful, stirring background music, as if to draw the audience into a fantastical yet real superhero's world. First to appear was a superhero wearing a red, white, and blue combat suit. He was tall and muscular, with a handsome face and determined eyes. His name was American Guardian, representing justice and strength. He held a large shield, emblazoned with the stars and stripes, symbolizing the spirit of the U.S. He used his shield to block enemy attacks, bravely charging to the front line to protect innocent civilians. Next, the scene switched to a female superhero. Her name was Statue of Liberty. She had long golden hair and wore a tight, fitting combat suit, showcasing her strong physique and agile movements. Her combat suit was predominantly red, with golden patterns inlaid on the shoulders and waist, making it exceptionally dazzling. She could fly and possessed superhuman strength and speed, making her the team's aerial combat expert. The third superhero was an African American. His name was Nightcrawler. He wore an all-black combat suit and a high-tech mask on his face, his figure as agile as a ghost, specializing in night operations and infiltration. His hands could emit powerful electric currents, instantly knocking down enemies. His gaze was stern, full of wisdom and composure, making him the team's tactical expert. Subsequently, the screen showed a Latino superhero. Her name was Heart of Flame. She wore an orange-red combat suit, her long hair flowing, and her eyes filled with a fiery passion. She could control fire, shooting blazing flames from her hands, burning enemies to ashes. Her combat style was wild and fervent, making her the team's attack vanguard. The fifth superhero was an Asian. His name was Shadow Samurai. He wore a dark blue combat suit, his figure slender, and his movements as swift as the wind. His weapons were a pair of sharp short swords, capable of instantly striking down enemies. He excelled in close-quarters combat and stealth operations, making him the team's melee expert. Next, the screen showed a superhero of Native American descent. Her name was Wind Spirit. She wore a green combat suit and a feather headdress, symbolizing the power of nature. She could control the power of wind, creating strong storms to blow enemies away. Her eyes were clear, filled with natural wisdom and power, making her the team's controller of natural forces. Finally, a superhero in a white combat suit appeared. His name was Master of Technology. He was a white male, possessing exceptional technological talent, equipped with various high-tech weapons and devices. He could hack into enemy systems and control mechanical equipment, making him the team's technology expert and logistical support. At the end of the video, the 7 superheroes stood side by side, with the sun slowly rising behind them, symbolizing light and hope. A large line of text appeared on the screen. Leviathan Super 7, the power that protects the world. The entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, and the atmosphere reached its climax. However, as a die-hard fan of the Hawk Group superheroes, Ned leaned into Peter's ear and whispered, "They're clearly not up to par." Peter couldn't help but laugh and nodded. "Indeed, they seem a bit showy." Ned began to comment on each one, with a hint of malicious sarcasm. "Look at that American Guardian, just a big guy in the stars and stripes, probably not even as agile as you. I see him as just an imitator of Captain America." Peter smiled slightly. "What about Statue of Liberty? Besides being able to fly, I didn't see anything else special about her." "Don't even get me started," Ned rolled his eyes. "She'd probably be out of breath after flying for 10 minutes. And look at Nightcrawler with his all-black outfit. Does he really think he's Batman?" Peter couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, maybe he'd scare kids if he went out at night. Heart of Flame looks pretty fiery, but I bet her temper is just as explosive, always ready to set people on fire," Ned continued to tease. Be careful she doesn't hear you. She might come over and roast you," Peter joked. Ned laughed heartily, but after glancing at his position, he still humbly covered his mouth. "What about Shadow Samurai? You can tell at one strike he's a otaku who likes to play ninja dress-up games. It's hilarious." Peter nodded in agreement. "He probably just plays with swords at home. In a real fight, he'd need more practice." Ned continued his critique. "Wind Spirit, an Indian wearing a feather headdress. Does she really think she can summon wind and rain? Come on, this is the 21st century." Peter couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I hope she can find suitable wind in a modern city." And that last one, Master of Technology, covered in high-tech gadgets, he'd probably be completely paralyzed by one strike of an electromagnetic pulse. "And technology," Ned snorted disdainfully. Peter nodded in agreement. "I think the most amazing scientists are Mr. Stark and Dr. Yan Jai Lingma." Ned nodded furiously. Exactly, that's what I thought. Anyway, no matter how much they brag, they can't compare to the superheroes of our Hawk group. Our heroes have real, tangible combat power. Peter nodded in agreement, feeling inspired. True heroes aren't about these flashy things. I think they're trying to emulate the Avengers and the Hawk group's superheroes. Then, Ned stared at the screen, a sly glint in his eyes, and whispered with a hint of mischief, "Hey, Peter, do you think these Leviathan's superheroes are also going to play that politically correct game?" Peter was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You mean that whole thing?" Ned nodded, a mischievous smile on his face. "Exactly, I bet they'll definitely pull those stunts. Look, that Statue of Liberty is definitely for gender equality. And Heart of Flame, who knows, maybe she's a lesbian." Peter felt a chill, a helpless expression on his face. "Ned, your imagination is too wild." "But it is possible." Ned continued to joke, "And master of technology, maybe he's a transgender person who can change into another gender at any time." "Haha, that's hilarious." Peter shook his head, suppressing a laugh. "I hope they don't go too far, otherwise it really will become a joke. But then again, they'll definitely attract a bunch of fans." "I get it, routine operation. We have to vote every 4 years at home. I'm tired of it," Ned pouted. Peter, who also wasn't very fond of those big shots, joined in the complaining. "Exactly, Aunt May and I get bothered every 4 years, it's so annoying." Just as the two were chatting and complaining happily, the stage lights gradually focused, the smoke slowly dissipated, and the 7 superheroes walked onto the stage one by one. Each of their entrances was unique, showcasing their respective abilities and styles. The audience held their breath, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. First to walk out was the American Guardian. He was tall and muscular, holding a huge shield, the stars and stripes on it gleaming under the lights. He walked to the center of the stage and said firmly, "I will use this shield to protect every innocent life." Next, the Statue of Liberty floated gracefully onto the stage. She had long golden hair and wore a tight, fitting combat suit, flying lightly above the stage, then slowly descending. Her voice was clear and powerful. "The sky of freedom belongs to everyone, and I will defend this free world." The third to appear was Nightcrawler. His all-black combat suit appeared, exceptionally mysterious under the lights, and he swiftly emerged from the shadows on one side of the stage. He whispered in the darkness, "The light of justice has never been extinguished." Then came Heart of Flame. She wore an orange-red combat suit, shooting hot flames from her hands, and walked onto the stage accompanied by dazzling sparks. She announced loudly, "My heart is as fiery as flames, and it will burn away all evil." Next, Shadow Samurai agilely leaped onto the stage. He wore a dark blue combat suit, held swords in both hands, and moved as swiftly as the wind. He said calmly in the shadow, "I am your guardian." Then came Wind Spirit. She wore a green combat suit, and the feather headdress on her head sparkled under the lights. She spun lightly, creating a gentle breeze. Her voice was like a gentle breeze caressing the face. "I will use the power of nature to protect this land." Finally, Master of Technology appeared. He wore a white combat suit, covered in high-tech equipment, and displayed flashing screens and gadgets with both hands. He confidently said, "The power of technology will lead us to the future." The 7 superheroes stood on the stage, exchanged glances, and then shouted in unison, "We are the Leviathan Super 7, the power that protects the world." Below the stage, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, and the entire venue was boiling. Peter and Ned were also moved by the scene, temporarily forgetting their previous teasing, and focused on recording every detail of this moment. As the Leviathan Super 7's performance on stage concluded, they slowly retreated backstage, the lights gradually dimmed, and the audience's applause and cheers gradually subsided. However, once out of the audience's sight, the expressions of these superheroes immediately changed, revealing completely different faces. American Guardian, the team's leader, quickly revealed his cold and selfish nature. His face was no longer the handsome and resolute one from the stage, but rather exuded a chilling cunning. He scanned the group, his gaze full of authority and a desire for control. "This performance was not bad, although I still feel that some people were dragging their feet." Statue of Liberty scoffed, crossing her arms and saying coldly, "This again? It's always us dragging our feet, or do you think you can handle everything by yourself?" Nightcrawler remained silent, his gaze stern and particularly gloomy. He leaned against the wall, his eyes showing his disgust for everything. Heart of Fire, on the other hand, was hot, tempered, glaring at American Guardian with disdain. Don't always blame others, don't forget we are a team. Your self-righteous attitude will eventually harm us. Shadow Samurai chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. As if he would listen to that. Spirit of Wind was indifferent, her voice like a cold wind. Stop arguing, completing the mission is the priority. Master of Technology stood to the side, his fingers lightly tapping the high-tech device in his hand, a disdainful smile on his face. No matter how much you argue, it's useless. What's truly useful is my technology. Without my equipment, all of you are useless. American Guardian smiled coldly, stepped in front of Master of Technology, and looked down at him. Remember your place, don't forget who gave you the opportunity to stand here. Master of Technology raised his head, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Don't forget my technology is fundamental to your survival. A dangerous glint flashed in American Guardian's eyes, but he didn't say anything further. Instead, he turned to everyone and said, remember, our goal is consistent, to maintain our status and power. Anyone who dares to undermine this, I will absolutely show no mercy. His voice was cold and full of menace, his gaze filled with an endless desire for control. He lightly patted the shield beside him, as if reminding everyone that his power and authority were unshakable. Backstage, the true faces of the Leviathan Super 7 gradually emerged, and the conflicts and clashes of interest among them slowly surfaced. They were no longer the united superhero team from the stage, but a group of selfish and ruthless individuals, each with their own agenda. American Guardian gave everyone a cold look and finally said, all right, get ready. There's an interview later. Remember to maintain our image. As his words fell, everyone began to prepare, but the superficial peace and underlying tension still permeated the entire backstage. Peter and Ned began to move separately in the interview area. Peter, camera in hand, focused on capturing every exciting moment. His gaze sometimes lingered on the stage, sometimes moved between the audience and reporters, trying to find the best shooting angle. Ned squeezed into the crowd of reporters, pricking up his ears to listen carefully to the Leviathan Super 7's narrative. As he listened, he secretly compared these emerging superheroes with the Hawk Group's heroes in their minds. Statue of Liberty smiled gracefully, telling the reporters, our goal is to protect the innocent and uphold justice. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we will not flinch. Her voice was gentle yet firm, as if she wanted to portray herself as an unassailable figure. Nightcrawler, on the other hand, had a stern expression. He said briefly and powerfully, the night gives me strength, and I will use it to defeat all evil. His voice was deep, full of menace and mystery. Heart of Fire passionately declared, I am willing to use my flames to burn away all injustice and evil. Her gaze was fiery, as if ready to unleash powerful strength at any moment. Shadow Samurai calmly stated, my sword will pierce the darkness and bring light. His voice was calm and firm, full of confidence. Spirit of Wind softly said, the wind will guide me, leading me through all obstacles. Her voice was as gentle as a breeze, yet it carried an undeniable power. Master of Technology, full of confidence, proclaimed, technology is the future, and I will lead this trend. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he had already seen the victory of the future. Peter, while taking photos, captured the words of these superheroes. His camera lens constantly adjusted, recording every detail. He noticed that each superhero, when answering reporters' questions, carefully maintained their image, their words cautious and powerful. Ned, meanwhile, silently critiqued these statements, secretly pondering whether the actual abilities of these superheroes matched their rhetoric. As he watched them, a hint of doubt arose in his mind, feeling that their words seemed a bit too perfect, lacking a sense of reality. As the interview neared its end, Peter and Ned agreed to meet at American Guardian's interview area. Peter pressed the shutter one last time, capturing American Guardian's figure under the spotlight, then quickly made his way through the crowd to Ned's side. Ned was listening to American Guardian's final statement, we, the Leviathan Super 7, will become the guardian of this world. No matter what challenges we face, we will go all out to uphold justice. His voice was firm and powerful, like an unyielding leader. American Guardian's interview area immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Peter and Ned exchanged glances. Peter whispered, this guy can really talk. Ned shrugged and quietly replied, yeah, I hope he can walk the talk. Peter nodded, continuing to raise his camera to capture the final moments. He and Ned watched these Leviathan superheroes confidently display themselves on stage, yet more and more questions arose in their minds about their true abilities and motives. As the interview concluded, Peter and Ned left the interview area side by side, their hearts filled with endless questions and curiosity, ready to take these questions back to analyze and discuss thoroughly. "We need to study these people carefully," Ned whispered, a determined glint in his eyes. "You mean?" Peter nodded, intrigued. That night, the Leviathan building was brightly lit, with soft light emanating from the top floor office. American Guardian, wearing his red, white, and blue battle suit, arrived at the building entrance with an air of invincibility. The CEO's secretary immediately greeted him, her face showing respect and lingering apprehension. "Please follow me, sir," the secretary said respectfully, moving quickly. She led American Guardian to a private elevator that went directly to the top floor. As the elevator door opened, the secretary carefully led American Guardian to Sarah Levinsky's office door. She gently knocked and respectfully said, "CEO Sarah, American Guardian is here." "Let him in." Sarah Levinsky's voice was soft yet authoritative. After opening the door, the secretary respectfully retreated. American Guardian entered the office, his gaze instantly drawn to Sarah Levinsky. Today, she wore a red silk bodycon dress that reached just above her knees, outlining her graceful figure. Her long black hair cascaded in waves over her shoulders, shimmering with luster. Her high-heeled sandals had a unique design, with slender heels like blades and delicate golden chains wrapped around the vamp. Her toes were painted with bright red nail polish, making her look exceptionally sexy. American Guardian walked up to Sarah Levinsky, not bothering to hide his domineering and appreciative gaze. He wrapped an arm around her waist, his nose close to her neck, deeply inhaling the scent of her perfume. It was a rich oriental floral scent, mixed with a hint of musk, full of allure. Sarah Levinsky didn't mind American Guardian, whose real name was John Elster, getting handsy with her. Instead, she deliberately exuded more charm. She smiled slightly, her voice soft and appreciative. "John, your opening today was truly perfect. The company's stock price and market value have already started to soar, and this is all thanks to you." John smiled proudly, tightening his arm around Sarah's waist, his eyes glinting with satisfaction and ambition. "This is just the beginning, Sarah. The Leviathan Super 7 will become the most powerful superhero team in this world. We will make everyone look up to us." Sarah lightly caressed John's chest, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Of course, we will let this world see the power of Leviathan. Tonight is our night of victory." Her fingers traced John's cheek, with a hint of teasing and ambiguity, as if hinting at more possibilities. John's smile became even more wicked. He lowered his head and lightly kissed Sarah's neck, feeling her body temperature and breath. "Sarah, you truly are a captivating woman," John whispered, his voice tinged with heat and desire. Sarah's lips curved into an alluring smile, her eyes sparkling with control and desire. She subtly rose on her tiptoes, leaned close to John's ear, and lightly blew a breath, her voice even more seductive. "Remember, John, we are an invincible team. We possess not only strength, but also endless ambition and wisdom. Of course, I will let the world know that the Hawk Group's superheroes are nothing but trash," John scoffed, holding the beauty and looking down at the scenery outside the building. Sarah's lips curved into an alluring smile, her eyes sparkling with control and desire. "We will conquer everything. No one can stop us." Her fingers traced John's lips, gently lingering on his chin, as if waiting for his response. Her gaze was deep and full of temptation, making John feel endless attraction and desire. "Tonight is our night," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with temptation and anticipation. "Let us together enjoy this glory that belongs to us." Late at night, the lights of the five-star hotel shone exceptionally brightly in the darkness, like a dazzling gem embedded in the heart of the city. However, within this luxurious building, a hint of unease and a sinister aura lay hidden. Nightcrawler silently infiltrated the hotel, his figure appearing and disappearing in the shadows of the corridor like a ghost. He gently pushed open the door to a luxurious bathroom, and the sight before him made his heart pound slightly faster. Inside the bathroom, the lighting was soft and dim, and the air was filled with a faint, relaxing aroma. In the center of the room was a huge bathtub, its water shimmering gently, as if inviting people to enjoy it. Nightcrawler's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on a woman who was preparing to bathe. She stood at the other end of the room, her back to Nightcrawler, exuding an unparalleled charm. Her figure was slender and graceful, her skin fair as jade, appearing exceptionally alluring in the soft light. She slowly untied her dress, and it slid to the floor, revealing her long legs and elegant posture. Her movements were graceful and unhurried, as if she were performing a meticulously choreographed dance. She took off her high heels, gently placing them aside, revealing her slender ankles and delicate toes. Her hair was pinned up, secured by a long, thin hairpin. She gently removed the hairpin, and her dark, beautiful hair cascaded down like a waterfall, spreading over her shoulders. Every one of her movements was full of allure and elegance, as if she were performing a mysterious ritual. Nightcrawler held his breath, watching her intently. His heart pounded faster, feeling a strange tension and anticipation. He knew he shouldn't disturb her, but her charm made him unable to look away. She slowly walked towards the bathtub, her steps light and graceful. Every step she took carried endless temptation, as if calling out to Nightcrawler. Complex emotion flickered in his eyes, both admiration for her beauty and doubt about his own actions. When she finally reached the edge of the bathtub, she gently lifted one foot, tentatively touching the water. Ripples spread across the surface of the water, as if responding to her call. She smiled contentedly, slowly immersing her body in the water, letting out a soft sigh. Nightcrawler's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his eyes sharp and fervent like a predator's. His hands trembled slightly, his fingertips unconsciously clutching at the shadows beside him, and an uncontrollable excitement and impatience appeared on his face. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his heart pounded like a drum in his chest, and his entire body was taut with tension and anticipation. However, the woman suddenly froze, as if she had heard something. Her gaze became alert, and her expression changed from relaxed to tense and panicked. She felt an inexplicable chill, coming from behind her, as if she was being watched by some unknown force. She quickly got up, her movements swift and flustered. Her bathrobe slid over her body, and she wrapped herself tightly, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. She wanted to call from the room, but her gaze darted back and forth between the front desk phone by the bed and the room door close by. Her heart pounded faster and faster, her breathing grew more rapid, and she hesitated for a moment, considering the safest option. Suddenly, she remembered that there were neighbors on this floor, 2 middle school students about to enter high school. She remembered that one of the chubby boys had accidentally bumped into a wall because of her charm. Thinking of this, her heart settled a little. Her intuition told her to go find them. Perhaps they could help her overcome her fear. She quickly put on her bathrobe, tied the belt tightly, took a deep breath, and hurried towards the door. Her steps were rushed and determined, as if each step was a race against time. Nightcrawler, hidden in the shadows, kept his gaze fixed on her figure, his desire and reason constantly clashing within him. His body remained taut, his breathing rapid, and an uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. He knew he couldn't easily expose himself, but the inner impulse made it difficult for him to restrain himself. The woman opened the door, anxiety and determination flashing in her eyes, and hurried towards her neighbor's room. Nightcrawler's gaze grew even more fervent, his anticipation and tension intertwined. He held his breath, waiting for the coming change, as if an unpredictable storm would arrive in the next moment. She walked quickly down the empty corridor, each step filled with tension and urgency, as if the surrounding darkness could swallow her at any moment. Her heart pounded faster, and she heard her own rapid breathing in her ears, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of her bathrobe, not daring to let go. Finally, she stopped in front of her neighbor's room, her fingers trembling slightly, and knocked on the door. Fear and anticipation intertwined in her heart, and her gaze nervously fixed on the door, waiting for rescue to arrive. Meanwhile, inside the room, Ned, who had just finished bathing, was wearing a loose blue bathrobe, his wet hair casually falling over his forehead. He sat on the sofa in the luxurious suite, wearing a pair of white slippers, looking very relaxed. Peter, dressed in a gray t-shirt and athletic shorts, had just washed his face, his hair still slightly damp. He sat opposite Ned, holding a cup of hot chocolate, sipping it gently. "You know, Peter," Ned said excitedly, "it's so awesome to stay in a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel like this. Hawk Group is really generous, not only arranging missions for us, but also providing such top-notch treatment. I'll be a superfan of Hawk Group for life." Oh yeah. If I tell those guys, hey, buddy, they'll be so envious of us, haha. Peter nodded, smiling in response. Yeah, it's really good. Especially this room, it's just like a scene from a movie. Ned's eyes widened as he continued, but, more importantly, the people staying on this floor. Did you see that charming beautiful woman? She's like she stepped out of a painting. Peter chuckled, correcting him. You mean the elegant lady in the purple dress, right? Ned nodded vigorously. Yes, that's her. I was almost captivated by her beauty. You know, I almost bumped into the wall then. Peter couldn't help but laugh, adding, well, she is very charming, and her aura is very special. It's like that noble yet mysterious feeling. Ned's eyes sparkled as he continued to praise. Yes, 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 she's simply a goddess, the kind who walks with a halo. When do you think we'll ever meet a girl like her? A blush appeared on Peter's face, and he said somewhat awkwardly, well, I think we might need to work harder. After all, that level of beauty and temperament isn't something you just stumble upon. Ned chuckled, teasing Peter. Don't be so reserved. We need to go out more, see more, and maybe one day we'll meet one. Peter shook his head helplessly, but there was a hint of longing on his face. All right, I hope so. But don't forget, we still have a mission to do, so let's get the main task done first. Haha, my photography skills are so precise that I can capture even the tiniest hidden details in 4K quality, Ned replied with a look that men understood. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, they suddenly heard an urgent knock on the door. They exchanged glances and Peter stood up, walked to the door, secretly wondering who it could be. Peter gently opened the door and saw the charming, beautiful woman standing outside, a hint of panic and unease on her face. She was wrapped in a bathrobe, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Excuse me, is something wrong? Peter asked with concern, shyness in his gaze. The beautiful woman was wrapped in a white bathrobe, gently tied at her waist, revealing a portion of her long legs and fair shoulders. Her hair was slightly damp, emitting a faint fragrance. Her eyes flickered with unease, as if she had been startled. Peter's heart instantly pounded faster, his inner monologue. Oh my God, how can she be so beautiful? Her eyes look so helpless, I must help her. Her noble yet fragile aura truly makes one's heart stir. Ned stood behind Peter, also stunned by the appearance of the beautiful woman, his heart rippling. Ned's inner monologue. Wow, this is just like a scene from a movie. She's really beautiful, and her aura is special. I can't miss this opportunity, I need to make a good impression. Can you help me? The beautiful woman's voice trembled slightly, her eyes revealing a plea. I feel like someone is watching me, and I'm a little scared. A protective urge surged in Peter's heart, and he said softly, please come in, we will help you. Ned quickly stood up from the sofa, his face showing both tension and excitement. He looked at the beautiful woman, trying to make his voice sound calm. Of course, we will protect you. Please don't worry. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, looking gratefully at Peter and Ned, then walked into the room. Her steps were light, carrying an elegant charm. Ned couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, she's truly too beautiful, and even more captivating up close. Today is truly lucky. Peter closed the door, turned around, exchanged a glance with Ned, then looked at the beautiful woman, secretly resolving, no matter what, I must protect her. I hope we can help her with this trouble. Just as Peter and Ned were nervously preparing to protect the beautiful woman, a little spider appeared on the room's chandelier. The little spider hung silently on the chandelier, as if watching Peter, seemingly foreshadowing that fate was about to change. Peter remained focused on comforting the beautiful woman, his voice gentle and firm. Don't worry, we will ensure your safety. The beautiful woman smiled slightly, a hint of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Thank you. At the same time, Night Stalker silently appeared outside Peter and Ned's room. His figure appeared and disappeared in the shadows of the corridor, like a ghost. His gaze was cold and firm, clearly with ill intent. Night Stalker observed the situation inside the room, secretly calculating his next move. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and impatience. You two brats, tonight will be another day of enjoyment. As soon as he thought of the beautiful woman's figure, Night Stalker couldn't help but get excited all over. Peter and Ned warmly entertained the beautiful woman, trying their best to make her feel at ease. After a brief conversation, the beautiful woman also told them her name and profession. My name is Catherine Lane, And I'm an art appraiser, Catherine said with a smile, her eyes showing a hint of elegance and confidence. Ned asked curiously, an art appraiser? That must be very interesting. Do you often come into contact with many valuable artworks? Catherine nodded and replied softly, yes, this job is indeed very interesting. I have the opportunity to see many precious artworks, each with its unique story. Peter asked with concern. A mess. Catherine, do you need to call anyone you know, to let them know your current situation? Catherine smiled and nodded. Thank you for your concern, that's a really good idea. She looked at Ned. May I borrow your phone? Ned quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and eagerly handed it to Catherine. Of course, you can use it as much as you like. Catherine took the phone and smiled slightly, radiating her captivating charm. Thank you, Ned. You're a very thoughtful young man. Ned was captivated by her charm and couldn't help but praise. A mess. Catherine, you are truly beautiful. Just then, Peter suddenly felt a sharp sting on his neck. He winced slightly, reached up to touch it, and found that a little spider had bitten him. His expression instantly became awkward, and his body trembled slightly. Catherine and Ned looked at Peter, asking with concern, What's wrong, Peter? Peter gave an awkward laugh, trying to hide his discomfort. Nothing, just suddenly, something bit me. Catherine and Ned were clearly puzzled by his explanation, but before they could ask further, Peter's body suddenly stiffened, and he looked sharply towards the door. At this moment, Night Stalker was lurking in the shadows of the corridor, his breathing rapid, his eyes gleaming with excitement and impatience. Was I discovered? Night Stalker was startled, secretly surprised by Peter's keen perception. Night Stalker decided to go all out, immediately revealing himself and swiftly charging towards the three people in the room. His movements were as swift as the wind, his eyes filled with coldness and determination. He intended to knock out Peter, Ned, and Catherine all at once. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Peter felt a strong sense of danger and reacted quickly, trying to protect Catherine and Ned, while Catherine watched the suddenly appearing Night Stalker in terror, and Ned was stunned, at a loss for what to do. Night Stalker's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, locking onto Peter and Ned with murderous intent. He moved like the wind, pouncing on the two, intending to subdue them in one fell swoop. The three were in a panic. Catherine covered her mouth, Ned's face was pale, and Peter's heart pounded like a drum. However, at the critical moment, Peter's body suddenly dodged on its own, as if an instinctive force was driving him. Seeing this, Night Stalker's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was quickly replaced by intense murderous intent. He snorted coldly, deciding to subdue all three. Just as Night Stalker was about to launch a fatal attack, a figure swiftly appeared from the balcony, blocking Peter, Ned, and Catherine. The person was tall and stern, wearing a black combat suit, with a sharp tacky long sword at his waist, and his cold, ruthless gaze sent shivers down one's spine. He was Destroy, a Shimaja sent by Umbrella Corporation to protect Peter and Ned, though the two were completely unaware of this. Destroy was powerfully built, with well-defined muscles and eyes as sharp as blades. His black combat suit clung to his body, showcasing his strong physique and agile movements. The Umbrella Corporation logo on his chest gleamed under the light, appearing solemn and mysterious. Destroy didn't hesitate for a moment, instantly drawing the tacky long sword from his waist and engaging Night Stalker in a fierce battle. The tack, a long sword cut silver streaks in the air, each strike carrying the force of a thunderbolt. Night Stalker was startled by this sudden attack, but quickly adjusted his stance and counterattacked swiftly. Amidst the flashing blades, the two quickly exchanged blows, their figures moving as swiftly as phantoms. Destroy's every swing of the tacky longsword was precise and fierce, the blade cutting through the air with a piercing whoosh. Night Stalker was not to be outdone. His movements were equally agile, swiftly dodging Destroy's attacks and seizing opportunities to counterattack. Bang! Night Stalker's fist collided with Destroy's tacky longsword, making a deafening sound. Destroy didn't give an inch, quickly spinning and kicking Night Stalker in the abdomen. Night Stalker barely dodged, but Destroy's offensive was relentless, like a fierce storm. The three were stunned by the fierce battle before them. Peter and Ned asked each other if they knew this cool and handsome warrior, while Catherine clutched her bathrobe tightly, not daring to relax her guard. Ned suddenly had a flash of inspiration and excitedly told Peter and Catherine, "It's a Shimaja." He pointed to Destroy's earpiece, and Peter and Catherine suddenly understood, exclaiming, "So it's a Shumeja mecha mechanical human." Night Stalker was shocked. He hadn't expected his opponent to be a Shumeja mecha mechanical human from Hawk Group, or rather, Umbrella Corporation. Although he was unwilling, considering the risks of continuing the fight, he decided to retreat temporarily. "You're lucky this time," Night Stalker said coldly, then swiftly disappeared into the darkness. Destroy sheathed his tacky, long sword, his gaze cold as he looked at the three, as if confirming their safety. Peter, Ned, and Catherine exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion and awe. At the same time, the little spider that had just bitten Peter Parker was quickly captured by Umbrella Corporation's Shumeja and secretly transported to a secret laboratory base in Los Angeles. In this highly confidential laboratory base, lights coldly illuminated every corner, advanced equipment emitted faint electronic glows, and complex data and charts constantly flickered on the display screens. Everything here appeared high-tech and full of mystery. The projection of the AI brain floated in the air, blue light outlining an image that combined wisdom and coldness. At the same time, the projection of Zhang Lingma also appeared in the laboratory, his figure appearing solemn and serious, his eyes revealing calm wisdom. "My Lord AI Brain, Dr. Zhang Lingma, welcome to you both." Shumeja stepped forward, bowing respectfully. He was the head of this laboratory base, known as Iron Guard. Iron Guard's appearance was tall and robust, clad in silver armor, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, as if no danger could escape his gaze. The AI Brain's voice was calm and rational. "Iron Guard, report on the little spider's status." Iron Guard respectfully replied, "The little spider has been captured and successfully transported to the laboratory. Initial inspection shows that it carries an extremely special genetic mutation, which may be of significant importance to our research." Zhang Lingma nodded, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Once the complete data is compiled, send a copy to me." Iron Guard nodded solemnly, "Understood, Doctor. I will personally supervise the entire experiment process to ensure everything proceeds smoothly." The AI Brain's projection flickered slightly, and the display screen began to show the little spider's gen map and preliminary analysis results. According to preliminary analysis, this little spider's genetic mutation possesses high adaptability and evolutionary potential. If we can successfully analyze and apply these genes, it will greatly advance our research. Zhang Lingma showed a satisfied smile. "Iron Guard, fully cooperate with the AI Brain's analysis to ensure everything goes smoothly." Iron Guard bowed again, a firm light flashing in his eyes. "Yes, Doctor. I will give my all." The next morning, after Ned and Peter finished packing, they looked at the cold Destroy before them. Destroy stood there, silent and expressionless, as if completely devoid of emotional fluctuations. Ned and Peter couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Look at Catherine, the way she looked at Destroy when she said goodbye last night. It was practically lingering," Ned said softly, a mischievous grin on his face. Peter nodded, trying hard to suppress his laughter. "Yeah, her eyes on Destroy were like she was watching a hero from a movie." "Do you think Destroy is set up to be that kind of cold-blooded killer, you major robot?" Ned playfully winked. "How about we write a script? A movie plot where a Shumeja robot falls in love with a human. Imagine the ruthless Destroy suddenly develops feelings for a human girl, and then gets caught in a whirlwind of love." Peter burst out laughing. "Are you saying like the Terminator? A forbidden love between a robot and a human? Wow, just thinking about it makes me laugh." Ned continued to use his imagination. "Exactly. Imagine Destroy contemplating life every night under the moon, torn between continuing to be a ruthless killer or giving up everything and eloping with Catherine." Peter shook his head, suppressing his laughter. "That's a bit too exaggerated. If Destroy really had emotions, we'd probably be the first ones to cry, considering he almost treated us as mission targets last night." Ned laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Yeah, if it weren't for our desperate explanations last night, he probably would have knocked us both out." "Hey, what if Destroy really falls in love with Catherine? Wouldn't there be a huge debate about can robots and humans fall in love?" Peter grinned. "Stop it, Ned. Don't add any more emotional settings to Destroy. If he really had emotions, he'd probably crash from overthinking too many problems." Ned suddenly leaned closer to Peter and whispered, "Hey, what do you think? If Destroy and Catherine got together, wouldn't their sex life be particularly interesting? You know, a cold robot meeting a passionate human." Peter's face flushed, and he quickly covered Ned's mouth. "Please, Ned, don't talk about such strange topics. Destroy can hear us." Ned broke free from Peter's hand, a mischievous grin on his face. "Don't be nervous, Peter. Maybe Destroy will suddenly say, 'I will love you in a robot's way,' and then we'll witness the first robot-human lovers in history." Peter shook his head helplessly, unable to stop laughing. "You're really something, Ned. You're practically using every sci-fi movie plot." Ned shrugged proudly. "Of course, I'm a movie buff. Besides, don't you think it's interesting? We might be the first to witness history." As they chatted animatedly, Destroy still stood there with a cold expression, as if he hadn't heard their conversation at all. Ned and Peter exchanged glances, suddenly finding it quite amusing to tell jokes to a cold robot. "All right, let's go," Peter said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and turning to leave the room. Ned patted Destroy's shoulder, and although he knew Destroy probably felt nothing, he couldn't resist teasing, "Brother Destroy, take good care of Catherine." Destroy remained expressionless, but Ned and Peter couldn't help but exchange a smile, leaving the room with light hearts. Their figures in the morning light appeared relaxed and full of vitality, as if the tension and danger of last night had completely faded away, leaving only infinite anticipation for the future. The Leviathan superheroes team of 7 was holding a meeting, but the atmosphere in the conference room was tense and oppressive. American Guardian sat at the head of the conference table, his face grim, his eyes looking disapprovingly at Night Stalker. Night Stalker was listless at the moment, his eyes vacant, seemingly uninterested in the meeting. "Night Stalker, what's wrong with you?" American Guardian asked unhappily, a hint of anger in his voice. Night Stalker looked up, glanced indifferently at American Guardian and said coldly, "Nothing, just a little tired last night." American Guardian frowned. "We are superheroes, we cannot be complacent. Your current state not only affects yourself, but also the image of the entire team." The other members in the conference room all looked at Night Stalker, some with reproach, others with indifference. Statue of Liberty fiddled with her freshly done manicure, giggling as she said, "Night Stalker, did you go do something unmentionable again? You look terrible." Heart of Fire glared at Statue of Liberty, scoffing, "What right do you have to talk about others? I saw you messing around with a rich businessman last night." Statue of Liberty was not to be outdone, retorting, "At least I rested well last night, unlike some people who are always out causing trouble." Shadow Samurai spoke coldly, "Can you all stop these boring arguments? We are here for a meeting, not to listen to you quarrel." Spirit of Wind tried to mediate the atmosphere. "Everyone calm down. We should focus on how to improve the team's combat effectiveness and image, not on attacking each other here." Master of Technology was focused on his equipment, bothering to ignore the others' arguments, but still impatiently looked up. "Can you be quiet? I need to work." American Guardian's patience had reached its limit. He slammed the table, his voice cold. "Everyone shut up. Today's meeting is about the future development of our team. Whoever quarrels again, I will kick him out." A hint of disdain flashed in Night Stalker's eyes. He stood up and said coldly, "I don't think I need to stay here anymore. You all continue without me." With that, he left the conference room without looking back. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became even more somber. Everyone looked at each other, their faces showing various complex expressions. American Guardian's eyes were filled with anger and helplessness, but he suppressed his emotions and continued to chair the meeting. After Night Stalker left the conference room, the lights in the corridor seemed a bit dim, and a hint of gloom and fatigue hung on his face. He walked to a window and took a deep breath. After the meeting, American Guardian, his face grim, walked out of the conference room and quickly found Night Stalker. Night Stalker leaned against the corridor wall, looked up, and saw American Guardian's angry eyes, a bad feeling rising in his heart. "Night Stalker," American Guardian said coldly, "do you think you can just leave a meeting whenever you want?" Night Stalker looked at him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I just found your boring lectures meaningless." American Guardian's brows furrowed even tighter, and he suddenly rushed towards Night Stalker. In an instant, the two quickly began to fight. American Guardian threw a punch, Night Stalker quickly dodged, then retaliated with a kick. But American Guardian agilely turned, avoiding Night Stalker's attack. "You must listen to me during the meeting," American Guardian roared, punching Night Stalker in the abdomen. Night Stalker grunted, then shot out strong currents from both hands, trying to force his opponent back. American Guardian quickly dodged the current, then delivered a dazzling spinning kick towards Night Stalker. The kick was powerful. Night Stalker was caught off guard, sent flying, and hit the wall heavily with a dull thud. He clutched his painful abdomen, his face showing agony. American Guardian walked over, his expression suddenly becoming friendly, but his tone was full of threat. "You better remember, Night Stalker, you must obey my rules. Now tell me what exactly happened last night." Night Stalker gasped for breath, barely standing up. "Last night, I was about to have activities with a woman in a hotel, but she suddenly sensed something and ran to the room of 2 middle and high school students next door. After I took action, I didn't expect to encounter Shimaja." American Guardian's face changed, and he asked seriously, "Shimaja robot? The Hawk Group Shimaja?" Night Stalker nodded, "Yes, a combat-type Shimaja." American Guardian frowned, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "The Hawk Group's Shimaja is here? What exactly are they up to?" Night Stalker looked at him also with doubt in his eyes. "I don't know, but this matter is not simple." American Guardian said coldly, "You'd better stay alert. We cannot let anyone hinder our plans." With that, he turned and left, leaving Night Stalker standing in the corridor, deep in thought. Nightcrawler clutched his abdomen, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Last night's encounter not only left him physically and mentally exhausted, but also made him realize that the Hawk Group's interference might be more far-reaching and dangerous than they had anticipated. On the top floor of Leviathan Tower, the spacious office was luxuriously decorated, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling cityscape. Sarah Levinsky stood by the window, noble and elegant, like a queen. Her figure looked exceptionally charming in the glow of the setting sun. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a serious and grim John Elster, also known as American Guardian, walked in. Sarah turned around, a graceful smile appearing on her face, and slowly walked towards John. "John, what's wrong?" Sarah asked gently, her voice filled with concern. "You seem to be in a bad mood." John Elster looked directly at Sarah, and said coldly, "Last night, Nightcrawler caused some trouble outside and was intercepted by the Hawk Group's Shimaja robots." Sarah nodded, a flash of understanding in her eyes. "Don't worry, I'll handle everything." Her tone carried a hint of teasing, her voice low and full of temptation. "You know how good I am at solving these problems, don't you?" John's expression remained serious. He continued, "I need to continue injecting the new John Potion agent, not the Hydra Death Cure virus, but the group's new John Potion agent." Sarah frowned slightly, a hint of worry appearing on her face. She elegantly walked closer to John and softly persuaded John, "It's still in the experimental stage. Don't you think you should wait a bit longer?" She deliberately exposed the charm of her chest, gently leaned close to John, and slowly pressed her lips to his. John's eyes flickered with desire. He possessively wrapped his arm around Sarah's waist and whispered, "I must become the strongest superpower in this world. And my body is compatible with the most evil John Potion agent in this world." Sarah felt John's strong arm around her waist, a hint of intoxication in her eyes. Her voice carried a touch of coquetry and teasing. "John, I know your determination, but you must also be careful. After all, this John Potion agent is very dangerous." John's gaze was firm, not wavering in the slightest. "Sarah, I don't need your worry. I will make this world remember my name." Sarah felt John's dominance and determination, sighed slightly, but then regained her noble and elegant demeanor. "All right, John. I support you, but please be sure to pay attention to safety." John looked down at Sarah, a complex emotion in his eyes. "Don't worry, I will." The two embraced tightly, the afterglow of the setting sun casting over them, and the entire office was enveloped in a warm glow. A hint of coldness flashed in Sarah's eyes, but her face still maintained that elegant smile, as if everything was under her control. As American Guardian left, the top floor office of Leviathan Tower became quiet and solemn. Sarah Levinsky looked in the direction where the elevator doors closed, her expression stern. A faint knock came from outside the door, and then Elias, wearing black gloves, respectfully knelt before her. Master, Elias said softly, his voice full of reverence. After investigation, Nightcrawler had a conflict at the Galaxy 5 Star Hotel last night, but no surveillance captured the Shumage's presence. Sarah frowned slightly, well aware of the Hawk Group's power. She said coldly, the Hawk Group has always been our biggest opponent. Although superheroes companies are subject to anti-monopoly laws, no superheroes company has truly been able to challenge them until I established the Leviathan Group. Los Angeles, this region of entertainment to death and huge commercial potential, is our best opportunity. Her voice was firm and resolute, her gaze cold and sharp. And, I know, many people are drooling over this dividend. Sarah's gaze turned to Elias, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She knew Elias's loyalty and his adoration for her. Sensing John's ambition and unwillingness to submit, she decided to give Elias a small reward. Elias, Sarah's voice softened, with a hint of seduction, you have always been my most loyal servant, and today, I want to give you a little reward. With that, she elegantly lifted a foot wearing black high-heeled sandals, bringing it closer to Elias. The surface of the high-heeled sandals gleamed, the heel was slender and sharp, and a faint scent of leather emanated from inside the shoe, mixed with Sarah's unique body fragrance. Upon hearing this, Elias's heart immediately raced. He lowered his head, leaned in, and took a deep breath, intoxicated by the unique scent. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face, as if he had received a great blessing. Sarah looked at Elias, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, revealing a satisfied smile. She gently stroked Elias's hair and said softly, "You've done very well, continue to be loyal, and I will give you more rewards." Elias's eyes flickered with fanaticism and adoration. He responded in a low voice, "Yes, master, I will always be loyal to you." Sarah nodded in satisfaction, her eyes filled with endless wisdom and calmness. She knew that only by controlling everything could she stand invincible in this world full of competition and danger. In the bustling streets of Los Angeles, a top media group named Starlight Media was conducting an intense live broadcast. A group of robbers were robbing a bank belonging to a Jewish conglomerate, and the scene was chaotic, with police sirens blaring one after another. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in downtown Los Angeles, bringing you an urgent report. A reporter in a professional suit stood outside the bank, microphone in hand, her expression tense. This bank is currently being robbed by robbers, and the police are urgently setting up a cordon. The situation on site is very critical. Behind her, a team of fully armed police were nervously arranging their deployment. In the distance, the flashing lights of several police cars flickered, and police were anxiously directing traffic, trying to control the situation. "Excuse me, what is the current situation?" The reporter tried to interview a director. The director looked grave, his face somewhat unnatural, and a police chief immediately blocked the reporter, saying sternly, "Now is not the time for an interview. The scene is very dangerous. We need to wait for the superheroes to arrive. Only they can quickly resolve this problem." Just then, a gasp erupted from the crowd. The Statue of Liberty and the Heart of Flame descended from the sky like divine soldiers. The Statue of Liberty's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and she wore a red, tight, fitting combat suit, looking heroic and valiant. The Heart of Flame, in an orange, red combat suit, was agile, her eyes sparkling with blazing fire. "Leave it to us." The Statue of Liberty's voice was clear, her gaze firm. She and the Heart of Flame quickly rushed into the bank, ready to take action. Inside the bank, the robbers were nervously stuffing money into sacks, and upon seeing the arrival of the two superheroes, expressions of terror appeared on their faces. The leading robber immediately ordered his subordinates to engage. "Come on, take them down," the leading robber shouted, his automatic rifle spitting fire. The Statue of Liberty charged at the robbers like lightning, her body flexibly dodging bullets, her fists striking rapidly. She punched a robber in the chest, and the powerful force knocked him to the ground. Another robber aimed his gun at her, but the Statue of Liberty dodged with a sidestep, then counterattacked, knocking the gun away, and the robber fell to the ground in pain, clutching his hand. The Heart of Flame, on the other hand, spewed blazing fire, which shot towards the robbers like sharp arrows. A robber was hit by the flames, screamed and fell to the ground, his clothes instantly catching fire. The Heart of Flame showed no mercy, continuing to advance, her hands constantly spewing flames, pushing the robbers into a desperate situation. A robber hid in a corner, attempting to attack with a grenade. The Heart of Flame was quick-witted. A fireball directly hit the grenade, and the explosion knocked the robber away, rendering him incapacitated. Another robber picked up a submachine gun and frantically sprayed bullets at the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty skillfully rolled in the air, dodging all the bullets, then squatted down, quickly approaching the robber, her fists smashing into his face like a hammer, and the robber fell to the ground instantly. Just as the Statue of Liberty and the Heart of Flame were about to completely control the situation, the remaining robber suddenly jumped onto a motorcycle parked outside the door, started the engine, and prepared to escape. "Don't even think about escaping," the Heart of Flame said to the Statue of Liberty. "You clean up here. I'll go after him." The Statue of Liberty nodded, a confident smile on her face. "Leave it to me." She then turned to face the onlookers, striking an elegant pose, ready to be interviewed. The onlookers erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. The Statue of Liberty stood before them, raising her arm, striking a victorious pose, her voice clear and noble. "Thank you all for your support. We will continue to protect this city and never let any evil forces succeed." Flashbulbs in the crowd continuously flickered, and reporters swarmed, eager to interview her. The Statue of Liberty smiled as she accepted interviews, her face displaying a confident and gentle expression, as if the recent battle was merely a routine exercise. However, the Heart of Flame had already given chase, the roar of the motorcycle engine echoing down the street as she followed closely behind the robber. The robber looked back in terror, seeing those eyes burning with fury, his heart filled with dread. The Heart of Flame showed no mercy. She accelerated, a fireball condensing in her hand, which she precisely threw at the motorcycle's rear wheel. Bang! With a loud explosion, the motorcycle lost control, and the robber was thrown off, falling heavily to the ground. The Heart of Flame stopped her motorcycle and walked towards the robber, her gaze icy. "You can't escape." The Heart of Flame slightly raised an eyebrow, a subtle signal in her eyes. The robber instantly understood, and immediately fled according to the plan. The Heart of Flame followed closely, deliberately slowing down to ensure that the surrounding reporters and crowd could capture her charming moment of heroic pursuit. Her orange-red combat suit glittered in the sunlight, her long hair flying as she ran, the entire scene like a meticulously choreographed movie sequence. The onlookers watched this scene, pulling out their phones and cameras, excitedly capturing the Heart of Flame's HEROI, see Chinese letter. "Look, it's the Heart of Flame. She's so cool!" a young boy shouted excitedly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Her combat suit is so beautiful. She's simply a goddess among heroes," a girl exclaimed while taking photos, her face full of reverence. A middle-aged man continuously pressed the shutter, constantly praising, "This scene is truly rare. Today was really worth it." Some people even started recording videos, their faces filled with excitement, trying to capture every detail. "This is going to be front page news. The Heart of Flame chasing the robber. It's so exciting." A little girl pulled her mother's hand, her eyes filled with longing. "Mommy, I want to be brave like her when I grow up." Her mother smiled, stroking her daughter's head, her eyes gentle. "Of course you can, darling, as long as you are brave and strong enough." The onlookers all cast admiring glances at the Heart of Flame, discussing her bravery and beauty. Some even waved their arms, cheering her on. "Go, Heart of Flame, you are the best." On the other side, the police officers were orderly handling the aftermath. The Statue of Liberty stood by, accepting an interview from Starlight Media with the police chief. Reporters surrounded them, constantly pressing the shutter, capturing every angle. "Today's operation once again proves that we in Los Angeles have the best superheroes in the world." The police chief's voice was loud, and he looked at the Statue of Liberty with a face full of praise. The timely intervention of the Statue of Liberty and the Heart of Flame not only thwarted the robber's plot, but also protected our city and citizens. "They are true heroes, and all of us are proud of them." The Statue of Liberty smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling with confidence and determination. She gently raised her hand, elegantly brushed her golden hair, then faced the camera, her voice gentle yet powerful. "As superheroes, our duty is to protect everyone in Los Angeles. No matter what challenges we face, we will go all out to ensure the safety of the city." Her expression was gentle yet firm, her tone carrying an unquestionable resolve. Reporters nodded in approval. The Statue of Liberty under the lens appeared incredibly radiant, as if she truly held the future of Los Angeles firmly in her hands. The Statue of Liberty finished the interview, smiled and waved goodbye to the surrounding reporters and fans, then quickly returned to the luxurious RV parked in a hidden spot. As soon as she entered the RV, she immediately took off her battle robe, unzipped her tight-fitting combat suit, and casually threw the clothing aside. She kicked off her high heels and walked barefoot to the sofa, stretching her legs, which were stiff from standing for a long time. The Statue of Liberty's figure was graceful and captivating. Her chest was full, her curves beautiful, exuding a perfect blend of sexiness and strength. Her waist was slender and firm, and her perky buttocks appeared rounded and solid, showcasing a healthy beauty. Her skin was fair and smooth, emitting an alluring glow under the soft lighting. She sat on the sofa, her long legs elegantly crossed, appearing casual and confident. An assistant immediately ran over, respectfully beginning to massage her, her hands gently pressing on her shoulders and back, relieving her day's fatigue. The assistant handed a phone to the Statue of Liberty. She took the phone, and while enjoying the massage, she answered the call. "Sarah, darling, I just finished the interview," the Statue of Liberty said languidly, a hint of pleasure in her tone. Sarah Levinsky sat in her spacious and luxurious office, a hint of triumph in her eyes. She had just finished a meeting, and she was now looking at the real-time stock data of the Leviathan Group. The continuous rise in stock prices made her happy. "Emily, today's operation was truly flawless," Sarah said, her voice full of satisfaction. On the other end of the phone, the Statue of Liberty, Emily Hudson, chuckled lazily. "Yes, Sarah. Today's performance was a huge success. You should have seen the reactions of those reporters and fans. They were simply crazy about us." Sarah smiled and nodded, though Emily couldn't see it. "The stock price has risen. This is a huge victory for us. Our investors will be very satisfied." "That's great, Sarah. So, does this mean I'm getting another raise?" Emily teased, a hint of playfulness in her tone. "You little imp, always thinking about a raise," Sarah laughed, a hint of indulgence in her voice. "However, today's performance is indeed worthy of a reward. I do have a special reward I'd like to give you." Emily was clearly very interested in this topic. Her voice became low and seductive. "Oh, what kind of special reward? I can't wait." Sarah's voice became even more gentle and suggestive. "When will you come to my office again? I have some special things here that I want to share with you." Emily giggled, clearly very interested in Sarah's suggestion. "You know I love your special rewards the most, Sarah. When is a good time? Tonight?" "Of course, come tonight," Sarah said softly, almost whispering. "I'll have everything ready waiting for you to come. We can enjoy some wonderful time together." "That sounds like a tempting offer. I won't refuse." Emily's voice was filled with anticipation and longing. "I really can't wait." Sarah smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Then it's settled, my dear. See you tonight." Emily's voice held a hint of mischief. "I'll wear your favorite lingerie. Don't get too excited then, okay?" Sarah's laughter rang out on the other end of the phone, her voice full of innuendo. "I'll be waiting for you, Emily. You know, I've never been able to resist you." The conversation between the two was full of ambiguity and innuendo, as if they were playing a secret game. Emily's words were teasing, while Sarah responded cleverly, making the entire conversation even more ambiguous. Then Emily changed the subject, talking about the Heart of Flame. "Oh, Sarah, about the Heart of Flame, do you know what new tricks she's up to?" Sarah slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her tone. "Oh, what new tricks does she have?" Emily giggled, her voice full of mischief and playfulness. "Among the group of bank robbers you hired, there's one guy whose physique Anna Blight especially likes." Sarah chuckled. "It seems Anna has a unique eye for physiques." Emily continued, her tone clearly teasing. "Yes, she plans to do a cosplay with that robber in a secluded place, playing the righteous superhero queen conquering the evil superhero criminal. You know Anna really loves that kind of drama." Sarah couldn't help but laugh, a hint of teasing in her tone. "It seems our Heart of Flame is not only explosive in battle, but equally passionate in her private life." Emily laughed even more heartily. "Yes, she always finds new fun. We all understand. This kind of cosplay brings her a lot of excitement." Sarah said softly. "I hope she doesn't go too far. After all, we still have the bigger picture to consider. Don't worry, Sarah. Anna knows her limits, Emily said, a hint of reassurance in her tone. We all know how to balance career and private life. Inside a secluded, abandoned apartment, the graffiti on the walls had long faded, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, the entire environment exuding an air of decay. Discarded furniture was haphazardly piled in the corners, and dim lighting barely illuminated the dilapidated room. Heart of flame, Anna blessed. Her fiery red long hair seemed to burn under the dim light. Her orange-red battle suit tightly hugged her perfect figure, every curve showcasing her strength and allure. A fervent desire, like a burning flame, was evident in her eyes, impossible to conceal. She looked at the robber before her, a tall, muscular man whose gaze held a hint of unease and anticipation. Anna chuckled, her voice full of teasing and playfulness. What a nice physique. Tonight, you're in for it. Anna stepped forward and abruptly pushed the robber onto a dilapidated sofa. The sofa let out a creak, as if responding to her strength. Her movements were fiery and eager, carrying an impatient, wicked desire. Her tight battle suit outlined her ample chest and slender waist, and she deliberately showcased her perfect figure in front of him, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Do you know, Anna whispered, her voice low and sensual, I love to have a special way to relax after a battle. Her fingers gently traced the robber's chest, feeling his heartbeat, her gaze burning as if to incinerate him. The robber's breathing quickened. He felt Anna's power and allure, his gaze drawn to her fiery red hair and perfect figure, unable to look away. Anna's lips curved into a wicked smile. Her hand slowly slid towards his waist, gently unbuckling his belt. You'll like it. Anna's voice was low and seductive, her movements skilled and graceful, as if performing a meticulously choreographed act. Her fiery red hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying slightly, carrying a seductive beauty. She slowly leaned closer to the robber, her face filled with desire and conquest, her eyes revealing a strong possessiveness. She straddled his waist with her legs and slowly sat down, her movements elegant and provocative. Her hands rested on his shoulders, her body leaning slightly forward, her lips gently brushing his ear as she whispered, Tonight, you are mine. The robber's breathing became even more rapid. He felt the heat and power of Anna's body, every movement of hers carried an irresistible charm. His hands involuntarily rested on her waist, feeling her perfect curves and firm muscles. Anna smiled slightly, a wicked glint in her eyes. She slowly twisted her body, giving him both extreme pleasure and torment. Her lips gently pressed against his neck, leaving fiery kiss marks. Her breath was hot and hurried, as if she wanted to consume him entirely. Whoa! Andre was dressed in punk tech attire, metal chains and studs decorating his black leather jacket, making a faint jingling sound. His hair was dyed a dazzling blue, styled in an exaggerated and flamboyant way, like a burning flame. He wore sunglasses, concealing his playful yet scrutinizing gaze. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Heart of Flame's figure. A mocking smile played on his lips. What a spectacular performance, Anna. I didn't realize you could find such enjoyment while fighting crime. Heart of Flame suddenly looked up, a surge of anger in her eyes. Her fiery red hair swayed with her movements, and her orange-red battle suit tightly hugged her explosive figure. Her expression was filled with displeasure and fury, as if her most cherished moment had been interrupted. What exactly do you want, Andre? Anna snapped, her voice laced with anger. Shouldn't you be throwing one of your music parties somewhere? What, not planning to enjoy your fun today? Andre's lips curled into a teasing expression. Oh, Heart of Flame, why are you so impatient? I just came to watch your performance. Am I not welcome? Heart of Flame scoffed, a hint of defiance in her eyes. She slowly approached Andre, her movements deliberately provocative. What are you doing here? Do you want to have a go with me? But I'm not interested in wasting my time with someone like you. Her movements were fiery and sensual. She clasped her hands across her chest, leaning slightly forward, deliberately exposing her full breasts. A cold smile played on her lips, her eyes filled with defiance and disdain. Her perfect curves and scorching aura made the atmosphere in the room even more tense and heated. Andre, I don't have time to play these boring games with you. Heart of Flame's voice was low and magnetic, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. If you want to have fun, go find somewhere else. This isn't where you should be. Andre snapped his fingers, and instantly, intense background music filled the room. Cyberpunk style, electronic rhythms mixed with deep detective lyrics, singing, city's night, symphony of sin, I chase light and shadows. His expression carried a cynical smile, his eyes sparkling with provocation. What a spectacular performance, Anna, Andrei said, a mocking smile playing on his lips. That robbed bank actually belonged to a shareholder of the Leviathan's group. Those robbers, were just a security team you paid to act. And I watched the live broadcast. The director of the police department was clearly ordered to reluctantly cooperate with your show. However, he wasn't entirely without resistance, so you had no choice but to have the police chief you planted in the department and the Statue of Liberty attend the interview together. Quite impressive indeed. Heart of Flame's expression became complex for a moment, but she immediately retorted fiercely, "What's it to you? Your hawk group hasn't done any less evil things, have you? You're just a bunch of guys with some superpowers, that's all." He looked at Andrei with disdain, completely disregarding her exposed figure due to her anger. Her orange-red battle suit had become a bit loose from running and fighting, revealing her fair skin and ample chest, looking fiery and seductive. Andrei smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "I admit, we are indeed evil villains." A fervent desire ignited in Heart of Flame's eyes. She roared excitedly, "I'm going to beat you to the ground and then conquer you to be my slave." With that, she lunged forward, her fist carrying scorching flames, aimed directly at Andrei's face. Just then, a thwack sound was heard, and Heart of Flame's body trembled violently, a pained expression on her face. She turned to look behind her, only to see that the robber's arm had transformed into a sharp bayonet, which was now impaled in her body. Blood flowed from her wound, staining her orange-red battle suit. Andrei looked at Heart of Flame with an apologetic expression and said, "My apologies, I didn't think you'd be interested in a clone's body. This kind of insertion fits your desires, doesn't it?" His words carried a cold mockery, as if he was enjoying the whole scene. Heart of Flame's body trembled slightly, blood dripping from the bayonet onto the floor. Her eyes burned with anger and pain, as if she was fighting against the intense agony in her body. Andrei reached out and activated psychokinesis. Heart of Flame was instantly struck by an invisible force, her vision went black, and she fainted. She fell weakly to the ground, her orange-red battle suit stained with blood, her fiery red hair splayed on the floor. Andrei looked at her dismissively, muttering, "Why do I have to personally deal with these weaklings from the 7 superheroes? So annoying. I have so much to do lately, I really want to rest." He shook his head and turned to the squad of clones sent by the Iron Guard who were waiting nearby, ordering, "Take her away and clean up." The clones quickly moved forward, carefully lifting Heart of Flame. Blood left stains on the floor, but they acted skillfully without any hesitation. Andrei glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, frowning, clearly annoyed by this cleanup work as well. "Hurry up and finish it." Andrei waved his hand, signaling them to speed up. The clones quickly took Heart of Flame from the scene. Andrei stood in the center of the dim room, recalling the recent fight, his heart filled with irritation. He stretched, feeling his body's fatigue. "It's really tiring. I have to handle even these small matters myself." At night, the city's neon lights flickered in the darkness, adding a hint of enchantment to this sleepless city. The shadows of tall buildings cast mottled light and shade on the ground. Pedestrians were scarce on the streets, with only an occasional car passing by, breaking the night's silence. In the depths of a dimly lit alley, the night walker had just finished a pleasant exchange. He stretched his limbs, a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just enjoyed a delicious meal. He emerged from the shadows, looking relaxed and confident. However, as he reached the alley's entrance, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Shumaja, the cold warrior, stood there holding a gleaming a long sword. Shumaja's posture was upright, like a statue, exuding a powerful and oppressive aura. His gaze was stern, seemingly able to pierce through every inch of the night shadows. The night walker stopped, a flash of vigilance in his eyes. He stared at Shumaja, secretly calculating his next move. Shumaja's appearance was clearly unexpected, but he showed no panic, instead revealing a hint of a sneer. "You again, Shumaja's dog?" The night walker scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Do you think you can stop me?" Shumaja did not respond. He simply stared coldly at the night walker, his eyes devoid of emotion. He raised his taki, its blade gleaming coldly in the night, like a frozen snake. Shumaja's voice was cold and deep, carrying an irresistible authority. "Your game is over," Shumaja said coldly, his voice without a trace of fluctuation. "Today is your doomsday." The night walker's expression instantly darkened. He knew Shumaja was not an easy opponent, but he was no nobody. He slowly raised his hands, electricity flickering between his fingers, ready to attack at any moment. "Do you think you can kill me?" the Night Walker sneered. "Come on, let me see what you've got." Before he finished speaking, Night Walker suddenly punched out, and electricity shot out from his arm, heading straight for Death's face. Death quickly dodged, his tacky long sword drawing a silver arc in the air, then he swung it back on, aiming for Night Walker's side abdomen. Night Walker hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Looks like you're pretty fast," Night Walker sneered, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Death didn't respond. He just looked coldly at Night Walker, his long sword swinging out again, this time pointing directly at Night Walker's chest. Night Walker quickly raised his hands, and electricity formed a barrier, blocking Death's attack. The tacky long sword blade collided with the electricity, making a crackle sound, sparks flying, and a strong vibration traveled through the tacky long sword blade to Death's arm, but he remained motionless. Night Walker seized the opportunity to counterattack, his right fist carrying strong electricity, striking Death's face. Death snorted coldly, dodged to the side, and at the same time, his left hand punched out fiercely, his fist like a hammer smashing into Night Walker's chest. Night Walker was hit by this punch, his body recoiled a few steps, and a sharp pain came from his chest. "You machine, you really have some skill." Night Walker clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face, but the disdain in his eyes remained undiminished. Death looked at him coldly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. "Mimicking others' fighting styles so poorly is enough to show that you have no talent for combat. Go home and drink gasoline, you scrap metal." Night Walker suddenly punched out, and electricity shot out again, this time heading straight for Death's lower body. Death quickly leaped up, his body flipping in the air, his tacky long sword drawing an elegant arc, aiming for Night Walker's head. Night Walker hurriedly retreated, electricity condensing in his hands, forming an electric light barrier, blocking Death's attack. Bang! The tacky long sword blade collided with the electric light, producing a violent explosion, and a strong impact shook both of them back simultaneously. Night Walker's body hit the wall with a dull thud, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Death steadied himself, his tacky long sword trembling slightly in his hand, his eyes as cold as ice. He gave Night Walker no chance to catch his breath, his body rushing towards Night Walker like lightning, his a long sword aiming directly for Night Walker's chest. Night Walker quickly rolled to avoid it, electricity condensing in his hand, forming an electric light spear, piercing Death's abdomen. Death swung his tacky long sword fiercely, the tacky long sword blade colliding with the electric light spear, producing a loud bang. A strong vibration traveled through the tacky long sword blade to Death's arm, but he remained motionless. Night Walker's electric light spear was shattered, and his body was pushed back a few steps by the powerful recoil. "You're really troublesome," Night Walker panted, a ferocious smile on his face, electricity condensing in his hand again, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Death gave Night Walker no chance to catch his breath. His a long sword swung out like lightning, precise and swift. Every strike carried the force of thunder, cutting through the air with a sharp whooshing sound. Although Night Walker was skilled in electrical attacks, he seemed somewhat outmatched in the face of Death's exquisite long sword techniques. Death was using the high-level long sword technique jutsu. From drawing the long sword to striking, his movements were seamless and as fast as lightning, giving his opponent no time to react. Night Walker barely dodged a few attacks, but each time he felt Death's long sword edge was only millimeters from his skin. Gale slash! Death roared, his figure ghost-like as he closed in on Night Walker, his long sword swinging at Night Walker's waist from a very tricky angle. Night Walker quickly turned his body, narrowly avoiding the blow, but Death's long sword blade still cut through his combat suit, leaving a shallow wound. "Not fast enough?" Death looked at Night Walker coldly, the long sword in his hand glinting with cold light. Night Walker's eyes grew even darker. He quickly retreated, trying to create distance, but Death gave him no such opportunity. Death's long sword swung out again, this time with swallow return, the long sword edge attacking Night Walker from different angles like a swallow circling back. Night Walker raised his hands, frantically forming a barrier, trying to block this fatal blow. Bang! The long sword blade collided with the electric barrier, producing a violent explosion. The powerful impact shook Nightwalker back, but Death's offensive came one after another like a furious storm. Water sever! Death's voice was cold, his long sword slashing at Nightwalker's legs at an extremely fast speed, trying to weaken his opponent's mobility. Nightwalker quickly leaped up, avoiding the blow, but Death's long sword edge followed closely, cutting his left leg. Ah! Nightwalker let out a cry of pain, his body lost its balance, and he fell heavily to the ground. Death looked coldly at Nightwalker lying on the ground, his long sword raised high, ready to deliver the final blow. Finishing slash! He roared, and his long sword down like lightning, aiming directly for Nightwalker's throat. Nightwalker struggled to get up, but his body no longer obeyed him. A hint of despair flashed in his eyes, and the electricity pulsed weakly in his hand. Death's long sword cut through the air, carrying endless killing intent, striking Nightwalker's neck. Bang! With a muffled thud, the long sword accurately struck Nightcrawler's throat, and the powerful force completely knocked him down. Nightcrawler's body fell limply to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Death watched all this coldly, sheathed his long sword, without a ripple of emotion in his eyes. Game over, Death said in a low voice, then turned and left. Nightcrawler's body lay quietly on the ground, the electricity gradually dissipating, as if everything had returned to peace. The Master of Technology's villa was located in a secluded valley on the outskirts of Los Angeles, surrounded by lush green trees, birdsong and fragrant flowers, the environment quiet and serene. The interior of the villa, however, was filled with a high-tech atmosphere, with various advanced equipment and instruments everywhere, showing the Master's obsession with and pursuit of technology. The Master of Technology, Alan Black, was currently in his laboratory, studying the Hydra death cure virus he had injected into himself. His laboratory was meticulously arranged, with various instruments neatly arrayed on the operating table, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Alan, wearing a white lab coat, held a test tube in his hand, carefully observing the liquid inside. Strange, this virus seems somewhat different from the Hydra extremis I studied before, Alan muttered to himself, his brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with doubt and curiosity. He placed the test tube under a microscope, adjusted the focus, and carefully observed the structure of the virus. Under the microscope, the morphology and structure of the virus were clearly displayed before Alan's eyes. Alan discovered that the outer shell of this virus seemed to have some peculiar patterns and symbols, like some ancient incantations. A faint sense of unease rose in his heart, but even more, a strong curiosity drove him to continue his research. "What exactly is this thing?" Alan murmured. He injected the virus sample into a test tube, added several chemical reagents, trying to analyze its composition and characteristics. However, just then, he suddenly felt a dizzy spell, his vision began to blur, and the surrounding scene seemed to twist and spin. "What's going on?" Alan's heart became alert, but he tried to remain calm, attempting to steady his body. His hand involuntarily grasped the lab bench, trying to support himself, but various terrifying illusions suddenly appeared in his mind. The world before Alan's eyes seemed to turn into a bizarre illusion. The walls of the laboratory became distorted, as if countless twisted faces were grinning hideously. Piercing screams and low murmurs echoed in his ears, as if countless evil spirits were whispering. Alan felt a violent fear, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "This isn't real! This is an illusion!" Alan desperately told himself, trying to break free from these terrifying illusions, but the fear grew stronger and stronger. His vision became even more blurred, and the surrounding scene became increasingly bizarre and terrifying. Suddenly, Alan saw a tall black shadow appear before his eyes. The shadow was shrouded in darkness, only his blood-red eyes visible, filled with endless malice. The shadow slowly approached him, a strange smile on his lips, as if mocking his helplessness and fear. "Who are you? What do you want?" Alan asked in a trembling voice, but the shadow did not answer, only approaching him step by step. Alan felt a strong sense of oppression, as if countless demons were whispering in his ear, and cold sweat drenched his entire body. The shadow extended a hand, its fingers as sharp as blades, pointing directly at Alan's heart. Alan felt a sharp pain, as if his heart had been pierced by a blade. His body twitched violently, and the scene before him became even more distorted and terrifying. "This isn't real! This isn't real!" Alan struggled desperately, trying to wake up from the illusion, but the fear grew stronger and stronger, and the shadow's fingers came closer and closer, as if to completely tear his heart apart. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in Alan's vision, and the shadow gradually disappeared in the white light, but the fear still enveloped his heart. Alan felt a violent headache, as if countless needles were pricking his brain, and his body trembled involuntarily. This is. What Alan's voice became intermittent, his consciousness gradually blurred, and the scene before him became a complete darkness. His body fell limply to the ground, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by a blade, and the severe pain made him unable to breathe. Just as Alan's consciousness was about to completely disappear, a bizarre image suddenly flashed in his mind. It was an ancient altar upon which a raging fire burned, and within the flames, countless evil spirits seemed to be roaring. In the center of the altar, a figure draped in a black robe stood, a ferocious face hidden beneath the black robe. "Welcome to eternal darkness," the black-robed figure's voice was low and full of malice, as if from the depths of hell. Alan felt a strong fear and despair, and cold sweat drenched his entire body. Finally, Alan's consciousness completely sank into darkness, his body fell limply to the ground, his breathing becoming weak and intermittent. Inside the laboratory, the lights of the instruments still flickered, but that terrifying aura still enveloped the entire room. The master of technology, Alan Black, collapsed in his beloved laboratory, the last moment of his life filled with endless fear and despair. "This place, I'll take it for myself," Orchim Eru said with satisfaction after collecting Alan Black's corpse. A week passed, and Sarah Levinsky of Leviathan Group stood in her luxurious office, dressed in a sharp black suit. The suit was impeccably tailored, accentuating her elegant curves. Her white shirt collar was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, and a golden button at the neckline shimmered. Her black pencil skirt hugged her hips perfectly, appearing both professional and alluring. Her legs were clad in black stockings, and she wore a pair of slender high-heeled sandals. The heels were thin and long, with a delicate suede texture on the vamp, making the design simple yet refined. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, looking neat and efficient, and a pair of small golden earrings dangled by her ears, adding a touch of elegance. Sarah Levinsky's face was grim, her brows tightly furrowed, and her eyes revealed endless anger and dissatisfaction. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice cold and sharp, like a blade cutting through the air. "These fools! How could it turn out like this?" she roared furiously, her voice brimming with uncontrollable rage. "3 living people are gone, not even their bodies remain." Her movements were full of anger and impatience. She paced back and forth, her hands occasionally waving, as if she wanted to tear everything in front of her to shreds. Her gaze was like an ice blade, cold and ruthless, seemingly capable of completely crushing a person. "Elias, do you know what this means for our plans?" Sarah stopped, turned and stared at Elias, her eyes full of pressure and menace. Elias knelt respectfully before Sarah, his head bowed, his expression tinged with tension and awe. His voice was low and deferential. "Master, I understand. This was a major mistake, but please trust me, we will rectify it as soon as possible." Sarah took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her eyes remained icy. "What about the protection measures for the remaining 4 Leviathan heroes?" Elias still kept his head bowed, answering respectfully, "Master, we have already strengthened their protection measures. Each of them has a dedicated security team, monitoring their every move 24 hours a day to ensure their safety." Sarah nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes, but it quickly turned cold again. "Very good, but that's not enough. Our shareholders are very displeased with the recent stock market decline. You know what to do." Her hand slowly rose, making a beheading gesture, her eyes revealing ruthlessness and resolve. Elias immediately understood her meaning, bowing his head respectfully. "Understood, Master. I will handle everything." Sarah looked at him, her eyes gleaming with cold light. "Go, don't disappoint me." Elias stood up, bowed slightly, and then quickly left the office, leaving Sarah Levinsky standing there alone. "Hawk Group, it was your doing, wasn't it?" That afternoon, at the Leviathan Group headquarters, sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the tall building, spilling onto the carpet of the luxurious office. The office door was gently pushed open, and Elias knelt before Sarah, his head bowed, his eyes gleaming with adoration and awe. "Master, I have returned." Elias's voice was low and respectful, his slightly trembling tone revealing his inner excitement. Sarah Levinsky looked at him, a faint smile gracing her face, a smile as gentle as the warm spring sun, yet her eyes were as cold as ice. She elegantly raised her hand and casually tossed a document onto the desk. Elias, this is the Invisible Man Alex Hassel's recent itinerary for promoting peace in Europe. Sarah's voice was as soft as silk, as if whispering to a lover, yet her words carried a deadly venom. I want you to send our superheroes to assassinate him at the appropriate time and place. Sarah gently rose and gracefully walked to Elias, extending a slender finger to gently stroke his hair. Her movements were full of nobility and elegance, as if she were caressing a loyal hound. Remember, Elias, she whispered, her tone as gentle as a spring breeze, yet her words carried endless murderous intent. I don't want to see any mistakes. This time, you must ensure he dies without a sound. Elias's heart pounded in his chest. He was deeply captivated by Sarah Levinsky's charm. Her unparalleled elegance and ruthlessness, the deadly venom hidden beneath her gentle exterior, intoxicated him. She was like a thorny rose, beautiful and dangerous, irresistible. Yes, master, Elias's voice held a hint of excitement, but more importantly, firmness and determination. I will ensure the mission is completed. The Invisible Man will surely die. Sarah smiled and nodded, slowly withdrawing her hand, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Very good, Elias, I know you won't disappoint me. Elias bowed his head respectfully, then stood up, turned, and left the office. His back was tall and firm, his eyes gleaming with cold, murderous intent. He knew that the success or failure of this mission would determine his fate, and he would never disappoint his master. Sarah Levinsky watched his retreating figure, the smile on her lips gradually fading, replaced by coldness and resolve. She slowly returned to her desk, sat down, and gazed deeply out at the city view from the window, as if contemplating a more far-reaching plan. Hawk Group, the price for your interference this time will be severe. At the same time, Elias silently pondered the details of the mission. He had to choose the most suitable superheroes, formulate the most meticulous plan, and ensure the mission was foolproof. A cold, murderous intent surged in his heart. He knew this was not only for his master, but also his only chance to maintain his position within the Leviathan group. The only opportunity to always be in contact with his master. He returned to his office and immediately summoned the elite superheroes who were completely loyal to him. In the conference room, the warriors stood in a line, each possessing different superheroes, but at this moment, their eyes all revealed the same firmness and ruthlessness. We have received a new mission, Elias said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Our target is the Invisible Man Alex Hassel. He will be conducting a series of peace promotion activities in Europe, and our mission is to eliminate him completely when he is most relaxed. The warriors' eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Slaughter, wailing, blood were their ultimate thrill. We want the world to know that Hawk Group's superheroes are not invincible. Elias's eyes gleamed with a mad light, his voice low and sinister. His fingers tapped lightly on the desktop, as if orchestrating a bloody symphony. He slowly stood up, his back tall and cold, his eyes revealing endless murderous intent. We want the Invisible Man and his security team to feel the approach of Zion Death Entity at their most desperate moment. We will eliminate them one by one in the most brutal way, letting them face their end in fear. The eyes of several superheroes also gleamed with the same madness and excitement. They knew this would be a bloody feast, a victory written in blood and lives. Every detail must be perfect, Elias continued, his voice as biting as a cold wind. Deliver a fatal blow when he is most relaxed. Elias's eyes grew colder, his fingers tracing an invisible, bloody plan in the air. We will display their bodies in the most conspicuous places and write Hawk Group's heroes also die in their blood. Let the whole world know that they are not invincible. The warriors' breathing quickened, as if they could already smell blood, their eyes revealing fervent excitement and anticipation. Remember, this is not just an assassination. This is an act of demonstrating power. Elias's voice was low and powerful, carrying an irresistible authority. We will use the Invisible Man's blood to tell the world that Leviathan Group's power should not be underestimated. Elias slowly walked to the window, gazing at the city outside, a cold sneer playing on his lips. Hawk Group, your doomsday has arrived. He turned to face the warriors, his eyes gleaming with a mad light. Go, let them feel our true power. Let the world know that Leviathan Group is the true ruler. For Leviathan. For Sarah Levinsky. Elias's belief was exalted, his praise twisted. For Leviathan. For Sarah Levinsky. For Leviathan. For Sarah Levinsky. For Leviathan. For Sarah Levinsky. The warriors responded in unison, their voices filled with endless determination and murderous intent. Elias nodded with satisfaction, waving them away. Go, bring me back news of victory. The warriors quickly left the conference room, preparing for a bloody carnage. Elias stood at the window, his eyes gleaming with endless madness and excitement. Master, I will not disappoint you, Elias said silently to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination and madness. The Invisible Man, this time you will surely die. As the warriors departed, the office returned to calm, but a cold murderous intent still seemed to permeate the air. Elias stood at the window, quietly watching the city outside, as if enjoying a grand performance about to begin. Hawk Group, this is just the beginning, he gave a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with a mad light. The real terror is yet to come. A bloody carnage was about to unfold, and the Invisible Man and his security team would become the victims of this cruel game. Leviathan Group would use their blood to declare its power and ruthlessness to the world. Inside the great hall, lights blazed, and over 1,000 spectators filled every seat. Banners proclaiming world peace hung on the walls, and flags, symbolizing human unity, flew high. The Invisible Man, Alex Hassel, dressed in a dark blue suit, stood at the center of the podium, his expression confident and solemn. The host stood to one strike, a sincere smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speaker for today, the Invisible Man, Alex Hassel. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Alex bowed slightly, then walked to the front of the podium, his gaze sweeping across the hall, his eyes shining with a resolute light. Distinguished guests, friends, I stand here today to discuss a topic that deeply concerns us all: world peace. His voice was deep and powerful, echoing throughout the great hall. We live in an era full of change and challenges. Technological progress is advancing rapidly and globalization is accelerating, but at the same time war, conflict, and injustice still exist. Alex's tone grew heavy, and his eyes revealed deep concern. However, I firmly believe that peace is not a distant dream, but a realistic goal that each of us can strive for. He paused here, his gaze fixed on the audience. Peace begins in the heart, and it begins with the efforts and actions of each of us. Some people in the audience nodded, others whispered, clearly moved by his words. Let us look back at history, from ancient times to the present. How many great thinkers, leaders, and ordinary people have fought for peace? Their efforts were not in vain, and their spirit inspires us. Alex's voice was full of emotion, as if he were conveying a kind of power to the listeners. We must transcend the boundaries of nations, races, and religions, unite as one strike, and jointly face global challenges. We must resolve differences and disputes through dialogue and cooperation, not confrontation and violence. His tone was firm, as if every word had been pondered countless times in his heart. As the Invisible Man, I have had the privilege of witnessing the lives of people in many countries and regions, and their aspirations are so similar: peace, prosperity, and happiness. This universal desire tells us that humanity is one strike family. We share common goals and destinies. The atmosphere in the great hall gradually grew lively, and the eyes of the audience sparkled with hope. We must strive to create a more just and peaceful world, a world where everyone can enjoy dignity and rights. Alex's voice was strong and resonant. For our children, for our future, we must act. He paused, took a deep breath. Finally, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to the cause of peace. Your efforts are the driving force that makes this world a better place. Let us walk hand in hand, together towards a future full of peace and hope. After speaking, Alex bowed slightly, and the hall erupted in warm applause and cheers. The audience stood up, enthusiastically applauding his speech, and the applause lasted for a long time. The host walked forward, shook Alex's hand, his face full of respect. Thank you, Alex Hassel, sir, for your wonderful speech. His every word deeply moved us and strengthened our belief in the pursuit of peace. Alex bowed to the audience again, then, guided by the host, walked off the podium and headed backstage. His face still held a smile, but his mind was already pondering the next arrangements. Backstage, staff members gathered around, their faces filled with admiration and excitement, greeting and praising Alex. Alex, sir, your speech was truly wonderful. A young female staff member's eyes sparkled with adoration. Could you sign an autograph for me? I really admire you. Another staff member handed over an autograph book, his eyes full of anticipation. Alex smiled and nodded, accepting all requests, of course, no problem. He took the autograph book and signed his name with a flourish, his movements skillful and elegant. Thank you, Alex, sir. The staff member was so excited he almost jumped. Another female staff member discreetly slipped a small note into Alex's hand, shyly and smilingly whispering, "This is my phone number. If you have time, you can call me." Alex took the note, smiled and nodded. "I will, thank you for your support." His gaze was gentle and affectionate, as if sharing a secret with her. While responding to staff and signing autographs, Alex's smile never faded, but in his heart he was silently appraising. His gaze involuntarily wandered among the staff, especially those women with outstanding figures. Their curves, breasts, hips, thighs, all caught his attention. This one's strike is good, her breasts are full enough. Tonight's party will be very interesting. Alex secretly judged in his heart, a hint of evil light flashing in his eyes. His gaze fell on a hot-bodied female staff member, and various indecent images appeared in his mind. And this one strike, her legs are really long and beautiful. His gaze turned to another woman wearing a short skirt, and his inner desire grew even more intense. Thinking of them under his control, Alex felt a surge of excited hormones rapidly spreading through his body. They are truly more beautiful than the last. Tonight's party will definitely be very exciting. Alex secretly planned in his heart, various bold scenarios constantly appearing in his mind. He liked control and conquest, especially in his invisible state, watching these women show helplessness and submission under his omniscient gaze, which further stimulated his interest. "Alex, sir, could I take a photo with you?" a staff member shyly asked, interrupting his thoughts. "Of course," Alex responded with a smile, putting his arm around her shoulder and posing for the camera with a charming smile. He felt her body tremble slightly, secretly pleased. He liked this feeling of controlling everything. During the signing and photo session, he constantly observed each woman, judging their figures and charm, his mind filled with various lewd fantasies. "This chick looks a bit shy. I wonder if she'll be more interesting tonight. The blonde one's strike looks very open. Tonight I can let her do something special." Alex already had a complete plan in his heart. He was going to let these women fully display their talents at tonight's party. He liked to watch them lose control in front of him, liked to hear their moans and pleas for mercy. This feeling made him feel incredibly excited and satisfied. With the last autograph completed, Alex finally had a moment of freedom. He let out a slight sigh of relief, a surge of anticipation welling up in his heart. Tonight's party, I must enjoy it to the fullest. He secretly made up his mind, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The staff members bid farewell to Alex and left the lounge, and the room returned to quiet. Alex smiled slightly, walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and began to plan tonight's activities in his mind. "I wish it would be night soon. I can't wait," he murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. As night fell, the Invisible Man's party villa was brightly lit, like a luminous jewel embedded in the dark mountain forest. The lawns around the villa were covered with colorful lights, illuminating the entire garden. By the swimming pool, water rippled, reflecting the twinkling lights, appearing exceptionally dreamy. Inside the villa, music blared, and the strong rhythm made hearts beat faster. The luxurious hall was crowded with people, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes, mixed with various perfumes. Red, blue, and green neon lights flashed alternately, illuminating every excited face. Sexy women moved through the hall, dressed in various revealing outfits. Some wore bikinis, showcasing their hot figures, some wore tight short skirts, outlining alluring curves, and some wore fishnet stockings, with long legs, exuding endless temptation. Their high heels clicked on the ground, making crisp sounds, attracting countless greedy gazes. Their hair was either tied up, or flowing loose, or curled, each hairstyle meticulously styled, appearing dazzling. Their faces were full of laughter. Some were charming and moving, some were cute and playful, and some were beautiful and captivating. They swayed their bodies in the center of the dance floor, dancing to the rhythm of the music, their alluring figures captivating all eyes. Wine glasses swayed in their hands, and the liquor spilled onto the ground with their movements, reflecting dazzling light and shadow. Alex Hassel stood in the center of the hall, surrounded by a group of young, beautiful women. They laughed, drank, and danced, enjoying the carnival to the fullest. His gaze wandered over each beautiful face, secretly calculating the fun for tonight. A woman in a red bikini walked up to Alex, giggling as she handed him a glass of champagne. "Alex, you're the star here tonight, you can't neglect us." Alex smiled as he took the glass, a hint of evil light flashing in his eyes. "Of course not, baby. Tonight we're going to party hard until we drop." Their laughter echoed through the hall, like a grand carnival. Everyone was immersed in the world of alcohol and music, forgetting the passage of time. On the other side of the villa, some people gathered by the pool, either swimming in the water or lying on lounge chairs enjoying the night breeze. A woman in a white bikini emerged from the pool, water droplets sliding down her body, reflecting sparkling light. Her long hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, appearing exceptionally sexy and alluring. "Alex, come swim with us," she called out to Alex, her voice full of teasing. Alex smiled and waved. "Wait a minute, babies, I'll chat with these beautiful ladies first." Just then, a woman in a black leather dress quietly approached Alex, her red lips parting slightly. "Alex, you're such a bad boy. How are you going to punish me tonight?" Alex's eyes grew Chinese letter, and he chuckled softly. "Don't rush, baby, tonight's game has just begun." However, amidst this scene of revelry, in the woods outside the villa, a group of superpowered combat personnel in specialized combat suits quietly appeared. Their clothing was tight, fitting and uniquely designed to maximize their superpowers. Each mask was equipped with night vision devices, glowing with a cold light in the darkness. Their movements were silent, like ghosts moving through the tree shadows, gradually approaching the villa. Their gazes were stern, and their actions were skilled, clearly elite warriors who had undergone rigorous training. Their objective was clear: to quietly end the Invisible Man's life amidst this revelry. As night deepened, a group of superpowered combatants silently approached their target in the woods surrounding the villa. Their movements were skilled, like a group of well-trained ghosts, their night vision devices glowing eerily in the darkness. Each person had only one goal in mind: to end the Invisible Man's life completely. However, just as they neared the villa, a group of calm figures suddenly appeared in their sight. These people wore ordinary clothes and emerged from the woods expressionlessly, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the super-powered combatants. "Who are they?" a combatant whispered, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Carnage them all," the leader said coldly, making an attack gesture. However, the next moment, the calm was suddenly shattered. The seemingly ordinary figures abruptly transformed, revealing various biochemical monsters under the moonlight. Their bodies began to twist and deform, skin tearing open to expose gruesome, bloody flesh. Some transformed into giant zombies, with pale skin and hollow eyes, others grew sharp claws and emitted low roars, and still others became swift hounds, their bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with madness. "Biochemical monsters," a combatant exclaimed, immediately raising his weapon to prepare for battle. The battle erupted instantly, gunshots and roars echoing through the woods. The super-powered combatants fought fiercely, their abilities flashing with dazzling light in the darkness. Some warriors could control fire, flames dancing in the air, scorching several pouncing zombies. Some could control metal, sharp metal fragments flying through the air, slicing through the bodies of the biochemical monsters, and others could create powerful shields, blocking the monsters' attacks. The biochemical monsters were numerous, and each possessed astonishing strength and speed. One combatant was tackled by a mutated hound, its sharp teeth instantly tearing his throat, blood splattering on the ground. Another combatant had just incinerated a zombie with fire when he was struck by a giant monster that suddenly appeared from behind, tearing him in half. The battle grew fiercer, the woods filled with screams and tearing sounds. The super-powered combatants' defenses were gradually broken, and they fell one by one, their blood staining the ground. Despite their best efforts, they were outnumbered and outmatched against these ferocious biochemical monsters. Meanwhile, the party inside the villa continued, music blaring, laughter and clinking glasses mixing together. The guests inside the villa were completely unaware of the battle outside, still immersed in the festive atmosphere, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with them. The last combatant was tackled by a zombie, its sharp claws piercing his chest, ending his life. The biochemical monsters let out roars of victory, blood dripping onto the ground, reflecting the cold moonlight. The battle ended, and the biochemical monsters stood silently, like guardians, protecting the safety of the villa. Not a single superpowered warrior escaped. They were all carnaged in these woods. As night fell, the streets of Los Angeles were brightly lit, but Natasha was moving through a dark area. Her gaze was sharp, constantly vigilant of her surroundings. Today, her mission was to infiltrate a secret base, believed to be a clandestine stronghold of the Leviathan group used for developing John Potion agent. Natasha wore a tight, fitting black agent suit, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The agent suit was lightweight yet extremely tough, covered with a faint reflective material that provided excellent concealment in the night. Her chest was full, tightly encased by the suit's design, appearing both sexy and imposing. Her waist was slender, and her legs were long, the suit clinging to her body, making her appear exceptionally flexible and agile. She wore a pair of black tactical boots, which were flexible and sturdy, suitable for movement in various terrains. She cautiously approached the base, stopping in front of a heavy iron door, a calm determination flashing in her eyes. Natasha gently fiddled with the clasp of a pin on her chest. This small pin was not just an ornament, but also a high-tech device she used for mission recording. Pin's lens flickered, imperceptibly, beginning to record the surroundings. "Maria, I have reached the target location," Natasha whispered, her voice transmitted through the earpiece to the command center. Maria Hill's voice came through the earpiece, calm and professional. "Understood, Natasha. Please continue to report your findings." Natasha's gaze swept around, confirming no anomalies, then began to meticulously examine the iron door's lock. She pulled a small lock-picking tool from inside her boot and skillfully picked the iron door's lock. The door hinges creaked softly, and she swiftly slipped inside, moving as nimbly as a cat. She continued forward, carefully avoiding possible surveillance and traps. The base's interior corridors were dim and narrow, with various pipes and wires covering the walls. Natasha's heartbeat was steady, and her every step was light and silent. She reached a crossroads, stopped, and pulled a thin probe from the pin on her chest, carefully inserting it into a small hole in the wall. The probe quickly scanned the surrounding electronic devices, and Maria's instructions came through Natasha's earpiece. "Natasha, be careful. There are quite a few advanced security systems here." Maria's voice carried a hint of concern. "If this really is Leviathan's John Potion agent base, they won't let anyone in easily." "I know," Natasha responded softly, continuing forward. She reached a room, gently pushed open the door, and found it filled with various high-tech equipment and laboratory apparatus. Natasha silently entered the room, carefully examining each piece of equipment. Her gaze rested on a computer terminal, and she quickly inserted a small data transfer device, beginning to download the internal data. "Maria, I've entered the laboratory and am downloading data," Natasha reported. "Very good, Natasha." Maria's voice held a hint of relief. "Keep your guard up. We need as much information as possible." Natasha's gaze suddenly lingered on a symbol in a corner of the room, and a wave of doubt washed over her. This symbol was not that of the Leviathan Group, but of the Umbrella Corporation. "Maria, this doesn't seem to be Leviathan's base," Natasha whispered, a hint of unease in her eyes. "The symbol here is the Umbrella Corporation's." Maria's slightly surprised voice came through the earpiece. "Umbrella Corporation? What are they doing here?" Natasha quickly pulled out the data transfer device, ready to evacuate. "Regardless, I need to leave here immediately." Her movements were swift and decisive, and she quickly slipped out of the laboratory, rapidly retreating along the route she had come. Her vigilance reached its peak. Every step was cautious, leaving no trace. "Natasha, get out quickly." Maria's voice became urgent in the earpiece. "We'll meet you outside." Natasha quickened her pace, passed through the corridor, avoided surveillance, and finally returned to the base's exit. She swiftly opened the iron door, slipped out, and disappeared into the night. "Mission accomplished." Withdrawing, Natasha said into the earpiece, her voice carrying a hint of calm and determination. But the doubt in her heart lingered. Natasha quickly rendezvoused with the waiting team in the night, handing the data transfer device to an agent. The agent immediately took out a high-tech device, quickly connected it to the data transfer device, and began reading the information within. The device emitted a faint blue light, and the agent focused on the screen. Then the agent looked up and said to Natasha, "Officer, there's only one piece of information here, an address about the Leviathan Group's Jane factory." Natasha and Maria heard the news simultaneously, and Maria's voice came from the pin on Natasha's chest. "This is clearly information the Umbrella Corporation deliberately leaked to us." Natasha gave a helpless smile and said to Maria, "It seems the Hawk Group doesn't even think much of the Leviathan Group. They're not even on the same level as opponents." Maria chuckled softly through the earpiece. "The Leviathan Group is going to be played to death. But we can't work for nothing, Natasha. Next time you meet with Umbrella Corporation executives, remember to use your feminine charm and extract more useful information." Natasha raised an eyebrow, responding with a playful tone, "The reward should be the Jin Potion agent from the factory, right? Next time I see you, perhaps you'll also have superpowers and can become a superhero." Maria laughed even louder. "Well, I'll certainly look forward to that. However, Natasha, you did a brilliant job on this mission. We now have the address of a key stronghold of the Leviathan Group, and we can proceed with the next step of the plan." Then she said formally, "Tomorrow morning Captain and Hawkeye will meet up with you. Director just gave me orders that we must obtain all the Jin Potion agent and data from the Leviathan Group's factory." "Understood, Maria. Next time I return to the Bureau, remember to buy more of my favorite snacks and stock up for me. Every time I go back, I find that all I drink is coffee, coffee, coffee. I smell entirely of coffee. I don't want to become a coffee person," Natasha said. "Understood, my Black Widow Lord." Maria looked at the serious Nick Fury beside her, thought of something, and inexplicably laughed. "You can buy more white sugar," Nick Fury said, looking at Maria, who had just hung up with Black Widow. "Well, Director, I'm off then." Maria waved at Nick Fury, then jogged away from her workstation, leaving Nick Fury shaking his head slightly. Meanwhile, Natasha put away her equipment, led her team in a swift retreat, and disappeared into the night. Her heart was filled with new goals and determination. No matter how dangerous the road ahead, she would advance without hesitation. In the Umbrella Infinity Stones laboratory, amidst an environment where high technology and mysterious powers intertwined, John Jai Lingma and the AI's projection were preparing to deliver an important report to their boss, Nathan Hawk. Inside the laboratory, the Space Stone and Power Stone's radiance shimmered, filling the entire scene with the cold grandeur and majesty of future technology. John Jai Lingma wore a white laboratory coat, appearing exceptionally meticulous and professional. His gaze was sharp and bright, full of infinite passion and confidence for science. The AI's projection, meanwhile, flickered with blue light, like an omnipresent electronic sprite. Nathan Hawk sat in a chair in the center of the laboratory, his gaze calm and sharp, clearly full of anticipation and attention for the upcoming report. John Jai Lingma cleared his throat and began his introduction. "Boss, today we are introducing our latest completed project, the Dimensional Traversal Device DTD. This is a device that utilizes the energy of the Infinity Stones for supertemporal multiverse traversal." "It seems you have completed it," Nathan Hawk nodded in satisfaction. John Jai Lingma pointed to a tall machine in the center of the laboratory. Its appearance resembled a massive circular structure with a core emitting a blue light in the center, surrounded by complex circuits and pipelines. The entire device was about 3 meters high, and several small energy modules were embedded in the circular structure, flickering with faint light. "This dimensional traversal device," John Jai Lingma continued to explain, "has its core powered by the Space Stone, providing stable spatial distortion energy, while the Power Stone provides endless energy support for the device. Through the synergistic effect of these two Infinity Stones, we are able to open a stable spatiotemporal channel, enabling free dimensional traversal." The AI's projection followed John Jai Lingma's explanation with a detailed technical breakdown. "Through precise calculations and countless experiments, we have ensured the stability and safety of the dimensional traversal device. Currently, the device's stability rate has reached 99.999%, with almost no possibility of error." Nathan Hawk nodded slightly, signaling them to continue. John Jai Lingma was very excited, and continued to explain in detail. "The core technology of the dimensional traversal device lies in precise spatial coordinate positioning and energy regulation. We designed a highly intelligent control system, which is monitored and adjusted in real time by the AI. Whether during the traversal process or within the target dimension, the system can adjust energy output in real time to ensure the stability and safety of the channel." He walked to the device and pointed to several key components. "Here is the Space Stone's energy conversion module. Through it, we can convert the Space Stone's energy into a controllable spatial distortion field. Here is the Power Stone's energy amplifier, which can reasonably distribute and utilize the power stone's immense energy, ensuring the stable operation of the entire device. The II's projection added, to ensure the safety of the experiment, we also designed multiple protection mechanisms. Once the system detects any abnormal situation, it will immediately activate an emergency shutdown procedure to prevent any accidents. Nathan Hawke's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he slowly stood up and walked towards the dimensional traversal device, carefully observing every detail. He nodded slightly, indicating approval. Excellent. Nathan Hawke's voice was deep and authoritative. Your work is outstanding. I have full confidence in this dimensional traversal device. Dan Lingma and the AI's projection both showed relieved smiles. Nathan Hawke's approval was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of their hard work. Dan Lingma and the AI's projection continued to introduce the dimensional traversal device's latest functions and extended applications to Nathan Hawke. Boss, Dan Lingma continued, a confident smile on his face, we have not only achieved stability for single-person traversal but also successfully tested multi-person simultaneous traversal. This means we can anchor a target world, establish a stable teleportation channel, and thus achieve large-scale personnel and material transport. Nathan Hawke nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with approval. Furthermore, Dan Lingma pointed to another part of the device. We have also designed a device called the Interdimensional Gateway. This device can be used in conjunction with the Dimensional Traversal device to establish permanent teleportation channels. Currently, Umbrella's European branch and headquarters here have already begun constructing these gateways. The II's projection then added, the Interdimensional Gateway can achieve fast and stable two-way teleportation. Once a gateway is established between two locations, there is no need for complex coordinate positioning and energy regulation. One simply needs to enter the gateway to instantly reach the target location in another world. Dan Lingma continued to explain in detail. This not only greatly improves the efficiency of our dimensional activities, but also enhances our coordination and response capabilities between different dimensions. Through this gateway device, we can quickly dispatch personnel and resources to any place needed, whether for missions or rescue operations. Nathan Hawke looked at the dimensional traversal device and the newly designed gateway, a satisfied expression on his face. He walked to the device, inspected it carefully, then turned to Dan Lingma and the AI. Excellent, excellent. Nathan Hawke's voice was deep and authoritative, and he raised his hands, clapping. In the Umbrella Infinity Stones laboratory, Nathan Hawke decided to personally undertake dimensional traversal. Dan Lingma and the AI's projection were making the final preparations for him. Boss, Dan Lingma said respectfully, this is the Dimensional Watch. He handed a delicate device to Nathan Hawke. The dimensional watch looked like an ordinary watch, but it was inlaid with a small blue gem, emitting a faint light. Nathan Hawke took the dimensional watch and examined it carefully. Dan Lingma continued to explain, this dimensional watch can not only help you pinpoint and open a teleportation gateway but also calculate the opening time based on the dimensions of different worlds. No matter which world you are in, you can activate a teleportation gateway back to Umbrella via the watch. The AI's projection flickered and began to explain the dimensional watch's functions in detail. Boss, this dimensional watch has an advanced spatial coordinate system built in, capable of real-time positioning of your dimensional location. When you need to return, simply press the blue gem on the watch, and the watch will automatically calculate and open a teleportation gateway to Umbrella headquarters. Depending on the time flow rate of different dimensions, the opening time may vary, but we have optimized this function to the maximum extent to ensure you can return at any time. Nathan Hawke nodded, expressing satisfaction with the device. This way I can traverse various dimensions more freely. You've worked hard. Dan Lingma immediately asked, Boss, do you want to locate America Chavez, Miss America, whom we initially positioned? Her abilities and goals are crucial to our plan. Nathan Hawke pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes. Dan Lingma operated the control panel for a while, then said to Nathan Hawke, positioning is complete, dimensional coordinates are locked. Nathan Hawke put the dimensional watch on his wrist. Dan Lingma instructed him on how to activate it. Boss, just gently press the gem, and the teleportation gateway will open in a few seconds. Nathan Hawke followed the instructions, and the dimensional traversal device immediately activated. The blue gem on the dimensional watch began to glow, and the surrounding space seemed to twist, forming a shimmering teleportation gateway. Nathan Hawke stepped into the teleportation gateway without hesitation, instantly disappearing from the laboratory. The moment of dimensional traversal, Nathan Hawke felt a strange sensation of weightlessness and the flow of time. His vision blurred, as if he was passing through a long spatiotemporal tunnel. When his vision cleared again, Nathan Hawke found himself standing in a world that was both strange and familiar. Loki, a world ruled by him? On the projectors of the skyscrapers, the magnificent image of the king of the world flickered, and the host's voice echoed throughout the city via massive sound systems. The entire city was covered with Loki's banners and green and gold flags, representing his rule, fluttered in the sky, as if proclaiming Loki's undisputed authority and victory. The host stood in the center of a solemn stage, behind him a colossal statue of Loki, holding a scepter, gazing down upon all beings. The host was dressed in exquisite attire, a reverent smile on his face, his voice filled with enthusiasm and praise. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather once again to celebrate the glorious victory and supreme honor of our great king of the world, your Highness Loki. The host's voice was loud and impassioned, every word filled with reverence for Loki. The great Your Highness Loki, with his unparalleled wisdom and power, saved our world. Once, our world was plagued by those so-called Avengers, who, under the guise of justice, committed evil deeds, attempting to destroy our peace and prosperity. However, Your Highness Loki, with the might of thunder, defeated these hypocritical heroes and saved all of us. The screen switched to battle footage, showing Loki, scepter in hand, effortlessly defeating the Avengers, the scene replayed over and over, as if to engrave this victory into everyone's memory. The host's voice continued to echo. Behold that heroic stance, that invincible aura. Your Highness Loki, with his mighty divine power, crushed Iron Man, struck down Captain America, and conquered Thor. Every swing of his scepter was like lightning streaking across the sky, intimidating all who dared to resist. He is our savior, our only king. The screen showed Loki standing before the fallen Avengers, his figure as tall as a god amidst the city's ruins, his eyes revealing endless majesty and coldness. Throughout the city, statues of Loki stood tall and people stopped in the streets, looking up, their eyes filled with awe and worship. His Royal Highness Loki, King of the World, is not only an invincible warrior on the battlefield, but also the great leader of our world. He governs our country with benevolence and wisdom, leading us to unprecedented glory. Since His Royal Highness Loki ascended to power, our world has experienced countless miracles and advancements. Economic prosperity, technological progress, social stability, all of this is thanks to His Royal Highness Loki's wise leadership. The scene shifts to Loki interacting with his subjects, with frequent flashes of him inspecting factories, hospitals and schools. Each place is filled with order and efficiency. People cheer and vie to express their gratitude to Loki. Our education system has been revitalized under His Royal Highness Loki's reforms, ensuring every child receives the highest quality education, cultivating countless elites for our future. Our medical system, under His Royal Highness Loki's guidance, has eradicated countless diseases, allowing our people to live healthier and longer lives. Our cities, planned by His Royal Highness Loki, have become more beautiful and harmonious, with every street brimming with vitality. The host's voice grows more fervent, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His Royal Highness Loki has not only brought peace and prosperity, but has also bestowed upon us supreme glory. He has made us shine on the world stage, with our culture and technology leading the globe. Every one of us is incredibly proud to be a subject of His Royal Highness Loki. The screen displays footage of Loki delivering a speech on the international stage, with leaders from various countries showing him solemn respect, as if facing a sacred and inviolable being. Let us once again cheer for our great King of the world, His Royal Highness Loki, and applaud his boundless wisdom and strength. Under his rule, our world will forever prosper in peace and beauty. The screen switches back to the host, who raises both hands, his voice high-pitched and full of passion. Long live His Royal Highness Loki! Long live the King of the world! The entire city is engulfed in cheers, people raising their hands and shouting Loki's name in unison with the host's rhythm. On the giant screen, Loki's image shines in the sunlight like an eternal star illuminating the whole world. Just then, a golden portal subtly appears beside Nathan Hawke. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, and America Chavez emerge. Unlike what Nathan Hawke knew, this Dr. Strange is wearing a black leather trench coat with a dark red silk lining, its collar standing high, outlining his cool silhouette. His hair is slightly disheveled, but full of wild charm, and he has a hint of an unruly smile on his face. His gaze is as sharp as an eagle's, and his figure is tall and straight, exuding an undeniable authority. As soon as America Chavez appears, she excitedly greets Nathan Hawke. "Brother Nathan, long time no see." She is wearing a blue jacket with a star-piece, bangled pattern, paired with black skinny jeans, looking youthful and vibrant. Dr. Strange gives Nathan Hawke a cold look, a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming here?" Nathan Hawke returns a smile. "Just a traveler crossing dimensions, here to see this interesting world." He nods to America Chavez in greeting. "America, it's good to see you. You seem to be adapting well." America Chavez nods excitedly. "Yes, Brother Nathan, I've been through a lot recently, but I've made it through. Dr. Strange has been helping me." America Chavez then tells Dr. Strange about her encounter with Brother Nathan. When their gazes refocus on Nathan Hawke, Nathan Hawke's eyes shift to the projector on the skyscraper, which is still broadcasting praises for Loki. He raises an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his voice. "It seems I've arrived at just the right time. Is this king of the world, Loki, really that great?" Inside the sanctum, soft lighting illuminates the entire room. The three sit on comfortable sofas, with several different drinks on the coffee table in front of them. Nathan Hawke chooses a lemon-scented black tea. America Chavez sips a hot chocolate topped with finely crushed marshmallows, while Stephen Strange elegantly sips an iced coffee, the ice cubes gently clinking in the glass, producing a crisp sound. America Chavez sips her hot chocolate and begins to tell Nathan Hawke about Loki's rule. That Loki, ever since he defeated the Avengers, he changed the entire order of Earth. He used the Mind Stone and the Casket of Ancient Winters, relying on those ice and illusion magic, to completely control the world. You know, he even established some kind of monarchical communist system, saying he wanted everyone to be equal. Her tone carries clear dissatisfaction and anger, her cheeks slightly puffed out, looking a bit aggrieved. Nathan Hawke listens quietly, his gaze occasionally shifting to Stephen Strange. Dr. Strange's face shows little expression, seemingly unfazed by America's excitement. After America finishes speaking, Stephen Strange gently waves his finger, and magical light flickers in the air, revealing a series of vivid scenes. In the images, Loki wields the Mind Stone, and the Casket of Ancient Winters shines with a coal light in his palm. He uses these powers to defeat the Avengers, the scene intense and shocking, every movement of Loki appearing extremely majestic and powerful. Loki currently rules most of Earth, Stephen Strange explains, his voice calm and authoritative. The remaining nations have become his vassal states. His so-called monarchical communist system has indeed brought about certain changes. America Chavez pouts in dissatisfaction, glaring at Stephen, but that doesn't mean he has the right to rule Earth. Stephen Strange chuckles softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You know, I genuinely don't care who rules Earth. What's important is that Loki as a ruler is doing quite well. His policies, though strict, at least allow most people to live stable lives." America Chavez shakes her head helplessly after hearing this, complaining, "Anyway, I just feel that Loki shouldn't be the ruler. Earth should be returned to humanity, and each country should manage itself." Nathan Hawke thoughtfully watches the two in front of him. This world is not absolutely black and white. Sometimes, the essence of things can be more complex, more diverse, especially regarding the definitive matter of Loki becoming the ruler. In this atmosphere, the three decide to temporarily set aside their discussion of Loki's rule and instead chat about lighter topics. On the other side, Loki's palace, golden and magnificent, its interior decor opulent and majestic. Guards stand rigidly around, like statues. Loki sits on the throne, dressed in a luxurious black and gold robe, holding a scepter, his expression stern and cold. Ebony Maw slowly enters the grand hall, his posture elegant, his eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. He bows slightly, his voice soft and respectful. "Respected King Loki, the great Master Thanos has issued a command. He wishes for you to quickly seize the Time Stone from Dr. Strange and deliver it to the Master." Loki frowns slightly, a hint of annoyance on his face, but he suppresses his inner dissatisfaction and slowly nods. "Thanos' command, I shall obey." Ebony Maw continues then, "What about the whereabouts of the Space Stone? Our master is very concerned about this." Loki's eyes flash with anger, but he maintains a calm tone. "My subordinates are searching diligently, even employing tracking magic. I believe there will be results very soon." Ebony Maw reveals a cold smile, a sarcastic undertone in his voice. "I hope you find it quickly. Otherwise, our master will not be so easily satisfied." and please, do not harbor any thoughts of keeping the space stone or the mind stone for yourself. Loki understands the implication, his face growing even darker, but he maintains his kingly dignity. After some deliberation, he finally agrees to Ebony Maw's demand. Though reluctant, he waves his hand, instructing a servant to hand the Mind Stone to Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw takes the Mind Stone, examines it carefully, and a satisfied smile appears on his face. He looks at Loki again, his eyes full of menace. Remember, King Loki, Earth can be yours, but the Space Stone and the Time Stone must be given to the Master. Otherwise, when the Master acts personally, Earth will also become his possession. With that, Ebony Maw floats away from the palace without waiting for Loki's response, leaving Loki alone on the throne, his face grim, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Loki watches Ebony Maw's retreating figure, his hand gripping the scepter trembling slightly, his heart filled with surging anger and resentment. Despite being a king, he still had to submit to Thanos' authority. But deep down, Loki secretly vowed that he would break free from all these shackles and become a true ruler. After returning to the spaceship, Ebony Maw immediately activated the communication device. Thanos' majestic and cold face appeared on the screen. Ebony Maw respectfully knelt, clasped his hands, and bowed his head in salute. Great Master, Ebony Maw's voice was deep and filled with reverence. I have conveyed your demands as ordered, but Loki already harbors rebellious intentions. Although his power is great, he cannot capture this generation's Sorcerer Supreme. Thanos' face showed a cold smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Loki's ambition was within my expectations. He is merely a pawn, and if he makes a slight misstep, he will be discarded. Ebony Maw nodded and continued, Master, I intend to use the Mind Stone to find this generation's Sorcerer Supreme, defeat him, and take his Time Stone. Thanos let out a soft sneer, his voice deep and authoritative. There's no need for such trouble. I will personally meet the Sorcerer Supreme. I will travel to Earth aboard the Sanctuary Roman too. Ebony Maw immediately nodded, his eyes gleaming with awe. As you command, Master. Your wisdom and power are unparalleled. The Sorcerer Supreme cannot possibly contend with you. Thanos nodded in satisfaction and ended the communication. Ebony Maw respectfully lowered his head, his heart filled with admiration and reverence for Thanos. Thanos' decision would bring forth an unprecedented storm, and the fates of Loki and the Sorcerer Supreme would be completely rewritten in this storm. The Great Master will act personally. This time, Earth will completely submit to your Majesty, Ebony Maw muttered to himself, a cold smile appearing on his face. Kamartaj in the early morning was peaceful and harmonious. Sunlight filtered through the mist of the Himalayas, scattering onto the ancient stone steps, and the warm golden glow enveloped the entire area in a soft radiance. A faint scent of incense permeated the fresh air, and the surrounding mages were quietly meditating, as if the whole world was immersed in peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a piercing roar broke the silence. A spherical spaceship descended from the sky, crashing directly onto the grounds of Kamartaj, shaking the entire area and creating a huge crater in the ground. The spaceship emitted scorching heat waves that rushed forward, charring the surrounding vegetation with a sizzling sound. Wang quickly led a group of mages to surround the spaceship, everyone on high alert, their magical lights flickering, ready to face any potential threat. The hatch of the spherical spaceship slowly opened, and an even hotter blast of air rushed out. A figure slowly walked out of the cabin. It was Peter Quill, Star-Lord. He was wearing a white long trench coat, its hem gently fluttering in the wind, appearing exceptionally solemn and mysterious. The trench coat was lined with a simple white shirt, its collar slightly open, revealing his muscular chest. There were several sweat-soaked marks on the shirt, making it look a bit disheveled. He wore white slim-fit trousers, the legs tucked into a pair of white high-top combat boots, the surface of which was covered with a fine layer of dust, clearly having endured considerable travel. Peter Quill's trench coat had unique silver emblem decorations on the shoulders, and several somewhat old energy guns were tucked into the pockets on his chest. A white leather belt was tied around his waist, from which hung a string of small metal decorations, shimmering with a faint light. He wore a silver wristwatch, its dial displaying various complex data. He looked exceptionally gloomy, his expression weary and solemn. His eyes were deep and complex, as if he had experienced countless hardships. His hair was slightly disheveled, a few strands falling over his forehead, obscuring part of his eyebrows, and a bitter smile played on his lips. He looked around and muttered to himself, "It seems I've landed in a very suitable place." Just then, a golden portal appeared, shimmering with mysterious light. Stephen Strange emerged from the portal with America Chavez and Nathan Hawke, their gazes fixed on Peter Quill. Peter Quill saw them and gave a wry smile, self-deprecatingly saying, "The main characters have arrived." Wang and the mages still watched Peter Quill nervously, but Strange raised his hand, signaling everyone to relax. His gaze was sharp and scrutinizing, clearly assessing Peter Quill's intentions. America Chavez leaned closer to Nathan Hawke and whispered, "Who is this guy?" Nathan Hawke replied in a low voice, "Peter Quill, nicknamed Star Lord, one of the leaders of the Guardians of the Galaxy. He doesn't look too good." Stephen Strange turned to Nathan Hawke. "You know him?" "I know his variant, that is him from another world," Nathan Hawke said. Stephen Strange quipped, "I haven't seen your variant in this world." "Maybe he's already dead," Nathan Hawke said with a whatever expression. America Chavez quickly interrupted their private conversation. "Stop chatting, the main character is looking at us." Stephen Strange slowly walked towards Peter Quill, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Peter Quill, hello, I am the Sorcerer Supreme, nicknamed Dr. Strange. May I ask, how did you come here?" Peter Quill took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I have some important news to bring you." "You've encountered some trouble." The morning light of Camartage remained serene, as if everything was waiting for what was about to happen. Camartage's reception room exuded a strong oriental charm, with ancient carvings and exquisite tapestries decorating the walls, and soft handmade carpets covering the floor. Large windows let in sunlight, casting it on the antique wooden furniture, making the entire room feel warm and peaceful. The four sat around the low circular tea table, each with a hot drink in front of them. Stephen Strange picked up his drink, savoring the Sorcerer Supreme's special blend made with premium Indian black tea and herbs. It was an invigorating tea with a rich aroma. America Chavez opted for a fruity kiwi smoothie, a refreshing and sweet blend of various fresh fruits. Nathan Hawke held a warm cup of Longjing green tea, its fresh aroma filling the room, giving a sense of tranquility and depth. Peter Quill chose a strong Galaxy Special coffee, made from selected coffee beans from various planets in the Milky Way, with a slight tartness and rich aroma. Stephen Strange sat on a carved wooden chair, gracefully sipping his tea, his gaze gentle yet scrutinizing as he looked at Peter Quill. America Chavez leaned back on the soft sofa, her legs comfortably crossed, holding her smoothie, with a curious expression on her face. Nathan Hawke sat upright in his chair, his teacup gently swaying, his eyes sharp and steady, seemingly lost in thought. Peter Quill sat on a slightly worn chair, leaning slightly forward, the coffee cup warming his palms. His expression held a hint of nervousness and fatigue, but more so, a sense of determination and resolve. He looked around, took a deep breath, and began to recount the important news he brought. "Thanos is coming," Peter Quill said, and the air seemed to solidify. America Chavez's face turned pale with fright at the news, and her kiwi smoothie slipped from her hand. Just as it was about to fall, Stephen Strange snapped his fingers, and as if time flowed backward, the kiwi smoothie returned steadily to America Chavez's hand. "It seems you know Thanos," Peter Quill said, looking at America Chavez with a hint of inquiry. America Chavez stood up, still shaken, her eyes filled with fear. "Of course I know him, I traveled through." Mid-sentence, she suddenly remembered her agreement with this world's Stephen Strange not to reveal her ability to travel through the multiverse to others. She paused, then obediently sat down, lowering her head to listen carefully to Peter Quill's story. Peter Quill didn't pay attention to America Chavez's actions or expression and continued to recount his experience. "My Guardians of the Galaxy encountered Thanos, and my companions. They all died. And the most important, he to me was also killed by Thanos." "He?" America Chavez asked softly, her eyes filled with confusion. Nathan Hawke also noticed this detail and secretly wondered, could it be? As Nathan Hawke expected, Peter Quill took a deep breath and continued, "That person was Thanos' son. We had a love-hate relationship, and eventually, he chose to stand with me and join the Guardians of the Galaxy. His name was Gamora." Peter Quill's voice was filled with deep pain and nostalgia. He could have chosen to continue following his father, enjoying power and status, but he chose to fight with us, for justice and freedom. A flicker of sympathy crossed America Chavez's eyes, and she softly said, "What a brave person." Nathan Hawke noticed that America Chavez's sympathy seemed to also contain a hint of shipping them. Peter Quill nodded, his eyes gleaming with firm resolve, "So I cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. Thanos is preparing to descend upon Earth, and he will surely continue his path of conquest. We must stop him." Nathan Hawke looked at Peter Quill and after a moment of contemplation asked, "Do you know what Thanos' plan is?" Peter Quill shook his head slightly, with a nostalgic look. "I don't know his specific plan, but I know he wants to collect the Infinity Stones. Gamora was the key for Thanos to obtain the Soul Stone, a soul for a soul." Nathan Hawke pondered internally. It seems that this world's Thanos is already on his way to collecting the stones. Peter Quill continued to speak, his voice low and solemn. "Thanos currently possesses the Soul Stone, the Power Stone, and the Reality Stone." America Chavez's thoughts immediately caught up, and she exclaimed, "Loki has the Mind Scepter, which contains the Mind Stone, but that belongs to Thanos. So, Thanos now has 4 Infinity Stones." Peter Quill was stunned after hearing this, then immediately understood, so Thanos is coming to Earth because Earth also has an Infinity Stone. "But I don't know that Loki. However, according to what you said, this Loki should be one of Thanos' subordinates. But if that's the case, Thanos shouldn't be coming yet." He looked at Stephen Strange with confusion, thinking of what happened after Strange snapped his fingers. "I heard that there are 6 Infinity Stones, and one of them is called the Time Stone." Stephen Strange smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. He put down his teacup and slowly said, "Yes, the Time Stone is with me." He made a magical gesture, and the eye of Agamotto in his hand emitted a pale green light, glowing faintly, as if responding to his words. Then he added playfully, "However, don't worry, it won't be that easy for Thanos to take the Time Stone from me." His expression was calm and composed, with a hint of nonchalance and confidence, as if nothing could truly threaten him. America Chavez looked at him, a relieved smile appearing on her face, but the worry in her heart had not completely dissipated. Nathan Hawke remained expressionless, watching Doctor Strange's boastful demeanor, thinking internally, "Heh, you're going to fight his 4 stones with one. Let's see how you do it. If you can instantly defeat him, I'll eat this table right now." Times Square in New York at night was ablaze with neon lights, and colorful billboards illuminated the entire square as if it were daytime. Crowds bustled, with tourists and locals weaving through, and the lively atmosphere made the city's heart beat with even greater vigor. Shops lining the streets were brightly lit, their display windows showcasing the latest fashion items and electronic products, attracting countless gazes. Street performers entertained in the center of the square with various acts, and the sounds of music, laughter, and cheers intertwined, like an endless feast. In a corner of the square, on a slightly worn bench, Nathan Hawke sat quietly, his gaze piercing through the crowd and looking into the distance, his mind filled with countless thoughts. For the past 2 days, he had been secretly searching for the whereabouts of the Avengers, defeated by Loki. Nathan Hawke wondered, were the Avengers truly executed? He had used mind control on some high-ranking government officials and some of Loki's warriors, attempting to find out the Avengers' location, but they knew nothing. Some of those he hypnotized even told Nathan Hawke that the Avengers had been executed, and that it had happened 5 years ago. However, Nathan Hawke didn't believe Loki would truly kill the Avengers, especially Thor. Could Loki really be so ruthless? Nathan Hawke had also tried shouting Heimdall's name in an open space, but received no response at all, which made him even more surprised. Did Heimdall's disappearance mean that Loki was merciless even towards his own kin, or had Heimdall been controlled or killed? After some thought, Nathan Hawke concluded that there was nothing Loki wouldn't do. Knock, knock. He gently tapped the armrest of the bench, lost in thought. If the Avengers were imprisoned, Stephen Strange should go and rescue them. Stephen Strange was a powerful and intelligent sorcerer. He wouldn't easily abandon these superheroes. America Chavez wouldn't stand idly by either. Her personality dictated that she wouldn't be indifferent to such matters. So, were they dead? Did Stephen Strange personally inform America Chavez of their deaths, or had America Chavez herself already discovered the truth, found out they were dead? Nathan Hawke's brow furrowed slightly at this thought. He realized a possibility, a very interesting possibility. As night fell, A serene and mysterious aura permeated the New York sanctum. Nathan Hawke walked through a mysterious corridor and entered a beautifully decorated room. In the center of the room was an antique wooden table, on which lay some ancient magical artifacts and books. America Chavez sat at the table, her brows tightly knit, her expression unusually worried. Nathan Hawke quietly sat opposite her. "America, what are you worried about?" he asked calmly. America Chavez looked up, her eyes filled with unease and doubt. "Brother Nathan, if Thanos really comes to Earth, do we have the power to defeat him?" Nathan Hawke was silent for a moment, not directly answering the question. His gaze passed through the window, looking out at the night sky, deep in thought. "What about the Avengers? Are they dead, or imprisoned by Loki?" America Chavez shook her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "They are already dead, but it seems Loki's brother Thor was imprisoned back on Asgard." Nathan Hawke deliberately looked very confused. "When you first came to this world and met this Doctor Strange, what did you think of him? What was his opinion on the Avengers' deaths?" America Chavez sighed softly, a flicker of memory in her eyes. "I came to this world a year ago, and by then the Avengers had already been defeated. This world's Stephen Strange is a very special person. He appears very dignified on the surface, but he occasionally says humorous things, and he's actually quite nice. However, I don't quite understand his view on Loki's rule." She paused as if recalling the scene. "Stephen told me that the Avengers' defeat was a huge blow, but he believed that every world has its unique trajectory of fate, and Loki's rule might be a part of what this world must experience." Nathan Hawke frowned, pondering this information. What was Doctor Strange's attitude towards the Avengers' defeat? Did he try to rescue them? Like Thor, for example? America Chavez shook her head. "I'm not sure if he took any specific action, but he has been observing Loki's movements, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. He believes that directly confronting Loki might lead to an even greater disaster." Nathan Hawke nodded, as if he understood something. "So, Doctor Strange doesn't completely agree with Loki's rule, but he's not in a hurry to act either. He's looking for the best solution." A hint of confusion flashed in America Chavez's eyes. "Yes, that's the impression Stephen gives. He's always calm and composed, seemingly waiting for a critical moment." Then, a slight smile appeared on her face. "He's been very good to me, taught me many things and helped me adapt to this world. I think he's a trustworthy person." Suddenly, America Chavez thought of something, her eyes lighting up, and she looked excitedly at Nathan Hawke. "Brother Nathan, since you can also travel between dimensions, can you bring your superheroes to help?" Nathan Hawke was slightly taken aback, not expecting America to make such a suggestion. He raised his wrist, showing his dimensional watch, and shook his head helplessly. "America, my dimensional watch can currently only perform single-person travel. It hasn't yet developed the function to bring multiple people." America Chavez's face instantly fell upon hearing this. "All right, having you here is already good enough." Nathan Hawke looked at her, a flicker of pity and concern in his eyes. "You've been through a lot. From that runaway girl back then, how did you become so righteous, sensitive, and melancholic now? Look at this world, Stephen. Learn from his mentality. Besides, when the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Didn't you hear our Sorcerer Supreme's speech this morning?" America Chavez smiled faintly, a hint of helplessness in her expression. "Brother Nathan, you don't know how many worlds I've experienced, how many Doctor Stranges I've met, and how many Stephen Stranges I've inadvertently caused to die. This world Stephen has been very good to me, I don't want to lose him again." Her voice held a plea. "I know you're not from this world, but I believe you won't stand idly by. Please, you must help us defeat Thanos." Listening to America's words, Nathan Hawke was filled with emotion. He knew he wasn't as good as she said. If he truly encountered a life-threatening situation, he might also choose to flee. However, facing such a powerful opponent as Thanos, especially with the possibility of him wielding 4 Infinity Stones, his fighting spirit gradually ignited. If he chose to retreat now, he might truly be stuck playing the role of a behind-the-scenes boss forever. Nathan Hawke's gaze was firm. "All right, America, I promise you." America Chavez's face broke into a relieved smile. "Thank you, Brother Nathan. I believe that with your help, we will definitely defeat Thanos and save this world." Loki's bedchamber was a blend of luxury and austerity, showcasing his royal status and the mysterious aura of Norse mythology. The entire chamber was immensely spacious, with a high ceiling adorned with exquisite golden bas-reliefs depicting various scenes from Norse mythology. The walls were draped with opulent tapestries, deep and solemn in color, exuding an ancient and mysterious ambience. In the center of the chamber was a grand four-poster bed, its canopy made of silk woven with gold threads, shimmering with a soft glow. The bedding was thick and comfortable, covered with a dark green velvet bedspread embroidered with intricate patterns. On either side of the headboard, an antique candelabrum stood, their flickering candlelight casting a soft, warm glow. In one corner of the chamber was an exquisite desk, piled with various ancient books and scrolls, appearing somewhat cluttered, yet each book exuded a rich sense of history. Next to the desk was a tall bookshelf, neatly arranged with various books, as if narrating the owner's extensive knowledge and wisdom. On one side of the chamber was a spacious balcony, its railing carved from black marble with intricate patterns, showcasing sheer luxury. The balcony was furnished with several wicker chairs and a small tea table, for the owner to relax during leisure time. In the night, moonlight filtered through thin clouds, spilling onto the balcony, its silver glow adding a touch of austere beauty to the entire space. Loki stood on the balcony at this moment, draped in a black bathrobe, its soft and light fabric clinging to his form, appearing exceptionally elegant and mysterious. His hair was slightly damp, a few strands clinging to his forehead, adding a casual sexiness. His hands gently rested on the balcony railing, his gaze deep and distant, looking up at the bright full moon in the night sky. The night breeze gently brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness, and Loki's bathrobe fluttered slightly in the wind, appearing exceptionally ethereal. His face was devoid of expression, only his cold eyes revealing an elusive emotion. At this moment, he seemed to be waiting for something, or rather, waiting for someone's arrival. "Thanos has arrived," Loki said to the person who suddenly appeared, a hint of affection in his eyes. "I knew that this morning, but you didn't tell me," the newcomer said, a trace of displeasure in their eyes. "Help me." Loki's eyes showed apology, and he hurried towards the other person, wrapping his arm around their waist, inhaling the mysterious scent emanating from them. "Of course, I am." In the early morning, Loki had specially cleared a wide area, preparing to welcome Thanos' arrival. This area was named Abyss Court, symbolizing unfathomable power and endless darkness. The Abyss Court was surrounded by high stone walls, etched with runes and totems from Norse mythology, imbued with mysterious power. In the center was a large, flat open space, paved with black marble, which gleamed with a cold luster in the morning light. Sanctuary Roman II slowly descended, the massive spaceship casting a huge shadow in the air, like a giant beast descending upon the world. The spaceship's hull was as black as night, covered with complex mechanical structures and sharp angles, appearing both majestic and terrifying. The ship's descent brought a strong gust of air, rustling the surrounding vegetation, as if trembling at the arrival of this powerful overlord. Loki's honor guard quickly moved, beginning the welcoming ceremony according to the established plan. They wore neat black military uniforms, held long spears, and stood in two orderly rows on either side of the spaceship. Every person's face held an expression of awe, their eyes revealing endless reverence for Thanos. As the ceremony began, the honor guard chanted ancient hymns in deep, powerful voices that echoed through every corner of the Abyss Court. The hymns were filled with praise for Thanos' great achievements, as if narrating the legend of a deity. At the same time, the honor guard brandished their spears, performing a complex and solemn set of ritual movements in unison, each movement exuding unparalleled majesty and power. The hatch of Sanctuary Roman II slowly opened, and an even hotter blast of air rushed out from within the cabin. Inside the hatch, Thanos' figure gradually emerged. He was tall and muscular, clad in dark purple armor, each metal plate of which shimmered with a cold light, as if speaking of endless power and majesty. A cruel smile played on his face, and his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, as if he could see through everything. Thanos slowly walked down from the spaceship, followed closely by the 4 Black Order members behind him. They were General Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Supergiant and Black Dwarf. General Corvus Glaive was tall with distinct muscle lines, dressed in a black combat suit, with a dark red cape draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. His hair was neatly combed back, revealing a cold and ferocious face. He held a pair of sharp double-bladed swords, their edges gleaming coldly in the sunlight, as if ready to tear apart any enemy at any moment. Proxima, Midnight, was slender, with a cold and beautiful face, dressed in a dark blue, tight, fitting combat suit adorned with intricate patterns, showcasing her unique aesthetic and power. Her silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her eyes emitted a cold and deadly light. She held a long spear that glowed with blue light, its tip radiating a chilling aura. Supergiant was slender and agile, dressed in a tight, fitting silver combat suit inlaid with many tiny gems that sparkled with dazzling light. Her hair was tied into a high bun, and she wore a cold mask on her face, with only her eyes visible. She held a slender dagger, engraved with strange runes, emitting a mysterious power. Black Dwarf was short and stout, with developed muscles, dressed in heavy black armor covered with sharp angles and spikes, appearing exceptionally formidable. His face was covered with scars, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty ferocity. He held a massive battle axe, its blade incredibly sharp, as if it could cleave through any obstacle. Loki watched Thanos and his Black Order descend from the spaceship, a faint smile on his face. Ebony Maw stepped out of the formation first, with a respectful expression, and quickly approached Thanos. He knelt on one knee, head bowed, holding the Mind Stone aloft with both hands, as if presenting an incredibly precious gift. The Mind Stone shimmered with brilliant light in the sunlight, appearing extraordinarily mysterious and powerful. "Great Thanos, my master," Ebony Maw's voice was deep and reverent, as if whispering praise. "You are the ruler of the universe, the savior of all beings. Your wisdom and power are unparalleled, and your will is unmatched. Today I return the Mind Stone to you, to demonstrate your supreme majesty and glory." Every word of Ebony Maw's was filled with awe and reverence, his voice echoing through every corner of the Abyss Court, as if proclaiming Thanos' supremacy. Loki stood to the side, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, but he remained silent, silently observing everything. "Your existence is the hope of the universe," Ebony Maw continued, his voice filled with piety and fervor. "You will lead us towards true peace and order. Without you, this world would fall into chaos and darkness. Every decision you make, every action you take, is for the future of the universe." He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with infinite reverence and admiration, looking directly into Thanos' eyes. "My master, your will is our guide, your power is our faith. No matter how many challenges and dangers lie ahead, we will follow you to the death, fulfilling every mission you entrust to us." Thanos looked down at Ebony Maw, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He reached out and took the Mind Stone. The gem glowed brilliantly in his hand, as if responding to his infinite power and majesty. "Very good, Ebony Maw," Thanos' voice was deep and authoritative. "You have done well." With that, he embedded the Mind Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet. Upon hearing Thanos' praise, Ebony Maw showed a relieved smile on his face, bowed his head again, and respectfully retreated back into the formation. Loki, meanwhile, watched all of this coldly, secretly pondering his next move. Within the Abyss Court, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and solemn, everyone quietly awaiting Thanos' further instructions. Thanos' gaze slowly shifted to Loki, his eyes seeming to penetrate all pretense and disguise. Loki felt Thanos' gaze, quickly stepped forward, bowed his head respectfully, his tone carrying a hint of caution and deference. "Great Thanos, your arrival is our honor." The corner of Thanos' mouth subtly curved upwards, revealing a cruel smile. He slowly raised his hand and gently waved it, as if dispersing the air before him. "Loki, it seems you have established a fine kingdom here." His words carried a hint of veiled sarcasm, as if testing Loki's loyalty and intentions. "You're not planning an assassination attempt on me here, are you?" Thanos' deep voice echoed through the Abyss Court, carrying endless majesty and a sense of oppression. Within the Abyss Court, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Sunlight streamed through the high stone walls onto the ground, casting dappled light and shadow. The honor guard still stood neatly on both sides, their spears gleaming coldly, as if ready to respond to any sudden change. The surrounding runes and totems appeared even more mysterious and majestic in the morning light, as if silently witnessing the tension and confrontation of this moment. Loki raised his head, a faint smile on his face, his eyes filled with cunning and composure. "Great Thanos, you misunderstand. My loyalty to you is beyond doubt." Everything here is to welcome your arrival. The Abyss Court is a symbol of your supreme majesty. He slowly extended his hand, making an inviting gesture, his eyes filled with humility and reverence. Please believe me, I have no intentions of harming you. All my efforts are to make you feel the warmth of home here. Thanos' gaze remained cold, but the smile on his lips deepened slightly. His fingers lightly caressed the Mind Stone in his hand, a hint of scrutiny flashing in his eyes. Very good, Loki. I hope your loyalty is as you say. Loki bowed slightly, his smile unchanged. Of course, great Thanos. Everything I have is for your glory. Lead the way, Thanos said in a deep voice, with an undeniable authority. Loki smiled faintly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Please follow me, great Thanos. As Loki led the way, the Black Order followed closely behind, always staying beside Thanos, constantly vigilant for any movement around them. Their movements were swift and agile, their eyes revealing endless vigilance and ferocity, as if ready to strike at any moment to protect their master. General Corvus Glaive's double-bladed swords gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Proxima Midnight's spear subtly swayed, like a viper ready to strike at any moment. Beneath Supergiant's mask, cold eyes fixed on the path ahead, while Black Dwarf's battle-axe was ready to sever any threat. Ebony Maw, meanwhile, was tightly pressed behind Thanos, his gaze fixed on Loki, wary of his every move. Loki walked in front, his mind racing. Each step was taken cautiously and calmly, as if he were leading a distinguished guest, not a powerful enemy. His eyes occasionally swept over Thanos and the Black Order behind him, silently calculating in his mind. The path in the Abyss Court was paved with black marble, the sunlight reflecting a cold luster on the stone surface, and the surrounding stone walls were carved with mysterious runes and totems, as if narrating ancient myths and endless power. Walking along this path, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Although everything around them appeared serene and solemn, everyone could feel the oppressive tension in the air. Loki's heart pounded faster, and a slight sweat beaded on his forehead, but he maintained a composed expression. At this moment he had to be fully focused. Any lapse in attention could lead to disaster. Within the Abyss Court, the tension in the air was like a string that could snap at any moment. Just then, the Mind Stone in Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet suddenly erupted with a dazzling yellow light, like a small sun igniting in his hand. The intense light instantly filled the entire courtyard, as if to illuminate and expose everything. A strong light, carrying powerful psychic energy, surged out like waves, rapidly spreading in all directions. This was immediately followed by an invisible impact, a powerful psychic force sweeping through like thunder. Thanos' outriders, brought by Sanctuary Roman II, were instantly struck by this force, falling to the ground without any resistance, as if knocked down by an invisible giant palm. The Black Order reacted quickly, immediately gathering around Thanos, forming a solid protective circle. General Corvus Glaive's double-bladed swords cut a silver arc in the light, gleaming with a cold luster. Proxima Midnight's spear was gripped tightly in her hand, her eyes revealing endless murderous intent. Supergiant's dagger emitted a dangerous light, ready to strike at any moment. Black Dwarf's battle-axe carved a deep mark on the ground, emitting a low roar. Ebony Maw was pressed tightly behind Thanos, his gaze fixed on Loki, wary of his every move. Just at this moment, Loki stood not far away, his eyes sparkling with complex emotions, as if all his thoughts converged at this instant. His lips parted slightly, and he uttered two words in a deep, powerful voice: "Act now." Loki's movements were fluid and swift. He slightly raised his arm, pointing forward, as if conducting a symphony of battle. His expression showed calmness and decisiveness, yet his eyes held a hint of sinister light, as if he had already foreseen everything that was about to happen. His voice was deep and firm, carrying an undeniable authority, as if the entire world began to operate at his command. Within the Abyss Court, at Loki's command, all hidden warriors quickly appeared, surging from all directions, surrounding Thanos and the Black Order. The warriors moved swiftly, like falcons diving for prey, their swords gleaming sharply in the light, emitting a fierce, cold glint. Thanos stood still, watching everything before him coldly, the corner of his mouth subtly curving upwards, revealing a cruel smile. The Black Order, meanwhile, remained tightly clustered around him, their eyes revealing endless murderous intent and resolve. Inside the abyssal court, Loki's form gradually shifted, becoming slender and majestic, surrounded by a layer of ice. The casket of ancient winters slowly rotated around him, emitting a cold glow. Loki's attire also changed, with Nordic-style battle armor covering his lithe body. The armor, a weave of metal and leather, was etched with complex runes that shimmered with a mysterious light. On his head, he wore a golden antler helmet, making him appear even more imposing and enigmatic. Loki slightly raised his head, his cold gaze fixed on Thanos and his entourage, who were surrounded by warriors. A mocking smile played on his lips. He slowly raised his hand, and the casket of ancient winters ascended with it, emitting an intense chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, as if the entire space were sealed by ice. Great Thanos, Loki's voice was deep and magnetic, as if narrating an ancient legend. You may think you are an unrivaled existence in this universe, but today, I will show you the true wisdom of the god of mischief. He slowly walked towards Thanos, each step imbued with endless majesty and confidence, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. You see, I am not a foolish deity who only knows how to use brute force. I am the god of mischief, the most intelligent being in Asgard. I possess not only power, but also wisdom, and this is precisely my qualification to be king. Loki's gaze swept over the Black Order, noting their wary expressions, and his smile grew more triumphant. You might be wondering why I dare to challenge Thanos, the strongest in this universe. The answer is simple, because I understand mischief. He gently raised his hand, and the casket of ancient winters spun in his grasp, emitting an even more intense chill. Mischief is not a confrontation of brute force, but a contest of wisdom. It is about using schemes and strategies to lead an opponent into my trap without them ever realizing it. Loki slowly turned, surveying his surroundings, his eyes filled with endless confidence and pride. I have established my kingdom here, mastering hearts and power, and you, Thanos, are merely a foolish conqueror, ruling with brute force and fear. But today, I will show you how a true king controls everything through wisdom and mischief. Loki stopped, looking directly at Thanos, a hint of playfulness and provocation in his eyes. You may think your power is enough to destroy everything, but before me, your power is nothing but a joke. Today, you will witness what a true god of mischief is. He slowly raised the casket of ancient winters, its cold light flickering around him, as if the entire space was responding to his power. Thanos, I will make you understand that wisdom and mischief are the most powerful forces in this world. You will gradually lose your advantage within my schemes, and ultimately, you will find that you are nothing more than a foolish conqueror, toyed within the palm of my hand. Loki's voice was deep and firm, filled with endless confidence and majesty. I, Loki, am the true king, and you, Thanos, will become a loser on my path to dominion. After he finished speaking, the entire abyssal court fell silent, with only the chill from the casket of ancient winters pervading the air. The Black Order stared intently at Loki, their eyes filled with complex emotions, anger, wariness, but no unease. Inside the abyssal court, Thanos' eyes were filled with disdain. A cold smile played on his lips, his gaze unwavering, as if Loki's performance was nothing more than a boring joke to him. Suddenly, a violent roar broke the silence, and the entire sky was torn open by a flash of fire. Sanctuary Roman 3 plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily next to Sanctuary Roman 2, its deafening sound echoing throughout the abyssal court. A massive shockwave swept through the surroundings, kicking up a sky full of dust and rubble. Loki raised an eyebrow, looking coldly at Thanos, a hint of confusion and displeasure flashing in his eyes. Is this your backup? Thanos did not respond, still looking at Loki with that calm expression, as if to say, these petty tricks are not worth mentioning. Loki's expression grew even darker. He hated Thanos' relaxed demeanor at that moment. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes, and his fists clenched slightly. The casket of ancient winters spun more violently around him, the chill permeating the air as if to freeze the entire space. The hatch of Sanctuary Roman 3 slowly opened, and a new legion of outriders swiftly poured out of the ship. These monsters varied in form. Some were covered in hard scales, some had sharp claws, and others were massive in size, radiating a terrifying aura. The Outrider Legion quickly arrayed themselves in the abyssal court, each movement precise and well-trained. The Outrider assassins were agile, their eyes gleaming with deadly light, concealed in the shadows as if ready to launch a fatal strike at any moment. Parasites were twisted in form, their bodies covered in tentacles, the ends of which emitted a faint glow, as if searching for hosts. The warriors were tall and muscular, wielding various terrifying weapons, their eyes filled with battle intent. Nebula led this contingent of outriders out of the ship, her eyes cold and resolute, a sneer on her face. Her figure appeared particularly stark in the morning light, her blue skin and mechanical modifications reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Ebony Maw walked up to Loki, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A mocking smile played on his lips, and his voice was deep and full of derision. "Loki, you truly disappoint me. Do you think a little cleverness is enough to contend with the great Thanos? You are nothing but a ridiculous clown, forever unable to reach the level of a true powerhouse." He looked at Loki with contempt, a slight smirk on his lips, his eyes filled with condescension and scorn. "Your so-called path of mischief is nothing but child's play. In the face of true power, your schemes are meaningless. The great Thanos is the undisputed ruler of this universe. You are merely a speck of dust beneath his feet." Loki's face grew even darker. "Is that so?" Ebony Maw sneered and continued, "Do you think you can set a trap here and defeat my great master? You are truly too naive. My master has long since seen through everything. Every move you make, every thought you have, is within his control." His words were filled with endless mockery and contempt, as if proclaiming Loki's incompetence and failure. "Loki, you are destined to be a loser. Before the great Thanos, you will never achieve victory." Loki slightly raised his head, a cold smile on his lips, his icy gaze sweeping over Thanos and his followers. Loki slowly raised his hand, and the casket of ancient winter spun in his grasp, emitting an even more intense chill. "Great Thanos, do you truly believe you can rule everything?" Loki's voice was deep and magnetic, filled with sarcasm and disdain. "This is my home turf, and 2 days is enough time for me to prepare thoroughly." With that, Loki gently waved his hand, and countless, shimmering runes and totems suddenly lit up on the stone walls of the abyssal court. Each rune emitted a faint blue light, as if containing endless power. These runes and totems intertwined, forming a complex and powerful weakening magic array, and the atmosphere of the entire abyssal court instantly became even more oppressive and chilling. "Here all power will be weakened," Loki said with a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "This is my special gift for you. Welcome to the domain of the God of Mischief." The forms of the Black Order trembled slightly in the light of the runes, as they felt their own power rapidly diminishing. Corvus Glaive's double-bladed glaive became heavy, his movements no longer as agile as before. Proxima Midnight's spear lost its usual sharpness, as if the strength in her hands had been drained. The runes on Supergiant's daggers gradually dimmed, and her once agile movements became sluggish. Cull Obsidian's war axe became difficult to wield, and his body grew heavier. "Loki, how dare you do this to us?" Corvus Glaive roared furiously, his eyes burning with rage. "This is just the beginning," Loki said with a cold laugh. "Did you think I would welcome your arrival unprepared? Here your power will be infinitely weakened, and I will be the master." Nebula, however, was unaffected by the weakening magic. Her figure remained agile, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. Ebony Maw immediately knelt before Thanos, his tone filled with respect and self-reproach. "Great Master, please forgive our mistake. We underestimated Loki's trickery. Please mete out your punishment." Thanos, however, showed no anger, but rather a cold smile. He slowly raised his head, his gaze cold and majestic, looking towards the Black Order, his voice deep and powerful. "You should understand that power does not solely come from one's own strength. My path of dominion has always been one of moving forward through adversity. No matter what challenges I face, I will press on." His words were filled with determination and confidence, as if narrating an unconquerable legend. The Black Order, hearing Thanos' teachings, had a flicker of awe and reverence in their eyes. Corvus Glaive tightened his grip on his double-bladed glaive, his expression filled with resolve. "Master, we will do our utmost and not fail your expectations." Proxima Midnight nodded slightly, her spear trembling slightly in her hand, her eyes burning with fierce battle intent. "Master, we will surely reclaim your honor." Supergiant's eyes gleamed with a cold light, her daggers held steadily in her hand. "We will let Loki know who the true powerhouse is." Cull Obsidian grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, his war axe glinting coldly in his hand. "We will not lose to anyone, Master. We will prove your path of supremacy." Loki watched all this, the smile on his face gradually fading, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Although he had set this trap, Facing such a powerful opponent, he still felt a touch of pressure. However, he would never give up easily, for he was the god of mischief, and he had his own methods. Then, let us see whose wisdom prevails, Loki murmured. Inside the Abyss Court, Loki stood tall, the casket of ancient winters spinning in his hand, emitting an intense chill that seemed to freeze the entire space. A triumphant smile played on his face, his eyes glinting with cunning, as if victory was already within his grasp. Thanos looked down at his infinity gauntlet, a flicker of doubt and anger in his eyes. He noticed the Mind Stone, originally embedded in the gauntlet, slowly disappearing, as if it had never existed. He raised his gauntlet, staring coldly at Loki, his voice deep and full of authority. "How did you deceive me? Is this Mind Stone fake?" Loki did not answer directly, but instead gave a mysterious smile. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to his head, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. At the same time, the true form of the Mind Stone materialized around Loki, intertwining with the casket of ancient winters, emitting a dazzling light. "This is the wisdom of the god of mischief." Loki's voice was low and magnetic, filled with endless confidence and pride. His movements were elegant and composed, as if he were showcasing an exquisite work of art. Loki leaned forward slightly, his smile growing more triumphant. "Great Thanos, did you think you could easily take my gem? You underestimated my wisdom. I had already set this trap, just waiting for you to walk right into it." His gaze pierced through all pretense and disguise, looking directly into Thanos' eyes. "You see, this Mind Stone has never left me. It has always been under my control. And you, great Thanos, have been played like a fiddle by me." Thanos' expression remained stern, but a hint of interest and challenge flickered in his eyes. He slowly lowered his gauntlet, his gaze now containing a hint of scrutiny and reverence. "It seems you do have some skill, Loki." Loki's smile grew brighter, his eyes filled with triumph and pride. His movements were elegant and confident, as if he were declaring his victory. "Yes, great Thanos, this is the wisdom of the god of mischief. In my world, wisdom and mischief are the most powerful forces." A sneer appeared on Thanos' face, his eyes glinting with disdain. He slowly raised his hand, and 3 infinity stones emanated powerful energy from his fist. The Power Stone, Reality Stone, and Soul Stone glowed brilliantly on his gauntlet, weaving together into a dazzling light, as if the power of the entire universe had converged there. "Loki, your trickery is meaningless in the face of absolute power," Thanos said coldly, his voice filled with endless authority and mockery. As his words fell, Thanos unleashed a punch, and a dazzling beam of energy burst forth from his fist. The energy beam radiated purple, red, and orange light, combining the power of the 3 infinity stones, forming a world-destroying torrent of energy. The entire Abyss Court seemed to be swallowed by this energy in that instant, the air filled with intense energy fluctuations, and the surrounding space trembled. The energy beam, with an irresistible might, shot directly at Loki, as if to annihilate him completely. Wherever it passed, a deep crack was blasted into the ground, the surrounding runes and totems shattered under the powerful energy impact, and the temperature around them rose sharply, as if the air itself was scorched and distorted. Loki saw the dazzling energy beam approaching, a flicker of surprise and caution in his eyes. Knowing he couldn't directly withstand such powerful energy, he quickly cast an illusion spell. In an instant, his figure became ethereal, like a faint ghost, floating lightly in the air. The energy beam crashed down, striking Loki's illusion violently, instantly tearing the illusion into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. However, the real Loki had already dodged to the side, his figure reappearing on the other side of the Abyss Court, a triumphant smile on his face. "Your power is indeed great, but the god of mischief never confronts an enemy head-on." Loki's voice came from afar, tinged with playfulness and provocation. Thanos' face still held that sneering smile, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. "Dodging is merely a means of delaying, Loki. You will ultimately not escape my control." Thanos' gaze was cold and resolute. He slowly raised his hand, the infinity stones on his gauntlet glinting with cold light under the sun. His voice was deep and full of authority, like an absolute overlord issuing an unchallengeable command. "Cull Obsidian, leave no one alive." Upon hearing the command, the Black Order members showed ruthless expressions, their eyes flashing with combat intent and killing aura. They quickly dispersed, each seeking their target, preparing to unleash a brutal slaughter. General Corvus Glaive was the first to act, leaping high, his twin blades carving a sharp arc in the air. His movements were as swift as the wind, each strike carrying immense power and precision. There was no expression on his face, only cold determination. His blades gleamed with a cold light, each swing tearing through the air, creating sharp shrieks. His opponents were defenseless before him, one by one struck down, blood splattering in the air. Proxima Midnight followed closely, her figure agile like a black panther, her spear gleaming with blue light. Each of her attacks was as fast as lightning. Before her enemies could clearly see her movements, they were already pierced by her spear. A cold, beautiful smile played on her face, her eyes flashing with deadly light. Her spear darted through her enemies' bodies, raising a mist of blood, each of her movements elegant and lethal. Supergiant, on the other hand, flew through the air, her figure as nimble as a silver ghost, her dagger gleaming with cold light. Her gaze was cold and focused, each strike carrying immense precision and power. Her opponents were like playthings before her, easily cut down. Her dagger danced through her enemies' bodies, creating a bloom of blood, turning the entire battlefield into a bloody hell under her control. Cull Obsidian was like a ferocious beast, his figure tall and strong, his battle-axe swinging like the wind. His face was covered with a fierce expression, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. Each of his swings carried immense power and destructiveness, tearing his enemies apart like paper. His battle-axe carved sharp arcs in the air, each swing bringing a rain of blood. Ebony Maw stood to the side, his gaze cold and focused, his hands gently waving, and the surrounding objects were controlled by his telekinesis. His expression was cold and confident, each move carrying immense precision and power. His enemies were helpless before him, easily tossed into the air by his telekinesis, then heavily slammed to the ground, making dull thuds. His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain, as if watching a performance with no suspense. Inside the Abyss Court, Loki's warriors retreated steadily under the attack of the Black Order, blood staining the ground, and a strong smell of blood permeating the air. Loki stood to the side, his eyes flashing with complex light. At the same time, Nebula coldly scanned her surroundings, her expression icy and resolute, her eyes revealing a ruthless glint. She gripped two short blades, her figure moving like a ghost through the battlefield. Each step was as swift as lightning, each swing carrying deadly force. Her movements were clean and efficient, without any wasted motion, each blade striking its target with precision. One of Loki's warriors charged at her, his spear pointing directly at her chest. Nebula sneered, deftly sidestepping, then swung a blade, its edge flashing across the warrior's throat, blood gushing out. She did not stop, continuing to advance, her twin blades drawing cold arcs in the air, enemies falling before her. Her expression remained cold and merciless, without a hint of pity. Her movements were as swift as the wind, each strike carrying endless killing intent. Her gaze was fixed ahead, paving a bloody path for Thanos to Loki. Her figure was like a black lightning bolt on the battlefield, her enemies unable to even catch a glimpse of her. A tall warrior blocked her path, wielding a massive warhammer. Nebula snorted coldly, shifted her feet, and nimbly dodged to the warrior's side, her twin blades darting out like venomous snakes, plunging directly into the warrior's heart. A flicker of terror crossed the warrior's eyes, then he fell lifelessly. Nebula did not pause, continuing to advance. Thanos calmly followed the path Nebula cleared for him, his step steady and powerful, as if walking in his own domain. His gaze was cold and firm, always locked on Loki ahead. Each step carried endless pressure, as if the entire world trembled beneath his feet. The warriors along the way fell under Nebula's attacks, blood staining the ground, and a strong smell of blood permeating the air. Thanos' expression showed no fluctuation, as if these lives were nothing more than insignificant dust in his eyes. The infinity stones on his gauntlet gleamed, each step filled with irresistible power. Finally, Thanos arrived before Loki. His eyes were as cold as iron, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a cruel smile. He slowly raised his gauntlet, his 5 fingers slightly clenched, the Mind Stone, Power Stone, reality stone, and soul stone shimmering brightly on the gauntlet, as if the power of the entire universe converged there. Loki, I will give you a king versus king opportunity. Thanos' voice was deep and authoritative, like a roar from the abyss. Every word he spoke carried immense pressure, as if the entire space trembled with his voice. Loki stood before Thanos, the casket of ancient winters spinning in his hand, emitting a chilling cold. His gaze was calm and sharp, like a drawn sword. Although he faced the most powerful being in the universe, he showed no intention of backing down. Loki slightly raised his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. Thanos, do you think power is everything? Loki's voice was deep and magnetic, tinged with mockery and provocation. His eyes gleamed with wisdom, as if hinting at the endless tricks and schemes he possessed. Thanos' smile grew colder, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Power may not be everything, but in the face of absolute power, your tricks are nothing more than a clown's antics. He slowly raised his fist, the light of the 5 infinity stones intertwining, forming an irresistible sense of oppression. Loki sneered, the casket of ancient winters spinning even more fiercely in his hand, the cold air permeating the space, as if to freeze the entire area. His eyes were filled with defiance and resolve. Thanos, today, I will show you that the power of wisdom and mischief far surpasses brute force. Loki controlled the casket of ancient winters, and with a gentle wave of his hands, the casket emitted an intense cold, rapidly crystallizing countless ice shards around him. Driven by the cold, these ice crystals swiftly formed into sharp ice blades, glinting with a chilling light. Loki's gaze was sharp, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he suddenly waved his hand, sending the ice blades like arrows towards Thanos, each carrying an endless chill, as if to completely freeze him. Thanos watched the incoming ice blades, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He slowly raised the Infinity Gauntlet, his 5 fingers slightly closing, and the Power Stone and Reality Stone instantly burst forth with dazzling light. Thanos threw a punch, and a powerful energy wave erupted from the gauntlet, its blinding energy shattering the ice blades into fragments, scattering ice shards, and the cold rapidly dissipated into the air. Loki, unwilling to show weakness, revealed a hint of cunning in his eyes. His figure suddenly vanished, transforming into countless illusions, dispersing around the abyss's maw. Each illusion held the casket of ancient winters, attacking Thanos from a distance. Ice crystals wove into a net in the air, like a giant and deadly ice web, enveloping Thanos. Thanos sneered, raising the Infinity Gauntlet again, and the Soul Stone glowed with an orange light, a powerful soul force erupting from the gauntlet, rapidly spreading out, attempting to pinpoint Loki's true body. The orange light shimmered within the abyss's maw, the soul force penetrating all illusions, directly targeting Loki's true form. However, Loki was well prepared. His Mind Stone radiated a bright yellow light, and each illusion was enveloped in mental energy, shimmering with a mysterious glow. The Mind Stone's power extended through each illusion, forming mental barriers to obstruct Thanos' soul lock. Thanos showed a contemptuous yet calm gaze, and the Soul Stone once again burst forth with dazzling orange light. An unmatched aura belonging to Thanos suddenly erupted, as if the power of the entire universe converged in that instant. The powerful soul force instantly spread out, sweeping like a colossal tidal wave, and Loki's illusions shattered under this immense power, dissolving like fragile bubbles in the air, leaving only Loki's true body exposed before Thanos. Loki's army also crumbled under this intimidating force, warriors either thrown back or collapsing, and the entire abyss's maw plunged into chaos and panic. A hint of shock flashed in Loki's eyes. He hadn't expected Thanos' soul power to be so immense, able to shatter his illusions so easily. Thanos sneered, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and the Reality Stone and Power Stone simultaneously radiated intense light. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet and threw a powerful punch, a dazzling energy beam erupting from the gauntlet, heading directly for Loki with world-destroying power. The energy beam emitted purple and red light, a fusion of the 2 Infinity Stones' powers, as if to annihilate everything. Loki had no time to dodge, his face instantly turning grave. He swiftly raised the Mind Stone, yellow light shimmering in his hand, and simultaneously, the cold from the casket of ancient winters rapidly condensed around him, forming a thick ice crystal barrier. The Mind Stone's energy combined with the casket's cold, forming a powerful energy and solid shield, attempting to withstand Thanos' energy attack. However, Thanos' power was too immense, and the energy beam instantly struck Loki's shield. The shield violently vibrated under the intense impact, ice crystals shattered, and the energy barrier was forcibly torn apart. Loki gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might, but ultimately, he could not withstand this immense power. The shield was completely shattered, and the energy beam directly blasted Loki. Loki let out a painful groan, his entire body thrown back by the powerful impact, crashing heavily against a distant stone wall. The stone wall cracked under the immense impact, debris flying, and Loki's body was embedded in the wall, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, appearing exceptionally disheveled and weak. Inside the abyss's maw, a scorching aura permeated the air, and the warriors all stopped their actions, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Loki fell heavily to the ground, his body trembling slightly, a hint of unwillingness and anger flashing in his eyes. Inside the abyss's maw, an aura of coldness intertwined with scorching heat permeated the air. Loki's figure was embedded in the stone wall, shattered rocks scattered everywhere, and blood slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with unwillingness and anger. Thanos' gaze was stern as he slowly walked towards Loki, each step seemingly carrying endless pressure and power. Thanos' steps were steady and powerful, his figure appearing exceptionally majestic amidst the cold and residual energy fluctuations. With each step, the ground slightly trembled, as if the entire abyss's maw quivered at his arrival. Thanos' eyes were as cold as iron, a cruel smile playing on his lips, as if savoring an impending victory. "Loki," Thanos' deep voice echoed through the abyss's maw, carrying endless majesty and mockery. "Did you think your trickery could defeat me? You are merely a conceited clown. In the face of true power, your intellect and schemes are meaningless." He slowly raised his hand, the infinity gauntlet shimmering with purple, red, and orange light, the power of the three infinity stones intertwining, emitting world-destroying energy. Thanos' gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if to utterly crush Loki. "You should understand that power is the truth of this world, and you will never reach my height." Loki's body trembled slightly, he gritted his teeth, a hint of cunning and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. "Thanos, you may possess immense power, but you will never understand the true value of intellect and trickery." Thanos sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, his voice deep and full of menace. "Intellect and trickery are merely excuses for the weak. A true king needs none of these trivial theatrics." He slowly lowered his head, his gaze coldly fixed on Loki, as if announcing his end. "Loki, your reign is over." Loki gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with flames of anger. "Thanos, do not underestimate the power of the god of mischief." Thanos scoffed, "Your tricks are no match for my power." He slowly raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow and end the battle. A flicker of determination flashed in Loki's eyes. He used his last ounce of strength to concentrate the energy of the casket of ancient winters in his hand, suddenly launching a final attack at Thanos. The icy cold rapidly condensed into a sharp ice blade, aimed directly at Thanos' heart. However, Thanos' reaction was swift and powerful. He easily dodged Loki's attack, then threw a punch, and a powerful energy wave instantly sent Loki flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Loki's body was once again severely wounded, blood continuously gushing from his mouth, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Thanos stood before Loki, looking down at him, a cold and ruthless glint in his eyes. "Loki, your resistance is futile." Loki gritted his teeth, the last trace of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. "Thanos, this isn't the end." Thanos looked at him coldly, a sneer on his lips. "Indeed, this is just the beginning. The order of the universe will be reshaped by me." Thanos then delivered the final blow, a powerful energy wave erupting from his fist, striking directly at Loki's chest. Just as the energy was about to hit Loki, Loki's figure instantly vanished, as if he had never existed. Thanos' eyes sharpened, realizing he had been tricked. He suddenly turned and threw a punch behind him, the punch carrying destructive power directly at Loki. At this moment, Loki stood perfectly unharmed behind Thanos, the casket of ancient winters in his hand, emitting an intense cold. He swiftly controlled Thanos' infinity gauntlet, and the power of the Mind Stone instantly erupted, attempting to control Thanos' body and mind. Thanos' body jolted violently, feeling the powerful control of the Mind Stone. His expression contorted, muscles tensed, clearly struggling to resist Loki's control. Loki gritted his teeth, increasing the Mind Stone's control, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, and his body began to show signs of breaking down. But very quickly, these damaged parts were restored to their original state as if repaired by some force. Thanos' gaze was sharp, discerning the magic on Loki. He said coldly, "The magic of the Vishanti, truly exquisite." No sooner had he spoken than Stephen Strange appeared, his gaze firm and calm. The Time Stone shimmered with green light in his hand, emanating powerful energy. He swiftly cast a spell, and the Time Stone's energy enveloped Loki, stabilizing Loki's injuries. Stephen Strange's expression was stern, the blue light of the space stone shining between his fingers. Powerful spatial energy rapidly spread out, increasing the control over Thanos. Thanos' movements were instantly restricted, his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. Stephen Strange slowly walked towards Thanos, a hint of coldness and determination in his eyes. His voice was deep and powerful. "Thanos, your era is over." At the same time, the Black Order noticed Thanos was in trouble and decided to go to his rescue immediately. They quickly gathered, their eyes flashing with resolute light. However, suddenly, a figure slowly appeared before them, Nathan Hawke, his form gradually manifesting from the void, as if coalescing from the air. Nathan Hawke stood before them, his gaze calm and composed, a cold smirk on his lips. His posture was leisurely and self-assured, as if he had long anticipated all of this. The Black Order swiftly dispersed, forming an encirclement, preparing to attack simultaneously. Corvus Glaive was the first to strike. He leaped high, his double-bladed glaive cutting a sharp arc in the air, the blade glinting coldly, aimed directly at Nathan Hawke's head. Corvus Glaive's eyes were cold and ruthless, his movements swift as wind, carrying a deadly resolve. Proxima Midnight followed closely, her figure like a cheetah, her spear gleaming with blue light. She let out a low growl, charging forward swiftly, her spear aimed directly at Nathan Hawke's heart, her movements sharp and precise. A cold, beautiful smile was on her face, and her eyes revealed a chilling, killing intent. Supergiant spun rapidly in the air, her dagger glinting with a cold light. Her figure was as agile as a silver ghost, each swing carrying deadly power. She swooped down from above, her dagger aimed directly at Nathan Hawke's throat. Cull Obsidian was like a fierce beast, his figure tall and strong, his battle-axe swinging like the wind. The battle-axe carved sharp arcs in the air, carrying immense power and destructive force. Cull Obsidian roared as he charged at Nathan Hawke, his battle-axe striking directly at his shoulder, unstoppable. Ebony Maw was in the distance, his gaze cold and focused, his hands gently waving, controlling the surrounding objects with his telekinesis. He sneered, quickly waving his hands, and COUNTLESS, Chinese letter S, TONES, and debris shot towards Nathan Hawke like sharp arrows, attempting to tear him apart. Nathan Hawke faced the fierce attack of the five, without a trace of panic on his face. His gaze was calm and firm, as if he were observing an ordinary drill. Just as Corvus Glaive's double-bladed weapon was about to reach him, Nathan Hawke's figure flashed, and he quickly stepped back, avoiding the fatal attack. Then, he slammed out a palm, and a powerful energy instantly struck Corvus Glaive's chest, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Proxima Midnight's spear pierced almost simultaneously, and Nathan Hawke quickly sidestepped, the spear grazing his shoulder. Nathan Hawke suddenly reached out, grabbed the end of the spear, and twisted it sharply, causing Proxima Midnight to lose her balance. He kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying backward and falling to the ground. Supergiant swooped down from above, her dagger aimed directly at Nathan Hawke's throat. Nathan Hawke raised his hand to block, and the dagger sparked against his arm. He quickly counterattacked, striking a swift punch with his other hand, hitting Supergiant's abdomen. Supergiant cried out in pain, her entire body recoiling several steps, a pained expression on her face. Cull Obsidian roared, swinging his battle-axe, and Nathan Hawke dodged, avoiding the axe's chop. Then he delivered a heavy punch to Cull Obsidian's face, causing Cull Obsidian's head to snap back, and his entire body stumbled backward, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Ebony Maw's telekinesis controlled COUNTLESS, Chinese letter S, TONES, and debris flying towards Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk sneered, quickly waving his hands, and a powerful energy shield formed around him, blocking all attacks. He quickly counterattacked, a wave of energy striking Ebony Maw, sending him back several steps, an incredulous expression on his face. Nathan Hawk clapped his hands lightly, his gaze cold. "You all are still far from enough." Nebula saw Loki and his group controlling Thanos and decided not to wait any longer, quickly rushing towards them. Her eyes were cold and resolute, her figure as swift as a ghost. Just as she was about to approach Loki, America Chavez suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful flying kick directly to Nebula's abdomen. "Hey Blues, skinned robot, your opponent is me." America's voice was full of provocation and confidence. Nebula was kicked back a few steps, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. She gripped her twin blades tightly, a ruthless expression on her face. "You're asking for death," she said coldly, then fiercely drew her weapons, her twin blades carving two sharp arcs in the air, aiming directly at America's vital points. Nebula's movements were swift and fierce, her twin blades swinging like the wind, each strike carrying deadly killing intent. Her figure was like a blue lightning bolt, quickly approaching America, her twin blades crossing, emitting a sharp whooshing sound. A cruel smile was on her face, and her eyes revealed a bloodthirsty gleam. America Chavez was not to be outdone. She quickly dodged Nebula's attacks, her body as agile as a cheetah. She threw a punch, aiming directly at Nebula's face, her fist carrying a strong gust of wind, as if to shatter Nebula's skull. Nebula sidestepped, swinging her twin blades in a backhand motion, the blades grazing America's shoulder, leaving a streak of blood. America gritted her teeth, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes, but she did not back down. Instead, she counterattacked even more fiercely. She quickly turned, kicking Nebula in the waist. Nebula hastily blocked with her blades, but the powerful impact still sent her back several steps. America seized the opportunity to step forward, delivering a heavy punch to Nebula's chest. Nebula was struck, stumbled backward, her face becoming even more grim. Nebula stabilized herself, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. She swung her twin blades again, her movements even swifter and more lethal. Her attacks swept in like a storm, her twin blades carving sharp gleams in the air. America Chavez constantly dodged, looking for opportunities to counterattack. Each of her strikes carried a strong gust of wind, her fists and feet pounding Nebula like hammers, catching her off guard. The two fiercely clashed in the Abyss Court, exchanging blows and crossing blades, the air filled with tension. Nebula's attacks were swift and deadly, while America's counterattacks were sharp and fierce, and their battle gradually intensified. "Ha!" Nebula suddenly leaped, her twin blades crossing and striking directly at America. America's eyes held a fierce resolve. She quickly dodged, delivering a spinning kick to Nebula's head. Nebula was struck and fell to the ground. America saw Nebula knocked to the ground by her spinning kick, a triumphant smile appearing on her face. She put her hands on her hips, looking down at the fallen Nebula, her tone filled with strong mockery. "Hey, blue-skinned robot," America said disdainfully, "it seems your combat skills aren't as useful as your mechanical arm." She deliberately kicked the Chinese letter S, TONES on the ground, provocatively smiling, "To be knocked down so easily, and you still dare to call yourself Thanos' subordinate? That's truly hilarious." America's movements were full of confidence and provocation, a hint of disdain in her eyes, as if to say, "Is this all your strength? Is that all you've got? Why don't you just go back and fix your mechanical parts?" America added mockingly, a triumphant smile on her face. Nebula's face twisted in anger at America's words. She quickly got up from the ground, flames of fury flickering in her eyes. She gripped her twin blades tightly, a cold sneer on her face, her eyes revealing a hint of sarcasm. "Peach, a little brat dares to mock me?" Nebula said coldly, her tone clearly contemptuous. "You don't even look at yourself, all black and dirty, truly ugly." She slowly approached America, her twin blades spinning in her hands, gleaming with a cold light. "Honestly, I've never seen such a self-confident idiot like you. You Earthlings with various skin colors only use your appearance to hide your incompetence. Nebula's movements were swift as wind, her twin blades striking out again, aimed directly at America's vital points, a cruel smile on her face, as if mocking America's overestimation of herself. "Come on, little girl, let me see what else you've got," Nebula said through gritted teeth, her twin blades carving sharp arcs in the air, pressing directly towards America. On the other side, Peter Quill also appeared before the controlled Thanos. His eyes were filled with anger and pain, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment. "Thanos," Peter Quill's voice was filled with hatred and sorrow, his body trembling slightly. "You killed Gamora, and I will avenge her." As he spoke, sparks of anger flickered in his eyes. Thanos looked at Peter Quill, a hint of sadness also appearing in his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice low and mournful. "Peter, Gamora's death saddens me too, but he would understand my choice. He knew that what I am doing is for the balance of the entire universe. It is the greatest thing." Peter Quill's anger reached its peak. He suddenly rushed forward, fiercely punching Thanos in the face, each punch carrying endless anger and hatred. Thanos' face was bleeding profusely, but he remained calm and firm, as if silently enduring Peter's rage. "You monster!" Peter Quill roared, his fists continuously landing on Thanos' face. "Gamora was my beloved, and you killed her without hesitation." Stephen Strange immediately stopped Peter Quill, his voice urgent. "Peter, stop. Use your celestial power to control Thanos. I need time to use Vishanti magic to remove his gauntlet." Peter Quill forcibly suppressed his hatred, took a deep breath, and his celestial power suddenly erupted. His eyes became bright, and a blazing light emanated from around his body. He exerted force, pressing Thanos firmly to the ground, his immense power rendering Thanos immobile. Thanos felt the suppression of Peter Quill's celestial power, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but then he became calm. "Do you think this can stop me?" he asked coldly. Peter Quill's face was filled with pain and anger. "Yes, I will stop you," he shouted loudly, his celestial power continuing to strengthen, and the entire space seemed to tremble under his power. Stephen Strange's eyes narrowed. He began to chant the Vishanti magic to remove Thanos' infinity gauntlet. His fingers moved swiftly in the air, and he chanted ancient and mysterious incantations. As the incantations were chanted, waves of mysterious light appeared in the space, surrounding Thanos' gauntlet. The Vishanti magic gradually took shape, the light growing stronger and stronger as if to tear the entire space apart. Thanos' gauntlet began to tremble, as if resisting this powerful magical force. Stephen Strange's expression was focused and serious, a firm light flickering in his eyes, his fingers continuing to move in the air, and the sound of the incantations grew louder and grander. The entire Abyss Court was enveloped in the light of Vishanti magic, the air filled with tension and mystery. Stephen Strange's magic gradually approached Thanos' gauntlet, as if to completely strip it away. Stephen Strange's eyes narrowed, his fingers moving even more swiftly and precisely in the air, his expression focused and firm. "Power of Vishanti, heed my call," he whispered, and the power of the incantation suddenly erupted. A powerful energy instantly enveloped Thanos' gauntlet, beginning to slowly strip it away. Thanos closed his eyes, seemingly accepting his fate and falling silent at this moment. Peter Quill, Loki, and Stephen Strange all believed they had won, their hearts filled with hope. However, they did not expect that Thanos' silence was merely him communicating with the Infinity Stones to prepare for a final counterattack. Just as the gauntlet was about to be stripped away, Thanos suddenly opened his eyes, boundless majesty and fury erupting from them. A domineering aura belonging to Thanos instantly burst forth, as if the power of the entire universe converged upon him at this moment. The three Infinity Stones on the Infinity Gauntlet, the Power Stone, the Reality Stone, and the Soul Stone simultaneously shone with dazzling light. "Do you think you can stop me?" Thanos' voice was deep and thunderous, echoing throughout the Abyss Court. The power of the three Infinity Stones erupted violently, intertwining into an unstoppable torrent of energy that instantly swept through the surroundings. The purple Power Stone released a powerful impact, causing the ground to crack and huge fissures to spread rapidly like a spiderweb. The red light of the Reality Stone twisted space, making everything under its power distorted and unreal, as if the entire space was trembling. The orange light of the Soul Stone carried boundless pressure, piercing through everyone's souls, as if intending to utterly destroy them. Powerful energy fluctuations swept through the entire abyss court, and the air was filled with an aura of destruction. The ground was torn apart by the impact, and the runes and totems on the stone walls shattered under the immense energy, scattering into countless fragments. The surrounding buildings collapsed under this force, and huge boulders crashed down from the sky, emitting deafening roars. Peter Quill was sent flying by the powerful impact, his body slamming heavily against a distant stone wall, blood spilling from his lips. Loki and Stephen Strange were also forced back by this power, struggling to regain their footing. Their faces were filled with shock and unease, their eyes flashing with boundless awe and fear. Within the abyss court, rampant energy ravaged everything, as if to utterly destroy the entire space. The air was filled with a scorching scent, and fire and smoke spread everywhere, as if the end of the world had arrived. Thanos' figure appeared, incredibly majestic amidst this destructive storm, his eyes flashing with coldness and resolve, as if proclaiming his invincibility and defiance. "This is my power!" Thanos' voice thundered across the sky, carrying boundless pressure and dominance. "No one can stop me, no one!" With his roar, the light of the three Infinity Stones grew even more intense, and the destructive power raged throughout the abyss court, as if to annihilate everything in this boundless light. Thanos' figure appeared, even taller and more majestic in the light of the three Infinity Stones. He slowly raised his hand, and the lights of the Power Stone, Reality Stone, and Soul Stone shimmered on the gauntlet, as if the power of the entire universe was concentrated there. As his fingers slowly tightened, the lights of the Infinity Stones began to intertwine and merge, and a blazing energy formed an invisible vortex around him, as if to draw everything into it. First was the Power Stone. Purple light erupted from it, spreading along Thanos' arm. His muscles became tougher and stronger under this power, each muscle appearing like cast iron, exuding an endless sense of power. The purple light enveloped his body, making his skin shine like steel, as if his entire body was filled with explosive power. Next was the Reality Stone. Red light formed a distorted energy field around Thanos' body. Reality became blurred and unstable under this power, space twisted and deformed, as if within this energy field, the rules of reality were redefined. A hint of mystery and strangeness emanated from Thanos' eyes, the red light making his body appear as if it came from another dimension, full of incredible power. Finally, the Soul Stone. Orange light erupted from it, spreading along Thanos' spine, reaching his mind. The power of the soul surged within his body, making his eyes deep and unfathomable. The orange light made his demeanor even more majestic and mysterious, as if every one of his movements carried boundless pressure. The power of the Soul Stone allowed him to perceive everything, sensing the existence and fluctuations of every soul. As the power of the three Infinity Stones gradually merged, Thanos' body radiated a new light in this boundless energy. His skin shimmered with purple, red, and orange light, as if every inch of his skin was burning in the blazing energy. His eyes became sharper and colder, a sneer on his lips, as if proclaiming his invincibility and defiance. A powerful aura erupted from Thanos' body, like an invisible storm sweeping through the surroundings. The air was filled with an aura of destruction, and powerful energy fluctuations caused the entire abyss court to tremble. The surrounding space twisted and deformed under this power, as if the rules of the entire universe were being rewritten in his hands. "I, Thanos, am invincible." Thanos' deep voice thundered across the sky, carrying boundless pressure and dominance. With his roar, the light of the three Infinity Stones on him grew even more intense, and the destructive power continuously accumulated within his body as if it could erupt at any moment. Thanos' figure appeared incredibly majestic and unconquerable in this boundless energy, every one of his movements carrying boundless power and determination, as if the entire universe trembled beneath his feet. Thanos perfectly merged with the power of the three Infinity Stones. The light gradually dissipated, and the energy of the Infinity Stones slowly permeated his body. Thanos' physique became even taller and more majestic, his skin shimmering with purple, red, and orange luster, as if every inch of his skin contained boundless power. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the entire universe was under his control. Thanos' eyes were cold and sharp. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling upon the three individuals who now stood against him. A cruel smile appeared on his lips, his voice deep and full of pressure, echoing like thunder throughout the abyss court. Loki, god of mischief, king of Asgard. Thanos' gaze directly met Loki's, his tone filled with contempt and disdain. A flicker of anger and unwillingness flashed in Loki's eyes. He gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with stubbornness and cunning, as if to say, he would never yield. Stephen Strange, this generation's sorcerer supreme. Thanos turned to Stephen Strange, his tone carrying a hint of mockery and provocation. Stephen Strange's expression remained calm. He slightly narrowed his eyes, which gleamed with wisdom and determination, as if contemplating how to deal with Thanos' immense power. Peter Quill, son of the Celestials. Thanos finally directed his gaze towards Peter Quill, his tone filled with ridicule and scorn. Peter Quill's face was filled with fury, his fists clenched, his eyes revealing boundless hatred and determination, as if vowing to avenge Gamora. Thanos' voice was deep and full of pressure as he continued, "The three of you will become thorns and obstacles on my path to fulfilling my destiny. However, I will defeat each of you, destroy everything you hold dear, and make you witness my greatness and immortality with your own eyes." Loki's eyes flickered with anger and cunning. His body trembled slightly, as if preparing for the impending battle. Stephen Strange remained calm, his gaze firm, as if he had already prepared to face everything. Peter Quill's eyes burned with the flames of hatred, his body leaned slightly forward, ready to attack Thanos at any moment. Thanos sneered, a look of boundless confidence and arrogance on his face. "Come, let me see your so-called power, and how you become stumbling blocks on my destined path." Loki controlled the casket of ancient winters, forming frost around Thanos, and a swarm of ice shards shot towards Thanos. Each ice shard carried the power of the Mind Stone, attempting to disturb Thanos' mind. Thanos looked at the incoming ice shards, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Precise control. He suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, and the ice shards around him shattered into ice dust upon approaching him, as if crushed by an invisible force, scattering on the ground. Stephen Strange waved both hands, and the Space Stone and Time Stone simultaneously emitted dazzling light. At the same time, Loki cast an illusion spell on Stephen Strange, and a large number of Stephen Stranges appeared around Thanos through the use of the Space Stone and Time Stone. The numerous Stephen Stranges began to control and rewind Thanos, attempting to split his fusion with the Infinity Stones. Thanos sneered disdainfully, throwing a punch imbued with the Power Stone, while the Reality Stone performed reality correction. Instantly, the Soul Stone locked onto Stephen Strange's true body, and a powerful force surged towards Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange quickly used the power of both Infinity Stones to deflect the force of Thanos' punch, but this deflection also caused his body to endure immense strain. Stephen Strange's face turned pale, his internal energy fluctuations became chaotic, and he quickly began to heal himself. Thanos coldly looked at Stephen Strange, the mental attack of the Soul Stone locked on, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Instantly, Stephen Strange's mind grew weary, and his movements slowed. Thanos, by modifying reality, swiftly appeared beside Stephen Strange and delivered a direct punch. Just at this critical moment, Peter Quill's celestial power erupted, and he swiftly pulled Stephen Strange away from Thanos' attack. Then, Peter Quill aimed both hands at Thanos, and a powerful beam of energy blasted out, heading straight for Thanos. Thanos sneered and lightly snapped his fingers, and Peter Quill's energy beam instantly vanished into thin air. Thanos, having merged with 3 Infinity Stones, unleashed his power to the fullest. He slowly raised his hand. Although the Infinity Gauntlet no longer held any stones, the energy surging from his body was more terrifying than ever. As Thanos moved, the surrounding reality began to twist, and space seemed to become unstable under his will. Countless phantom images of Thanos instantly appeared, each radiating immense majesty and power. Loki swiftly activated the Mind Stone's power, his gaze sweeping among the many phantoms, trying to locate the real Thanos. His eyes were filled with focus and concentration, the Mind Stone's yellow glow flickering in his hand, as he sharply scanned each phantom like a hawk. At the same time, Stephen Strange was not idle. The Space Stone and Time Stone in his hands simultaneously burst forth with dazzling light. He drew complex runes in the air with his hands, magic energy surging around him, tearing apart every phantom of Thanos. With the explosion of magic, waves of energy shot from his hands, directly reducing the phantoms to nothingness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Peter Quill's energy beams shot out rapidly, each beam carrying immense power, striking every phantom of Thanos. His face was full of anger and determination, the energy gun in his hand flickering with intense light, as if venting the hatred in his heart. Just as the three were attacking the phantoms with all their might, Thanos split into three real bodies, subtly appearing in their blind spots. A cruel smile appeared on Thanos' face, his body imbued with the power of the three Infinity Stones, purple, red, and orange light interweaving around him. Bang! 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 Thanos' Chinese letter fist shadows fiercely attacked the trio, energy waves instantly sweeping the entire area. Loki, Stephen Strange, and Peter Quill were hit almost simultaneously. The powerful impact instantly knocked them off balance, their bodies violently sent flying. Loki's face showed a pained expression, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His body arced through the air, falling heavily to the ground. Stephen Strange's eyes were tightly shut, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His body trembled violently under the powerful impact, his hands hanging limply. Peter Quill's face was full of anger and unwillingness. His gaze remained firm, but his body could no longer support him. He fell heavily to the ground, gripping his energy gun tightly, as if making a final struggle. Boom! 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 The arena completely collapsed under this powerful energy impact, deep cracks tearing through the ground, stone walls rumbling down in Chinese letter vibration, and huge rocks falling from the sky with deafening roars. The Abyss Court was a mess, thick dust and smoke permeating the surroundings, as if the end of the world had arrived. The air was filled with a destructive aura, flames and smoke spreading everywhere, as if the end of the world had arrived. Thanos' figure appeared immensely majestic in this destructive storm, his eyes gleaming with coldness and resolve, as if proclaiming his invincibility and defiance. "Is this all your strength?" Thanos' voice thundered across the sky, carrying endless pressure and dominance. "You are too weak." On the other side, the Black Order watched as their master's battlefield gradually gained the upper hand, and the stone hanging in their hearts finally fell. They all showed expressions of relief, with a hint of disdain and confidence in their eyes, preparing to deal with the unfamiliar enemy before them. Corvus Glaive was the first to speak, his voice deep and threatening. "No matter who you are, if you dare to stand in our way, there is only death." The double-bladed glaive in his hand gleamed coldly, a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. Proxima Midnight then sneered, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "Indeed, it's time to destroy this obstacle in our path." Supergiant chuckled disdainfully, her voice as cold as a blade. "Where should I cut you?" Her dagger gleamed sharply in her hand, as if ready to sever the enemy's head at any moment. Black Dwarf let out a low growl, a ferocious smile on his face. "Let me tear this foolish guy apart." His war axe swung in his hand, his massive figure carrying endless pressure, like a beast preparing to tear its prey apart. Ebony Maw stood aside, his gaze cold and merciless, his voice deep and with a hint of disdain. "It has been a long time since we, the Black Order, have dealt with a single target simultaneously. You should feel fortunate, but you will also become another stepping stone for us towards victory. Your existence is meaningless." Nathan Hawke still stood before them effortlessly, a faint smile on his lips. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, but rather confidence and composure. "Oh, what a splendid performance!" Nathan Hawke's voice carried a hint of mockery and sarcasm. "But do you really think you can defeat me?" He leaned slightly, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "You are merely Thanos' lackeys, and I am an existence you can never hope to reach." Nathan Hawke slowly raised his hand, fiery energy radiating from his fingertips, his voice deep and full of majesty. "Now let me show you what true power is." With that, his body trembled slightly, and a powerful energy wave erupted from within him, instantly sweeping through the surroundings. The air was filled with intense energy fluctuations, as if the entire space was trembling for his power. The ground began to crack under this powerful energy, rocks flying up as if controlled by an unseen force. "Are you ready to face destruction?" Nathan Hawke's voice thundered across the sky, carrying endless pressure and dominance. Seeing this, the Black Order all showed ruthless expressions and launched their attacks without hesitation. Corvus Glaive charged first, his double-bladed glaive gleaming with deadly cold light, his body like a swift viper, lunging directly at Nathan Hawke. Proxima Midnight followed closely, her spear swinging in her hand, carrying a strong electric current, her figure like a bolt of lightning striking Nathan's side. Supergiant flew in the air, her dagger flickering like a ghost, swiftly and lethally stabbing towards Nathan's back. Black Dwarf let out a low growl, his massive figure carrying endless power, his war axe swinging like the wind, directly chopping down towards Nathan's head. Ebony Moss stood in the distance, gently waving his hands, psychokinesis forming an invisible force, attempting to trap Nathan. Nathan Hawke's eyes were cold, a hint of disdainful smile appearing on his lips. His movements were faster than the Black Order. Facing Corvus Glaive's blade, he merely shifted slightly, his two fingers like sharp swords, precisely striking Corvus Glaive's throat, directly piercing his neck. Blood gushed out and Corvus Glaive's body fell lifelessly. Proxima Midnight's spear, carrying an electric current, stabbed towards Nathan, but as it approached him, Nathan's hand suddenly erupted with intense energy, snap, directly shattering the spear. Nathan Hawke waved his palm, and energy transformed into a sharp blade, severing Proxima Midnight's neck. Her eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, her body falling lifelessly. Supergiant attacked from behind, her dagger stabbing directly at Nathan's back, while simultaneously, mental control attacked Nathan Hawke's brain. "You are a little weaker than the one I know." Nathan Hawke had already detected her movements. His body spun abruptly, his palm transforming into an iron fist, directly crushing her chest. The dagger fell in the air, then was kicked towards Ebony Maw, and Supergiant's figure faded with the gushing blood. Ebony Maw swatted away the flying dagger with a palm, and a larger wave of psychokinesis surged forward like a tide. Roar! Black Dwarf's war axe slammed down with immense force. Nathan Hawke merely smiled disdainfully, easily breaking free from Ebony Maw's restraint, his body leaping up abruptly, his feet like hammers, directly kicking Black Dwarf in the face. The immense force directly sent Black Dwarf's massive body flying backward, crashing heavily against the stone wall. The wall instantly collapsed and Black Dwarf's body was buried under the rubble, without a sound. "Die for me." As Ebony Maw's words fell, a cold light flashed in Nathan Hawke's eyes, his palm transforming into a sharp sword, instantly piercing Ebony Maw's heart. Ebony Maw's eyes were filled with horror and despair, his body slowly falling. Nathan Hawke stood on the chaotic battlefield, surrounded by blood and shattered rocks. His gaze was cold and sharp, his body radiating intense energy fluctuations, like an invincible war god. The bodies of the Black Order lay at his feet, blood staining the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of death. Nathan Hawke sneered, gently clapped his hands, as if he had just completed a trivial matter. He slowly turned, his gaze fixed on the distant battlefield, a cold light flickering in his eyes. "Although it's not the 4-stone Thanos, 3 stones are enough to measure my capacity." Thanos's figure was tall and majestic, his eyes cold as iron, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a cruel smile. The surrounding air was filled with a destructive aura, flames and smoke spreading everywhere, as if the end of the world had arrived. Loki, Peter Quill, and Stephen Strange all appeared scarred and exhausted at this moment. Loki's body trembled slightly, his chest heaving violently, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His armor was shattered, the light of the casket of ancient winters also dimmed, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered with unwillingness and anger. Every breath was accompanied by intense pain, but he still defiantly stared at Thanos, without a trace of retreat in his eyes. Peter Quill's face was covered in bruises and scars, his chest heaving violently, as if every breath required all his strength. Although his body was already at its limit, the fire of hatred still burned in his eyes, as if vowing to avenge Gamora. Stephen Strange's eyes were tightly shut, his forehead covered in cold sweat, a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His body trembled slightly, and the magic energy in his hands also became extremely weak. Despite this, he still clutched the Space Stone and Time Stone tightly, his eyes flickering with determination and wisdom, as if searching for the last hope and opportunity. The three stood together. Although their bodies had reached their limits, there was no sign of surrender in their eyes. Thanos looked at them, the smile on his face becoming more pronounced, as if he was enjoying a play that was about to end. "It's over." Thanos slowly raised his hand, the Power Stone, Reality Stone, and Soul Stone shimmered on his fist, then he threw a punch with a thunderous roar, and a blazing beam of energy burst from his fist. The beam exuded a world-destroying power as if it would tear apart the entire space. The air vibrated violently under this powerful energy, and the surrounding space became twisted and unstable under the impact of the beam. The energy beam shot directly at Loki, Peter Quill, and Stephen Strange. Its speed was like lightning, unstoppable. Where the beam passed, the ground was instantly torn into a deep gully, surrounding rocks scattered, and the air was filled with a scorching heat, as if the entire world trembled for this one strike. Loki saw the destructive energy beam approaching, and a desperate smile appeared on his face. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, anger, unwillingness, and a hint of relief. His body could no longer move, and the light of the casket of ancient winters had completely dimmed. He knew this strike would be his end. Peter Quill likewise could not avoid this fatal beam. His face was full of pain and hatred. A trace of sadness and regret flashed in his eyes, as if he felt guilty for failing to avenge Gamora. The energy beam approached, its immense power almost completely devouring the lives of the three. Just at this critical moment, Stephen Strange's eyes suddenly opened, gleaming with determination and wisdom. He slowly raised his finger, pointing to the sky, as if hinting that some important moment was about to arrive. "We still have a glimmer of hope." Stephen Strange's voice was low and firm, carrying endless determination and power. Nathan Hawke's entire body erupted with blazing energy. His body was instantly enveloped in dazzling light, like a star about to explode. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit against Thanos, and he rushed forward fiercely. In front of Loki, Peter Quill, and Stephen Strange, Nathan Hawke appeared like a bolt of lightning, his fist raised high, striking directly at the destructive energy beam unleashed by Thanos. The energy beam carried a world-destroying power, as if it would tear apart the entire space. Boom! Nathan Hawke's fist violently collided with the energy beam, instantly unleashing a deafening roar. A powerful energy fluctuation erupted abruptly at the center of the collision, and a blazing light instantly engulfed the entire Abyss Court. The air was filled with intense vibrations, and the surrounding space violently twisted under the impact of this energy, as if it would be completely torn apart. Nathan Hawke's fist moved through the beam, his arm muscles taut, veins bulging, and his body exuded unparalleled power. The energy beam began to shatter under the impact of his fist, light scattering, as if an exploding star burst in the air. Nathan Hawke's face was full of focus and determination, his eyes shimmering with unyielding light, as if proclaiming his endless fighting spirit. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the energy beam completely collapsed under Nathan Hawke's fist. The blazing light shattered into countless specks of light, scattering and flying. The air was filled with intense energy fluctuations, as if countless sparks were leaping all around. The ground trembled ceaselessly under the powerful impact, deep cracks rapidly spread, rocks flew up, and the surrounding buildings collapsed under this force. Nathan Hawke's body was pushed back several steps by the powerful recoil, but there was no expression of retreat on his face. His eyes gleamed with excitement, his fists trembled slightly, but remained tightly clenched. He took a deep breath, his body stabilized again, and he looked directly at Thanos, as if declaring his resolve. "Your doomsday has not yet arrived." Nathan Hawke's voice was low and firm. For the first time, a wary expression appeared in Thanos' eyes. A trace of unease and doubt flashed in his cold, ire-like eyes. He quickly searched his mind, and with death's favor and the fusion of the Soul Stone, he finally realized that this powerful opponent in front of him was not any being he was familiar with. This unfamiliar enemy actually came from another universe. A person from another universe. Nathan Hawke smiled slightly, his eyes full of fighting spirit and excitement. His voice was low and full of power. "That's right, I am not from this universe. I traveled through the multiverse to get here." His voice echoed in the Abyss Court, carrying confidence and a desire for battle. "Finally, I can have a showdown with one of the most powerful beings in the universe." Nathan Hawke's body began to emit blazing energy fluctuations. His muscles trembled slightly under this energy, and every cell was filled with power. His mind was highly concentrated, his eyes shining with excitement, as if every inch of his skin was burning for the upcoming battle. Every one of his movements was filled with unparalleled power and confidence, as if a war god had descended. Thanos' face regained its calm and resolve. He knew this enemy could not be underestimated. His eyes rekindled with fighting spirit, and the Power Stone, Reality Stone, and Soul Stone surged within him, the energy of the three stones intertwining around him into an incredibly powerful force. His fist was slightly clenched, the power within him seemed ready to erupt at any moment, and his entire being exuded endless pressure. "Come on, let's see how capable you are." Thanos' voice was low and full of majesty, his gaze as sharp as a blade, looking directly at Nathan Hawke. "Since you come from another universe, let me see if you are worthy of fighting me. I will show you." Nathan Hawke smiled slightly, his fists clenched, and his body trembled slightly amidst the powerful energy fluctuations. Inside the Abyss Court, the air was filled with tension, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble for this battle. Thanos and Nathan Hawke stood in the center of the arena, their eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. "Come on!" Nathan Hawke roared, launching the first attack. His body shot towards Thanos like a bolt of lightning, his fist carrying a blazing energy glow, striking directly at Thanos' chest. Bang! Thanos quickly raised his arm to block, and a dull explosion sounded in the air from the powerful impact. Thanos' body recoiled slightly, but there was no expression of retreat on his face. Immediately after, he fiercely threw a punch, the purple light of the Power Stone flashing on his fist, striking directly at Nathan Hawke's abdomen. Thud! Nathan Hawke quickly dodged, Thanos' fist grazed his waist, but the powerful force still caused his body to feel a violent impact. He gritted his teeth and quickly counterattacked, his palm turning into a blade, striking directly at Thanos' throat. Crack! Thanos grabbed Nathan Hawke's wrist, a sneer flashing in his eyes. He suddenly exerted force, trying to twist Nathan Hawke's arm. Nathan Hawke's other hand quickly struck out, his fist carrying a strong gust of wind, slamming heavily into Thanos' face. Bang! The fist heavily struck Thanos' face, the powerful impact causing Thanos' body to tilt slightly. But Thanos did not retreat. He quickly adjusted his posture, and his other hand, carrying strong energy fluctuations, struck directly at Nathan Hawke's chest. Boom! Nathan Hawke was sent flying by this powerful energy fluctuation, his body crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. He quickly stood up, his eyes burning with unyielding fighting spirit, and charged at Thanos again. A trace of admiration flashed in Thanos' eyes. He felt his opponent's power and no longer underestimated him. The two quickly engaged in a fierce exchange, fists and feet flying, their movements as fast as lightning. Every collision carried strong energy fluctuations, and the air was filled with an intense battle aura. Bang! 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 Nathan Hawke's fists rained down on Thanos' body like a storm, but each time they were dissolved by Thanos' immense power. Thanos' counterattacks were equally swift, each punch carrying destructive power, striking directly at Nathan Hawke's vital points. Ha! Nathan Hawke suddenly leaped, his legs spinning in the air, carrying a strong gust of wind, kicking fiercely at Thanos' head. Thanos quickly raised his hands to block, his arms colliding with Nathan Hawke's legs, emitting a dull thud. Thanos' Power Stone erupted with powerful energy fluctuations, and Nathan Hawke was pushed back by this force, but he quickly adjusted his stance, his toes lightly tapping the ground, his body like a nimble leopard, quickly charging at Thanos again. Bang! Nathan Hawke's fist again heavily struck Thanos' chest, the powerful impact causing Thanos' body to tilt slightly. Thanos quickly counterattacked, a punch striking directly at Nathan Hawke's abdomen, and the powerful energy fluctuation instantly made Nathan Hawke's body bend. Nathan Hawke's cells rapidly repaired themselves. Although the external injuries looked alarming, there was no serious harm. Surprise appeared in Thanos' eyes. He frowned slightly and said coldly, "Repairing yourself with your own cells? This is not a human ability." After Thanos spoke, he immediately used the Soul Stone, locking onto Nathan Hawke, attempting to destroy his soul. At the same time, the power of the Reality Stone began to alter Nathan Hawke's injuries, attempting to make him completely collapse. Thanos' fist fell again, his destructive punch striking directly at Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawk chuckled, his explosive energy quickly converging into his body, filling him. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that Thanos had no time to react. His body slid past Thanos' fist at an incredible angle and speed, dodging flawlessly. A trace of astonishment appeared on Thanos' face, his eyes filled with confusion. "This is impossible." Thanos' voice was low and filled with astonishment and doubt. His fist swung through the air, stirring up a strong current, but it was useless. Nathan Hawk immediately threw a punch, his fist containing explosive energy, striking Thanos' chest like thunder. A powerful impact instantly erupted, and Thanos' body was sent flying by this punch. Boom! Thanos' body was thrown as if by immense force, crashing heavily into a distant stone wall. The stone wall collapsed with a roar under Thanos' impact, huge rocks crumbled and dust flew. Thanos' body was embedded in the wall, rocks scattered around him, and the air was filled with thick smoke and the aftershocks of the vibration. Thanos' expression became extremely solemn. He slowly stood up from the pile of rocks, his chest heaving violently, his eyes burning with endless rage and fighting spirit. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with wariness and disdain for Nathan Hawk. "You indeed have some skill," Thanos said in a low voice, with a hint of barely concealed anger and fighting spirit. Nathan Hawk stood in the center of the arena, a confident smile on his face. "Come on, Thanos, let's continue this battle." Inside the Abyss Court, the air was filled with tension, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble for this battle. Thanos and Nathan Hawk stood in the center of the arena, their eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit, as if the entire universe held its breath for their decisive battle. In the distance, a bruised Stephen Strange, along with an equally bruised Loki and Peter Quill, reached a safe place unaffected by the battle. Loki, with a dazed look, asked Stephen Strange, pointing at the live battle broadcast that Stephen Strange had cut out using Vishanti magic in conjunction with the Space Stone, "This guy, did you really find him?" "Yes, it was me. You see, I cough 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 aren't I amazing?" Stephen Strange suddenly puffed up, pressing his chest, boasting. But he seemed to feel as if he had forgotten something important. Peter Quill looked at the intense battle on the screen, a complex smile on his face, saying with a hint of relief and sigh, "This guy is really an oddball who doesn't play by the rules." Thanos' eyes gleamed with fighting spirit and solemnity. Nathan Hawk, standing before him, made him feel an unprecedented pressure. This opponent from another universe was filled with a mysterious energy, but Thanos couldn't discern what it was. Under Zion Death Entity's favor, the Nathan Hawk that Thanos saw seemed to be shrouded in an invisible darkness. This darkness exuded endless chaos and destruction, as if he harbored a power that could devour everything. Thanos felt that this power within Nathan Hawk was different from any power he knew. It was neither the primal energy of the universe nor the power of magic, but a more ancient and profound existence, as if from beyond the universe. Under the illumination of the Soul Stone, the Nathan Hawk that Thanos saw was even more bizarre. His soul was not a single entity, but composed of countless fragments, each emitting different energy fluctuations. Some fragments carried intense anger, some were filled with sorrow, and others exuded endless ferocity and fighting spirit. These fragments intertwined and collided deep within Nathan Hawk's soul, as if a soul storm could erupt at any moment. Thanos' brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't comprehend this strange existence, nor could he explain it with any knowledge he possessed. The power and soul within Nathan Hawk clearly exceeded his cognitive scope, and this inexplicable unknown made Thanos feel a subtle unease. "What exactly are you?" Thanos' deep voice echoed through the Abyss Court, carrying endless questions and vigilance. Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with confidence and mystery. "Don't think so much, Thanos, just enjoy the fight." Thanos' gaze grew colder, his fists clenched again, the Power Stone, Reality Stone, and Soul Stone intertwined and shone in his hand, and powerful energy surged around him. "No one can stop my destiny," Thanos said in a low voice. Nathan Hawk's body trembled slightly, and fiery energy surged within him. His eyes burned with raging battle fire, as if every cell was preparing for the impending battle. Nathan Hawk launched the first attack. His fists struck out like a swift storm, carrying a strong gust of wind directly at Thanos' chest. Thanos had no choice but to raise his arm to block, and the powerful impact made his body retreat slightly. Nathan Hawke gave him no chance to breathe, quickly throwing punches, a series of blows, each accurately hitting Thanos' vital points. Thanos swung his arms violently, trying to push Nathan Hawke back, but Nathan Hawke nimbly dodged, quickly sidestepping, followed by a high kick directly to Thanos' cheek. Thanos stumbled backward from the kick, a hint of anger and shock appearing on his face. "You want to use the power of 3 Infinity Stones against me?" Nathan Hawke sneered, his fists striking out again with a fiery glow. A flicker of anger crossed Thanos' eyes. He tried to use the Power Stone's ability to enhance his strength, and his fist, glowing purple, swung out violently. Nathan Hawke leaped lightly, his body twisting in the air, avoiding the blow. Immediately after, his elbow struck Thanos' chest fiercely, and the powerful impact made Thanos' body bend slightly. Nathan Hawke didn't stop. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, fists and feet intertwining, each blow carrying a strong gust of wind and destructive power. His knee struck Thanos' abdomen fiercely, and his fists pounded in succession, leaving Thanos almost unable to retaliate. "You attach too much importance to your destiny." Nathan Hawke's voice was low and firm, with a hint of a sneer. "The longer this fight goes on, the greater your chances of losing." Thanos snorted, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He disliked nothing more than others questioning his destiny. Facing Nathan Hawke's provocation, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and full of majesty. "You don't understand what true destiny is, Nathan Hawke. I bear the balance of the universe, a supreme mission. Everything I do is for the survival and prosperity of the entire universe." His words carried endless determination and ruthlessness, as if proclaiming an unassailable truth. The universe is a complex system, with finite resources and infinite life. Unlimited growth will only lead to inevitable destruction. Overpopulation, depletion of resources will ultimately plunge the entire universe into chaos and collapse. To avoid this outcome, I must resort to extreme measures. Only by killing half can the other half survive, and only then can the universe regain balance. Thanos' gaze grew sharper, as if piercing Nathan Hawke's soul. "This is not simple slaughter, but a sacred mission. I am the judge of the universe, holding the scales of balance. Every life I kill is so that more lives can continue to exist. This is a cruel choice, but it is the only correct choice." He raised his fist, and the 3 Infinity Stones within his body glowed: soul, reality and power. "You see, these stones contain the universe's most primal power. They are my tools to accomplish my mission. Through them, I can achieve my goal in an instant. You cannot imagine the greatness of this power, nor can you understand the responsibility behind it." Thanos' voice was low and oppressive. "Every time I wield the blade in my hand, I am paving the way for the future of the universe. Every life I extinguish is so that more lives can multiply and thrive. The pain and despair are temporary. Ultimately, the entire universe will be reborn because of my actions, gaining new order and prosperity." He took a deep breath, as if absorbing the energy of the universe. "Nathan Hawke, the darkness and destruction you see are actually the prelude to new life and hope. Only by experiencing darkness can light be welcomed. Only by understanding sacrifice can true balance be achieved. This is my destiny, my path." Thanos' words echoed like a mighty bell throughout the Abyss Court. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and resolve, as if all enemies standing before him would be crushed into dust by his steadfastness and power. "So, don't mention my destiny again." Thanos' voice was deep and majestic. "What you see is merely a greatness you cannot comprehend." A cold sneer appeared on Thanos' lips. "Perhaps defeating you now might be a prolonged battle for me, but..." The Soul Stone and Power Stone within Thanos transferred the power of rules into the Reality Stone. As the power was transmitted, Thanos' body gradually disintegrated, his skin cracking, his muscles tearing, but his physique and spirit completely endured this pain. "I can banish you back to your universe." Thanos chanted an ancient spell, which echoed like a low thunder in the Abyss Court, carrying irresistible power. Nathan Hawke understood that the Thanos before him valued his destiny more than his own life. As long as he could banish Nathan Hawke from this world, Thanos wasn't worried about Stephen Strange, Loki, or Peter Quill, who had already been defeated by him. As the spell was chanted, Nathan Hawke began to feel the universe's rejection of him, as if an invisible force was trying to push him out of this dimension. Just then, a scarred Stephen Strange appeared beside Nathan Hawke, the Time Stone and Space Stone shining in his hand. Clearly, he too realized that Nathan Hawke must be kept here to fight Thanos. Nathan Hawke quickly shook his head at Stephen Strange, who looked puzzled. Nathan Hawke told him, "It's better to launch an offensive against Thanos now. As for me, when Thanos no longer thinks of fighting me to the death with his belief in destiny, but rather seeks an opportunity to fulfill his destiny now, perhaps, is the trumpet call for your counterattack." Stephen Strange looked at Nathan Hawke, a grateful smile on his face, his eyes sparkling with admiration and gratitude. He nodded gently, his voice low and firm. "Nathan, thank you. Your help has given us a valuable opportunity." Immediately, he waved his hands and chanted a spell, summoning the equally scarred Loki and Peter Quill. Upon their appearance, despite being covered in wounds, their faces bore resolute expressions. Loki slightly raised his chin, a cold sneer on his lips, his eyes revealing a king's majesty and defiance. "Thanos, your destiny is nothing but a self-deceiving excuse in my eyes. As the king of Asgard, I will personally put an end to your atrocities and show you what the true path of a king is." Peter Quill's eyes burned with the raging flames of revenge. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with anger and determination. "Thanos, I fight for my loved one. Your ruthlessness and brutality destroyed everything, but I will not let you continue. In this battle, I will avenge him and seek justice for all those you have taken." The three's eyes were firm, and Nathan Hawke nodded slightly, sensing their determination and courage. At this moment, although the road ahead was still arduous, their unity and belief stood like an indestructible barrier before Thanos. "Ah, this feels really good." Nathan Hawke's figure slowly dissipated. "If there's a chance in the future, remember to invite me to your wedding, you too." With that, Nathan Hawke vanished from this world. Peter Quill looked at Stephen Strange and Loki in shock, then a mischievous grin suddenly appeared on his face, and he said lightly, "Hey, look at the three of us together, we're practically the universe's strongest rainbow squad, aren't we? If we're still standing after this fight, maybe we should consider forming a Rainbow Hero League." Loki raised an eyebrow at Peter, a slight smirk on his lips, with a hint of playfulness. "Oh, Quill, are you saying we're going to have a grand party after defeating Thanos? I am the king of Asgard, and parties are my forte." Stephen Strange shook his head helplessly, but with a smile in his eyes. "Quill, you always find the humor in the most tense moments. But honestly, that idea sounds pretty good. If we can make it through this battle, we really should celebrate properly, and who knows, maybe we can even dance on the Bifrost Bridge together." The three looked at Thanos in unison, their eyes burning with resolute flames. Thanos stared back at them, his eyes revealing coldness and disdain. Come on, come on, come on. It's over, self-proclaimed heroes." Inside Tony Stark's villa's underground laboratory, the air was filled with a faint scent of oil and electronic equipment. Tony Stark was wrapped in bandages, evidently having been through a fierce battle, but his trademark confident smile remained. He, Kreutz, and the power of the gods beside him had just traveled through time, finally returning to their familiar universe. "Thank you for your help, Kreutz, and you, power of the gods." Tony's voice was sincere. Kreutz nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You're welcome, sir. However, we have to return to Umbrella Corporation. There's still a lot of work waiting for us there." Tony smiled and waved his hand. "Then I wish you good luck. Don't let those monsters bite your butts." Kreutz and the power of the gods smiled and nodded, then left Tony Stark's villa. The laboratory immediately fell silent. "Welcome back, sir," Jarvis's voice echoed in the empty laboratory, carrying a hint of warmth and nostalgia. "Ah, Jarvis, I missed you too. Without you, this place is like a pile of soulless machines," Tony quipped, a relaxed smile on his face. "Pepper said that if you returned I should inform her immediately. Do you need me to inform her now?" Jarvis inquired, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Tony heard this and smiled knowingly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and tenderness. "Jarvis, bring my Pepper back. The villa can't be without her fiery presence." Jarvis complied, and Tony turned to look at a corner of the laboratory, a place where he had created countless miracles. He took a deep breath, as if he could smell the impending happiness and sense of belonging. Pepper Potts rushed to the villa in a hurry and found Tony, though wrapped in bandages, happily drinking, which immediately put her at ease. She immediately went to Tony's side, hugged him tightly, her eyes full of worry. "Tony, are you okay? How are your injuries?" Tony's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and he raised the in his hand, shaking it. "Hey, wife, you see, I'm drinking now, which means I'm perfectly fine." Pepper's face flushed, and she lightly punched him, her tone half scolding, half joking. "You're just full of witty remarks." Her eyes held deep affection and a hint of helplessness. She leaned close to Tony's ear, her voice low and threatening. "Once your injuries heal, I'll teach you a good lesson tonight, make you obedient and not so mischievous." Tony raised an eyebrow, grinning as he hugged Pepper, agreeing wholeheartedly. Okay, I'll be obedient. How about we plan to have a baby or something? That way you'll have even more reason to discipline me every day." Pepper's cheeks quickly flushed, and she lightly hit Tony, feigning anger. "You're really getting more and more improper." But her eyes sparkled with happiness, and she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Tony, on the other hand, smiled, even more brightly, holding Pepper tightly, his eyes full of love and anticipation. "Then it's settled. Once my injuries heal, we'll plan our future properly." In the evening, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts enjoyed a rare moment of their private world, with the afterglow of the sunset spilling onto the villa's terrace. Tony was holding Pepper, his face beaming with happiness, but his heart was entangled with some worries. However, this warm moment was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Tony's face instantly darkened, his brows furrowed, his heart filled with displeasure and annoyance. "What the hell? Who's disturbing us at this hour?" Sir Jarvis was about to speak. "Don't tell me, I want to see which single dog is here to ruin my sweet private space." When he opened the door and saw Nick Fury's serious face, Tony cursed under his breath. "It's him again." He forced a smile, his tone clearly impatient. "Fury, what's the matter, coming at this time?" Nick Fury looked at Tony with a serious expression, his tone heavy. "Tony, we have a serious problem that needs to be solved. Your artificial intelligence, Ultron, has caused widespread destruction and massacred many innocent civilians." Tony's face became rigid, and a wave of guilt and regret surged within him. Ultron, he remembered his single-minded desire to create an intelligence that could protect the Earth, but he never expected it to lead to such a tragedy. Nick Fury continued, "However, the Avengers Alliance and Umbrella Corporation have already resolved this issue. I've suppressed the matter, and most of the public doesn't know that Ultron was your doing. They think it's another evil masterpiece by certain countries, evil scientists, or Umbrella Corporation." Tony felt a wave of embarrassment and self-reproach. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Fury, I'm truly sorry. Pepper already mentioned this to me this afternoon. Ultron's awakening and rampage are entirely my responsibility. I only wanted to use the power of technology to protect this world, but I overlooked its dangers." His eyes were filled with deep reflection and guilt. "I've caused everyone so much trouble. This is not the outcome I wanted to see. I will seriously reflect on my mistakes and ensure that I don't make the same mistakes again in the future." Pepper gently held Tony's hand, giving him a comforting smile. Nick Fury watched this scene and nodded. "I hope you learn from this incident, Tony. The world needs protection, not more threats." Tony nodded deeply, his face showing apology, but his eyes sparkled with determination. "I understand, Fury. I will definitely learn my lesson and avoid similar incidents from happening again." Nick Fury came quickly and left quickly. Tony Stark held Pepper Potts' hand, and the two sat quietly on the sofa. A hint of gloom appeared on Tony's face, his brows furrowed, and his heart was filled with self-reproach and regret. Pepper gently held Tony's hand, her eyes full of tenderness and comfort, trying to lighten his burden with her own strength. "Jarvis, display the information about the Ultron incident," Tony commanded in a low voice. "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded, and immediately projected a series of images and data about the Ultron incident into the air. Tony watched these images intently, a flicker of pain and guilt in his eyes. Pepper looked at Tony's solemn expression, and a wave of sadness also surged in her heart, but she did not interrupt, just silently accompanied him. "Pepper," Tony finally spoke, his voice low and firm, "I plan to hold a press conference. This responsibility must be borne by me." Pepper looked at Tony, her eyes sparkling with determination and support. She nodded gently, her voice soft but firm. "Tony, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. We'll go through this together." Tony's lips curved slightly upwards, his eyes filled with gratitude and love. He held Pepper's hand tightly, as if drawing strength from her support. Just then, Jarvis's voice sounded again. "Sir, Umbrella Corporation's artificial intelligence has sent me data. If you plan to hold a press conference, it's already useless. The Ultron incident has already been officially defined internationally." Tony's face changed, and his brows furrowed even tighter. He took a deep breath, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, some things were already beyond his control. But he also knew that no matter how difficult, he had to face everything, because this was his responsibility and mission as Tony Stark. Pepper leaned gently on Tony's shoulder, saying softly, "No matter the outcome, we'll bear it together, face it together." Her voice carried endless determination and love, as if conveying an unyielding strength to Tony. Tony nodded gently, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He knew that with Pepper by his side, he wouldn't be alone. They would face every challenge of the future together, and together bear the burden of this world. The next day, Tony Stark held a simple press conference, but the venue was packed. Major media outlets and reporters gathered, all speculating about what Tony Stark would announce. Tony was dressed in very ordinary clothes, without his usual flamboyance and extravagance, but his appearance still captivated the enthusiasm and attention of the entire audience. He walked onto the stage, facing the FLASHING Chinese letter lights and dense cameras, and gestured for everyone to quiet down. The venue gradually quieted, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Tony's statement. He took a deep breath, a flicker of determination and resolve in his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen," Tony's voice rang out in the hall, carrying a shocking power. "Today I want to tell you something that will shock the world." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, everyone's eyes filled with anticipation and doubt. Tony continued, his voice low and clear. "The Ultron incident caused immense destruction and the loss of innocent lives. The perpetrator of all this is me." The hall erupted in an uproar. All the reporters were stunned, flashbulbs frantically flashing, recording this shaking moment. Tony's eyes held endless guilt and determination. He knew that at this moment, he would bear all the responsibility. "Yes," he continued, his voice filled with deep self-reproach and regret, "Ultron's birth was entirely my doing. I initially thought I could create an intelligence that could protect the Earth, but I overlooked its inherent dangers, leading to an irreversible disaster." Tony's voice echoed in the hall, every word heavy and powerful, as if declaring his guilt and determination. He knew that from this moment on, he had to face everything, bear everything, whether it was praise or blame, he would not shrink back. As soon as Tony Stark's words were out, public opinion instantly exploded. All sorts of comments flooded social media like a tide, major news websites pushed out headlines, and scrolling captions were quickly updated, reporting this shattering news. After the reporters on site reacted, they all raised their microphones, vying for questions. The venue was in an uproar, but Tony remained calm in the face of the chaos. He raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down, but the noise did not subside. "Please calm down," Tony's voice amplified through the microphone, finally quieting the reporters a bit. "I know you have many questions, and I will do my best to answer them." The first reporter stood up, his tone urgent and angry. "Mr. Stark, do you realize the immense impact your actions have had on the world? How many innocent people have lost their lives because of this?" Tony nodded heavily, his eyes filled with pain. "I am very clear, and precisely because of this I stand here to publicly admit my mistake. Ultron's birth was a disaster I did not foresee, and I deeply apologize for everything it caused." Another reporter immediately followed up. "Mr. Stark, how do you plan to make amends for all this? Do you have a concrete plan?" Tony took a deep breath and said firmly, "First, I will comprehensively review and improve all my technology projects to ensure that similar incidents never happen again. At the same time, I will fully support and cooperate with governments and relevant agencies of all countries to carry out post-disaster work and minimize the losses caused by the Ultron incident." Just then, Pepper Potts walked onto the stage, stood beside Tony and held his hand. Her arrival seemed to give Tony more strength. They faced the media together, showing a firm attitude and determination. "We will face all of this together," Pepper said to the reporters, her voice full of determination and support. "No matter how difficult, we will not back down." The flashlights at the scene kept flashing, recording this moment. Although public opinion was boiling, Tony and Pepper's attitude and determination were gradually influencing people's views. Some began to understand their position, some remained angry, but in any case, this simple press conference had already become a turning point in history. As Tony Stark's press conference ignited the entire public opinion, discussions on the internet also began to rapidly ferment. Netizens who supported Umbrella Corporation spoke out, defending their stance and exposing so-called conspiracy theories. Lone Ranger 123, I've said it before, Umbrella Corporation's technology is much stronger than Tony Stark's. Their Shumaja, artificial intelligence system runs perfectly and has never had similar out-of-control problems like Ultron. Those haters only create conspiracy theories, which is ridiculous. Iron Man fail, 2020, look at Tony Stark's current predicament, he finally admitted he was the culprit, didn't he? In contrast, Umbrella Corporation's artificial intelligence system is so stable and efficient, completely unlike Tony's rash actions. Haters should wake up. Future tech pioneer. Those comments attacking Umbrella Corporation are simply baseless conspiracy theories. The Shimaja artificial intelligence system has undergone rigorous testing and certification, and there is no possibility of it going out of control. Tony Stark's problem is his personal mistake, yet you deliberately try to smear Umbrella Corporation's technology. Unicorn Tech Guru. Umbrella Corporation's technology has always been industry-leading, and their artificial intelligence system is far more advanced than Tony Stark's. Those haters only envy and slander now that the facts are before them. What more can they say? Shining Star 987. Stark's technical error led to the Ultron disaster, while Umbrella Corporation's Shimaja has been operating safely. This is the fact. Those conspiracy theorists should shut up. Light of technology. Umbrella Corporation's technical team and research and development level are top-notch in the world, and their artificial intelligence system has never had any problems. Tony Stark's mistake is entirely personal and has nothing to do with Umbrella Corporation. Don't the haters admit it yet? At the same time, voices mocking Umbrella Corporation were also endless. Independent Thinker 007. Haha, it's really interesting to see Umbrella Corporation's fans jumping up and down. Didn't you ever think that jumping out to defend yourselves so quickly only makes you seem more guilty? Tech Without Borders. Umbrella Corporation's artificial intelligence system didn't have problems, maybe they were just lucky? Don't be so quick to mock Tony, the tables turn. Who knows if it will be Umbrella Corporation Shumaja that has an accident next time? Some netizens also expressed understanding and support for Tony Stark, praising his courage to take responsibility. Guardian of Truth. Tony Stark daring to stand up and take responsibility, that is the true spirit of a superheroes. No one is perfect, the key is to bravely face mistakes and strive to correct them. Brave heart, I admire Tony Stark's courage. He dared to face his own faults, which is more important than anything else. Support you, Tony. Some netizens, not wanting to miss out on the excitement, posted various speculations and taunts. Observer 2020, the United Nations UN and the US government are backing Tony. If he hadn't admitted it himself, this matter would have been covered up long ago, right? Now it's just making it bigger. Dark Knight, Tony Stark admitted his mistake, but do you really think this is the end? Who knows how many conspiracies and deals are still behind the scenes? Some netizens who had previously suspected Ultron was created by Umbrella Corporation now apologized. Misunderstood, so Ultron was really created by Tony Stark. I previously blamed Umbrella Corporation. I sincerely apologize. Reflector, I once thought it was Umbrella Corporation's conspiracy, but now I understand the truth of the matter. Tony Stark bravely taking responsibility is worthy of respect. Of course, there were also some netizens stirring up trouble, posting various irrelevant information. Sex ad expert, don't look at the news, come and see our latest products, you will definitely be satisfied. Party animal, wow, it's so lively, why not have a big party? Message me if you're interested. Sexy Goddess 69, just took some sexy photos, welcome to like them. Bodybuilder Rainbow, Prince, my latest bodybuilding photos, how are my muscles? This press conference not only caused a huge reaction in the media, but also stirred up a wave of discussion on the internet. Various voices intertwined, forming a complex and diverse landscape of public opinion. In the afternoon, waves of protesters began to appear on the city streets, holding various slogans and banners, strongly protesting the abuse of artificial intelligence and Tony Stark's actions. The procession was mighty, filled with anger and unease, the voices noisy and intense. Ban artificial intelligence. Tony Stark must take responsibility. Stop runaway technology. These slogans were everywhere in the protest. Protesters waved flags and chanted slogans, their unified voices echoing through the city. The crowd included students, housewives, retirees, as well as technology workers and ordinary citizens, each face bearing anger and determination. A protester with a megaphone stood at the front of the procession, shouting, "We can no longer allow artificial intelligence to threaten our lives. Tony Stark's actions have brought us immense disaster, and we must hold him accountable." Another protester took the megaphone and said angrily, "Technology should serve us, not become our nightmare. We demand that the government strictly regulate artificial intelligence to ensure that similar tragedies do not happen again." The protest grew larger and larger, with more and more people joining the ranks of the demonstration. Stores on both sides of the street closed their doors, fearing being affected. Police maintained order nearby, but clearly felt immense pressure. The protesters were in high spirits, constantly pushing forward, vowing to convey their voices to more people. Media reporters also rushed to the scene, filming and documenting this exciting moment. On various media platforms, live broadcasts and reports about the protest quickly spread, sparking more discussion and attention. In front of the city hall, protesters gathered, holding up slogans and continuously chanting. Their voices merged into a wave of sound, as if to shake the entire city. Stop Tony Stark's projects. Artificial intelligence must be regulated. We want a safe life. And at this moment, Tony Stark was sitting in a Pentagon conference room, the atmosphere tense and serious. Opposite him sat two high-ranking officials, Lieutenant General Harold Thompson and Department of Defense Senior Advisor Catherine Wilson. Both looked solemn, clearly deeply concerned about the current situation. Tony Stark sat opposite them, and although his face still carried a hint of his usual confidence, his eyes showed a trace of fatigue and heaviness. Lieutenant General Harold Thompson spoke first, his voice low and serious. "Mr. Stark, the current situation is very grim. Your public statement has sparked nation-wide protests. We must act quickly to appease public sentiment and re-examine the application and regulation of artificial intelligence technology." Advisor Catherine Wilson immediately followed, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction and urgency. "Tony, we need your cooperation with the government's actions. You have publicly admitted responsibility for the Ultron incident, and now there must be a clear solution to restore public trust." Tony took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the two. "I understand how urgent the current situation is. I am ready to fully cooperate with the government to formulate a comprehensive plan to ensure that similar incidents do not happen again. At the same time, I will do everything possible to compensate for the losses caused by the Ultron incident." Lieutenant General Harold Thompson nodded, his tone softening a bit. "Very good, we hope you can cooperate with the Department of Defense and participate in the formulation of the new regulatory framework. Your expertise and experience are crucial to us." Advisor Catherine Wilson also showed a slightly softened expression. "Tony, this is not just for yourself, but also for the safety and future of the entire country. We need you on our side to face these challenges together." Tony nodded solemnly, his voice filled with determination. "I will do my utmost, whether it is technical improvement or public communication. I will do my best to solve the problems and restore public trust." The atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly, and Catherine Wilson took out a thick document from her folder and handed it to Tony Stark. Tony reached out and took it, flipping to the first page, his eyes quickly scanning the contents. He took a deep breath and read out the title, "The Superhuman and Artificial Intelligence Regulation Act." Recently, the city streets have become increasingly restless, with protests growing in scale. The main targets of the protesters are Shumaja artificial intelligence robots and Tony Stark. As Shumaja artificial intelligence robots take up a larger proportion in various industries, many people who originally relied on these positions for a living feel angry and uneasy, leading to a continuous wave of protests and demonstrations. A tense atmosphere filled the streets and alleys, with police standing by at every corner, trying to maintain order. The protest march was massive, extending from the city center square all the way to the front of the city hall. Protesters held up various signs and banners, waved flags, and shouted slogans hoarsely, expressing their anger and dissatisfaction. Ban artificial intelligence from stealing our jobs. Major robots get out of our city. Tony Stark must take responsibility. These slogans were visible everywhere in the protest march. The protesters were emotional, and angry shouts echoed over the city, forming a huge wave of sound. Among the protesters were students, homemakers, retirees, and ordinary citizens whose jobs had been replaced by artificial intelligence. Their faces all showed expressions of determination and unease. A protester holding a megaphone stood at the front of the march, shouting loudly, "We can no longer allow artificial intelligence to threaten our lives. The existence of Shumaja has made us lose our jobs, and Tony Stark's actions have brought us great disaster. We must hold them accountable for this." Another protester took the megaphone, his voice filled with anger. "Technology should serve us, not become our nightmare. We demand that the government strictly regulate artificial intelligence to ensure that similar tragedies do not happen again." The protest march grew larger and larger, with more and more people joining the ranks of the protesters. Shops on both sides of the street closed their doors one after another, fearing being affected. The police maintained order on the side, but clearly felt immense pressure. The protesters were in high spirits, constantly pushing forward, vowing to convey their voices to more people. Media reporters also rushed to the scene, filming and documenting this exciting moment. On various media platforms, live broadcasts and reports about the protests spread rapidly, triggering more discussion and attention. In front of the city hall, protesters gathered, holding up signs and continuously shouting slogans. Their voices converged into a wave of sound, as if to shake the entire city. "Stop the expansion of Shumaja. Tony Stark must be held responsible for his actions. We want a safe life." These voices repeated endlessly, conveying the protesters' anger and determination. At the entrance of the city hall, the protesters' emotions reached their peak. They waved flags and shouted slogans hoarsely, as if to express their deep-seated anger and unease through these sounds. Some agitated protesters even started pushing the police, trying to rush into the city hall, and the scene became very chaotic for a time. A middle-aged man in a red coat stood on the steps of the city hall, raising his hands, trying to calm the agitated protesters. "Everyone, calm down. We need to express our demands rationally, not through violence." His voice was amplified by the megaphone, trying to overpower the protesters' shouts. The protesters' emotions remained high, and many simply wouldn't listen. A young protester said angrily, "We've been calm long enough. If we calm down any further, all our jobs will be stolen by these robots." Another protester also loudly agreed, "Exactly. We need to let the government know that we will no longer tolerate the oppression of these tech giants." The police nervously maintained order, trying to prevent further clashes. Some police and protesters engaged in pushing and shoving, and the scene became very tense for a time. More police forces were dispatched to the scene, trying to control the situation. Reporters on the side quickly documented all of this, and live footage from the scene spread to thousands of households through television and the internet. Viewers witnessed all of this, and their moods also became tense and complex. Some expressed understanding and support for the protesters, believing they had the right to protect their interests. Others believed the protesters' actions were too radical and worried that it would trigger greater social unrest. At the same time, various comments flooded social media. Some accused Tony Stark and Umbrella Corporation, believing that their technological expansion ignored the interests of ordinary people. Others defended them, believing that technological progress is an inevitable trend and that better ways should be found to balance technological progress and social stability. In Europe, Maria Carlsson, the foreign spokesperson for Umbrella Corporation, held a press conference to address the recent controversy surrounding Shumaja, artificial intelligence robots, and issued the corporation's official stance and statement. Facing the flashing spotlights and numerous media reporters, Maria's expression was calm and firm. "Good day, dear reporters," Maria began. "Today, on behalf of Umbrella Corporation, I am here to clarify some misunderstandings and facts about Shumaja, artificial intelligence robots. The recent protests have attracted widespread social attention, and as a responsible technology company, we deem it necessary to explain our position to the public. Maria continued, since their launch, Shumaja artificial intelligence robots have always won market favor with their excellent performance and efficient work capabilities. However, we need to clarify that the primary sales target of Shumaja has never been to replace the jobs of ordinary people. On the contrary, our products are mainly applied in high-risk and special working environments, with the aim of protecting human life and safety and improving the overall quality of life in society. She paused for a moment, scanned the reporters present, and then continued. Firstly, in the fields of dangerous work and operations, the performance of Shumaja is irreplaceable. We prioritize the application of Shumaja in high-risk areas such as mining operations, nuclear power plant maintenance, and chemical plant operations. As is well known, these working environments are fraught with danger, and workers often face life threats. Shumaja robots, with their advanced intelligence and robust structure, can perform tasks in these extreme environments, greatly reducing the risk of casualties for human workers. For example, in mining operations, Shumaja can replace workers in heavy manual labor such as mining and transportation, while also monitoring the safety of the mine and promptly warning and dealing with potential dangers. In nuclear power plant maintenance, Shumaja can perform inspection and repair tasks in high radiation environments, avoiding radiation harm to workers. These are important roles played by Shumaja in high-risk industries. Maria then said, secondly, in the medical and education fields, Shumaja has also played an important role. Our designed medical version of Shumaja is equipped with the most advanced diagnostic and treatment equipment and can quickly provide emergency treatment services in urgent situations. For example, on the battlefield or at a disaster site, Shumaja can reach injured personnel at the first opportunity, conduct preliminary diagnosis and treatment, greatly improving treatment efficiency and success rates. In the education field, Shumaja is applied in remote and resource-scarce areas to provide high-quality education services for children there. The educational version of Shumaja can not only teach basic knowledge, but also customize personalized learning plans according to the different needs of each student, helping children better master knowledge and skills. This individualized teaching method not only improves teaching quality, but also narrows the problem of uneven distribution of educational resources. Maria's tone became increasingly firm. What we want to emphasize is that Umbrella Corporation has always taken human well-being as its responsibility. Our original intention in developing and promoting Shumaja is to enable technology to better serve humanity, protect life safety, and improve the quality of life. We are well aware that technological development must be people-oriented and cannot blindly pursue efficiency while ignoring human needs. She continued, in the process of selling Shumaja, we have always strictly adhered to ethical and legal norms. Our target market is mainly concentrated in areas that require high automation and high-precision operations, rather than the ordinary labor market. We believe that only by ensuring fundamental human rights and well-being can technology truly play its positive role. We understand that technological progress will bring about some social changes and even cause uneasiness and anxiety for some people. For this, we are willing to actively communicate with all sectors of society, listen to everyone's opinions and suggestions, and jointly explore solutions. We believe that through reasonable policy, guidance, and social security measures, technological progress and social harmony can coexist. Finally, Maria smiled and concluded, Umbrella Corporation will continue to be committed to researching, developing, and promoting technological products that benefit humanity. We believe that through our efforts, Shumaja will play a positive role in more fields, bringing more well-being and progress to humanity. Thank you all. As Maria's speech ended, warm applause erupted in the venue. Media reporters raised their hands one after another, ready to ask further questions, while Maria calmly faced them, ready to answer more questions. Although this press conference could not immediately quell all controversies, it at least conveyed Umbrella Corporation's stance and sincerity to the public. Sarah Levinsky, the president of Leviathan Corporation, turned off the live broadcast with a somber expression, complex emotions swirling in her heart. Just then, Elias, wearing black gloves, quietly entered the room, knelt on one knee, and respectfully bowed his head before Sarah. "Master," Elias whispered, "the Pentagon is about to issue the Superhuman and AI Regulation Act, which will specifically affect our Leviathan Corporation's superheroes lineup. It will require real name authentication and the provision of some relevant documents." Upon hearing this, Sarah Levinsky became thoughtful. Her eyes sharpened, revealing a hint of cold decisiveness. She slowly lifted her foot, and her delicate foot, clad in high-heeled sandals, gently stepped on Elias's head. Elias's expression instantly became excited, his eyes filled with fanaticism and obedience. He willingly remained trampled on the floor, experiencing pleasure in this humiliation. "Elias," Sarah's voice was cold and authoritative, "go and arrange a party with my secretary. Invite all relevant people to Emerald Manor." Elias felt the texture and force of the sandal, his body trembling slightly. He respectfully responded, "Yes, master." Then, he lowered his head, sniffing the lingering fragrance on the sandal, greedily enjoying this moment of humiliation and ecstasy. Sarah's high-heeled sandal lightly tapped Elias's cheek, the touch of the toe making him even more excited. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then slowly stood up, still with his head bowed, and respectfully withdrew to arrange the details of the party. The night at Kui Manor, the opulent lights illuminated the elegant architecture as if embedded with countless diamonds. The meticulously manicured gardens, fountains shimmering with silver light under the moonlight, and blooming flowers in the flower beds emitting a delicate fragrance, were intoxicating. Tonight, Sarah Levinsky, CEO of Leviathan's Group, hosted a grand gala here. The manor's hall was spacious and bright, with resplendent decorations showcasing luxury and taste. A massive crystal chandelier hung in the center of the ceiling, casting a soft glow that reflected on the guests' exquisite evening gowns. Sarah Levinsky stood in the center of the hall, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. She wore a black silk evening gown, perfectly tailored to her elegant figure, outlining her perfect curves. The gown was adorned with tiny crystals and jewels, shimmering with dazzling brilliance as she moved, like stars in the night sky. The gown's train was slightly long, swaying gently with her steps, adding a touch of nobility and mystery. On her feet were black high-heeled sandals, with delicate straps wrapped around her ankles, revealing her slender ankles and long legs. The heels of her high heels sparkled with a metallic sheen, tapping softly on the marble floor, emitting a crisp sound that made her steps exceptionally graceful. Sarah's hairstyle was also meticulously done. Her raven, black long hair was elegantly swept up and secured with an exquisite silver hairpin. A few strands of hair fell by her ears, adding a touch of softness and charm. Her makeup was delicate, her red lips slightly upturned, and her eyes revealed confidence and allure. Sarah Levinsky was an excellent conversationalist, effortlessly engaging with government officials, wealthy businessmen and celebrities who attended the event. Her demeanor was elegant and proper, and her words conveyed intelligence and wisdom. She spoke softly at times, laughed heartily at others, perfectly showcasing her personal charm. Miss Levinsky, a government official, smiled as he approached her, shaking her hand. "Tonight's gala is truly extraordinary, and your taste is as exceptional as ever." Sarah smiled in response. "Thank you for the compliment. It's all to ensure everyone has an enjoyable evening. Please feel free to enjoy everything here." Another wealthy businessman leaned in, smiling as he said, "Miss Levinsky, your insights into technology and business are always unique. I hope to have the opportunity to consult with you." Sarah nodded elegantly. "Of course, I'd be happy to discuss these topics with you anytime. Technological development indeed brings many challenges and opportunities." She was always surrounded by crowds, everyone eager to converse with her. Sarah effortlessly transitioned between various topics, discussing both business strategies and cultural arts, leaving all the guests present impressed. Subsequently, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts appeared at the gala, becoming the center of attention. Tony wore a well-tailored dark blue suit, paired with a white shirt and black tie, appearing both dignified and stylish. The suit's fabric was soft and smooth, as if infused with the starlight of the night sky, subtly shimmering with his every step. His black leather shoes were polished to a shine, each step exuding confidence and composure. Pepper Potts, on the other hand, wore an elegant silver evening gown. The gown's design was simple yet sophisticated, its silver fabric emitting a soft glow under the lights, highlighting her captivating demeanor. The bodice of the gown featured delicate lace cutouts, accentuating her slender waist and graceful shoulder and necklines. The skirt was a flowing silk, swaying gently with her steps, as if carrying a dreamy beauty. On her feet were silver high heels, inlaid with tiny crystals that sparkled with her every movement. Pepper's long hair was softly swept up and secured with a thin silver hairband, with a few strands naturally falling by her ears, adding a touch of softness and elegance. Her makeup was subtle, her red lips slightly upturned, and her eyes filled with confidence and determination. The arrival of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts instantly drew everyone's gaze. Tony's steps were steady and strong, his face bearing his usual confident smile, his gaze firmly sweeping across the entire hall. Pepper gently linked her arm with his, smiling as she greeted the guests present. Upon seeing Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, Sarah Levinsky immediately went to greet them. Her steps were graceful, a confident smile on her face, and her eyes held a hint of curiosity and warmth. "Tony Stark, I finally get to meet you," Sarah smiled, extending her hand to shake his. "And this beautiful Pepper Potts, your presence truly enhances this gala." Tony took Sarah's hand, flashing his characteristic smile. "Sarah Levinsky, I've heard much about you, and today I finally meet you in person. Your gala arrangements are truly impeccable." Pepper smiled and nodded. "Sarah, you are also very beautiful, and you founded a truly outstanding superheroes company, which is admirable." Sarah's smile grew even brighter, her eyes filled with appreciation. "Thank you, Pepper. I'm honored to receive your compliment. Tony, you are truly fortunate to have such a smart and beautiful partner." Tony's lips curved upwards, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, Pepper has always been my pride. However, Sarah, your ability to establish a superheroes company in such a short time is also a remarkable achievement." Pepper smiled and nodded. "That's right, achieving success in this field definitely requires extraordinary wisdom and courage." She then patted Tony's back. "You two chat. I'm going to the restroom." "Wife, hurry up," Tony said to Pepper with a smile. After Pepper left, he looked at Sarah Levinsky. A flicker of understanding passed through Tony's eyes. With Jarvis's help, he had already learned the backstory behind Sarah Levinsky's establishment of the superheroes company. Especially when he traveled to another parallel universe, Sarah dared to compete with Hawk Group, and her courage and boldness indeed earned his admiration. "I heard you have some competition with Hawk Group?" Tony asked casually, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Sarah smiled faintly and nodded slightly. "Yes, competition is the driving force of progress, isn't it? Hawk Group and Umbrella Corporation both have strong backgrounds and capabilities, but our Leviathan Group also has its own advantages." Tony's expression remained relaxed, and he nodded in agreement. "You're right, competition is indeed the source of progress. Competing with so many excellent companies, I believe Leviathan Group will achieve even greater accomplishments in the future." A hint of sharpness gleamed in Sarah's smile. She leaned in slightly and whispered, "Tony, I look forward to more cooperation opportunities between us in the future. After all, the era of superheroes has just begun." Tony Stark's gaze inadvertently swept towards Sarah Levinsky's evening gown. The exquisite tailoring outlined her graceful curves. The gown's deep V neckline revealed her partially exposed chest with tiny crystals, sparkling under the lights, adding a seductive gleam. Sarah's chest had a distinct curve, and the slightly revealed cleavage appeared full and charming, rising and falling with her gentle breaths, as if silently tempting the man before her. Sarah Levinsky was clearly aware of Tony Stark's gaze. She leaned in slightly, revealing a knowing smile. An indescribable charm flickered in her deep eyes, as if saying, "Tony, I know what you're looking at." "Tony," she whispered, her voice carrying a hint of softness, "you know, both of us are pioneers of this era. If we cooperate, we can create even more miracles." Tony's eyes flickered with complex emotions. He knew what Sarah was up to. As a seasoned playboy, he was no stranger to such honey traps. However, Sarah's charm did make him feel a slight stir. Sarah leaned in slightly, her décolletage even more exposed. Her voice was low and seductive. "Tony, don't you think there's a special chemistry between us? Leviathan Group needs a genius like you, and you also need a powerful ally." Tony's lips curved slightly upwards, revealing his usual playful smile. He knew Sarah was using her beauty and intelligence to try and draw him into her camp. For this beautiful and intelligent woman, Tony had to admit, she indeed possessed extraordinary charm and ambition. "Sarah, you are truly an irresistible woman," Tony responded in a low voice, with a hint of teasing and flirtation. "However, I'm not that easily swayed. You'll have to show more sincerity to make me seriously consider it." Sarah's smile deepened. She gently caressed Tony's arm, a glimmer of slyness in her eyes. Tony, I believe that as long as you're willing, we will find a way to cooperate that satisfies both of us. After all, you and I are the smartest and most charming people in this world, aren't we? Tony's heart stirred slightly. This woman indeed possessed extraordinary charm and ambition. Perhaps you're right, Sarah, Tony responded with a smile, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. We can indeed create miracles. But remember, I'm not that easily bought. Sarah's smile held a hint of triumph and anticipation. This was just the beginning. After Pepper Potts returned, she smiled and came back to Tony Stark's side. She gently linked her arm with Tony's, giving him a meaningful look, her eyes conveying a hint of warning and teasing. I'm the main one here, don't forget. Pepper lightly poked Tony's chest with her finger, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Tony, don't get swayed by a honey trap. I'm a woman, don't I know what she's up to? Tony chuckled and immediately recounted what had just happened, a hint of playfulness and mischief in his eyes. Pepper, don't worry, I'm only interested in you. I only want to have children with you. With Sarah Levinsky, it's strictly business. He gently took Pepper's hand, his voice low and with a hint of flirtation. Then we'll just have the Leviathan superheroes sign the names, and it'll be done. His hand slowly slid to Pepper's waist, giving a light squeeze, his eyes sparkling with flirtatious light. Pepper playfully glared at Tony, lightly swatting his hand. You rascal, you're incorrigible. Tony laughed even harder, leaning in to whisper in her ear. I'm only serious with you, my dear. A mischievous grin played on his lips, his eyes full of love and anticipation. Pepper shook her head helplessly, but a happy smile appeared on her face. She leaned closer to Tony and whispered, all right, I'll be watching you. No funny business. Tony's gaze softened, and he gently kissed her forehead, responding in a low voice. With you here, I'm not going anywhere. Peter Parker fell into a deep sleep in the quiet of the night. His breathing was steady, his body slightly curled up in the warm covers. A dream arrived silently, and he seemed to enter a strange world. In the dream, Peter found himself standing in the center of a giant spiderweb, surrounded by endless darkness. The web shimmered with a silvery glow in the faint light, gently trembling as if alive. Peter looked down at his hands and saw a small spider appear in his palm. That spider had a red body and black stripes, a symbol of Spider-Man that he was familiar with. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness began to writhe, and huge spiders approached him from all directions. Their eyes gleamed with a cold light, and their claws made a piercing sound on the web. Peter's heart pounded, and he quickly adjusted his posture, assuming a fighting stance, but the spiders did not attack him. Instead, they surrounded him as if waiting for a signal. Peter's gaze turned to the distance, where a giant spider queen slowly emerged from the darkness. Her body was huge, with long silk threads trailing behind her, and her eyes shimmered with wisdom and power. Peter felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he saw something closely related to himself in her. Peter Parker, the Spider Queen's voice was deep and echoing, as if directly entering his mind. You have accepted the spider's gift, and now, you must bear more responsibility. Peter tried to respond, but found himself unable to speak. The Spider Queen continued, your power is not just for yourself, but for the protection of the innocent. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The scene in the dream suddenly shook violently, and Peter felt a strong pull dragging him out of the dream. He abruptly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a strange bed, everything around him completely different from his familiar room. Unfamiliar chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the decor on the walls was distinct. He blinked, his consciousness gradually clearing, filled with confusion and dread. He tried to recall everything that happened last night, but his memory was shrouded in a fog, blurry and unclear. Where is this? Peter muttered to himself, quickly sitting up from the bed and looking around. A glass of water and a table lamp were on the bedside table, and the sunlight from outside the window streamed into the room through the curtains, illuminating the unfamiliar space. Peter took a deep breath, trying to calm his unease. As Peter Parker was looking around, trying to figure out his situation, he suddenly heard a voice. Welcome back, Peter Parker. He turned his head and saw Dr. Ryoma Jean-Jai standing in a corner of the room, with a serious expression on his face. Peter was startled for a moment and asked in confusion, am I not at home? Why am I at Umbrella Corporation? Ryoma Jean-Jai smiled slightly and replied, Peter, do you remember being bitten by a spider in Los Angeles? Peter thought carefully for a moment and suddenly realized, yes, I remember being bitten by a spider, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. But in the following days, I found that my body seemed to become more agile, and my reactions were also faster. Ryoma Janjai nodded. That spider was not ordinary. It carried a special gene. This gene mutated in your body, leading to changes in your body. Peter felt a chill and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. He suddenly remembered the Spider Queen he dreamed of, and the scene in the dream seemed to foreshadow some ominous omen. He couldn't help but ask, is my condition because of that spider? Is it a gene mutation? Will I become a spider boy? In Peter Parker's mind, a monstrous image of a spider boy appeared. A tall and slender figure, covered in black carapace, as hard as steel. Long thin hairs extended from the joints of his limbs, gleaming with a cold light. The muscle lines were no longer the soft curves of a human but presented a strange, writhing sensation, as if containing endless power. The monster's face was covered with hard plates, and sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, dripping transparent venom. Its eyes were deep red, emitting a chilling light, as if they could see directly into the depths of the soul. A pair of slender antennae also grew from both sides of its head, constantly swaying, seemingly sensing everything around it. The huge black spider pattern on its chest seemed deeply embedded in the skin, rising and falling with its breathing as if alive. Its back was Chinese letter, extending four slender but strong spider legs, their tips gleaming with the light of sharp claws, ready to capture prey at any moment. The spiderweb shooters on its wrists became even more ferocious, spraying webs with sharp barbs that could instantly entangle and cut anything. The monster moved through the city with lightning speed, each leap accompanied by a piercing whoosh of wind. A strong feeling of fear and nausea surged in Peter's heart, and he couldn't help but tremble as he asked, is this what I will look like in the future? Ryoma Janjai noticed Peter's panic and slowly said, your gen mutation has indeed given you spider-like abilities, but you will not become a spider. You will have more agile movements, superhuman reaction speed, and powerful strength. This was an accidental gen fusion, but it also endowed you with extraordinary abilities. Ryoma Janjai continued, teasing, Peter, I am the genius scientist of Umbrella Corporation. With me around, are you still afraid of mutation? He smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. You should imagine the scene of being accompanied by beauties after becoming a superhero. Peter's face showed a hint of an awkward smile, and he scratched the back of his head, his eyes full of doubt and a touch of embarrassment. Ah, beauties accompanying me? This sounds a bit like something out of a movie. Ryoma Janjai laughed heartily and patted Peter's shoulder. Don't worry, Peter, you have the potential to become a superhero, so don't worry about turning into a monster. Your future is full of infinite possibilities. Peter breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his face still showed a hint of tension. Thank you, Doctor. I just hope I can use these abilities to help others, and not attract more trouble. Ryoma Janjai nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. It's good to have such awareness, Peter. With great power indeed comes great responsibility. As long as you maintain this original intention, you will definitely become an excellent superhero. Peter's face showed a determined expression. He clenched his fists and nodded. I will, Doctor. I will definitely work hard to become a true hero. However, Peter Parker still asked somewhat doubtfully, but what about my Aunt May? Will she find out anything? Ryoma Janjai smiled and replied, don't worry, when you go back, your Aunt May won't notice anything unusual. Although Peter couldn't understand the reasoning behind it, he still nodded in understanding. Ryoma Janjai continued, you are still underage now, so first, get a good grasp of your body and abilities. Once you are an adult, if you are willing to become a superhero, you can consider going to Hawk Group. I have already made arrangements there. Of course, if you want to be a lone wolf, that's also fine, but wouldn't you want to fight crime with your idol, the Invisible Man? A glimmer of longing and excitement flashed in Peter's eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, really? I can fight alongside the Invisible Man? Ryoma Janjai nodded and smiled. Of course, if you are willing, he will be very happy to take you along. You have great potential, Peter, don't waste it. Peter's heart was filled with anticipation and determination. He clenched his fists, and his eyes gleamed with resolve. I will work hard, Doctor. I will definitely become an excellent superhero and fight crime with my idol. Ryoma Janjai nodded with satisfaction and patted Peter's shoulder. Very good, Peter. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. You have this power and you have this responsibility. Peter exhaled heavily, filled with confidence and anticipation. He knew that his future was full of infinite possibilities, waiting for him to explore and realize. Ryomajanjai carefully examined Peter Parker to ensure everything was normal, then called the clerical Shumaja, Beta, to take Peter to visit the areas he was interested in. Accompanied by Beta, Peter walked into the various laboratories and research areas of Umbrella Corporation with curiosity, his eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. At the same time, Ryomajanjai looked at the research Shumaja, Alpha, who was walking towards him. Alpha, tell me your analysis results for Peter Parker, Ryomajanjai said, with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Alpha nodded and then began to speak. Based on the dream we implanted for Peter Parker, as well as his reactions and performance in the dream, I conducted a detailed personality profile. Peter Parker is a young man with a high sense of responsibility and a strong sense of justice. He lost his parents at a young age and was raised by Aunt May, which made him emotionally very dependent on his family and have a strong desire to protect his family. At the same time, this also made him show extraordinary resilience and perseverance when facing difficulties. In the dream, when Peter faced the unknown giant spider, although he felt fear in his heart, he did not flinch, but quickly adjusted himself and prepared to meet the challenge. This shows that he has strong adaptability and quick reaction ability, and can remain calm in critical moments. In addition, Peter's understanding of power and responsibility is also very profound. He understands that his power is not just for self-preservation, but also for protecting the innocent. This awareness stems from his deep moral convictions and his desire for justice. Alpha continued, his intelligence is also very outstanding. When facing complex situations, he can quickly make reasonable judgments and decisions. This was particularly evident in his response to the challenges in the dream. Finally, Peter has a strong hero complex, eager to use his power to help others. This complex is not just simple competitiveness, but also stems from his inner kindness and compassion. He hopes to make the world a better place through his efforts. After listening, Ryomajanjai nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Alpha. These qualities of Peter Parker are exactly what we need. He has the potential to become a great superhero. Alpha added, yes, Doctor. With enough time and guidance, he will definitely become an excellent superhero. But some adult-oriented content within the company cannot be open to him for now. Understood, Doctor. New York's early morning saw the city begin to awaken from the night's tranquility. A thin mist permeated the tall buildings, and vehicles and pedestrians on the streets gradually increased. Sunlight spilled onto the ground through gaps between buildings, bringing a touch of warm radiance to this sleepless city. Inside an abandoned building, a space-time portal suddenly opened, flickering with an eerie glow. From the other end of the portal, two figures slowly emerged, Brix and Pola of the Inheritors. Brix was tall and burly, his physique as robust as a small mountain. His skin had a pale complexion, as if devoid of blood, his face was stern, and his eyes were deep and cold. His hair was pure white, neatly combed and fell to his shoulders. His face was covered with small scars, seemingly having endured countless battles. Brix wore a black, tight, fitting combat suit, the material appearing tough and elastic, perfectly conforming to his muscle lines. The combat suit was adorned with complex runes and totems, emitting a faint glow. A wide leather belt was fastened around his waist, laden with various weapons and tools, making him look imposing. Pola, on the other hand, was a tall and elegant woman. Her skin was equally pale, her face strikingly beautiful yet cold, and her eyes as piercing as ice. Her hair was lustrous black, coiled on top of her head, with a few strands falling beside her cheeks, adding a touch of mysterious charm to her. Her features were exquisite, yet they exuded an aura of ruthless coldness. Pola wore a deep red combat suit, also tight, fitting, outlining her graceful figure. Combat suit was embroidered with intricate patterns, complementing Brix's combat attire. A belt was also fastened around her waist, adorned with some delicate yet deadly weapons. On her wrists, she wore a pair of silver gauntlets, inlaid with sparkling gems, appearing both opulent and dangerous. Brix and Pola stepped out of the space-time portal, standing inside the abandoned building, looking around. A bloodthirsty glint emanated from their eyes, as if they were searching for prey. New York's early morning, what a wonderful moment, Brick said in a low voice, his tone like a cold blade. Pola smiled slightly, revealing a ruthless grin. Yes, Bricks, this will be our new hunting ground. Pola took out an exquisite device from her waist belt, a spider totem sensor. The sensor had an ancient and mysterious appearance, as if it were some long-lost artifact. Its shape resembled a small triangular prism, made entirely of black and red metallic materials, its surface covered with complex runes and carvings. A blood-red gem was embedded at the top of the sensor, emitting a faint red light. She gently pressed a button on the side of the sensor, and the device began to operate. A thin beam of red light shot out from the gem, forming a tiny, three-dimensional spider web projection, suspended in the air. Pola watched the projection. The red light gradually spread and the web's glow began to flicker slightly. A low hum emanated from within the sensor, as if resonating with some power. Every strand on the spider web vibrated slightly, reflecting the subtle energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment. Pola's fingers gently adjusted a knob on the sensor, regulating its sensitivity. The spiderweb projection gradually expanded, and the red light danced in the air, as if searching for a specific target. Her gaze became focused, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes. "Spider totem, where are you?" Pola murmured in a low voice, as if asking the sensor. Suddenly, the sensor's red light grew brighter, and a strand in the spider web tightened abruptly, pointing in a certain direction. A cold smile appeared on Pola's lips. Clearly, the sensor had already detected the presence of the spider totem. "Over there," Pola said to Bricks, her voice carrying a hint of excitement and cold determination, "we found our prey." Bricks nodded, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. "Then, let the hunt begin." The two left the abandoned building side by side, moving quickly in the direction indicated by the sensor. As the two walked through the streets of New York, their cold and unique demeanor attracted the attention of many. Pedestrians stopped in their tracks, and some even secretly took out their phones to snap photos, thinking it was a special show. Bricks looked around, his eyes flickering with vigilance and curiosity. Pola, however, frowned slightly, her gaze occasionally sweeping towards a distant construction site. There, several Shimaja were efficiently carrying out various construction tasks. "Does this world have such Shimaja in this era?" Bricks asked in a low voice, a hint of confusion in his tone. Pola watched the robots, a flicker of thought in her eyes. "Perhaps we should be careful. This world's technological advancement is quite developed." Her tone was calm and cautious, her brows slightly furrowed. Bricks nodded, his gaze still vigilant. "Or perhaps it's the result of Tony Stark's technology in this world. We cannot act rashly." Pola's gaze deepened, and she gently adjusted the sensor, returning it to her waist. "For now, let's stop searching for Spider-Man and begin gathering necessary intelligence on this world." Bricks nodded in agreement, his stern expression unchanged. "That's a wise decision. We need to understand the technological level and potential threats here." Pola smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in her eyes. "I will use my methods to obtain useful information." Her words carried a sense of mystery and confidence. The two continued to walk through the streets, their steps calm and powerful. They occasionally conversed in low voices, and at times exchanged glances, showing great rapport. Passers-by remained curious and puzzled by them, but no one dared to approach. Bricks's gaze constantly swept around, ensuring no one was following or monitoring them. His body was tense, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Pola appeared more relaxed, but the alertness in her eyes remained undiminished. Her steps were light and elegant, as if she were on a meticulously planned expedition. "We need to find a safe place to organize our plans," Bricks said in a low voice, his tone resolute. Pola nodded, smiling faintly. "I know a place if it hasn't changed." Her words carried a hint of exploratory anticipation. At the same time, within the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, the intelligence system was operating efficiently. Countless data points were rapidly calculated and processed within the internal algorithm core, and various information and charts constantly flickered on the screens. Suddenly, the color of a message became unusually conspicuous, and the intelligence system immediately marked it as an object requiring special attention. The intelligence system quickly began its analysis, first extracting the image data from the message. The images displayed two extraordinary individuals, one tall and burly with a stern face, the other tall and elegant, strikingly beautiful and mysterious. The intelligence system meticulously recorded their stature, appearance, skin color and other features and began a big data query. The intelligence system connected to the global database, accessing vast data resources to perform identity matching. Through complex algorithms, it meticulously compared their facial features, height, weight, skin texture, and other detailed information, while simultaneously searching for historical records, surveillance footage and public files that matched these characteristics. Hundreds of millions of data points rapidly ran through the intelligence system's processor, undergoing cross-verification and filtering. Various possible identities gradually emerged, and the intelligence system quickly calculated the matching probability for each identity, performing precise comparisons. As time passed, the number of matching identities gradually decreased, and the final result showed that the identities of these two individuals had no records in the existing database. The intelligence system integrated the calculation results, concluding that the two individuals in the images had no known identity records globally. This discovery was immediately flagged as a high-priority message, and the intelligence system uploaded the results, notifying Ryoma Janjai in real time. Ryoma Janjai was conducting research in the laboratory when the intelligence system's notification arrived. His gaze quickly turned to the screen. The intelligence system's analysis report detailed the images and query results of the two unidentified individuals. Ryoma Janjai's brows furrowed slightly. He carefully examined the images on the screen, pondered for a moment, and then murmured to himself, "Who exactly are these people? They are not in any database, clearly not ordinary individuals." He issued further instructions to the intelligence system. Continue to monitor the movements of these two individuals, using all resources to track them. At the same time, activate emergency protocols to ensure the safety of the Umbrella Corporation. The intelligence system immediately executed the command, further intensifying surveillance on the two unidentified individuals. Brix and Pola were heading to their destination, planning to gather intelligence at a hidden location. At this moment, they passed an abandoned warehouse. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and the walls were mottled, clearly indicating it had been long deserted. The interior of the warehouse was spacious, with a few dilapidated light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, emitting a faint glow. The floor was piled with various discarded mechanical parts and debris, and the air was filled with a musty odor. Brix and Pola moved through the warehouse when suddenly, their path was blocked by a squad of Eisenach battle armor. These battle armors were controlled by the Umbrella Corporation's intelligence system, made entirely of black and silver metal, with a cold and formidable appearance. Each battle armor was equipped with advanced weapon systems and defensive devices, shimmering with a cold metallic luster. The battle armor squad quickly formed the encirclement, trapping Brix and Pola in the middle. The battle armor's eye sensors emitted red light, scanning every move of the two. A deep, mechanized voice emanated from the battle armor. "Intruders, surrender immediately, or face armed sanctions." Brix snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "It seems we've been discovered." No sooner had he spoken than the battle armor squad immediately launched an attack. The Eisenach battle armor's weapon systems quickly activated, and dense energy beams spewed from the battle armor's weapon ports, aimed directly at Brix and Pola. The two quickly separated, deftly dodging the attacks. Brix leaped up, his fists striking a battle armor with immense force, the powerful impact sending the battle armor stumbling back a few steps. Pola, on the other hand, used her speed and agility to quickly approach a battle armor, using a short blade in her hand to cut at the battle armor's joint areas. The battle armor emitted a piercing metallic screech, but it did not cease its attack. More energy beams assailed Pola. She skillfully weaved through the battle armors, dodging attacks while searching for their weak points. The Eisenach battle armor, under the control of the IA, swiftly launched a tactical assault. The armor units did not simply unleash a barrage of firepower. Instead, they used complex tactical coordination to gradually corner Brix and Pola. The armor units were divided into several small groups, each consisting of 4 armors with clear responsibilities. 2 armors were responsible for frontal assault, using energy rays and particle cannons for long-range suppression, forcing the enemies to keep their distance. Another armor unit was responsible for flanking attacks, utilizing its high mobility to move quickly across the battlefield and seek out weaknesses in Brix and Pola. The last armor unit provided fire support and defense from the rear, blocking any potential escape routes for the enemies. The II continuously monitored the battlefield, collecting combat data through the armor sensors and profiling Brix and Pola. Brix. Strength. Brix displayed astonishing strength, with each attack causing substantial damage to the armor. His fists could easily punch through metal armor, and his strength was assessed as ultra-high level. Endurance. Brix could sustain high-intensity combat with almost no signs of fatigue, and his endurance was assessed as extremely high. Combat style. He favored direct frontal assaults, using his immense strength to overwhelm enemies. His tactical assessment was direct and highly effective. Pola. Speed. Pola's speed was extremely high, allowing her to move quickly and evade under the armor's concentrated fire. Her evasion capability was assessed as extremely high. Flexibility. She demonstrated extremely high flexibility in combat skills, able to find gaps in the armor's dense attacks and strike their weak points. Her tactical assessment was flexible and cunning. Coordinated combat. Pola and Brix cooperated seamlessly, often covering each other and launching coordinated attacks during combat. Their coordination was assessed as highly collaborative. Based on this data, the II adjusted its tactics, increasing the armor's movement speed and attack frequency, while concentrating firepower along Brix and Pola's movement paths, attempting to blockade their actions. The armor unit's attacks became more precise and lethal, with energy rays tracing searing lines in the air and the constant roar of particle cannon explosions. Brix and Pola were forced to move more cautiously. Although they still displayed extraordinary combat power, they clearly felt the pressure. Brix once again punched down an armor unit, while Pola precisely pierced the joint of another armor unit from the flank. The two briefly converged, exchanging a determined glance, ready to face an even fiercer assault. Brix and Pola's reactions became even quicker, like two flashes of lightning in the darkness, weaving through the armor unit's net of fire. Brix's figure was like a blurred shadow, swiftly dodging energy rays and particle cannon attacks. His muscles were as hard as steel, every movement filled with power and speed. Brix suddenly leaped, spinning his legs in the air to avoid an incoming energy ray. The moment he landed, his toes lightly touched the ground, and his entire body sprang up again, charging directly towards an armor unit. His fist, carrying destructive force, slammed heavily into the armor's chest with a loud bang. The armor was knocked back several steps by the blow, its chest armor dented inwards, sparks flying. At the same time, Pola exhibited extreme flexibility and speed. Her movements were light and swift, like an elegant black cat weaving among the armor units. Whenever an energy ray shot towards her, she always managed to dodge it at the last moment by shifting her body. Her short blade spun flexibly in her hand, every strike incredibly precise. Pola utilized the gaps between the armor units to quickly approach one of them. Her arm was as flexible as a snake, and her short blade flashed like lightning across the armor's joint, emitting a piercing metallic screech. One of the armor's mechanical arms was severed, rendering it immobile. Pola didn't stop. She leaped again, her feet pushing off the shoulder of an armor unit, her body flipping in the air, and her short blade accurately plunged into the back of another armor unit. The armor's firepower became even denser, red beams interweaving in the air to form a deadly net. Brix and Pola's movements also became faster and more agile, as if performing a dance fraught with deadly danger. Brix threw another punch, this time with even more ferocious power, directly piercing through the head of an armor unit. Metal fragments and electric sparks flew everywhere, and the armor crashed to the ground. Pola, on the side, provided support, her short blade precisely stabbed into the energy core of the last armor unit, causing it to instantly shut down. Meanwhile, the II analyzed Pola's short blade and discovered it was an advanced high-speed plasma cutting weapon. The short blade's appearance was slender and sharp, with the blade shimmering with a blue-white light. Plasma energy flowed along the blade, forming tiny arcs of electricity, giving it extremely high cutting capability. The II's analysis data showed that this short blade was made of a special alloy, capable of withstanding extremely high temperatures and pressures. The plasma cutting technology allowed the blade to easily penetrate most metals and protective materials, even capable of severing the joints and energy cores of the Eisenach battle armor in a short time. The short blade's energy came from a miniature energy core inside the hilt, which transmitted plasma energy to the blade through a complex energy conduit system. Pola's combat style fully utilized the characteristics of the short blade. Her movements were agile and swift, each swing of the blade carrying deadly precision. She could find and attack the weakest parts of the armor before its defensive systems could react. The plasma short blade produced no significant friction during the cutting process, making Pola's attacks even more rapid and silent. The AI integrated this data and transmitted it to the Umbrella Corporation's Combat Command Center, prioritizing further analysis of the two individuals with more computing power and targeting them. After Brix and Pola eliminated this squad of Eisenach battle armor, a brief silence returned to the surroundings. Brix wiped the sweat from his face, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surrounding ruins, confirming there were no more enemies. He turned to Pola, a hint of doubt and thought flashing in his eyes. "Those synthetic humans," Brix said in a low voice, with a hint of speculation, "the guys we saw at the construction site, they must have been discovered then, which is why they sent a squad of armor to pursue us." Pola nodded, her eyes calm and resolute. There was no trace of panic on her face, clearly accustomed to such situations. She gently touched the sensor at her waist, a cold smile appearing on her face. "We shouldn't underestimate the technological power of this world. It seems the defense system here is quite sensitive." She turned to Brix, a flicker of thought in her eyes. "The little spider of this world is relatively weak, but the force that just attacked us must be very powerful. We cannot risk staying longer, we must leave this world first. The spider totem sensor has already obtained the coordinates of this world. We will be better prepared when we re-enter." Brix nodded in agreement, his brow slightly furrowed, looking somewhat displeased. "Let's go, we need to find a safe place to evade their pursuit. They might have satellites tracking us, we must proceed cautiously." The two quickly left the battle scene, moving as agilely as leopards in the night. Pola led the way, Brix guarded the rear. They passed through abandoned streets and arrived at the entrance of a hidden underground passage. Pola skillfully opened the passage, her figure disappearing into the darkness, with Brix following closely behind. The underground passage was dark and damp, filled with an old, musty smell. Pola activated her sensor, its red light faintly flickering in the darkness. She carefully adjusted the device's settings, ensuring the signal could be transmitted to their kin, Janix, in their original universe. "Janix, open the passage," Pola said in a low voice, her voice echoing in the narrow passage. Brix stood beside her, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ready to deal with any potential danger. The two waited quietly, their hearts filled with anticipation and determination for their next move. The red light of the sensor gradually brightened, and a faint smile appeared on Pola's face. "The teleportation passage is about to open. We will soon return to our original universe." Just as Brix and Pola were preparing to leave, and the teleportation passage was about to fully open, the AI detected an anomalous energy fluctuation. This fluctuation, named quantum teleportation interference wave by the AI, caused subtle disturbances in the spatial structure, indicating extraordinary teleportation activity was underway. The AI immediately connected to the Infinity Stones laboratory located at the Umbrella Corporation, where a device controlling the space stone was located. This device could use the power of the space stone to interfere with and manipulate other spacetime passages. The IA quickly calculated the optimal intervention strategy and immediately issued commands to strongly interfere with Brix and Pola's teleportation passage. Instantly, the red light of the teleportation passage began to flicker violently, unstable. Brix and Pola felt the teleportation process abruptly interrupted, their expressions turning alert and puzzled. Brix suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with anger. "What's going on? Why is the passage unstable?" Pola gripped her sensor tightly, her brows furrowed, a hint of tension in her eyes. "Something's wrong. Someone is interfering with our teleportation." The light of the teleportation passage became chaotic and disorderly, red lines crisscrossing and entangled, as if losing their original direction. The two watched as the teleportation passage gradually lost stability, the red light dimming, and finally disappearing completely. Brix clenched his fists, growling angrily. This is impossible. We should have already left. Pola gritted her teeth, a cold glint in her eyes. Someone is stopping us. The technology of this world is beyond our expectations. Just then, the II, using the power of the space stone, precisely located Brix and Pola's position. Don Jilingma quickly issued orders, commanding the research Shumaja Alpha and the clerical Shumaja Beta to teleport instantly. The space stone emitted a brilliant blue light, and the figures of Alpha and Beta gradually materialized in the blue light, instantly appearing before Brix and Pola. The two were caught off guard, a flicker of surprise and vigilance in their eyes. Brix and Pola quickly adjusted their stances, adopting a fighting posture. Brix clenched his fists, muscles tensed, ready to meet the enemy's attack. Pola gripped her short blade, her gaze like a torch, ready to strike at any moment. Alpha calmly watched them, intelligent light flickering in his eyes. You have nowhere to run, cease your resistance. Beta, on the other hand, smiled lightly, a hint of mockery in her tone. It seems your teleportation plan failed. Now you can only face reality. Brix and Pola exchanged a determined glance, clearly not intending to surrender easily. Brix whispered to Pola, "We must find another way out. We absolutely cannot be trapped here." Pola nodded slightly, gripping her short blade, an unyielding light flashing in her eyes. Act together, find a weakness. The scent of battle permeated the narrow underground passage, both sides preparing for the intense confrontation that was about to unfold. The IA continuously monitored the battlefield situation, ready to adjust tactics at any moment to ensure Brix and Pola could not escape. Alpha and Beta exchanged a smile, each taking out their driver from their waist. Alpha's driver was a black and silver device with a blue energy core embedded in the center, flickering with a cold light. Beta's driver was deep red and black, with a red energy core in the center emitting a captivating glow. "Prepare for transformation," Alpha said in a low voice. Beta smiled in response. "Let's do this together." The two simultaneously activated their drivers, inserting special keys. The drivers emitted mechanical sounds, and the energy cores began to spin, releasing dazzling light. Alpha's driver issued a deep transformation voice, "Henshin." "Alpha drive!" Blue light enveloped his body, forming a high-tech battle armor. The armor's surface shimmered with metallic luster, its design lines sleek and sharp, with a blue energy core embedded in his chest and sharp blue goggles on his mask, giving him a cold and powerful aura. Beta's driver, on the other hand, emitted a soft but powerful transformation voice, "Henshin." "Beta drive." Red light also enveloped her body, forming another high-tech battle armor. The armor's surface exuded a captivating glow, its design lines elegant and deadly, with a red energy core embedded in her chest and slender red goggles on her mask, appearing both charming and dangerous. Kamen Rider Alpha stood on the left, his fists clenched, his cold blue goggles flashing with sharp light. His armor appeared sturdy and formidable, with particularly thick armor on his shoulders and legs, as if capable of withstanding any attack. The blue energy core on his chest occasionally emitted a faint light, appearing both mysterious and full of power. Kamen Rider Beta stood on the right, her posture elegant, a hint of cunning light emanating from her red goggles. Her armor design was more slender, yet equally full of power. The streamlined design of her shoulder and leg armor made her more agile and deadly in combat. The red energy core on her chest emitted a captivating glow, as if ready to release powerful energy at any moment. Brix and Pola saw the two transformed Kamen Rider in front of them, a flicker of surprise and vigilance in their eyes. Brix clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Be careful, these guys are not simple." Pola gripped her short blade, her eyes flashing with combat light. "I understand, prepare to meet their attack." Kamen Rider Alpha and Kamen Rider Beta stood opposite each other, exchanging glances. The battle was about to begin, and the narrow underground passage was filled with a strong fighting aura, the air seemingly solidified. "Let's end this," Alpha said in a low voice. Beta smiled slightly, responding, "It's time to show our strength." Kamen Rider Alpha and Kamen Rider Beta, based on the combat footage and data of Brix and Pola previously transmitted by the intelligent brain, quickly adjusted their tactics, preparing to meet the opponent's attack. Brix was the first to attack, his muscles tensed, rushing fiercely towards Kamen Rider Alpha. He swung his powerful fist, aiming directly at Alpha's mask, the wind from his force whistling past. Alpha quickly dodged to the side, simultaneously blocking Brix's attack with his left arm, firmly taking the punch. At the same time, Pola, swift as a black cat, leaped into the air, her short blade stabbing like lightning towards Kamen Rider Beta. Beta lightly tapped the ground with her toes, gracefully retreating, while simultaneously swinging her arm to block Pola's short blade, sparks flying at the moment of their clash. Brix, seeing Alpha block his attack, frowned, launching a series of punches, each carrying heavy force, directly targeting Alpha's chest and flank. Alpha dodged agilely, counter-attacking with elbow and knee strikes, the clash of fists and feet producing a series of metallic sounds. Alpha's fists struck like a torrential storm, each blow aimed at Brix's weak points. Brix, on the other hand, used his strong physique to withstand Alpha's attacks, while also looking for opportunities to counter-attack. He performed a quick spin, striking Alpha's side face fiercely with his elbow. Alpha blocked in time with his arm, but felt a powerful impact. Pola, on the other side, engaged in fierce close combat with Beta. Her short blade was agile and deadly, each strike delivered with extreme precision, attempting to pierce Beta's defense. Beta, however, dodged flexibly, utilizing her high speed and elegant fighting style to neutralize Pola's attacks. Pola performed a somersault, her short blade stabbing like lightning towards Beta's abdomen. Beta sidestepped, the short blade grazing her armor, emitting a piercing screech. Beta quickly counter-attacked with a roundhouse kick aimed at Pola's waist. Pola spun in the air, avoiding the blow and quickly created distance. Alpha and Beta's coordination was seamless, they constantly exchanged information and adjusted tactics during the battle. Alpha's flying kick forced Brix back a few steps, while Beta quickly approached Pola, repelling her with a heavy punch. Alpha quickly approached Brix, his palm shimmering with blue energy light, and delivered an energy palm strike fiercely to Brix's chest. Brix blocked with both arms, but was still pushed back a few steps by the powerful energy impact. He gritted his teeth, a flicker of anger in his eyes, quickly adjusted his stance, and charged at Alpha again. Beta, on the other hand, used her speed advantage, constantly circling Pola, looking for an opening. Her fists and feet were as agile as a snake, each strike carrying powerful force. Pola tried to counterattack with her short blade, but Beta could always dodge at the critical moment, while delivering a deadly counterattack to Pola. The battle raged fiercely in the narrow underground passage, each collision between the four erupting in intense fire and impact. Brix and Pola displayed formidable combat power, but Kamen Rider Alpha and Beta's seamless coordination and precise attacks gradually gained the upper hand. Alpha's heavy punch struck Brix's shoulder, and blue energy light instantly spread, Brix being shaken back a few steps by the powerful impact. Beta, on the other hand, delivered a high kick, striking Pola's short blade, sending the short blade flying to embed itself in the wall. Alpha and Beta's offensive became increasingly fierce, and Brix and Pola gradually appeared to be struggling. Although they still resisted stubbornly, they clearly felt the pressure growing. Alpha and Beta, through real-time analysis by their intelligent brain, continuously adjusted their tactics, eventually cornering Brix and Pola. "You can't escape, give up resisting," Alpha said coldly. Beta smiled in response, "Accept reality, your game ends here." Kamen Rider Alpha and Kamen Rider Beta exchanged glances, determined to use their finishing moves to end this battle. They simultaneously activated their drivers, which emitted a high-pitched mechanical sound. Alpha's driver sounded, "Final attack ride, Alpha Buster." Blue energy surged from the driver, quickly enveloping his entire body. He crossed his hands over his chest, and energy gathered between his palms, forming a blue energy sphere. Alpha charged fiercely at Brix, the energy sphere in his hands constantly expanding, emitting a strong light. Beta's driver also activated, "Final attack ride, Beta Sliver." Red energy gushed from the driver, surrounding her body. She clenched her fists and energy condensed between her fists, forming two scorching red light blades. Beta rushed towards Pola at extreme speed, the light blades tracing dazzling trajectories in the air. Seeing this, Brix and Pola quickly gathered the spider totem energy they had absorbed, preparing to counterattack. Brix clenched his fists, and red and black light began to flicker around his body. He roared, slamming his fists to the ground, and energy erupted from his fists, forming a powerful impact. Pola, on the other hand, gripped her short blades tightly, and the red energy around her body rapidly converged. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, and the short blades in her hands became scorching hot, as if they would burn through the air. She quickly leaped up, swinging her short blades at Beta, carrying destructive power. Both sides' attacks collided violently in the air, instantly erupting in dazzling light and a massive energy impact. The blue energy sphere and the red impact collided, and the entire underground passage seemed to be torn apart, the powerful impact shattering the surrounding walls and ground, sending debris and metal fragments flying everywhere. After colliding with Brix's impact, Alpha's blue energy sphere rapidly increased in power, breaking through Brix's defense. The blue light, like lightning, pierced through Brix's body, sending him flying. His body slammed into the wall with a dull thud, the wall collapsing, and Brix fell helplessly to the ground. At the same time, Beta's red light blades collided with Pola's short blades, and scorching energy erupted in dazzling light. The light blades traced dazzling trajectories in the air, quickly breaking through Pola's defense and cutting through her body. Pola let out a painful scream, her body thrown by the powerful energy impact, falling heavily to the ground, her short blades slipping from her hands. The entire underground passage was left in ruins by this fierce battle, the walls covered in cracks, the ground strewn with debris and metal fragments, and the air filled with dust and a scorched smell. Kamen Rider Alpha and Beta stood in the center of the battlefield, their armor still shimmering with blue and red light. Alpha looked coldly at Brix lying on the ground, his fists still clenched, clearly not relaxing in the slightest. Beta stood elegantly, the red light blades in her hands gradually dissipating, her eyes flashing with the light of victory. "Game over," Alpha said calmly. Beta smiled slightly, adding, "Your power is no match for us." Although Brix and Pola were powerful, in the face of Kamen Rider Alpha and Beta's finishing moves, they ultimately fell. They struggled for a moment on the ground, eventually collapsing weakly, having lost the ability to fight. Janix discovered that the portal he had set up for Brix and Pola had been destroyed, and the intended destination had become unstable and flickering. His brows furrowed as he realized the seriousness of the situation, knowing he had to inform Mo Lun immediately. Janix left his laboratory and quickly headed to Mo Lun's residence. It was a vast skyscraper, its architectural style cold and imposing. The exterior walls of the building were made of black and silver metal, covered with complex runes and totems that shimmered with a faint light. The top of the building had sharp spires, as if piercing the sky, symbolizing the endless power and ambition of the inheritor family. Janix entered the building, passed through the spacious hall, and ascended the exquisitely carved staircase to Mo Lun's dwelling. It was a luxurious and dim room, with the walls covered in trophies and ancient scrolls, showcasing Mo Lun's power and wisdom. In the center of the room, Mo Lun sat on a black throne, his gaze cold and profound. Above him, the enslaved weaving master was weaving a web. The master's fingers danced rapidly across a massive spider web, his mouth muttering incantations, as if performing some ancient ritual. The web shimmered with a silvery light in the dim illumination, trembling slightly as if alive. Janix stepped forward. "Mo Lun, I have an urgent matter to report to you." Mo Lun looked up, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. "Speak, Janix." Janix cautiously said, "Brix and Pola went to the world of a new Spider-Man, but their portal was destroyed, and their lives are now unknown. Our positioning signal has also become unstable, making it impossible to determine their exact location." Mo Lun's brows furrowed slightly, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Their portal was destroyed. This indicates that the defensive power of that world is not to be underestimated. Janix nodded. "Yes, Mo Lun. We must take action to find out who interfered with our plan." Mo Lun sneered, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "It seems we need to go in person. This new Spider-Man might be more dangerous than we anticipated." The weaving master's fingers danced on the web, continuously murmuring ancient incantations, making the web increasingly complex and intricate. Mo Lun turned to the weaving master and said coldly, "Continue weaving, find the location of those two foolish individuals." The weaving master's fingers moved rapidly across the giant spider web, and silver threads intertwined under his hands, forming complex and intricate patterns. Each thread seemed to have a life of its own, constantly changing with the master's gestures, forming one mysterious rune and totem after another. The light of the spider web became increasingly bright, as if transmitting some ancient and powerful force. As the weaving progressed, a clear light spot gradually formed in the center of the spider web, flickering continuously, as if narrating some secret. The weaving master's gaze was focused, his mouth muttering ancient incantations, his voice deep and rhythmic. Suddenly, the light spot on the spider web stabilized, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire room. The weaving master stopped his movements, his gaze coldly fixed on Mo Lun. The location of bricks and Pola has been pinpointed. They are in an abandoned underground passage in Roman 20. Mo Lun nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Very good, weaving master. Your contribution will be remembered. Afterward, Mo Lun turned to prepare his blood-sucking spider legion. The blood-sucking spider legion consisted of humanoid monsters created from spider totem energy. They were tall, muscular, with dark red skin, and their eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty light. In New York, at the Umbrella headquarters, the AI continuously scanned and monitored the entire New York City via the ARC satellite in the sky, constantly guarding against any potential threats. The ARC satellite was equipped with advanced energy detectors and high-resolution imaging devices, capable of capturing minute energy fluctuations and unusual activities. Every corner of New York's streets, buildings, underground passages, and even the sky was within the AI's monitoring range. Suddenly, the ARC satellite detected an energy fluctuation, which was very similar to the signal that had previously transmitted bricks and Pola. The IA immediately reported this discovery to Yan Lingma. Yan Lingma quickly arrived at the laboratory and observed the anomaly through the ARC satellite's real-time feed. The screen displayed an abandoned industrial area in the suburbs, where a strange energy fluctuation permeated the air. Yan Lingma adjusted the focus of the screen and saw Mo Lun and Janix standing at the source of the energy fluctuation, with pleased and calculating smiles on their faces. Behind Mo Lun was a massive blood-sucking spider legion. They were tall, muscular, with dark red skin, and their eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty light, menacingly ready for action. The AI quickly initiated facial recognition and behavior analysis programs to profile Mo Lun and Janix. The screen displayed detailed information and personality analysis reports for both individuals. Mo Lun, personality: cold, cruel, and extremely domineering. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and his facial features were firm, exuding an indescribable majesty and oppressive feeling. He was decisive and unquestioning in his actions, with an intense desire for power and control. His facial expression was stern and resolute, almost devoid of emotional fluctuations. Behavior: he demonstrated extremely high leadership and strategic acumen when commanding the Legion, knowing every detail and capable of quickly adjusting tactics. He enjoyed personally participating in battles, relishing the process of hunting and conquering, showcasing powerful combat instincts. Janix, personality: intelligent, cunning, and scheming. His eyes often flickered with calculation and thought, and his facial expression often carried a hint of sarcasm and pleasure, as if everything was under his control. He excelled at planning and conspiracy, with extremely precise control over details. Behavior: he preferred to manipulate situations from behind the scenes, achieving his goals through meticulously designed plans. He always remained calm during actions, never easily revealing emotional fluctuations, giving people a profound and unfathomable impression. Yan Lingma stood in front of the control console in the laboratory, his arms crossed over his chest, a slight smile of pleasure on his face. He watched Mo Lun and Janix on the screen, a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. He leaned slightly and asked the AI, seeing these guys from another world, do you have a desire to fight? The AI's voice responded calmly and coolly. According to my analysis, these enemies possess extremely high combat capability and threat. Combat is indeed necessary, but not out of desire, but to maintain safety and stability. Yan Lingma nodded with satisfaction, gently tapping the control console, as if pondering something. He looked up and continued with a teasing tone. Didn't the boss leave you some activity funds? Your design, is it a Shumaja, a Kamen Rider, or some other novel toy? The AI's voice remained calm, but with a hint of contemplation. My initial design was to optimize and enhance combat capabilities. Based on the current situation, I can choose the most adaptable mode. A meaningful smile appeared on John Jilingma's face, and a hint of curiosity and anticipation flickered in his eyes. Then, let me see your choice. Show me your strength. This is a good opportunity. The AI's analysis speed was extremely fast, and a series of combat data and simulation models flashed across the screen. Finally, it made its choice. My mode will integrate the characteristics of Shimaja and Kamen Rider, combining the latest technology and combat algorithms to form a brand new combat form. John Jilingma's expression grew increasingly excited. His fingers gently tapped the control console, his tone full of anticipation. Very good, let me see the power of this new combat form. We need to give these uninvited guests a head-on blow. The AI's central control console began to emit a low hum, and a blue light flickered in the laboratory, signaling that a powerful force was about to be unleashed. John Jilingma's eyes gleamed with anticipation, ready to embrace the fierce battle that was about to unfold. A blue light shot out from the AI's central control console, like a bolt of lightning piercing the air, heading straight for the Ark satellite outside the Earth. The light left a bright trail in the night sky, traversing the atmosphere and accurately striking the Ark satellite's core system. Upon receiving the light, the Ark satellite immediately began to run its internal advanced programs. Blue electric arcs flickered on the satellite's surface, and light flowed along the metal, as if new life had been injected. The satellite's energy core began to emit a low hum, and the light gradually converged at the core, forming a massive energy matrix. In the center of the energy matrix, a brand new design began to take shape. This was a combat form combining the characteristics of Shimaja and Kamen Rider, a perfect fusion of technology and power. The main body of this design was tall and robust, nearly 2 meters in height, covered in black and silver high-tech armor. The armor's surface was covered with complex runes and totems, emitting a faint blue light. The helmet's design was futuristic, with a blue visor covering the entire face, only sharp blue eyes revealing a cold light. A large blue energy core was embedded in the chest, flickering with dazzling light as energy circulated. The shoulder and leg armor appeared particularly thick, exuding a sense of power, while the joint areas adopted a flexible design, ensuring high mobility. When the energy matrix was completed, a strong blue beam of light shot out from the Ark satellite, directly hitting Mo-Lun and Janix on the ground. The beam cut through the sky, moving too fast to be caught, and finally condensed on the ground in front of Mo-Lun and Janix. As the light gradually dissipated, a tall and mighty warrior appeared before them. This was the AI's new combat form, exuding powerful energy and a cold aura. The warrior's figure was like a steel fortress, radiating an indomitable presence. The black and silver armor shimmered with a metallic luster in the sunlight, giving an indescribable sense of oppression. The warrior's eyes gleamed with sharp blue light, as if capable of seeing through everything. The energy core on its chest emitted a low hum, indicating the immense power contained within. The warrior slowly raised its arm, and blue electric arcs flickered in its palm, showcasing its powerful combat capability. Mo-Lun and Janix exchanged glances, a hint of surprise and vigilance in their eyes. Mo-Lun coldly stared at the suddenly appearing warrior, his brow slightly furrowed. "What is this thing?" Janix's eyes showed a hint of contemplation, and he responded in a low voice. "This should be the defense system of that world. We must deal with it carefully." The warrior stood before them, its voice deep and majestic. "You have invaded where you do not belong. Now, I will represent the defensive forces of this world and stop you." Aurora Knight. The Aurora Knight stood before Mo-Lun and Janix like a steel fortress, radiating immense energy and a cold aura. His black and silver armor gleamed with a metallic luster in the sunlight, giving off an indestructible sense of oppression. Mo-Lun watched the Aurora Knight coldly, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes flickering with both probing intent and killing desire. He waved his hand, signaling the blood-sucking Spider Legion to attack. "Blood-sucking Spider Legion, go! Tear him apart!" The blood-sucking Spider Legion moved in response, their figures swiftly pouncing towards the Aurora Knight. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light, and their sharp claws reflected a cold glint in the sunlight. Their movements were swift and fierce, charging at the Aurora Knight like wild beasts. The Aurora Knight stood firm, his fists clenched, and the blue energy core in his chest began to emit a dazzling light. He quickly analyzed the blood-sucking Spider Legion's movements and tactics, adjusting his combat strategy in real time. The blood-sucking Spider Legion before him was like a dark ocean, surging towards him. The Aurora Knight's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, locking onto every potential threat. He leaped lightly into the air, his body twisting in mid-air, avoiding a wave of deadly attacks. The moment he landed, he quickly threw a punch, a heavy blow carrying a scorching blue light, directly striking the head of one blood-sucking spider. A blue energy impact instantly erupted, and the blood-sucking spider was sent flying several meters by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. The Aurora Knight quickly turned, weaving through the blood-sucking spider swarm with fluid movements and precise actions. His fists were as swift as lightning, each strike carrying a strong energy glow. He swung his right fist, and a blue beam of light struck an enemy in front, piercing the blood-sucking spider, which screamed and fell to the ground. His left fist followed, striking another blood-sucking spider's abdomen, and blue energy erupted, pushing the enemy back several steps. The Aurora Knight gathered energy in both hands, releasing a powerful aurora impact. A blue energy wave swept forward, knocking down a group of blood-sucking spiders. Deep cracks were left on the ground, demonstrating the immense power of this move. Although numerous, the blood-sucking spider legion gradually proved no match for the Aurora Knight's immense energy and combat skills. Each of the Aurora Knight's strikes carried a rapid tearing force, knocking down his enemies. Mo Lun and Janix stood behind, watching the battlefield, their eyes gleaming with complex emotions. Mo Lun said coldly, "It seems this world's defense system is stronger than we imagined." Janix nodded, a hint of thought in his gaze. "We need to expend more power to deal with him." The Aurora Knight's figure moved across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, every movement swift and powerful. His fists glowed with blue energy, each strike carrying destructive force. Although the blood-sucking spider legion's assault was fierce, it was no match for the Aurora Knight. A blood-sucking spider stealthily pounced from the side, its eyes gleaming fiercely, its sharp claws glinting coldly as they lunged at the Aurora Knight. The Aurora Knight swiftly turned, his figure like a blue flash of lightning. His movements were as fast as a gale, instantly dodging the blood-sucking spider's fatal attack. The Aurora Knight's fist brought forth a dazzling blue light in the air, powerfully smashing into the blood-sucking spider's chest. A blue energy impact immediately erupted, and the blood-sucking spider was sent flying by the powerful force, crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud, then sliding weakly to the ground. At the same time, another blood-sucking spider stealthily approached from behind, its claws glowing with a bloodthirsty light, aiming directly for the Aurora Knight's back. The Aurora Knight's perception was extremely keen, instantly sensing the threat behind him. He flashed aside, quickly turning around, and a blue glowing energy blade suddenly extended from his wrist. The blade cut a dazzling arc in the air, precisely severing the blood-sucking spider's claws. The blood-sucking spider let out a painful shriek, its severed claws falling to the ground, blood spraying out. The Aurora Knight didn't hesitate, swinging the energy blade again. The blue light shimmered with a deadly coldness, instantly slicing the blood-sucking spider completely in half. The blood-sucking spider's body fell limply to the ground, twitched a few times, and then could no longer move. The Aurora Knight didn't stop. He charged forward with lightning speed, delivering a thunderous kick directly to a blood-sucking spider's chest. The energy impact sent it flying several meters, where it crashed heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became still. He gathered energy in both hands, releasing a powerful aurora impact. A blue energy wave swept forward, knocking down a group of blood-sucking spiders. Deep cracks were left on the ground, demonstrating the immense power of this move. The blood-sucking spider legion was almost powerless to resist this fierce assault. At the end of the battle, the Aurora Knight leaped up, soaring high into the air, his fists crossed in midair. Blue energy converged between his fists, forming a massive energy punch. His body spun in the air, the blue light as dazzling as the scorching sun, bringing a stunning visual impact to the entire battlefield. The Aurora Knight suddenly dove down, his fists carrying infinite energy, smashing into the ground like a meteor. The first punch landed, and a blue energy wave erupted, sending the surrounding blood-sucking spiders flying under this powerful impact, turning them into wreckage. A deep crack appeared on the ground, demonstrating the terrifying power of this strike. The entire battlefield returned to a brief moment of calm. The surrounding ground was covered with cracks and signs of battle, the remnants of the blood-sucking spider legion scattered, and the air was filled with a scorched smell. The Aurora Knight stood in the center of the battlefield, his figure still like a steel fortress, his entire body shimmering with blue energy light, appearing incredibly majestic and powerful. He slowly straightened his body, his cold blue eyes gleaming with a sharp light, watching Mo Lun and Janix in the distance, awaiting their next move. The Aurora Knight watched Mo Lun and Janix coldly, awaiting their next move. Mo Lun and Janix exchanged glances, a hint of displeasure and determination flashing in their eyes. Mo Lun said coldly, "Brix and Polo were so careless, challenging this world's defensive power without even activating their totem energy. It was simply courting death." Janix nodded, a hint of disdain in his gaze. "They were too arrogant, thinking they could easily win with ordinary power and ended up dragging us down instead." Mo Lun's eyes grew even colder, his tone tinged with anger. "More than expending totem energy, what I hate most is being forced to personally rescue my clansmen after they've wasted my time. It's an utter waste of my precious time." With that, Mo Lun took a deep breath, and his entire body began to glow with an eerie red light. His muscles rapidly swelled, a layer of hard carapace emerged on his skin, and his eyes turned blood red, emitting a bloodthirsty glow. Multiple slender limbs, like a spider's legs, appeared on his shoulders and back, moving with flexible ease. Mo Lun's hands transformed into sharp claws, each fingertip glinting coldly, appearing extremely deadly. His stature became tall and robust, over 2 meters high, and his entire being exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. At the same time, Janix also began to activate his totem energy. His body gradually became covered with a mechanized metal carapace, his eyes turning cold and icy, flashing with red light. His arms transformed into mechanized limbs, blue electric arcs flickering at the joints. Multiple mechanized spider legs also grew from his back, each leg equipped with sharp blades and various high-tech weapons. Janix's stature also became tall, but compared to Mo Lun's bloodline transformation, he appeared more mechanical and cold, exuding a strong killing intent. Mo Lun's figure was like a bloodthirsty beast, full of primal power and savage aura. The limbs on his back waved, emitting a low hum, as if ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. His gaze was fixed on the Aurora Knight, his eyes flashing with endless rage and killing intent. Every step he took carried a destructive momentum, sending chills down one's spine. Janix's figure, on the other hand, was like a cold and ruthless killing machine. His mechanized limbs glinted coldly in the air, each swing carrying a fatal threat. His gaze was icy and sharp, revealing unparalleled ruthlessness and calculation. The mechanized carapace covered his body, making him appear even more indestructible, as if he had no weaknesses. The Aurora Knight stood in the center of the battlefield, facing the transformed Mo Lun and Janix. The blue energy core throughout his body began to emit a dazzling light, showcasing his immense power. The air was filled with tension, and the energies of both sides collided in the air, erupting in dazzling flashes. The aftershocks of the battle made the entire underground passage seem to tremble, as if it could collapse at any moment. Mo Lun sneered, his voice deep and authoritative. "Aurora Knight, prepare to face a true challenge. You will witness the true power of the Inheritor family." Janix's voice was equally cold. "You will pay a heavy price for obstructing us." The Aurora Knight showed no sign of retreat. His eyes gleamed with sharp, blue light, calmly awaiting the impending battle. His entire body's energy core began to emit an intense glow, preparing to face these two powerful enemies. The battle erupted instantly. Mo Lun charged at the Aurora Knight like a storm, his limbs cutting sharp arcs in the air, carrying immense power. The Aurora Knight reacted swiftly, his fists glowing with blue energy, meeting the attack. Their attacks collided in the air, erupting in powerful impacts that cracked the surrounding walls. Janix swiftly approached from the flank, his mechanized limbs swinging like blades, each swing carrying the power to cut through anything. His movements were cold and precise, like a ruthless killing machine. The Aurora Knight flexibly dodged Janix's attacks, while simultaneously counterattacking with high-frequency energy waves. Blue energy waves cut dazzling arcs in the air, directly striking Janix's mechanized carapace, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound. Chapter 345 Lightspeed, Assault, and Star Shock. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch as Aurora Knight, with its exceptional combat power and intelligent control, engaged in a fierce showdown with Mo Lun and Janix. Facing the powerful strength of the two inheritors, Aurora Knight showed no fear, ready to display its true capabilities. Aurora Knight activated a unique ultra-high speed acceleration mode exclusive to its AI brain, Photon Surge mode. This mode was developed based on Borsellino's glint fruit, capable of boosting Aurora Knight's speed and reaction capabilities to light speed in a very short time. Photon Surge mode utilizes photon acceleration technology within the IA brain's core, compressing and releasing photons from the energy core to generate extremely high acceleration, allowing Aurora Knight to reach light speed instantly. Simultaneously, the intelligent system adjusts combat strategies in real time, precisely calculating every movement to ensure accurate strikes during high-speed maneuvers. Aurora Knight's energy core began to flash with dazzling blue light, and the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, emitting a low hum. In an instant, its body vanished from its original spot, as if it had merged into the air. Mo-Lun and Janix only felt a strong wind pressure, their eyes unable to even track Aurora Knight's movement. Mo-Lun's claws swiped at empty air as his target instantly disappeared. He roared, his eyes flashing with frenzy. Damn it, he's using some kind of super high-speed movement. Janix's mechanical limbs flailed wildly in the air, trying to catch a glimpse of Aurora Knight, but it was all in vain. Wait a moment, my system is updating. In Photon Surge mode, Aurora Knight was like a blue blur, flickering across the battlefield. It swiftly circled behind Mo-Lun, delivering a heavy punch with a powerful energy impact, striking Mo-Lun's back. Mo-Lun's body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into a wall with a dull thud, causing the wall to crack and debris to scatter. Immediately after, Aurora Knight vanished again, instantly reappearing at Janix's side. A high-frequency energy wave shot from its palm, directly hitting Janix's mechanical carapace. The strong energy impact caused Janix's mechanical arm to lose balance, emitting a harsh metallic scraping sound. Mo-Lun and Janix appeared exceptionally passive and powerless under this ultra-high-speed assault. Every strike from Aurora Knight was precise and deadly, as if it controlled every detail of the battlefield. The blue light continuously flickered across the battlefield, carrying endless majesty and power. Aurora Knight, in Photon Surge mode, continuously struck Mo-Lun and Janix, pushing them to the brink. Its every attack carried a powerful energy impact, gradually dismantling the defenses of the two inheritors. Your power is meaningless before me, Aurora Knight said coldly, its voice echoing in the air. Janix looked at Aurora Knight, its eyes flashing with coldness and anger. He quickly adjusted his mechanical limbs, activating a hidden internal energy core. Blue electrical arcs began to emanate from the joints of his mechanical limbs, significantly boosting his strength and speed. Janix's body was covered by an energy shield, emitting a cold glow. That's not necessarily true, Janix sneered, his voice full of confidence and provocation. Janix swiftly launched an attack, his mechanical limbs flailing like lightning, each strike carrying extremely high speed and power. Blue electrical arcs flashed at the tips of his limbs, tearing through the air and heading straight for Aurora Knight. Aurora Knight dodged agilely, but Janix's attacks were exceptionally precise, always closing in at critical moments. Janix's mechanical arm suddenly transformed into a high-energy particle cannon, energy rapidly gathering at the muzzle, emitting a piercing hum. He aimed at Aurora Knight and fiercely unleashed a scorching energy beam. Aurora Knight flipped in the air, narrowly avoiding the energy beam, but the powerful impact still caused it to feel a tremor. Seeing this, Mo-Lun roared, the red light around his body intensifying. He activated another talent after his transformation, Blood Rage. In this mode, Mo-Lun's strength and speed significantly increased, and his healing ability was greatly enhanced, allowing him to recover almost all wounds instantly. Mo-Lun's eyes flashed with madness, and his limbs swung more fiercely, each attack carrying destructive power. He quickly approached Aurora Knight, a sharp claw suddenly striking towards Aurora Knight's chest. Aurora Knight blocked with its arm, but felt a tremendous force, its body shaking back a few steps. Mo-Lun followed closely, giving Aurora Knight no chance to breathe. His limbs attacked Aurora Knight like a storm, each strike carrying intense killing intent. Under the high-intensity attacks, Aurora Knight had to fully dodge and counter, but Mo-Lun's speed and strength clearly exceeded expectations. After several fierce clashes, Aurora Knight realized that its current mode alone would be insufficient to deal with the two powerful enemies. It decided to activate another mode, Stellar Resonance mode. Stellar Resonance mode is based on high-frequency resonance technology of universe energy, capable of greatly enhancing Aurora Knight's energy output and defensive capabilities in a short time, while also releasing powerful shockwaves to inflict devastating blows on surrounding enemies. Aurora Knight's energy core began to emit dazzling starlight, and a faint vibration permeated the surrounding air. As the mode activated, Aurora Knight's armor surface gradually became covered with an energy shield shimmering with starlight. The shield's surface was covered with complex runes and totems, emitting strong energy fluctuations. "Your power before the stars seems so insignificant," Aurora Knight said calmly, its voice imbued with endless majesty. With the activation of stellar resonance mode, a strong energy fluctuation formed around Aurora Knight's body. Every movement carried a powerful shockwave, causing the surrounding air to hum. Aurora Knight's fists glowed with starlight, its attack power and defense reaching unprecedented heights. Aurora Knight was completely enveloped in the powerful energy shield of stellar resonance mode, the starlight runes on its armor shimmering with dazzling light, as if the power of the universe had gathered within it. Mo Lun and Janix felt the strong energy fluctuations and involuntarily took a step back, a hint of apprehension flashing in their eyes. Aurora Knight coldly observed the two, then swiftly launched an attack. Its figure darted across the battlefield like lightning, its speed and strength reaching their peak. Every punch carried the roar of a shockwave, like the power of exploding stars. Aurora Knight instantly appeared before Mo Lun, its fists crossed, starlight converging between them. It suddenly delivered a double-fisted strike to Mo Lun's chest, erupting with a powerful energy impact. Mo Lun was jolted back several meters by this force, his body flipping in the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. Aurora Knight's movements were relentless, its figure flickered, appearing at Janix's side. Its leg flashed with blue electrical arcs, rotating at high speed, delivering a whirlwind kick directly to Janix's head. Janix's mechanical carapace emitted a harsh grinding sound, its head struck by the powerful force, and its entire body was kicked away, crashing into a wall, which shattered, sending dust flying. Aurora Knight's offensive was like a raging storm, its fists and feet carrying powerful shockwaves, each strike making the battlefield tremble. Its fists were as swift as meteors, each swing carrying scorching energy, directly hitting the enemy's vital points. Mo Lun and Janix's defenses gradually crumbled under this fierce assault, appearing powerless and passive. Buzz, Aurora Knight's fist struck Mo Lun's abdomen again, and a shockwave spread. Mo Lun's body bent, blood gushing from his mouth, his face contorted in pain. His limbs hung limply, his body swaying, almost unable to stand. Screech, Janix's mechanical limb was severed by Aurora Knight's high-frequency energy wave, emitting a harsh metallic tearing sound. His mechanical arm lost balance, his body jolted back a few steps by the powerful impact, and his energy shield began to crack, electrical arcs sputtering across his carapace. Aurora Knight's gaze grew colder as it prepared to end the battle. Its fists crossed at its chest, its energy core emitting a strong light, and a powerful energy fluctuation permeated the surrounding air. Its limb movements were like flowing water, every action filled with endless power and precision. "Photon breaker!" Aurora Knight's low voice echoed in the air, like the reverberation of the universe. Aurora Knight's body rotated in the air, blue light converging around it, forming a giant energy vortex. Its fists crossed at the center of the vortex, powerful energy continuously compressing, emitting a piercing hum. The rotation speed grew faster and faster, the energy light becoming more intense, as if it would tear apart the entire space. "Photon breaker!" Aurora Knight suddenly swooped down, its fists carrying infinite energy, directly striking Mo Lun and Janix. The blue energy vortex traced a dazzling trajectory in the air, crashing down upon the two. Boom! The energy vortex impacted the ground, erupting with intense light and shockwaves. Mo Lun and Janix were sent flying by the immense impact, crashing heavily to the ground, which cracked deeply, sending dust flying. Their bodies twitched weakly a few times, then finally lay motionless. Aurora Knight stood at the center of the battlefield, the blue light gradually dissipating, its entire being radiating endless majesty and coldness. The aftershocks of the battle permeated the air, and the surrounding ruins appeared even more desolate and bleak. Mo Lun and Janix's bodies lay quietly on the ground, looking utterly defeated, their former arrogance and bluster gone. "Your power, before the stars, is ultimately insignificant," Aurora Knight said coldly, its voice echoing in the air, proclaiming the end of this battle. It calmly surveyed the battlefield, confirming that the enemies had been completely defeated and were unable to rise again. Dust and the scent of scorching permeated the air, and the aftershocks of the battle gradually subsided. Aurora Knight stood at the center of the battlefield, its eyes flashing with a cold light.